Cement a clear Republican frontrunner? Will it end a campaign? A vicious snow and ice storm paralyzes much of southern China. Millions of people traveling for the Chinese New Year now stranded. And they're brimming with chemicals. Did the government downplay health risks to Katrina victims? New questions about FEMA trailers today, Tuesday, January 29th. You are in the CNN newsroom. First up this hour, sun, sand, surf, and a potential springboard to the Republican nomination. Polling places are open in Florida for today's presidential primary. The state that decided the presidency in 2000 could have a big say in choosing the Republican nominee today. John McCain, Mitt Romney are fighting to become the party's clear frontrunner. They're facing a strong challenge from Mike Huckabee. And this will be a critical day for Rudy Giuliani. He bet big on Florida, even hinting he could drop out if he doesn't win. The Democrats don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they are focusing on the battleground states of Super Tuesday, 1 week from today. Let's get to the front lines now of the GOP's fight for Florida. CNN's Dan Lothian is at a polling place in Orlando for us this morning. So, Dan, are Republican voters turning out?
They really are. We moved up the road from where we were last hour, and at this location, just a lot of people pulling in here, jamming this parking lot as they go in to cast their votes. The polls here in Florida have been open for about 3 hours, and as you mentioned, it's really a competitive race that's driving a lot of people to the polls. Record voter turnout expected on this day here in the Republican primary certainly. And the top of the ticket, that contentious race between Governor Mitt Romney and Senator John McCain is what's been getting so much attention. Senator McCain going after Romney, saying that he's a flip-flopper on a lot of key issues. Governor Romney going after McCain on issues such as immigration, and also comparing some of his policies to those of what he called liberal Democrats. Now, in St. Pete, Florida today on the campaign trail, Senator McCain was asked about this contentious fighting between the two top-tier Republican candidates, and he described it this way. He said, quote, "It looks like it's just Sunday school picnic compared to the Democrats." Now, watching all of this is Rudy Giuliani. Of course, you know, Heidi, this was supposed to be his big day here in Florida. He has been spending so much time here, passed up some of the early contests, and he was hoping to do well here in Florida, to use this as the springboard to Super Tuesday and beyond to gain the nomination. He pointed out that in order to get the nomination, you have to win here in Florida, but now he is running in third place, at least according to the polls. But out on the campaign trail today in Miami Beach, he is still insisting that he's confident that he can pull off a win, that he can win. He's been asked whether or not he'll drop out if he doesn't do well, but he still thinks that he can win. He's planning to be out in California for the Republican debate, but certainly all of that may change depending on what happens here today. Heidi?
Yeah, lots of questions, I'm sure. We heard something about his spending something like $1 million a week in advertising there in Florida. We'll find out soon if that is going to be working for him. Dan Lothian from Orlando this morning. Thank you, Dan. And in just a few minutes, we are going to be hearing from Rudy Giuliani's campaign. Could a dismal showing today in Florida mean the end of his presidential bid? We're going to hear the answer coming up in just a few moments. Meanwhile, Democrats looking to Super Tuesday. CNN's Jim Acosta is in Blackwood, New Jersey this morning. He's at a Bill Clinton event scheduled for this hour at Camden Community College. So what are the Clintons focusing on as we head towards Super Tuesday now, Jim?
Heidi, they're focusing on the future, if you can believe that. After what has happened in the last few days, you really can't blame them. Bill Clinton is coming to New Jersey because this is one of those big states on Super Tuesday, very important for Hillary Clinton. You know, it's only a week away now, and she needs a victory, a string of victories is what she's hoping for after what happened down in South Carolina. The former president is coming here, as I mentioned, after a tough couple of days for her campaign. First came that loss in South Carolina. Some Democrats have privately grumbled that a few of Mr. Clinton's negative attacks against Barack Obama actually backfired and damaged her campaign, prompting the likes of Senator Ted Kennedy to endorse her rival Barack Obama. Yesterday up in Massachusetts, she telegraphed what may be a changing campaign tactic, taking her aim off of Obama and putting it on the Bush administration, which is always a popular applause line for these revved up Democratic crowds. But as for those questions, will we see a little more Hill and a little less Bill? That does not appear to be the case. If you just take a look at his schedule right now, he is heading next to, of all places, Barack Obama's home state of Illinois. After that, he will head to Colorado, Oklahoma, New Mexico, all of these states figuring very heavily on Super Tuesday, which is essentially a national primary. So what we're going to see over the coming days is Bill and Hillary Clinton in separate planes heading in separate directions to see how much ground they can cover between now and next Tuesday.
It is fascinating. All right, CNN's Jim Acosta for us in New Jersey this morning. Thank you, Jim. And all this week, CNN is bringing you special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. Watch the CNN Ballot Bowl today at noon Eastern. Well, the House is set to vote today on a $150 billion plan to give the economy a shot in the arm. It includes rebates for many of you and tax breaks to businesses. Last night in his State of the Union address, President Bush called on Congress to take quick action.
The temptation will be to load up the bill. That would delay it or derail it, and neither option is acceptable. This is a good agreement that will keep our economy growing and our people working, and this Congress must pass it as soon as possible.
The Senate takes up its own version of the stimulus package tomorrow with changes and add-ons, and that could put senators on a collision course with the president. Developing overseas this hour, more killing in Kenya. An angry response to the death of an opposition party lawmaker. Men taking to the streets with machetes, burning at least one body in the middle of the road. Police are trying to restore order. Army helicopters firing rubber bullets into the crowds. This is just the latest escalation of violence in Kenya. The Red Cross says more than 800 people have been killed since the disputed election in late December. More than 200,000 people forced from their homes in the tribal fighting. Former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is in Kenya right now trying to get government and opposition leaders to reconcile their differences. Our senior international correspondent, Nick Robertson, is on the ground watching these developments. We will hear from him coming up live this morning right here in the newsroom. Digging out from ice and snow, the scene playing out across much of the West this morning. Parts of Colorado got as much as 2 feet of snow. Several mountain passes and parts of Interstate 70 shut down last night. Drivers were warned of blizzard-like conditions. In Utah, hundreds of wrecks and at least one death. Parts of Interstate 84 shut down near the Idaho line. Heavy snow in northern Idaho damaged the roofs of several businesses. More snow expected there and Washington State. Many roads still impassable. Spokane saw a record 13.7 inches of snow. California getting ready for more wet weather Wednesday. Flooding and minor mudslides followed a week of rain and snowfall. The Midwest is feeling the freeze. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is live in the Severe Weather Center. Boy, seriously, this time, I don't know of any weather you don't have to talk about.
I think you're right. I think we have just about everything, including rain in the desert. We want to show you that, Heidi, out of Arizona. Rain enough to make it flood in places near the Phoenix area, but around the little Colorado River, we had some flooding there. We also had some issues around the Blue River and around the Santa Catalina Mountains. So across the state, it doesn't take much. You see how sunny it is there. You know, they get a ½ inch of rain in a few hours, and that's where it all just comes crawling apart. But today, they should be okay. I think LA South should be all right, but San Francisco North, another punch of Pacific moisture is coming your way, turning to snow at the higher elevations. We had a rare snow across parts of Portland and south towards Eugene. Still a snow advisory out today. Could see snow mixing in all the way down to the valley floors, but I think most of the snow will be up and over about 1,000 feet. All right, here's your storm that came through California. The Rocky Mountains pretty much shut down I-70 and much of the Rockies with 2-3 feet of snow falling at not even the highest elevations. Now we're going to have extreme fire danger behind this front is dry. Fast winds come across Texas, Oklahoma. Could see some tornadoes pop. If not that, just damaging straight line winds with some hail. And in the backside of this system, we will see blizzard conditions. Now, there's not a tremendous amount of moisture, or at least snow with this, but there's a tremendous amount of cold there. Look at this. Currently, it's 46 in Chicago. Meanwhile, it's 6 in Minneapolis. minus 10 in Fargo. So you've got, what, 50-plus degree swing from those two cities. That doesn't include the wind chill. You get the wind chill in there, and I mean, it's just frightening. Minus 25 is what it feels like in Sioux Falls, and minus 60-plus in Regina. Here's your little sliver of moisture that's heading across the plains. So maybe a couple of inches of snow, but it will be the blowing snow and that deadly wind chill that will be the main concern. And now these storms just across the Tennessee Valley are beginning to get active. We could see some severe thunderstorm watches posted for the south. So you're right, Heidi. I can't think of anything we haven't mentioned.
Yeah.
Besides a hurricane, which we can wait a few months for that.
Yeah, let's just not even talk about it.
All right, take it.
All right, Rob, thank you.
See ya.
A cashier one-ups a robber. He walks out during the stick-up. Last hour, we heard from Mitt Romney's campaign, so right now, the presidential bid of Rudy Giuliani. Susan Molinari is a senior advisor for the Giuliani campaign. She's also a former congresswoman. Thanks for being on the newsroom today, Susan. We appreciate it.
Delighted to be here.
I'm sure that you are taking questions about the intentions of Rudy Giuliani at this point. We know that Florida has been a place where he has pretty much put all of his marbles, if you will. I mean, he has skipped Iowa, Wyoming, New Hampshire, Michigan, Nevada, South Carolina. What do you say to the people who say, geez, you know, does he really want to be president?
You know what? He was a guy that looked, and, you know, we're not a self-funding campaign like Mitt Romney's. We had to, you know, look at all 50 states, Super Tuesday states coming up, which, as you know, are very expensive to campaign in. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, California, Missouri, all states that, you know, we've been working. But Rudy really believes that Florida was the place where his message of low taxes, cutting taxes, the largest tax increase in American history to turn our economy around, going on offense on the war on terror, the National Catastrophe Fund, the only candidate to support it. Rudy really believes that who he is, his leadership, will be in thorough sync with the voters of Florida. We already have 1 million people who have voted before the polls even opened today. We think the overwhelming majority of those people are ours, and we believe that the rest of the voters are going to prove the pundits wrong, and they're going to support Rudy Giuliani today.
If you had to look at this strategy all over again, would things be done differently?
You know, I don't see how it could be. You know, I believe so strongly in this man that I would have put him in play in many more of those states, because I believe his message of leadership and integrity and courage and you know, taking America to where it needs to be, like he did New York City when everyone said it couldn't be done, I think resonates in so many states. But again, you know, there's for all candidates, there's a limited amount of resources that we have in order to spread the message and get the message across. So, you know, Florida is the place where we are banking that we're going to win today. And then we have a week to go into Super Tuesday states where we feel very confident that we will rack up the delegate count.
All right, you know what I'm going to ask next. We have heard him say many times, and most recently, I believe it was over the weekend, possibly even yesterday, he said himself, Rudy Giuliani, saying that whoever wins Florida is going to get the nomination. If he does not win Florida, what happens next?
Oh, you know what? When you're running a campaign of this intensity, you just look at the state that's in front of you. I've been traveling with the mayor for the last several days. My husband was traveling with him the week before. The crowds are in the thousands. The people are very psyched. There's an intensity there that belies it. Florida is very important to all three Republican frontrunners right now. Cindy McCain said ostensibly the same thing, that they needed to win Florida to stay in the game. So it is just that Florida is such an important state, giving whomever wins the momentum, sort of the wind at their back going into Super Duper Tuesday, and I believe that's going to be us.
We know that Rudy Giuliani has spent about $1 million in advertising dollars a week in Florida. Are you surprised, or do you see it as a problem that those polling numbers are a little bit higher because of all that money spent?
I think the polling numbers are very much a reflection of, you know, what the headlines are on the newspapers, what the pundits are saying, so that when people get the call, we've seen this in polls, you know, certainly in this campaign, but, you know, with the Democrats, but in other campaigns where people say in response to a poll what they think the questioner wants to hear. And so, you know, we'd like it to be the other way around, but you know what? Again, based on what we've seen with the $1 million in the bank, the majority of which we think are going to be Giuliani voters, I believe believe in. You know, 10 hours left to go, and the only poll that counts at the end of the day is the ones who vote. And the people here in Florida, I believe, understand Rudy Giuliani understands them best and wants to take this country and Florida in the direction they want to go.
Well, based on what some voters have seen so far in this campaign, they might be looking to him for vice presidential nomination. What does he think about that?
I think, you know, Rudy is the ultimate leader for this country. So I imagine that President Giuliani sounds better than Vice President Giuliani, and he really is the only guy that's got the qualifications to deal with the two issues that are troubling the American public. You know, the international war on terror, where Rudy says we're going to go on offense for as long as he's president, and he is the only one that has turned an economy around like New York with the great deficits, unemployment, large welfare, and brought it back to the city that it is today.
All right, well, we will be watching, and it is going to be very interesting indeed. Certainly appreciate your comments this morning, Susan Molinari, with the Rudy Giuliani campaign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we have now heard from the Giuliani and Romney campaign. So next up in the newsroom, John McCain's camp. We'll have it for you coming up next hour. 10:20 Eastern Time. Now let's check out the big board. Dow Jones Industrial Averages up about 51 points, resting at 12,435. So we are watching those numbers as well as many other numbers, including the possibility of another interest rate cut. The Fed meeting right now. We are going to learn about the results of that meeting tomorrow. Meanwhile, they survived a natural disaster, but are some Hurricane Katrina survivors now at risk from man-made dangers? We're keeping them honest, and our Sean Calebs is here now with new information about a controversy over FEMA trailers. This involves a little bit of a fight, if you will, between FEMA and the CDC.
Right. The allegation is FEMA knew pretty much right after the storm when they started putting trailers, both mobile homes and travel trailers, big difference, down in the Gulf area, and people began moving in them. It became apparent very early on that there was a possibility of formaldehyde poisoning. Now, formaldehyde is an agency that is used, an agent rather, that is used to preserve wood. Now, FEMA had an entity of the CDC called the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Got all that? Do a study on the short-term effects of living there, because the concern was for FEMA, look, people aren't going to be living in those trailers that long. We want to find out what they're exposed to, what the dangers are, and if we need to move people out of those trailers instantly. Now, what we're looking at now, however, a congressional subcommittee, the Committee on Science and Technology, looked at the notes between FEMA and the CDC, and what congressional investigators are worried about is maybe FEMA asked the CDC to whitewash or not do a long-term study on the long-term effects of living in the FEMA trailers. FEMA says, look, that's not the case. You're talking about apples and oranges, but boy, this is just going to ratchet up the heat on FEMA. And I think more than anything, Heidi, it's an example of how poorly prepared FEMA was to provide help to that region. Everybody who lives there, I've been there more than 2 years now, knew that the big one would put tens of thousands of people out of their homes. Yeah. So what was the answer?
Well, I wonder, because I'm not sure I understand the difference between these travel trailers and the actual FEMA trailers that we had heard so much about, that they had so many of them just sitting around and nobody was really moving into them.
That's a great point, because a travel trailer is a thing you've seen people hook up to the back of their truck, take to the lake for a couple of days. People aren't supposed to live in those for 18 months. It's not supposed to happen. So what you had, whole families living in just a few hundred square feet. They were looking at them right now. Can you imagine a whole family living in that? So what happens? The floor buckles, you expose the plywood to people living in there. And what is an agency used to preserve that plywood? Formaldehyde. Also, the roof on something like that, it's supposed to be caulked periodically. People didn't get a whole lot of advice when they got the FEMA trailer. Here's the best way to take care of the trailer. So that's what we're looking at.
Wow. Well, that's a heck of a story. We will continue to follow that one alongside you. Sean Calebs for us this morning. Thanks, Sean. I want to take a moment to look at some of the most clicked-on videos on CNN.com this morning. A father is sentenced to 4 years in prison for using a high-voltage stun gun on his 18-month-old boy. A prosecutor says the man wanted to make the child tough. The boy is now 2, and he is fine. A parasecurities trader is out of jail. Jerome Kerviel still faces charges in a $7 billion loss at a French bank. And how about being paid to study? Students at 2 Atlanta area schools will be paid to attend tutoring sessions. Sounds pretty good. To see all the most watched stories, go to CNN.com. And while you're there, don't forget to download the CNN Daily Podcast. Just go to CNN.com and click on podcasts. A storm emergency. Winter paralyzes southern China today. Millions of frustrated travelers stranded. See the scene for yourself next.
Live in the CNN newsroom, Heidi Collins.
Good morning once again, everybody. 10:30 Eastern time now. Welcome to the CNN newsroom. Developing this hour, winter wallop in China, the worst in half a century. Dozens of people are dead and thousands are stranded before the start of the Chinese New Year. We want to get the very latest now from CNN's Hugh Rivington by phone in Guangzhou, China. Hugh,
Heidi,
good morning to you.
Yeah, Heidi, I'm standing in a shelter with 50,000 people. It's late at night now. It is pouring with rain outside, very bleak and miserable. This shelter, one of 13 in this city alone, as the south of China and the central areas groan under the strain of millions of people trying to travel for the Chinese New Year, who've been caught up in a terrible winter snowstorm that has swept out. It's the worst storm on record in many areas, certainly in the years of modern recording techniques. The snowfalls, the depths, the temperatures have all been extremely severe, and it's led to scenes with up to 500,000 people trying to crowd into train stations where no trains are coming to pick them up. Some really desperate scenes have been seen here over the last few hours, Heidi.
Wow, it's unbelievable looking at some of these pictures right now. Hugh, what type of warning, what type of forecasting was done? It seems like everyone was absolutely caught by surprise.
I think the weather has been much more severe than anyone could reasonably have expected. And this really creates problems for the Chinese government because there are a lot of things that are essentially being caused by this storm. The most obvious visible thing is the fact that this enormous movement that happens every year of Chinese workers trying to get home for their one real holiday of the year, the Chinese New Year holiday, are being frustrated in being able to do that. But also they've had to ration coal. People are cold, but they can't burn the coal that keeps them warm. Food is not getting through to many of the cities, so that food, it's not so much that there's a starvation issue, but it's just that the prices are going through the roof, and that has led the Chinese premier to issue an almost unprecedented apology to his own people.
My goodness.
I apologize to you all. We're currently trying our best to repair the system. First, we'll fix the electric grid. After that's fixed, the trains will run again. We don't need a lot of time. Then all of you can go home for Chinese New Year.
Now, they know, Heidi, that it is just the fear of some sort of trigger that might get people active, moving en masse on things that might be annoying them, the sorts of irritations that kind of exist and are often suppressed in a place like China, suddenly getting some sort of voice and energy out of a crisis like this. That's why they're being very attentive to try to sort it out as quickly as they can, setting up shelters like the one I'm standing in across southern China, Heidi.
Oh, wow. Hugh, is there any indication, does anyone have any idea where you are when the weather might improve?
Well, really, in the end, this is weather dependent. That's the real critical thing. And the weather forecasts are not good over the next few days. The real China New Year rush really starts this weekend coming up. So there's still going to be a critical issue there of trying to convince people not to travel so that they don't get disappointed, so they're not stuck out in the freezing cold and in the rain, frustrated and angry, trampling people, as we've seen in some of these situations where riot police have been deployed. Beyond that, there is obviously some major infrastructure work that needs to be sorted out so that rail systems don't break down when you have snowstorms. But that's a longer-term thing, certainly, Heidi. The first thing they're going to want to get through is the next few days.
Absolutely. All right, CNN's Hugh Rivington reporting for us from Guangzhou, China. Thank you, Hugh. Concerns over a kidnapped American leads to a rare sight in Afghanistan today. Some 500 Afghan women, many wearing burqas, gathered in a wedding hall in Kandahar. They called on Sid Meisel's captors to release her immediately. It may seem like a small protest compared to mass demonstrations in the in the West, but today's rally was rare for women in this conservative region. One woman said she got permission from her husband to attend. Mizell was kidnapped along with her driver on Saturday. No one has claimed responsibility, and Kandahar's governor says there are no suspects in the case. Mizell has worked for an aid agency in the area for the last 3 years. She's been focusing on projects to help women and families learn to make money. In the Middle East now, resealing the border. Egyptian and Hamas security forces working to repair breaches along the Egyptian-Gazan border. The barbed wire and other barriers meant to slow the traffic of Palestinians into Egypt. Tens of thousands of Gazans crossed over last week after the border breach. They were desperate for medical attention and goods in short supply because of an Israeli blockade of Gaza. The Egyptian-Gaza border is supposed to be jointly maintained by Egypt and the Palestinian Authority, but it had been closed since Hamas took over Gaza and split with the Palestinian Authority last year. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas and Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak are scheduled to hold talks on the situation tomorrow. The road to the White House now leads through Florida today for Republican candidates. Polling places are open, and so is the race to become the party's nominee. Mitt Romney and John McCain are locked in a battle to become the Republican frontrunner. Mike Huckabee has mounted a strong challenge, and Rudy Giuliani has bet big on Florida. He even hinted he could quit if he doesn't win. Here's his bottom line pitch.
Here's the thing to remember. I'm the person that gets things done. I've gotten things done in the past. If I promise you something, we'll do it. We will get it done.
The Democrats don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they're focusing on the battleground states of Super Tuesday. That is 1 week from today. Looking past Florida now, Super Tuesday on the horizon. One state possibly playing the biggest role in sorting out the Republican race. CNN senior political analyst Bill Schneider is part of the best political team on television.
California is all set to play a political role the state hasn't played in years. Kingmaker. 2 weeks ago, the Republican race was up in the air in California. Now, two candidates have made significant gains. John McCain's support has nearly doubled, giving him a solid lead in the Golden State. And Mitt Romney has picked up 10 points, putting him in second place. McCain has a big lead among moderate Republicans.
He's doing very well with those Republicans, for example, who had no trouble voting for Arnold Schwarzenegger. And, Schwarzenegger has always been able to get a majority of the Republican votes.
That's important because only registered Republicans can vote in California's Republican primary. The state party bars registered independents from its primary.
I'm confident that I can get the majority of our conservative base, and the fact that we got a lot of independent votes would also, I hope, motivate some of our conservatives to believe that I'm the best qualified to win the general election.
Right now, McCain and Romney are running neck and neck among conservatives in California. The system for winning delegates in California might actually help Romney.
Whichever candidate gets a plurality in each of the 53 congressional districts gets 3 delegates. It makes no difference if you're dealing in Nancy Pelosi's congressional district that has 30,000 Republicans, or you have an Orange County congressional district that has 300,000.
It's 53 separate Republican primaries with a prize of 3 delegates in each. Romney may be the only Republican with the resources to run a campaign in all of them. Among California Republicans, Romney is rated slightly ahead of McCain on handling the economy. McCain has a solid lead on national security. And here's the surprise. Among Republicans in California, a border state, McCain is rated better than Romney on illegal immigration. Bill Schneider, CNN, Washington.
Beginning tomorrow night, the candidates face off in the California debates, the last debates before Super Tuesday. Wednesday, it's the Republicans. Thursday, the Democrats. You can see both here Wednesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on CNN, your home for politics. All this week, CNN is bringing you special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. You can watch the CNN Ballot Bowl today at noon Eastern. The battle for big-name endorsements.
Now that Sylvester Stallone has endorsed me, I'm sending over to take care of Chuck Norris right away.
High stakes in the presidential race. Iraq, important to Florida voters today, but do the Republican frontrunners really disagree about the war? CNN's Brian Todd explains.
In a razor's edge race in Florida, John McCain and Mitt Romney counterpunch on Iraq. A comment from Romney in an interview with ABC's Good Morning America last April, now getting picked apart. The question, do you believe there should be a timetable to pull U.S. troops out?
The president and Prime Minister al-Maliki have to have a series of timetables and milestones that they speak about, but those shouldn't be for public pronouncement. You want to have a series of things you want to see accomplished in terms of the strength of the Iraqi military and the Iraqi police and the leadership of the Iraqi government.
For McCain, that means one thing.
Governor Romney wanted to set a date for withdrawal, similar to what the Democrats are seeking, which would have led to a victory by al-Qaeda, in my view.
Romney calls that misleading and dishonest.
Those are the same kind of timetables we're dealing with right now. For instance, in bringing our troop strength down by July, we bring down by 5 brigades. Timetables and milestones are what, of course, you have as you manage a particular setting. But I've never said that we should have a date certain to withdraw. He knows it.
There doesn't seem to be much daylight between them on how to move forward. Both candidates have spoken about political and security benchmarks for the Iraqis to reach. Both say they don't tie those to troop withdrawal. Both candidates favor maintaining a U.S. troop presence in Iraq, although not necessarily at the current levels. McCain has talked about the possibility of a lengthy commitment like in Germany or Japan. Romney believes that should be determined by consulting commanders on the ground.
I think McCain has this vision of staying there for a very, very long time that's a little bit different from Romney's. Romney has never embraced the idea that the war was a good idea in retrospect, knowing what we know now.
On the troop surge in Iraq, McCain favored that long before it was even proposed and took heat for it. Romney supported the surge when it was announced, but just a few weeks before that, when asked in an interview with the publication Human Events if he favored sending in more troops, he said, "I'm not going to weigh in. I'm still a governor." Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
For more on the presidential candidates and their next stops, go to cnnpolitics.com. It's your one-stop shop for all things political. We've been reporting for months and months about the growing number of people who have lost homes due to foreclosure. Now we have the hard numbers, and they are staggering. Susan Lasovich is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with the details. Susan, boy, 75% spike in 2007.
Yes, and you know what goes along with that is 405,000 homes that people just lost last year. They went into foreclosure. That is a terrible number, and that is the 75% that you're talking about for total foreclosure activity. Everything from auction sale notices to bank repossessions shooting up 75% from one year over the other. California, the hardest hit state, followed by Michigan and Nevada. But in Nevada, the percentage of people losing their homes was actually twice California's. So we're talking the number was greater in California. It's a much bigger state with population-wise. But in Nevada, there was so much speculation. Think about how hot Las Vegas was, how much growth you saw there, and Nevada particularly hard hit. Realty Track is the organization compiling these numbers. What it does is it tracks foreclosures online. It says more than 1%, Heidi, of all U.S. households last year were in some sort of foreclosure activity, and it could be worse this year because you saw the deterioration. December of 07 was so much worse than 06. Brace yourselves, we're not out of it yet, Heidi.
Boy, it doesn't sound like it. What about, though, Susan, the president's plan to freeze rates for subprime lenders? Isn't that going to help?
Well, there's certainly a lot of talk, and there is a lot of discussion as to whether it will help. And there is an advocacy group, a large advocacy group, the Center for Responsible Lending, which says, no, it actually really won't help. It says that plan will only help 3% of subprime borrowers, which would translate into about 118,000 homes. It says a better plan is actually to let bankruptcy judges set rates. It says that would save 600,000 homes. Now, the Mortgage Bankers Association disputes those figures. It says more than half of subprime borrowers refinance before rates reset. It says that that the advocacy group plan made things harder, would make things harder for borrowers. A congressional committee meets this afternoon to discuss that very issue. In the meantime, there's more fallout from the housing mess countrywide, which has been at the center of it as one of the nation's largest mortgage lenders, posting a wider than expected quarterly loss of more than $400 million. Stocks in the meantime, however, are making, well, it's a mixed performance, making some gains, but we're talking modest gains. The Federal Reserve holding the first of its two-day meeting today on interest rates. That's pretty much the major story of the week, but there's a lot going on. We did get a good number, surprisingly good number on big ticket orders. It's called durable goods. Everything's from laptop computers and toasters, TV sets to jet planes, to jets, posting better than 5% rise. So that was good news. The numbers right now, pretty good too. We've got some positive momentum from yesterday's triple-digit gains from the Dow. The Dow is up 50 points. The NASDAQ is down 4 points, but pretty quiet here, not surprisingly.
Yeah, it sounds very quiet, actually, behind you there. Everyone must be whispering, Susan.
Well, you wait until 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Boy, 2:15. Yeah. This place is like a tomb. It's really remarkable.
Yeah. All right, Susan, thanks so much. We'll check back a little bit later on. Great, thank you. Everybody in the pool, the endorsement pool, that is. Here now, CNN's Jeannie Mose.
Ted Kennedy may have been delivered to the Obama camp. This isn't the campiest endorsement. How about actress Scarlett Johansson joking she's engaged to Obama when asked about her real boyfriend? Or a fashion designer like Kimora Lee Simmons, better known for how she dresses, and for addressing political issues, endorsing Hillary Clinton. There's Kevin Bacon trying to bring home the bacon for John Edwards. I'm cutting it loose. Talk about footloose. Performer John Mayer seemed loose all over, arguing with actor Justin Long about Mayer's favorite candidate, Ron Paul.
Ron Paul. I'm talking about Ron Paul. Not RuPaul. Ron Paul.
RuPaul's only platform is the kind you wear on your feet. Of course, there was Oprah's endorsement of Obama and his payback campaign promise delivered on Letterman.
3 words. Vice President Oprah.
Yeah. Of course, the campiest endorsements of them all pitted Rambo against Chuck Norris. Chuck is for Huck, but when Norris suggested McCain is so old he could die in office.
I'm just afraid that the vice president will wind up taking over.
McCain called in reinforcements.
Now that Sylvester Stallone has endorsed me, I'm sending over to take care of Chuck Norris right away.
The opposite of Rambo's is Toni Morrison's endorsement. The African-American writer who first called Bill Clinton America's first black president has now endorsed the guy who really would be the first black president if he won. There are those who proudly opt for the anti-endorsement. Rudy put out this web ad.
Rudy Giuliani is not endorsed by the Tampa Tribune. He's not endorsed by any of the liberal newspapers.
And then there's the endorsement from beyond the grave. You know how the Republicans are always invoking Ronald Reagan? Well, guess who the Kennedy clan endlessly invoked?
President Kennedy.
President Kennedy.
And John Kennedy.
In the days of John and Robert Kennedy.
When my father was president.
As we had with my uncle.
Portraits of John and Robert.
Cross-dressing is one thing, but if all this cross-endorsing keeps up, cartoonist Jeff Danziger may turn out to be prophetic with his Monica endorses Obama. Jeannie Mose, CNN, New York.
A cashier one-ups a robber. He walks out during the stick-up.
Andrew, back up, back up, back up.
The uncooperative clerk in the newsroom. A new arrest warrant for a Marine accused of murder. This one from Mexican officials. A cousin of fugitive Marine Corporal Cesar Lorien says he saw him near Guadalajara, Mexico earlier this month. His whereabouts right now are not known. Lorien is wanted for the murder of pregnant Marine Maria Lauterbach. Her body was found buried behind Lorien's home in North Carolina. The arrest warrant means Mexican authorities are now authorized to follow leads and attempt to apprehend Lorien. Authorities in Miami say it was a miracle no one else was hurt. A cab fell at least 30 feet from an overpass onto a highway during rush hour. The cab driver survived and was taken to a hospital. Officers described what happened.
according to witnesses, loses control and basically pinballs on the expressway, knocked from guardrail to guardrail.
The speed was too fast for that particular ramp. I've seen several crashes in this exact location. Sometimes they turn out like this, and sometimes they turn out fatal.
The officer said the driver's life was probably saved because the cab landed on its wheels, but the driver's luck may have run out. He faces a reckless driving charge. It is his 33rd citation since 1995. Call him brave or maybe something else. A store clerk confronted by an armed robber. What the clerk did may surprise you. John Borsa of affiliate WKBW has more.
It happens in an instant. A man walks into the 7-Eleven store on Sheridan Drive and purchases a scratch-off lotto ticket. As soon as the cash register door opens, the armed man immediately demands cash and displays a weapon, a small handgun. But the store clerk is not cooperating. In fact, he's doing the opposite, fighting with the gunman, refusing to hand over any cash.
So I wouldn't exactly call it a fight, but he made it a little more difficult for our would-be robber here to get away with what he was looking for.
Despite repeated threats to his life, the store clerk continues to give the suspect a hard time. At one point, he closes the cash register drawer and walks out of the store, leaving the suspect to fend for himself.
The clerk tried closing the drawer, walking away from the area. A lot of things I wouldn't recommend most of the time.
Eventually, the suspect rips the till right from under the counter and leaves with half the cash register under his arm. The take, just $50.
No one was hurt. It is the second armed robbery, though, in the town in a week. Police are looking for any possible links. Florida's Cuban Americans, long a stronghold for Republicans, but they may be losing their grit. CNN's John Zarrella has a story.
In Miami's Little Havana, the cup was always filled with Republican votes. But for some, it doesn't taste quite as good as it used to.
We have been made a lot of promises by the Republican Party. They come here, they say, viva la libertad, down with Fidel Castro, and then they ignore us.
These Democrats that are out there hiding because they don't want to come out. We need to bring them out.
At a Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida meeting, they talk of getting out the vote. The simple fact there's a meeting at all says a lot. Cuban Americans blamed President Kennedy and the Democrats for the failure nearly 50 years ago of the Bay of Pigs invasion aimed at overthrowing Castro. Ever since, they have voted overwhelmingly Republican. That was reinforced when Elian Gonzalez was sent back to Cuba during Bill Clinton's presidency. If you are a Cuban American, it was sacrilege to be anything but. Millie Herrera says in the past, she was harassed for daring to be different.
I will not cede ground to anybody. I will not accept anybody to tell me that I am less patriotic or less beloved of Cuban American and Cuban freedom just because I'm a Democrat.
The Cuban American National Foundation, a rock-solid ally of the Republican Party since the Reagan era, is no longer handing out automatic support.
Our community have been changing our outlook toward the Republican Party because of the failure of this administration to really provide some of the promises.
For decades, nearly every Republican candidate and president played to the audience, vowing to bring a free Cuba, and for good reason. Census figures show 1.5 million Hispanic voters in Florida. 36% of them, 540,000, are Cuban American. The majority are registered Republicans, and political observers say they'll probably stick with the GOP in the general election. But Democrats sense an opening. Bottom line, if the Republican nominee wants that cup filled with votes again, he may, for the first time in 50 years, have to work for them. John Zarrella, CNN, Miami.
Good morning, everybody. You're with CNN. Hi there, I'm Heidi Collins. Developments keep coming into the CNN newsroom on Tuesday, the 29th of January. Here's what's on the rundown. Republicans counting on Florida. Will the state propel a candidate to front-runner status? Voting underway right now. Mobs with machetes. Kenya falls into a new round of bloodletting. Our Nick Robertson, live from Africa. Healthcare reform in a war zone. Baghdad's best medical care ranks among the world's worst. Hospital hardships in the newsroom. Sun, sand, surf, and a potential springboard to the Republican nomination. Polling places are open in Florida for today's presidential primary. The state that decided the presidency in 2000 could have a big say in choosing the Republican nominee today. John McCain and Mitt Romney are fighting to become the party's clear frontrunner. They're facing a strong challenge from Mike Huckabee. And this will be a critical day for Rudy Giuliani. He bet big on Florida, even hinting he could drop out if he doesn't win. The Democrats don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they are focusing on the battleground states of Super Tuesday 1 week from today. Let's get to the front lines now of the GOP's fight for Florida. CNN's Dan Lothian is at a polling place in Orlando. So, Dan, how are things looking now?
Well, Heidi, we still see a steady stream of voters showing up here at this Presbyterian Church, a polling place in Orlando, Florida. Not as many people as we saw sort of the pre-work hours. Everyone would come and vote before they headed off to work. No doubt it will pick up as we see the lunchtime hour approaching. But they're expecting across the state to have very strong voter turnout, in particular because of that heated race you're talking about on the Republican side between Senator John McCain and Governor Mitt Romney. They really have been going at each other over the last couple of days leading up to the primary. McCain pointing out that Romney is a flip-flopper on a lot of key issues. Romney pointing out that McCain and some of his issues are comparable to those of what he said were liberal Democrats. Now, McCain, who was at a polling place in St. Pete with the governor of Florida this morning, was asked about this contentious battle between the two leading Republicans, and he described it this way. He says it looks like, quote, Sunday school picnic compared to the Democrats. But he also pointed out that he thought this all could be blamed on Mitt Romney. Here's what he had to say about that.
Governor Romney has attacked literally all of us. Mayor Giuliani and I haven't attacked each other. Governor Huckabee and I haven't attacked each other. Fred Thompson and I didn't attack each other. Ron Paul and I haven't attacked each other. It's only been Governor Romney who decides to attack opponents when he thinks that they are moving up and succeeding. I mean, that's just the way he campaigns. It's just a matter of record.
Now, Romney would point out that he's just pointing out the facts when he is attacking Senator McCain. As for Rudy Giuliani, this was supposed to be his special day in the Sunshine State. He had spent so much time here in Florida. This was essentially what he was using to be his springboard, a win here, a springboard to Super Tuesday and beyond. He pointed out that whoever won the primary here would get the nomination. But of course, he's running third in the polls. He was at a diner in Miami Beach this morning. He still seemed upbeat, and when he was asked about what his chances were and what would happen if he didn't do well here tonight, he says, I still think that I can win. So he's still showing a lot of confidence, but certainly it's going to be a difficult road for him because he spent a lot of dollars, millions of dollars here in the state of Florida, and was really hoping to do well. And at least if you follow the polls, that does not appear to be the case. Probably will not happen. But he did say that he is planning on heading out to California to take part in the Republican debate. Of course, all of that could change depending on what happens here. Heidi?
And we will be watching very closely. Thanks so much, Dan Lothian from Orlando this morning. So we have heard from the Giuliani and the Romney campaigns. Next up in the newsroom, John McCain's camp. We're going to have this coming up live in the hour. Democrats looking to Super Tuesday. CNN's Jim Acosta is in Blackwood, New Jersey. He's at a Bill Clinton event. It's scheduled to begin very shortly. So, Jim, it looks like a lot of fans of the former president are there behind you. Are they excited about Hillary Clinton as well?
Absolutely. Both Clintons know how to fire up a crowd, and Bill Clinton should be here at any minute. And actually, we're starting to hear some cheers now, so he may be stepping up onto the stage shortly. But Bill Clinton is campaigning in New Jersey, a Super Tuesday state, after a tough couple of days for his wife's campaign. There was a loss in South Carolina. And the former president was blamed in part by some Democrats for that defeat because some of those sharply worded negative attacks against Barack Obama. Some Democrats saying that may have prompted Ted Kennedy to go and endorse Barack Obama. But yesterday, when Hillary Clinton was campaigning in Massachusetts, she telegraphed what may be a new tactic for the campaign, taking the focus off of her rival Barack Obama and putting it back on the Bush administration, which is always a crowd pleaser for Democrats.
I don't know about you, but when this administration started way back in 2001, I spent a lot of time yelling at my TV set. And then I thought, well, wait a minute, I'm in the Senate. I've got to do better than that. But really, you couldn't make up a lot of the stuff they've done. Who would believe it? You know, taking that balanced budget and that surplus, turning it into deficit and debt again, getting us into so many problems around the world. And then when the vice president shot that guy in the face, I thought that was it. What more can happen?
Now, speaking of Hillary Clinton, she has just released a statement from her campaign saying that she expects to announce a major endorsement coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll wait and see what she says there. But in the meantime, some people are wondering whether or not Bill Clinton is going to take a less visible role in the campaign. Well, obviously, this event puts some of that to rest. But take a look at his schedule coming up, or take a listen to his schedule coming up. He's going to Ohio and then to Barack Obama's home state of Illinois. So it's clear that Bill Clinton loves this stuff too much to take sort of a backbench role when it comes to campaigning for his wife. He's going to be out there just as much as he has been from all indications, Heidi.
Well, that's certainly the way it looks. All right, CNN's Jim Acosta coming to us from Blackwood, New Jersey this morning. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. And all this week, CNN is bringing you special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. Next hour, in fact, you can watch the CNN Ballot Bowl. It's all this week at noon Eastern, only here on CNN. The House is set to vote later today on a $150 billion plan to give the economy a shot in the arm. It includes rebates for many of you and tax breaks to businesses. Last night in his State of the Union address, President Bush called on Congress to take quick action.
The temptation will be to load up the bill. That would delay it or derail it, and neither option is acceptable. This is a good agreement that will keep our economy growing and our people working, and this Congress must pass it as soon as possible.
The Senate takes up its own version of the stimulus package tomorrow with changes and add-ons that could put senators on a collision course with the president. Severe weather leaving a mess and snarling travel literally around the globe. A cyclone strikes Fiji, killing at least 6 people. Winds up to 88 miles per hour ripped the roofs off hundreds of homes, and flooding already a problem. Dozens of deaths in China blamed on a snowstorm. We heard from our Hugh Remington on the devastation just a short time ago. It's described now as the worst winter weather there in half a century. Icy roads making travel difficult. Hundreds of thousands of travelers are stranded at train stations. Several power plants running out of fuel. And a volcano in Mexico sends out a plume of smoke and steam. The volcano southeast of Mexico City has been intermittently erupting for the past 4 years. The Midwest, in this country anyway, feeling the freeze. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is live in the Severe Weather Center now with more on that. St. Louis we're looking at now.
Yeah, and you know what? They're not feeling the freeze yet, but if you're not, you will soon. I love this picture. I mean, almost as pretty as that picture of the volcano. There's the Gateway Arch. KSDK is our affiliate. Take a look. Currently it's 63 degrees. Isn't that beautiful? Just makes you want to go out, walk the dog, take a jog, what have you. Tonight's low temperature in St. Louis will get down to 14. So rapidly dropping temperatures. That's the main weather story across the Midwest and the northern tier. For instance, it is currently 46 degrees in Chicago. That's the actual temperature. Meanwhile, the actual temperature, not including wind chill, is -2 in Sioux Falls. And I'm going to move the map ahead, hopefully, and get to that. All right, so we have blizzard warnings out and also winter storm warnings posted for a good chunk of Chicago to Milwaukee, but it shouldn't snow all that much. The big story is going to be the cold and the big-time winds. Want to show you what's going on right now on I-90, which is right there. We're looking at an avalanche that has just occurred. And I-90 over Snoqualmie Pass is now shut down between milepost 47 and milepost 80. Here's the Department of Transportation camera right there on the mountain at the pass. You can see there's not a whole lot of traffic there. So an avalanche has shut down I-90 right now until further notice, and there are avalanche warnings posted for the Cascades and the Olympic Mountains today, with more rain and snow pounding the Pacific Northwest. It'll hit the north part of California as well, all the way down to San Francisco. Shouldn't get a whole lot more south of that. And here's a little sliver of snow that is really the leading edge of that cold, cold air that's going to pound the northern tier. To the south and east of it, maybe some severe weather as well. So we're getting all sorts of weather, and we've just now added avalanche, although it's not really weather, it's weather related to the mix. So China has its headaches for sure.
Boy.
We've got them here in the U.S.
Yeah, that is an unbelievable story in China. We are going to be keeping an eye on it with our correspondent there, Hugh Remington. He's actually at one of those train stations where everybody's sitting around.
The number of people affected is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, because of the Chinese New Year.
Right.
Unreal. All right, Rob, thanks so much.
Okay.
Unfolding overseas this hour, new outrage in Kenya. More people take to the streets with machetes after the killing of an opposition lawmaker. A live update ahead.
Covering the angles, uncovering the details. See for yourself in the CNN Newsroom.
A desperate situation this morning in Kenya. Peace talks are underway, but mobs carrying machetes are threatening to push the country into chaos. CNN senior international correspondent Nick Robertson is in Nairobi, Kenya now. So, Nick, what's the latest on these peace efforts?
Well, we've just had a meeting by the president, or between the president here and the leader of the opposition. The meeting was quite cordial. They were both seen drinking tea together. The body language was formal, not friendly, but the language, perhaps the diplomatic language behind it, and of course these two leaders have been brought together by the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. The diplomatic language behind it, if you will, is not promising. At least that's what analysts here are saying at the moment. Kofi Annan had asked both these leaders to propose a negotiating team. We've proposed a number of members for that negotiating team. The assessment is here that both the president and the leader of the opposition have proposed quite hardline members of their teams, and that's an indication here that perhaps these talks are not going to go too quickly this time, Heidi.
All right, CNN's Nick Robertson reporting for us live now after he has made his way to Nairobi, Kenya. Nick, we know you'll be watching the situation there. Now to news affecting your health. A strenuous workout, a robust drink. Put them together for a healthier heart? Well, that's the findings of a new study. I talked about it earlier with CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
They've known for some time that moderate amounts of alcohol, nothing crazy here, can actually be good for your heart. The question was how good and how much alcohol are we talking about here specifically? So researchers in Denmark took this a step further and tried to answer that very question, trying to establish just how much risk reduction do you get from drinking, exercising, and maybe even both together. Take a look at some of the numbers there. First of all, your highest risk is if you do nothing. You don't drink at all and you don't exercise at all. Look at the next number, though. 50% lower risk if you're a moderate drinker, 1 to 2 drinks a day, and you exercise. 30% lower if you just exercise, and 30% lower if you just drink. So actually, drinking does confer some benefit all by itself. We've known that for some time, but this idea that you can add those two things together and get the greatest benefit. Good news, very popular column, I should add as well.
Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is. But that is amazing, though, because I think that it said 1 to 2 drinks a day is perceived as a moderate drinker. I don't want to get off course here, but yeah, that seems like a lot.
Yeah, two drinks for men and 1 drink for women. That's how they define moderate for the purpose of this study.
Okay. So explain to us exactly what happens when your body is drinking or exercising. We know about the anticoagulation, right?
Right. The anticoagulation from alcohol, a really important thing, but what, sort of the holy grail, if you will, in preventing heart disease is raising your levels of good cholesterol. It's called HDL. How do you raise those levels up? Pharmaceutical companies have been researching this. People are really trying to figure this out. We know that exercise can do it, and we also know that drinking can do it. And now we know, at least as a result of this study, that it's additive.
And one other thing worth mentioning, age matters. The study found no evidence that alcohol helps the heart until age 45 or 50. To get your daily dose of health news online, log on to our website. You'll find the latest medical news, a health library, and information on diet and fitness. The address, cnn.com/health. On call to see the worst of war.
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell. Image of the doctor.
A doctor who's kept his oath in the midst of war. In the newsroom. Republican candidates on the stump in Florida. Leaders of some of those campaigns on the record with CNN. 4 campaigns joining us in the newsroom today. Right now, it's Mike Huckabee's turn. So joining us from that camp, Tim Hutchinson, who serves as senior campaign advisor. Tim, nice to see you. Thanks for being with us today.
Glad to be with you, Heidi.
As you well know, Governor Huckabee won big in Iowa, but it kind of seems like it's been downhill since then. What is the campaign focusing on now?
Well, of course, the big prizes are Super Tuesday, and Governor Huckabee is leading in 6 states in the polls right now on Super Tuesday. Has been splitting time between Florida and Tennessee and Alabama and Georgia, so we feel very, very good. He's still second nationally in the polls, very close to Senator McCain in the national polls, and second in delegate count. So we feel very good about where the campaign is and optimistic about how things are going to go as we look at Super Tuesday.
All right, but what about today? What about the primary in Florida?
Well, of course, the polls don't look particularly good, but the governor has a strong base of support. He's got a lot of very dedicated and loyal workers out there. And I think, well, we're not predicting any kind of win. I think he'll do better than expected. But the big prizes, once again, much bigger prizes. Georgia has far more delegates than Florida. The big prizes are going to be next week, and that's where we feel especially good about the governor's prospects.
Let's talk about the financial situation of the campaign for just a moment. We know that he's cut back on advertising a bit. Some staffers are now working without pay. Is some of this sort of pointing towards the downturn in what we have seen in the polls?
Well, no, not really. You know, after the second place finish in South Carolina, I was personally amazed to see how the money kept coming in. They've raised millions of dollars since the South Carolina second place finish. And so these supporters are very dedicated. These donors are very dedicated, coming in over the internet, through the mail. And so while the Huckabee campaign, those who are not, or who are volunteering their time, is really more of, I think, an indication of their dedication than a lack of funding to pay those. They wanted to put the money into the media, and they now have we have a national media buy to get that exposure across all the states for Super Tuesday. So this campaign can run a very lean operation, much more so than, you know, a campaign where you could, the candidate can write a personal check to keep it going. So okay. I think this guerrilla operation is being very effective.
All right. Well, if we call it a lean operation, it is interesting to look at what type of TV announcements and commercials, if you will, you're running. In Florida, you've chosen to run one that talks about calling an end to the IRS. If funds are tight, why would that be the issue that the campaign would choose to run in the state of Florida?
Well, there are few institutions of government more of greater concern to the American people than the IRS. And of course, the fair tax proposal, which really resonates with working people, whom the governor has a special appeal to, you know, would eliminate the IRS and establish a sales tax that would, I think, be a far simpler and a far fairer tax program for the American people. So that, I think, has had great appeal in all of the states where the governor has campaigned, and certainly with retirees in Florida, the military in Florida. That is a message that we want to get out. So that the governor's appeal is far greater than just the social conservatives that we often hear about.
Okay, well, as you have already mentioned, Super Tuesday, it's exactly 1 week away. The game plan for tackling those states?
Well, there are a number of states, as I said, 6 states where we're in the lead: Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Missouri, Oklahoma, West Virginia. He's very competitive. And the governor's going to be making hopscotching all across those states, very strong grassroots, picking up state right-to-life endorsements, one state after another, which I think is really going to help in the grassroots operation for Governor Huckabee.
Tim Hutchinson is a senior campaign advisor for the Huckabee campaign. Appreciate your time here very much. Thanks, you. Heidi. We've heard now from the Giuliani, Romney, and Huckabee campaigns. So coming up next in the newsroom, we will hear from John McCain's camp. Stick around.
Live in the CNN newsroom, Heidi Collins.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Heidi Collins. Unfolding this hour, a snow emergency, the worst in China in half a century. Dozens of people are dead and thousands are stranded before the start of the Chinese New Year. I want to get an update now. Our Hugh Rivington is on the phone with us this morning from Guangzhou, China. So, Hugh, tell us what things look like now where you are.
It's just gone midnight here, Heidi, and there are hundreds of thousands of people sleeping rough again tonight, or sleeping in hastily arranged government shelters, because so many hundreds of thousands of people have been trying to travel for the Chinese New Year, but having simply no luck. They've been turning up at train stations like the one where I'm in Guangzhou, a major city in southern China, to find no trains are running to the places where they want to go. The main lines between this key southern hub and the capital, Beijing, have been pretty much cut off now for days. People have got nowhere to go. They've been literally sleeping rough in the streets in some cases, still determined to try to make a train, should one ever turn up, that'll take them home to see family for this once-a-year New Year holiday, Heidi.
Hugh, I just wonder, by looking at some of this video here, and certainly the video that we're showing of the crowds, you think of vacation, you think of children. Are there several children amongst all of these people as well?
Oh, there are several children, all right. I mean, you definitely see them. One thing which does make traveling in China a little different, say, to the United States, other parts of the world, is that the one child policy here means that you do tend to see fewer children than you might see in the United States and other parts of the world. However, they're there with their families, but also in many cases these are workers. Workers have migrated away from their home provinces to seek their little stake in the Chinese economic revolution, working in factories, etc. They're separated from their wives and their children. Often they're women separated from their children and their husbands. That's why it's so important for them to try to cram onto trains to get home for this one time of the year, and why there's so much desperation. It's not just a travel problem. They're running out of coal. It's freezing cold. They've got coal rationing going on in 17 provinces. That's going to make people feel pretty grumpy, as they can't even get warm. Also, food is not getting to many of the cities, and that's bumping up food prices in a number of the key cities across China.
It's overall a horrible situation. But as you stand there in this crisis where you are now, is there any sort of organization? Are there government authorities, police, or aid relief workers walking around?
Yeah, I mean, certainly one thing about China is that it is a centralized governmental system. It believes in big government, and so there have been riot police deployed around the train stations. They've laid on emergency shelters. They've got lots of officials around trying to make it work. They don't have much in the way of infrastructure to make this all that comfortable, but they are aware that if there was to be a lot of huge public disquiet arising out of this, then that might pose a threat to the government of Beijing. There's been a personal apology from the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao. They know the stakes are high. They've got to try to make people feel that they're being looked after, even though they're in pretty miserable circumstances for the next few days.
It is an incredible story. You're doing a great job with it, too. We appreciate it. CNN international correspondent Hugh Remington coming to us from Guangzhou, China today. We'll keep our eye on that story, certainly. Now to Baghdad. It's one of Baghdad's best, but the conditions at this hospital show why Iraq's health care remains in critical condition. CNN's Arwa Damon reports.
Just a few months ago, the bulk of Baghdad's casualties came through the doors of the emergency ward at Yarmouk Hospital. A time when those saving lives risked losing theirs.
Many times, wounded military people or militias come in here with guns, and they threaten us or they abuse us verbally or physically. And we are sometimes some doctors have been shot at.
The majority of Iraq's doctors fled the violence, but Dr. Mohammed stayed, fulfilling the dream of his childhood.
It was the image of the doctor that I liked when I was a child, as in white coat. I used to go to a pediatrician when I was a child. He always gave me a lollipop when he finished examining me. But I like this idea very much.
As always, here in Baghdad, with the good comes the bad.
I see some improvements, but the government has many issues, so I think they put us on the last of the list.
Even by Baghdad standards, this hospital ranks among the best. Electricity isn't an issue, thanks to a dedicated line from the power plant. And if that fails, there are 6 generators. But it's medical equipment and supplies that are lacking. And the water quality leaves much to be desired.
Security, although much better, still does remain a problem. Things like roadside bombs can shut the streets down for hours. For example, this is our second attempt to try to get here. On the first one, quite simply, the roads were all blocked off, and to try to get patients to the hospital, emergency staff had to walk 500 meters down the road with stretchers to bring them in.
The hospital director, Dr. Haqqi, says the health ministry is trying to deal with problems it can control, but wants improvements faster.
Still, we always tell our people that you must be always ready to any flare-up of the situation.
The memory of hardships the hospital once endured are still very fresh.
Did you ever imagine when you were going through medical school that you would see everything you've seen over the last few years?
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell. So I didn't imagine. I didn't imagine that, ever.
Arwa Damon, CNN, Baghdad.
Sun, sand, surf, and a potential springboard to the Republican nomination. Polling places are open in Florida now for today's presidential primary. The state that decided the presidency in 2000 could have a big say in choosing the Republican nominee today. John McCain and Mitt Romney are fighting to become the party's clear frontrunner. They're facing a strong challenge from Mike Huckabee, and this will be a critical day for Rudy Giuliani. He bet big on Florida, even hinting he could drop out if he doesn't win. The Democrats, though, don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they are focusing on battleground states of Super Tuesday, 1 week from today. In fact, when I take you to Blackwood, New Jersey, now we've been waiting for this event to begin. You see the former President Bill Clinton there on the campus of Camden County College. He, of course, is attending this event on behalf of his wife. The Solutions for America rally, it comes just a couple of days after, as you well know, Barack Obama won an easy victory over Hillary Clinton in the South Carolina primary. So now, lots of talk about Bill Clinton. He was pretty critical of Obama, a tactic that some people are saying may have cost his wife some votes. Again, coming to us from Blackwood, New Jersey this morning. So far today, we have heard from Mitt Romney's campaign and Rudy Giuliani's. So now the presidential bid of John McCain. James Woolsey is an advisor to the McCain campaign. He is also former director of the CIA. Welcome to the program. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Heidi. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Just want to ask you right off the top here, how important is today when we are looking ahead to Super Tuesday?
I think it's an extremely important day. Florida is an extremely important state, and those of us who are working with him very much hope that John McCain wins this.
Well, you know, Mitt Romney, of course, came out swinging as Senator John McCain yesterday. I wanted you to listen with me, if you would, to something that he said, and we'll get your comment.
He's known for some things which frankly are not conservative Republican kind of movements, but instead would have pulled the nation to the left. And I just don't think that those liberal answers are what America's looking for, not for the Republican Party or for any party for that matter.
How do you respond to that criticism?
Well, I think John McCain's a conservative Republican. He has been ever since he's been in public life. I've known him for 31 years. He deals with some issues straightforwardly that a lot of candidates like to dance around. For example, some folks are in favor of ethanol subsidies when they're in Iowa, but not when they're not in Iowa. And John McCain says the same thing across the board. I think that Governor Romney's coming out strongly here because he really got caught up on something. Last April 3rd on network television, and just as the surge was beginning, which John McCain has advocated now for 3.5 years, Governor Romney was asked whether or not he favored a timetable for withdrawal. And he said, well, I favor timetables. He didn't say for withdrawal in his sentence, but that was the question. He said, I favor timetables, but they ought to be secret between the U.S. and the Iraqi government. And then he went on to say, if we were driving toward the Rhine in World War II, and we had a timetable we'd worked out with the Russians, presumably for going home, he said, for going home, we shouldn't have communicated it to the Germans. You know, that's just an extraordinarily naive statement. It's not cutting and running, I think, advocating. It's sort of cutting and dancing around. But it's talking out of both sides of your mouth, and John McCain doesn't do that.
And we had heard the senator talking quite a bit about those very comments over the weekend on several different programs. But back to the question about, because it's not the first time that Senator McCain has been criticized or at least questioned about his conservatism. Is it something that the campaign is paying attention to?
Well, I believe so. I work more on energy and related issues than I do on campaign tactics. That's not my long suit. But John McCain has a well over 80% lifetime rating from various conservative organizations for his votes in the Senate and the House before. He's not 100%. It's well over 80%. He's a very solid conservative individual, and
right.
I think he'd make a very fine president.
But if we're talking about the independent vote, because a lot of people really are looking at the independent vote, because they say that it is exactly what brought victory to him, at least in New Hampshire and South Carolina. Obviously, that is not going to be the case in Florida, simply because independents cannot vote there. So is that something that the campaign is now talking about?
Well, he does well with independents and with some Democrats, and as he puts it, he would like to have the support of the vegetarians and the Trotskyites, too. He has a broad appeal because he is an independent-minded man, and he calls it like he sees it. And, you know, I think a lot of people vote for president not because they agree with the candidate on each and every issue, but because of his character and because he's willing to stand up for what he thinks is right and doesn't talk out of both sides of his mouth. And whether he was being tortured in Vietnam in prison in order to keep from being released early so he wouldn't damage the morale of his buddies in prison, or whether he's talking straight about corn-based ethanol in Iowa, this is a man who calls it like he sees it, and what you see is what you get.
Well, we appreciate your time here on his behalf. Certainly, James Woolsey, advisor to the John McCain campaign and former CIA director. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
From Iraq now to Phoenix in a flash. An airman is Super Bowl bound. How he got there? Ahead. A new arrest warrant for a Marine accused of murder. This one from Mexican officials. A cousin of fugitive Marine Corporal Cesar Lorian says he saw him near Guadalajara, Mexico earlier this month. His whereabouts right now are not known. Lorian is wanted for the murder of pregnant Marine Maria Lauterbach. Her body was found buried behind Lorian's home in North Carolina. The arrest warrant means Mexican authorities are now authorized to follow leads and attempt to apprehend Lorian. Concern over a kidnapped American leads to a rare sight in Afghanistan today. Some 500 Afghan women, many of them wearing burqas, gathered in a wedding hall in Kandahar. They called on Sid Meisel's captors to release her immediately. It may seem like a small protest compared to mass demonstrations in the West, but today's rally was rare for women in this conservative region. One woman said she got permission from her husband to attend. Meisel was kidnapped along with her driver on Saturday. No one has claimed responsibility, and Kandahar's governor says there are no suspects in the case. Meisel has worked for an aid agency in the area for the last 3 years. She's been focusing on projects to help women and families learn to make money. And in the business headlines this morning, Walmart is borrowing a plan from Washington to help stimulate spending. Susan Lesovich is at the New York Stock Exchange now with details on this. Hi there, Susan.
Hi, Heidi. Only a retailer the size of Walmart would have the nerve to say this, that it's developed its own economic stimulus plan. No, you won't get a check in the mail, but Walmart says it will roll back prices this week from 10 to 30% on groceries, electronics, and other home-related products. Walmart used a similarly aggressive price-cutting strategy this holiday season, and while other retailers like Target saw sales declines, Walmart has been able to do pretty well in a tough retailing environment. It's also the days leading up to Super Bowl when a lot of people typically buy things, so they sit around the tube all day. So the timing is perhaps not a coincidence here either, Heidi.
They sell couches there at Walmart?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think so.
Well, interestingly, though, they are not the only company that's in price-cutting mode.
No, this is from eBay, which has had some troubles of its own lately. It saw a temporary drop in the number of listings, and its CEO just stepped down. So the online auctioneer is changing its pricing strategy. Fees to list items will be cut up to 50%. eBay will make up for it on the back end. When an item sells, the commission eBay gets is going up. That will lower the risk for those who are listing items. So if you don't sell it, then no, you don't have to pay anything. New prices go into effect, or you don't have to pay as much, I should say. New prices go into effect on February 20th. eBay shares down nearly 2% today. Walmart down fractionally. Stocks in general moving, well, just slightly ahead of tomorrow's Fed decision on interest rates. The Dow Industrials right now up about 67 points. The NASDAQ is up 2 points. The S&P is up about 0.5%. That's pretty good. But shares of Disney are down more than 2% after an analyst today downgraded the stock, citing declines in discretionary spending. In these challenging times, perhaps people won't be going to Disney World as much. Yeah, it can all add up, right? So that's at least the thinking. So Disney shares are under a little bit of pressure, but the rally continues, Heidi.
It does. I saw that.
Yeah.
67? To the positive?
67 points, you know, inching their way back up.
Yep, we'll take the inches forward instead of backward, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Susan Lisovich, thank you.
You're welcome.
The showdown in the sunshine. Will Florida Republicans make John McCain the clear frontrunner? The CNN ballot bowl coming up at the top of the hour. Let's take a look at some of the most clicked on videos on CNN.com now. A father is sentenced to 4 years in prison for using a high voltage stun gun on his 18-month-old boy. The prosecutor says the man wanted to make the child tough. The boy is now 2 and is fine. A parasecurities trader is out of jail, but Jerome Curville still faces charges in a $7 billion loss at a French bank. And how about being paid to study? Students at 2 Atlanta area schools will be paid to attend tutoring sessions. You can see all of the most popular by going to CNN.com. And while there, download the CNN Daily Podcast. It's easy. Go to CNN.com and click on podcasts. From Iraq to Arizona, one lucky airman is getting a free trip to the Super Bowl. Airman First Class Chadwick McDaniel arrived to a raucous welcome in Phoenix just off the plane from Tikrit. He won a drawing for the trip provided by the nonprofit organization Packages from Home. But tickets to Sunday's game won't be his only reward. He's also seeing his mother and little brother for the first time since his deployment 4 months ago. There won't be much time for a post-game party. He heads back to Iraq on Monday. A kinder, gentler Bill Clinton, that baby, the new strategy after Hillary Clinton's South Carolina loss. Here now, CNN's Carol Costello.
Bill Clinton, long a Democratic darling and once considered a huge asset in his wife's campaign, now seems to be a liability. The tabloids call him wild, the big mouth of the South. The Daily News screams calm down and has Hillary pleading with him to end the bitter talk. Even those who consider Bill Clinton a friend say,
I think he really, as they would say in Gullah Geechee country, he needs to chill a little bit.
But as one Democrat who's talked with Bill Clinton told me, the former president didn't chill because he thought he had enough political capital to go on the attack, to come out unscathed.
The biggest fairy tale I've ever seen.
He was wrong.
Well, I think he's a pretty impulsive guy who trusts his instincts, and they're usually pretty good politically. I think what's interesting about what happened in South Carolina is the available evidence suggests that they miscalculated and his intervention actually was counterproductive.
Many pundits say Hillary Clinton's 26-point loss in South Carolina is clear evidence of that miscalculation. The question now is whether Clinton has hurt his wife's campaign in the long run. If you look at the latest numbers in the CNN Los Angeles Times Politico poll conducted by Opinion Research Corporation in California, taken after Bill Clinton's bitter attacks started in South Carolina, Hillary Clinton's support increased by 2 points, from 47% to 49%. Supporters aren't surprised, saying Democrats who love Bill Clinton know he's misunderstood right now.
The real issue is the reporting of what the president is actually saying, President Clinton. I'm being there with him and traveling with him and hearing what he said and hearing how the questions are coming through. It's the clip and snip, and it's coming out the wrong way.
Still, according to the New York Times, the Clinton campaign will try to shift the former president back into the sunnier spouse role that he played before Mrs. Clinton's loss in the Iowa caucuses. And that is a role Bill Clinton plays brilliantly, even when in the midst of attacking Obama in South Carolina. When asked by a child, what do you do when you get married?
When you get married, if you're really lucky, then your husband or wife becomes your best friend. And you get to live with your best friend for life.
That is the potent Bill Clinton. Analysts say Hillary Clinton needs to win.
Gloria Borger, our own analyst, says Hillary Clinton must take control of her own campaign, and she appeared to be doing that on Monday. You didn't see much of Bill Clinton. Carol Costello, CNN, Washington.
In Rudy Giuliani's gamble, today's Florida primary will be the first domino to fall. CNN's Mary Snow now, part of the best political team on television.
If we win in Florida, we're going to win every place else. Florida is going to lead the way.
It's Rudy Giuliani's Florida gamble, and the odds are against him. Once the favorite, he's now the underdog in the polls. In his final pitch, he took aim at the two GOP frontrunners in Florida, seizing on the bitter sniping between Senator John McCain and Mitt Romney.
Our message is a positive message. Our message is not name-calling. Our message is not negative campaigning. This is too important.
Giuliani has been hitting two main themes: national security and his days as mayor of New York during 9/11, and economic security, touting his plans for tax cuts. Despite his decline in polls, he told me he's looking forward to a win Tuesday.
We're very hopeful. We are very optimistic. These crowds are terrific. They're very enthusiastic, and they have been working for a long time.
Some of Giuliani's supporters, though, are not as confident, saying Giuliani's decision to largely stay out of early races in places like South Carolina and Iowa hurt his chances here.
Even if he would have lost in those places, at least his name would have been visible and his face would have been visible. And I think he just let the other guys get the jump on him, and now he's got a problem.
But political science professor Susan McManus says with limited money and time, Giuliani didn't have many options outside his Florida plan.
I don't think it was a mistake. In politics, you have to look at demographics, and you have to look at the place where you have the best shot of making a mark big. And that was Florida for him.
Analysts say Florida was Giuliani's best bet because of its diverse population. It's more in line with his home state of New York, and because of Giuliani's support of abortion and gay rights. That's seen as more in line with moderate Republicans here. Mary Snow, CNN, Clearwater, Florida.
I'm Heidi Collins. CNN Newsroom is just 1 hour away, so stay tuned for Ballot Bowl. It is coming up next with special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. I almost said Super Bowl Tuesday. That would be right. Ballot Bowl comes your way in just a few moments.
Welcome to a special edition of Ballot Bowl 08. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida. Ballot Bowl, what we do is try to bring you the presidential candidates in their own words, unscripted, unfiltered, and do that as they try to go around the key crucial early contest dates and try to get your vote, and of course as they try to secure their party's nomination. Now this hour we have a very, very busy hour ahead because where I am here in Florida, it is primary day, and it is a very crucial day. Democrats and Republicans are already at the polls. They have been voting since early this morning. But for Democrats here in Florida, because of a squabble with the National Party, it is sort of a beauty contest at this point because there are going to be no delegates that will actually be seated at the National Convention from Florida on the Democratic side. But for Republicans, it is a crucial day in the state of Florida. 57 delegates are going to be at stake in today's race here in Florida, and the four Republican contenders, the candidates who have been really campaigning here in Florida, as you can imagine, are all over the state trying to get every last vote before the polls close. This is a very important state in Florida, particularly for Republicans, because it is the last important contest state before Super Tuesday on February 5th, where there are about 24 states at stake. And this is also important because so far no Republican candidate has really been able to capture momentum, the big mo as it is called in politics, so So one of these candidates is hoping that they will be able to become finally a front runner in the GOP contest after today's primary here in Florida. Now, we have a very busy hour ahead, as I said. We also have some of my colleagues who are reporting on this important contest on the Democrat and Republican side. Dan Lothian is in Orlando. He is at a polling station. He's been talking to voters as they've been coming out, casting their votes. And up north in New Jersey, in Blackwood, New Jersey, that is where we have Jim Acosta. And Jim is joining me now. There, Bill Clinton just wrapped up a rally. I think, Jim, you're in suburban Philadelphia, and Bill Clinton obviously was up there campaigning for his wife. And Jim, let us know just the gist of what Bill Clinton was saying.
Well, Dana, it was back to those bread and butter issues that defined the Clinton presidency, the economy, health care, the budget deficit. A lot of people were wondering today which Bill Clinton would show up. Would it be the Bill Clinton that we saw down in South Carolina with those sharply worded attacks targeting Barack Obama, those attacks that created so much controversy and made a lot of people wonder whether or not he had actually damaged his wife's candidacy in a way that led, of all people, Ted Kennedy to go over and endorse Barack Obama. But what we saw here in New Jersey today is the Bill Clinton of old. The Robert Redford natural, if you will, of politics. He went back to those domestic issues and talking about how his wife would make a better president. And it should be noted that Bill Clinton did not mention any of the other candidates in this race, at least on the Democratic side, keeping things very positive at this event here at a community college in New Jersey. But here is Bill Clinton just a few moments ago talking about the issues that he believes will define this race for the White House.
After 8 years of over 22 million new jobs and nearly 8 million people moving out of poverty, we now have 7 years of 5 million new jobs and 5 million people falling into poverty. Middle-class incomes are stagnant. Most people think they're in a recession already. People are paying more for health care, for housing, for education, for transportation. And now we have the looming specter of this home mortgage crisis. These are tough, complicated times, but we can bring America back. We have done it before. She will lead us in doing it again and rebuilding the middle-class life. The second thing we've got to do is to reclaim the future for all these young people in the audience. America has to... America, go ahead. America. She says America has to reclaim its leadership in science and technology. Often it generates more than half of our economic growth, and we've fallen behind in investment, and we've gotten too far off the track in letting politics and ideology interfere in scientific research on everything from stem cell research to human genome research to global warming. Get the politics out and the money in, and America will go forward.
Now, the closest Bill Clinton got to drawing a distinction between his wife and Barack Obama came towards the end of this speech when he talked about all of the things that had happened during the Bush presidency that voters didn't know about back in the 2000 election because they hadn't happened yet. And as he put it, you need a president who can handle all of that. But there was no use of the phrase ready on day one, that phrase that became a bit controversial over the last few days because some people were suggesting that the president and Hillary Clinton were sort of overtly saying that Barack Obama was not ready to become president. But also sharing the stage today was the governor of New Jersey, Jon Corzine. He did mention endorsements at the beginning of his statement to this crowd, warming up this crowd. He said that I was one of the first governors to endorse Hillary Clinton. I was right then and I'm right now. So that was as close as we got to some of the stuff that has been coming up on the campaign trail over the last couple of days. Some touchy moments for the Clintons over the last couple of days. And it appears that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are putting those days behind them. Bill Clinton apparently will be taking on a prominent role, will continue to take on a prominent role with his wife's campaign. He is planning to campaign in Ohio and then Barack Obama's home state of Illinois before heading out west. Dana?
certainly a very different kind of tone as you described, Jim. And I'm wondering, you were reporting yesterday on the reaction in the Clinton campaign to Barack Obama getting Senator Ted Kennedy's endorsement. And I'm wondering what you're hearing, if anything, about any kind of sort of feeling of being a bit chastened, particularly because of reports that perhaps Ted Kennedy, one of the reasons why he endorsed Barack Obama is because he was so angry at Bill Clinton for just what you were talking about, for the way he was perceived to have been treating Barack Obama.
A dead silence from the campaign, Dana. They are acting as if all of this did not happen, by and large. There was a conference call that Hillary Clinton led where she talked about these endorsements and, you know, basically saying endorsements come and endorsements go. But the campaign did put out a press release earlier this morning saying that they are expecting to announce a major endorsement. That's their words, not mine, at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So the war of the endorsements continues. But as you put it, this was a kinder, gentler Bill Clinton, a softer, much softer Bill Clinton out on the campaign trail today. None of that rhetoric that we saw down in South Carolina, comparing, you know, the Barack Obama candidacy to Jesse Jackson and that sort of thing. All of that apparently is out the window, and those domestic issues are back in. One thing we saw from Hillary Clinton yesterday is that she was starting to redirect much of her fire at the Bush administration, and that does get these crowds whipped up, as you know. Bill Clinton did some of that earlier today as well. But as for these endorsements, as for what happened down in South Carolina, I think it's safe to say Bill and Hillary Clinton are looking ahead and not behind them.
That's right, Jim. I love that. Endorsements don't matter, but we have a big one coming at 1 o'clock. That's classic.
That's right.
Jim,
Yeah, exactly. Well, mixed message, right?
Yeah, no mixed message, exactly. Jim, thank you very much. In the very important Super Tuesday state of New Jersey, my home state, I should say. Thanks, Jim. Now, obviously, we want to come back to Florida, where I am, a very, very important day in the Republican race. I mentioned that there are 4 prominent Republican candidates who have been campaigning here for quite some time, particularly today as they try to get the very last votes as they try to win this nomination. But it is really important for one particular candidate, and that is Senator John McCain, because John McCain has had a couple of big wins. He won South Carolina's primary. He won New Hampshire's primary. He has not called himself the front runner. He has not wanted to use that word, and perhaps because he really isn't yet. But his campaign, every other campaign, acknowledges that the person who does win Florida could be perhaps the front runner. So we want to take you to John McCain at a polling station in St. Petersburg earlier today as he tries to clinch the momentum that really so far no one Republican candidate has gotten in this race.
I'm committed to working with him to address these serious problems, ranging from the Everglades to making sure that every citizen of Florida and across the Gulf is able to have the assurance and the confidence that their home will not be wiped out in a hurricane. We've been working already on it, Senator Martinez, Senator Nelson, on a bipartisan basis, and I look forward to it. And finally, could I just say that I do have a bit of nostalgia here because my family stayed in Jacksonville. I went through pilot training in Pensacola. The first place I landed in the continental United States after I came home from prison in Vietnam was the Naval Air Station, Jacksonville, Florida. The people of Florida have been very good to me, and I'm very grateful. And I'm most grateful for the thousands and thousands and thousands of young Americans from the state of Florida that are serving our country in the armed services today, and I pledge I will keep them safe. Any questions?
Senator, how critical is a win for you today in Florida?
Pardon me?
How critical is a win for you today?
Oh, I think it's very important, and frankly, it's not only, I think the governor will tell you that it's not only important in a primary, but if any Republican is going to win a national election, that we have to carry the state of Florida, so it's a very, very important state.
Senator, there's been a lot of attacks and counterattacks between your campaign and Romney's campaign, especially over the past few days. Do you see this as continuing past Florida?
Well, it began, of course, Governor Romney has been campaigning that way. He spent millions of dollars in attack ads against Governor Huckabee in Iowa. He spent millions of dollars in attack ads against me in New Hampshire and in South Carolina. I mean, that's just the way he campaigns, so we have to respond. I mean, I was astonished yesterday. I guess the desperation level was that I'm a liberal. Now, that was particularly entertaining. But look, he can run on his record as governor of Massachusetts, where they had huge job losses, third worst economy in the United States of America, $730 million in tax increases. State is now saddled with a $245 million debt because of his government-mandated health care plan. But the real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there. In fact, he wanted to have a timetable for withdrawal at a very difficult time. I think that's why the people of Florida will make the judgment on my behalf.
Where do you go from here? I know you're focused on Florida today, but where do you go?
You know, we have a schedule, I think, of going around, obviously, to the February 5th states, and I'm usually the last to know.
Senator McCain, are you confident this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think, you know, endorsements matter. Endorsements matter. And when I'm able to stand here with the most popular and most important member and politician, elected official in the state of Florida, it helps. And after Governor Christ endorsed us, we did see a uptick in the support, and I'm always going to be extremely grateful to him for that courage, because it would have been very easy for Governor Christ to just say, look, I'm not going to get into a contested primary. I'm very grateful and very appreciative.
Senator McCain, what's your opinion about the National Catastrophic Fund?
Governor Christ and I and Mel Martinez and Bill Nelson have had very long, detailed discussions about that. We're going to get the governors, the regulators, and the state officials together, and we're going to create a situation where, going across state lines, we're going to have pools of money so that every person, not just in Florida, but every person who is subject to hurricanes is going to be able to have a hurricane insurance so that they won't lose their homes. I'm sure we can do that, and I'll give you a little straight talk. And so will Senator Martinez and Senator Nelson. The bill that passed the United States House of Representatives, which has no insurance reform, which is a vital part, will never pass the United States Senate. But we have been working together, with the regulators, the governors, the legislators together, and we'll work this out. And as president, it'll be one of my highest priorities, because we can't have people with this kind of vulnerability. And I'm proud that Governor Christ has made it his top priority.
Well, all politics is definitely local. There you heard Senator John McCain, a candidate for president, but talking about something very important to a lot of Florida voters, and that is the fact that their home insurance has gone through the roof over the past several years, a big campaign issue here in Florida. Also talking very tough against his chief rival here in the state of Florida, that is the former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney, going after him on national security, and specifically, again, something that was quite controversial over the weekend, saying that Mitt Romney supported a timetable for withdrawing troops in Iraq, something that Mitt Romney vehemently denies and says actually that John McCain is being dishonest about when he says that. And we're actually going to hear from Mitt Romney after the break. He is one of the many candidates that we're going to bring you in his own words throughout this hour of Ballot Bowl. We're also going to hear from Democratic candidate Barack Obama. And we also want to remind you that it is, of course, primary day here in Florida. So you want to tune in tonight to our special coverage of primary day, and that is at 8 o'clock Eastern. Stay with us. A lot more Ballot Bowl ahead. Welcome back to CNN's Ballot Bowl. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida. Florida is D-Day here for the Republicans. It is primary day, 57 delegates at stake. It is a very important day. It's winner take all, which means that the person who captures those delegates here in Florida on the Republican side will be in a very good place to perhaps be the front runner, something we have not seen in the almost month plus of voting in the Republican primary contest. Now, before the break, we brought you John John McCain. He, in every poll, appears to be in a neck-and-neck race with the former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney to actually win Florida's primary. You heard John McCain with some pretty tough talk against Mitt Romney. So we want to bring you, as we do here on Ballot Bowl, a long portion of what Mitt Romney was telling voters in Jacksonville, Florida, as he was making his closing argument to voters about why he wants them to vote for him, not John McCain or any of the other candidates. Take a listen.
About 3 weeks ago, everybody was saying it was Mayor Giuliani's race and we might as well stay home, but somehow we got our message out that we wanted to see change in Washington and that we're the right team to do it. You see, we've had the fun of going up and down the country and hearing what people had to say about Washington politicians and how much they want to see change. We've heard for many, many years, Washington politicians tell us that they would finally solve the problems in Social Security, but they haven't. We will. We heard Washington politicians say they would cut back on the pork barrel spending and the earmarks. They haven't. We will. We heard Washington politicians say they would live by high ethical standards. They haven't. We will. You know, the politicians told us that they'd find a way to get everybody health insurance that was affordable and they could keep it throughout their lives. They haven't. We will. And they told us they'd end illegal immigration. They haven't. We will. And you know, right here in Florida, you've heard it time and time again, we value and appreciate legal immigration. It's a great source of vitality for our country. People come here from all over the world seeking opportunity. But illegal immigration, they said they'd stop that. They haven't. We will. You know, when I was in the primary in Michigan a couple of weeks ago, I think people learned that when you tell the American people they can't do something, the American people give a big surprise. I was behind in the race there to Senator McCain, and we came there and talked about how we're going to fight for every good job in that state. We're going to make every effort we can to protect every job in this country, to have good jobs for our citizens, and to strengthen the economy. And Senator McCain, having gone from way ahead, ended up falling a significant degree behind. And we're going to do the same thing right here tomorrow. You know, one of the great experiences I've had in my life has been to have a job in the business world, in the real world, to understand how the real... And I learned a lot by doing that. 25 years in the real world has taught me a lot about how the real world works. And frankly, if you want somebody who understands how Washington works, you can elect the other guy. But if you want somebody who understands how America works, elect me and our team. Now, I've got a friend here with me I want to introduce to you because he's kind of unusual. He came to me about, I don't know, 20 years or so, 20 years ago, and he said, I have an idea. He said, you know, when big companies want to buy office supplies and computers and printers and paper, they get big discounts. It's real cheap. But if you're a little guy with 1 or 2 people in your business, you have to pay through the nose. Office equipment and supplies and furniture are so expensive. He said, I want to open a store almost as big as this hangar and sell office supplies at 50% off. And so I said, boy, that sounds like an unusual idea. I went out and talked to people and said, what do you think of this idea? People said it's a lousy idea. They said, people don't want to have to get in their car and go buy office supplies. They'd rather have them delivered. And at the beginning, we didn't have the idea of delivery, but I decided this guy was a pretty good guy, and we studied his business thoroughly, and we put the first dollars in the first Staples store.
And that's former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney trying to close the deal as a former businessman, explaining and really pleading with voters here in Florida to understand that he believes that the economy is the #1 issue and should be the #1 issue for them and their vote. And he insists, and as he has been, frankly, over the past several contest states in Michigan and in South Carolina and Nevada, that he believes that that his experience in the private sector as a venture capitalist should be make him the best person to be the Republican nominee at this point. Now, we want to switch over to the Democratic side and give you some news for Barack Obama. It's another day and another endorsement. He is going to get, we are told later today, the endorsement of Kansas's Governor Kathleen Sebelius. You probably saw her last night giving the Democratic response to the President's State of the Union address. She is going to, we are told, give Barack Obama an endorsement in Kansas. Kansas is one of the many Super Tuesday states that is going to vote on February 5th. Barack Obama is going to be in El Dorado, Kansas later today. Barack Obama has some connection to Kansas. His mother is from Kansas. His grandfather, I believe, is actually from that town of El Dorado. And Kansas is the reddest of red states in this country. In fact, no Democrat has actually carried the state of Kansas since 1964. Yet there is a Democratic governor, so perhaps Barack Obama is hoping against hope. If he were to become the nominee, he would have a little bit more of a chance there because of his ties to the state of Kansas. And speaking of Barack Obama, I said we were going to hear from him later on this afternoon. But in the meantime, we want to bring you back to a big endorsement that he got yesterday, an endorsement from a senator who is very well known to all of our viewers and somebody who Barack Obama is hoping is going to give him a lot of weight with Democratic voters who still have a bit of nostalgia for his name, and his name is Kennedy.
I believe that's true for millions of Americans. I've seen it in the offices in this city, where portraits of John and Robert hang on office walls or collections of their speeches sit on bookshelves. I've seen it in my travels all across this country, because no matter where I go or who I talk to, one thing I can say for certain is that the dream has never died. The dream has never died. The dream has never died. It lives on. It lives on in the older folks I meet who remember what America once was and know what America can be once again. It lives on in the young people who've only seen John or Robert on television but are ready to answer their call. It lives on in those Americans who refuse to be deterred by the scale of the challenges we face, who know, as President Kennedy said at this university, that no problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. And it lives on in those Americans, young and old, rich and poor, black and white, Latino and Asian and Native American, gay and straight, who are tired of a politics that divides us and want to recapture the sense of common purpose that we had when John Kennedy was President of the United States of America. That is the dream we hold in our hearts. That is the kind of leadership we long for in this country. And that is the kind of leadership I intend to offer as President of the United States of America. So make no mistake, the choice in this election is not between regions or religions or genders. It is not about rich versus poor, young versus old, and it is certainly not about black versus white. It is about the past versus the future. It is about looking backwards or marching forwards. It's about whether we are going to seize this moment to write the next great American story. So someday we can tell our children that this was the time when we healed our nation. This was the time when we repaired our world. And this was the time when we renewed the America. That this was the time when we renewed the America that has led generations of weary travelers from all over the world to find opportunity and liberty and hope on our doorstep.
And that was Senator Barack Obama of Illinois speaking yesterday after getting a coveted endorsement from Senator Ted Kennedy. He, of course, was there with his son, Congressman Patrick Kennedy, and Caroline Kennedy, the senator's niece, and, of course, the daughter of John F. Kennedy. Though that is an endorsement that Senator Obama is still hoping will have him do well, not just with people who are nostalgic for the Kennedy name, but perhaps with the vast connections that Senator Kennedy still has and tremendously across the country in the Democratic community and party. Now, we're talking about the Democrats now, but we have a big story here in Florida. It is voting day. It is primary day here in Florida, and it is most important for the Republicans. It could be a game changer for the Republicans. We're going to go to our Dan Lothian, who is at a polling station in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to talk to him about something that you might be interested in terms of Florida voters. Don't worry, it's not hanging chads, but it's an interesting fact about the votes going on here in Florida today. Stay with us. Hello and welcome back to a special edition of Ballot Bowl 08. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida, where it is primary day here in Miami. And what we try to do in Florida, all of Florida, it is primary day, but what we're trying to do here in Ballot Bowl is bring you the candidates as they are trying to appeal to voters in the very last moments here in Florida, like they are trying to get every last vote. But we're also trying to put this in context a bit for you because Florida, of course, is incredibly important. Democrats and Republicans have been voting today. In fact, the polls have been open for about 5 hours. But for the Democrats, it is not as important. It's probably more of a beauty contest, as some are calling it, because the national party for the Democrats, they sanctioned or punished the Democrats here for moving up their primary to today. So there are no delegates at stake, but there are 57 delegates at stake for Republicans here. It is absolutely crucial for the Republican candidates in this race. And it comes just 1 week ahead of Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday will have more than 20 states at stake. It is a very, very big day. And actually about 1,600 delegates will be up for grabs in that Super Tuesday contest. Again, that is just 1 week from today. But before we look ahead to next week, we want to, of course, get to the important day today here in Florida, and that is voting. And we want to bring in our Dan Lothian, who's actually at a polling station in Orlando, Florida. And Dan, you know, it's been fascinating to watch. Obviously, not just that voters are going to the polls today, but this is one of the 30-plus states here in Florida that actually allows voting to start, I think, January 14th. So almost 1 million voters have already cast their ballots.
That's right, they have. It started in mid-January and then wrapped up over the weekend. So, yes, about 1 million or so voters have already cast their ballots. But today, obviously, is that critical day, as you mentioned, when both Republicans and Democrats are coming out here and voting. And you did mention that Democrats don't have the delegates to drive them out to the polls, to get them to the polls, to motivate them. But nonetheless, there are Democrats who are going out and voting because, A, they feel that this is their duty. This is something that they must do. They have done it for years, and so they're not going to back down. And they're also hoping that perhaps something might change. We know that Senator Hillary Clinton has been lobbying to get those delegates to count, and they're hopeful that perhaps something will happen along the way and that their vote will not be done in vain. And also, secondly, there are the local races that driving some of the Democrats out to vote as well. So those two key components making this important for Democrats as well as Republicans.
It is really interesting because, you know, we talked about the fact that voters, almost 1 million, have already cast their ballots. 400,000 of them apparently are Democrats. They're voting for a contest which apparently won't really matter when you're talking about actually picking the Democratic nominee because they're not seating them at the convention, which is sort of quite interesting. But I want to ask you, from your perspective there, Dan, what kind of turnout are you seeing? I know that there's been a lot of talk about the fact that there is an important ballot measure on property taxes, which is very important in any state, but especially important here in Florida. So what's your sense of turnout there?
We've seen pretty good turnout here. In fact, we touched base with local officials here in the Orange County area, and they told us that they're seeing quite high turnout. They couldn't give us any specific numbers at this time, but they say that they believe it's pretty heavy. Statewide expected to be heavy as well. And you know, one of the things, as I was talking to some of the voters who are coming here, they are driven by some of the issues, at least the Republicans here, driven by some of the issues that the Republicans are laying out there. Also, this tight contest that we're seeing between Romney and McCain. That has engaged a lot of these Republican voters. And I was talking to one lady here. She's will be 84 in 2 weeks, and she says she's voted every single time. She's a loyal voter. She said she couldn't miss this at all. But one of the things, and this goes back to something that you've been talking about in the past half hour, the negative campaigning, what we have seen, these sharp attacks that have been taking place between Romney and McCain. And, you know, as you talk to all of these people, including this woman who will be 84 years in 2 weeks, she said that she was turned off by the negative campaigning, that politics should not be about this. It should be about honor. It should be about the issues. It should not be about this negative campaigning, because she says that it sort of lowers it. It lowers this you know, what this campaign should be about, what politics should be about. So obviously, at least the voters that I've talked to, they're turned off by the negative campaigning, but they also feel that it's important to come out and vote. And in this particular case, this woman I'm talking about, she is an evangelical who is voting for Mitt Romney. And in her case, she said that, you know, everybody's been talking about, you know, Romney being a Mormon, being turned off by that. She says, I believe in what he stands for, and that's why I'm voting for him.
That is very interesting, particularly given the controversy over the Governor Romney's religion. And, you know, the negative campaigning, Dan, as you know, every voter says that they don't like it. But as we see these races get tighter and tighter, it is as sure as the wind in Florida that we're going to see negative campaigning. We've certainly seen that over the past couple of days. Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you for that. And Dan, of course, was talking about an important about what's going on here today in Florida, and that is the voting. And it is perhaps most important to somebody who has spent more time here than any other of the Republican candidates, any other candidate at all, and that is the former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. We caught up with him this morning as he was searching for every last vote. He was actually at a coffee shop in Fort Lauderdale. We're going to hear from him what he told voters there, what he told reporters there right after the break. Stay with us. Hello and welcome back to CNN's Ballot Bowl 08. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida. And, you know, what we try to do here on Ballot Bowl is give you, the viewer, a chance to see a lot more of the candidates, perhaps some of what we as political reporters get to see on the stump. And as we witness these candidates, try to convince voters to vote for them, to give them their party's nomination. And here in Florida, it is primary day, it is voting day, and it is perhaps the most important, perhaps telltale day for Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City. He campaigned here for almost 2 months straight, if you add up all the days, much more than anybody else. He, for some time, had made very clear that because he did not intend and did not do well in the earlier contest states, he was actually 0 for 6 in all of those, that he had everything banking on the state of Florida. He, last night, actually said something interesting. He said whoever wins Florida will likely win the nomination. Perhaps that was Rudy Giuliani's way of saying, given the fact that now he is in a distant third place in almost all of the polls, perhaps his way of saying he does not think he is going to get the nomination. Nevertheless, he has been out campaigning very, very hard, going from town to town, particularly in southern Florida, where they have a lot of New York transplants there, people who are familiar with the name Rudy Giuliani. And we want to show you a bit of what he was talking about this morning at the Rascal House. The Rascal House, for people who don't know, is generally a good place to get the early bird special in southern Florida. And he was there very, very early this morning, greeting voters and talking to reporters about the reality of his chances here in Florida.
Big day for you. You spent a lot of time here in Florida. What do you have to say to the voters heading to the polls right now?
Come out and vote. The main thing is to get out to vote.
Okay.
We had a very, very strong, early vote showing. 500,000 Republicans.
So a lot of Republicans went out to vote.
Someone told me 500,000 Republicans, 1 million votes overall. So now we want people to come out and vote, not to be influenced one way or the other by any polls, any predictions. Polls and predictions have been wrong as often as they've been right. And the way you prove them wrong is you go out and vote.
And so what do you have to say about the polls that say that McCain and Romney are now tied for the lead?
I have, what I have to say about it is the poll in New Hampshire had Barack Obama beating Hillary Clinton. It turned out the other way. I mean, we can find as many examples of polls that work as polls that don't. Just get out and vote. People should go out and vote, make their vote count. I believe I'm the candidate that has been the most relevant to the people of Florida. I'm the only one supporting the National Catastrophe Fund to help reduce insurance rates. I'm the only one who has proposed a tax reduction of the dimension of really one of the largest in history, a single-page tax return. We've talked about what has to be done to preserve the Everglades. We've talked about what needs to be done for the space program. And I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis. And therefore, I think there are a lot of good, positive reasons for Florida Republicans to vote for me. And we've stayed out of the negative campaign.
And where do you plan to go from here?
Wherever they tell me. We're traveling up and down the state. I think we end up in Orlando later today, but you do. I think we're going to Delray Beach at some point. That's right. I remember seeing that on the schedule.
Hit poppies at Delray Beach, kind of like this. And what about the polls? And I've heard that if this is a make or break day for you, how do you feel about that? Is that true in your opinion?
This is a day that we're going to win. We contemplate nothing else other than victory. We've got people, you know, up until 7 o'clock tonight deciding whether to vote. We want them to vote. We want them to realize their vote counts. We want Florida's vote to count. We want them to realize that if they go vote, we can win. The votes are there. We've been organizing.
That's right.
How long, Bill?
For 8 or 9 months now. We've had a tremendous grassroots organization, largest many of these campaigns by far.
Natalie, we're here live actually with Rudy Giuliani, who's at Mookie's Deli.
So don't. Pardon me?
Do you believe the Hispanic vote?
Hispanic vote.
Oh, I think the Hispanic vote is very important. We've had a very strong campaign, specifically to reach people in the Hispanic community, but also to reach everyone in Florida. I think the Hispanic community in Florida is interested in the same things everyone else is interested in. They're interested in lower taxes. They're interested in less government spending. They're interested in greater opportunities in society. They're interested in help with their property insurance because you know, there is a problem in real estate right now, and they're interested, and I find that there's a tremendous amount of interest in the Hispanic community, in particular in my position on school choice, that parents should be deciding on the school that their child goes to. And I think our 12 commitments to the American people, which we outlined originally in New Hampshire, have, you know, a tremendous amount of relevance to people in the Hispanic community, but really to everyone.
Talk about a raw moment. There's the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani over a bowl of Raisin Bran, explaining to voters and to reporters why he thinks that he is the best person to be the Republican nominee. He says because of his experience on the economy and also on national security. He says that he's the whole package. Well, you know, we talked about that raw moment, and we have a very interesting, very fun, unscripted moment that we just got in from former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. You don't want to miss this. Stick around till after the break. Welcome back to CNN's Ballot Bowl. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida, where it is voting day. It is primary day here in Florida for Republicans. It is absolutely crucial. 57 delegates at stake here. And one of the Republican candidates who has been spending some time here in Florida, but also been already looking ahead to the Super Tuesday contest states, particularly those in the southern states, is a fellow Southerner, and that is the former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. Now, we told you that what we try to do here on Ballot Bowl is bring you some of the raw and unscripted moments from these candidates, some of the things that we get to see on the campaign trail. So we want to bring you a bit of what happened this morning in Tampa, Florida, when Mike Huckabee was at a polling station trying to get some more votes.
Now, which, let's see, you hold this in? Or it'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right? Oh. Let's see, yeah. I hit left-handed, so that wouldn't even work, would it? Well, yeah, absolutely. How are you? Great to see you.
Morning, sir.
Has anybody thrown a rotten banana at you or anything like that?
No, everybody's waving.
Oh, that's good. with all their fingers?
If you couldn't tell, that was a polling station at a golf club, apparently. Mike Huckabee standing there, and a voter came up and handed him a golf club. The former Arkansas governor trying to make clear, as he does throughout his campaign, that he's not necessarily a golfer. He's more of a hunter, and a not so subtle dig at Mitt Romney there. So it was sort of an interesting moment, but telling in terms of what he was trying to do, Mike Huckabee, and that is he just went to a couple of polling stations in Tampa, and we're told from our producer Peter Hamby on the scene that there weren't a lot of people with him. In fact, a group of homeschoolers is sort of a natural coalition of people who are with Huckabee. They traveled from one polling station to the other to sort of be around him, to sort of be there for the cameras. So that is kind of a bit of color from the campaign trail. Mike Huckabee is now already gone from Florida. He's in Missouri, hoping to do well there on February 5th. And we have a lot more of Ballot Bowl, a lot more of the important day here, campaign day, primary day here in Florida. We'll tell you a lot more about that after the break. And we also want to make sure you tune in to CNN tonight to talk about and get the first-hand experience of the results from today's primary. That is at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida, very windy Miami, Florida, where it is primary day here in Florida, and voters have been at the polls now for about 7 hours, and they close at 7 o'clock tonight. So we are going to be covering the campaign, covering the primary all day, just as we have during this hour of Ballot Bowl. So you want to stay with CNN all day long. We also want to remind you that tonight, when the polls close, we are going to have very special, very in-depth coverage of this Florida primary. It is going to be at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern. And also, we are going to have what we did for you today here, Ballot Bowl, where we try to bring you the candidates in very large portions of what they say to voters, of what they say to the reporters, how they try to explain and defend their candidacy, really. That is going to be every day this week at 12 o'clock Eastern. And we also want to remind you that all day long, you can log on to CNNpolitics.com. That's 24/7, where you will have the most up-to-date news from all of us who are out in the field, and also all of the reporters, the producers. We have embedded producers with every single one of these candidates. So this is the place to get your most important political news. And we also want to make clear to you that we hope that you understand and enjoy what we're doing here on Ballot Bowl, because this is a chance, as we have said, for us as reporters to give you, the viewer, kind of an inside, more in-depth look at what we get to see on the campaign trail every day with these candidates. They have some unscripted moments. They also have a lot of scripted moments, but nevertheless, they have very intense arguments for why they should be the next nominee for their party and why the others shouldn't. So you got to enjoy that today. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Dana Bash in Miami. Stay tuned for Ballot Bowl tomorrow, and Newsroom is next.
Your vote, your money, your home. A big day for all three. 7 hours to the last polls close in Florida in a primary that could have a big say in who the GOP nominee will be.
And we're also watching the big board on Wall Street, and investors are watching the Fed for another rate cut.
Foreclosures soar, lawmakers scramble. On the table today, your mortgage and your tax dollars.
We're covering it all from Florida to Washington, Chicago, New York, and beyond. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Kira Phillips. You're live in the CNN Newsroom.
But first this hour, blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds all over the place. Chad Myers working out to be one wicked winter.
Temperatures going down like 50 degrees in 5 hours in some spots here, and blizzard-like conditions across south of Omaha into Kansas City and up into places like Iowa, Algona, Iowa, in fact, now kind of under the gun, more snow coming in. They sent the kids to school this morning. Now the roads are all covered in snow, and they're going, what are we going to do with them? And some of the schools up there in northern Iowa on lockdown until things get a little bit better. Another thing we're talking about today, severe weather, significant tornadoes possible today with a lot of energy in the atmosphere, a big cold front going to push down through, drop temperatures in Chicago right now. You are still, at this point in time, you are still in the 40s, but behind it, this is Algona. This is a tower cam from Algona from KCCI in Des Moines, and that's what it looks like now. Air temperature there is 0 degrees, and that's as good as you're going to do for the rest of the day. To the east, the severe weather. To the west of the blizzard, and to the southwest is extreme fire danger, even worse than we had a couple of days ago. We'll keep you up to date as the day goes on.
And in the Weather Center, a very busy meteorologist today.
Tap dancing today, buddy.
Thank you, Chad.
You bet.
Now to our financial security watch, as smart money is banking on another interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve. We're going to know tomorrow when Chairman Ben Bernanke and his colleagues wrap up a two-day meeting. In the meantime, CNN's Ali Velshi is at the Chicago Board of Trade, and our Susan Lesovich is at the New York Stock Exchange. Ali, let's start with you.
You're actually right. You said the smart money. The rest of us guess about what the Fed's going to do. Here at the Chicago Board of Trade, these men and women around me are placing real money on what's going on and on bond trading. Now, the smart money here says that the Fed is going to cut rates tomorrow, about 25 hours from now, probably by about half a percentage point, 50 basis points. Now, that means that the Fed rate, which is 3.5% right now, might drop to 3%. 3% higher than that is the prime rate, 3.5%. So that's for those people out there with loans. I'm sorry, 6% is what I meant to say. If the Fed cuts rates, you get a discount on your debt. Also, the folks over here trade bonds. Bonds are where your fixed mortgages are set. The fixed mortgages don't move up and down with the Fed rate, but if the Fed cuts rates, fixed mortgages come down too. So that'll start to happen. That's why we're looking at this so carefully. If the Fed cuts rates in 25 hours, and the mood here is that the Fed will cut rates once again, everybody in America with debt gets a discount. Kara?
All right, give us the word as soon as you know. Ali Velshi, appreciate it.
All right, CNN Susan Lesovich keeping track of what's happening with the markets. She joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange. She's on the floor. What do you have for us, Susan?
Well, Don, it's very quiet here because there is really so much debate as to what the Federal Reserve would do. Why would the Federal Reserve cut interest rates again less than 1 week after it stepped in, or 1 week, I should say, after it made that emergency dramatic rate cut of 3/4 of a percentage point? Well, I'll give you a couple reasons. One is that the Census Bureau today reported the biggest one-year drop in the rate of home ownership on record. Those records go back to 1964. The home ownership rate just under 68% right now. A separate report said 405,000 households actually lost their homes last year, completely foreclosed, and that foreclosure activity of all kinds shot up 75% from a year before. There was a separate report that showed home prices plunged on record. That was by a record amount, 8.4% in November. So these are a lot of different reports suggesting that not only are we not out of the woods, that things are getting worse. Stocks in the meantime quiet ahead of that big decision by the Fed and its statement that accompanies it tomorrow afternoon. Don.
All right, 405,000. Oh, my goodness. All right, Susan, thank you very much for that. Well, you won't see a foreclosure sign in front of this house. There it is. Well, but there are plenty popping up in just about every corner of the nation as hundreds of thousands of people lose their homes. A House panel meets this hour to try to find shelter in the foreclosure storm. We'll monitor that and what they say on the Hill this afternoon.
Bringing home the bacon, historically a top priority of lawmakers of both parties, accomplished by attaching pet projects called earmarks to spending bills. Presidents hate them. And in his final State of the Union speech, President Bush issued this warning to Congress.
If you send me an appropriations bill that does not cut the number and cost of earmarks in half, I'll send it back to you with my veto.
Mr. Bush is scheduled to sign an executive order targeting earmarks just after 2 Eastern. We will have live coverage from the White House. The economy could be a driving force in today's Florida primary. The high-stakes Republican battle is drawing the most attention, with the Democratic race on the back burner since no delegates are at stake. Florida had the second highest number of foreclosure filings last year, and Republican Mitt Romney is banking on his business chops to give him an edge. Rudy Giuliani, meantime, hopes Florida will be his springboard, not his swan song. Let's get straight to Orlando and CNN's Dan Lothian. Hi, Dan.
Hey, hello, Kara. Well, you know, you talk about Rudy Giuliani. He has spent so much time here in the state of Florida, in the Sunshine State, some 57 days. He really passed up some of the early contests of Iowa, South Carolina, spent some time in New Hampshire, but really has just camped out here in Florida, hoping that he could pull off a win here, use that as a bump going into Super Tuesday, and then use Super Tuesday to bump into getting the nomination. He has pointed out that winning Florida, the Republican winning Florida, would win the nomination. But, you know, he's still confident. Even though he's showing that the polls are showing that he's down in 3rd place or so, he is not giving up. This morning at an event in Miami Beach, he was talking to supporters and saying that he's still confident that he can win. He's still planning on the future. He hopes to go out to California tomorrow to take part in the Republican debate. But he says, you know, depending on what happens tonight, depending on what happens in Florida, we'll decide what his next move will be. He'll make that decision tomorrow morning. So still remaining confident, Rudy Giuliani, and also pointing out that he is above the fray. What he's talking about, The other two front runners, Senator McCain and Mitt Romney, who have been duking it out at the top. It's very close for the #1 spot here in Florida, and certainly whoever wins here, the Republican that wins here, could use that to catapult into front runner status, and certainly would be the momentum needed going into the February 5th, Super Tuesday. They have been going at each other, and they continue doing that today. Senator McCain pointing out that Governor Romney has flip-flopped on a lot of key issues. Governor Romney going after Senator McCain on issues such as immigration. And so it really has been a tight battle for that #1 slot. And as we were talking to some of the voters here today, they say that they've really been turned off by the negative campaigning, the tone of the campaigns. Although one of the people I talked to, a woman who's a Republican, said she's voting for Mitt Romney, but she says she doesn't like what has been taking place. She says the campaign should be about honor, integrity, and the issues, not about negative campaigning. Kira?
And we'll be tracking it. Dan Lothian there in Orlando, Florida. Thanks, Dan. And right now you can be a part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Send your video or pictures in an iReport to CNNPolitics.com.
Right now, let's go to the Democrats. As we said, they don't have any delegates at stake in Florida this year, but that won't stop Hillary Clinton from heading to the state tonight to thank her supporters. The Dems are looking ahead to Super Tuesday 1 week from today and the 24 states holding contests. One of those states is New Jersey, and that's where Bill Clinton is stomping for his wife today. We'll get to Jim Acosta in New Jersey in just a moment, but first we want to tell you, there he is. Jim, we thought we lost you there for a second. Tell us about Bill Clinton stomping for his wife today.
Hey, Don, that's right. He was in New Jersey today, which is a critically important Super Tuesday state coming up for Hillary Clinton. And this was not the Bill Clinton that we saw down in South Carolina. Gone were the jabs that were directed at Barack Obama. This was all about those bread and butter domestic issues that defined his presidency and that he feels defines his wife's campaign for the White House. During a fairly lengthy speech to a packed audience here at the Camden County College in South New Jersey, Bill Clinton ticked off all of the issues that he says are critically important in this race: health care, the economy, the budget deficit, and he also talked about the need for more of a universal health care program in this country. Here's what he had to say about that.
One of the things I worry about is when the baby boomers retire, we'll impose an unconscionable burden on our children and their ability to raise our grandchildren. To avoid that, we have to do a better job of keeping seniors well. So if you want a plan that covers everybody, brings costs in line with our competitors so you can afford it, and keeps us well, elect Hillary president, and that's exactly what you will get.
Now, the only moment that he seemed to draw any contrast between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama was when the former president said that, you know, the voters back in 2000, they hadn't heard of 9/11, they hadn't heard of Katrina, they hadn't heard of what was happening in Pakistan, because none of those things had happened yet, and you need a president who is prepared to take on those issues. But there was not even a mention of that catchphrase that has been used on the Hillary Clinton campaign, which is ready on day one. We didn't even hear that today. Bill Clinton did share the stage with Governor John Corzine from New Jersey, who has endorsed Hillary Clinton for president. We talked to Governor Corzine after this event was over, and he believes that the Clintons perhaps learned a few lessons from what happened down in South Carolina. Bill Clinton obviously created some controversy down in the Palmetto State with some of his comments about Barack Obama. All of that was gone from this event that we saw here today. Don?
And after what happened yesterday, we saw the endorsement by the Kennedys, and a lot of people were sort of watching the body language and the faces last night for the State of the Union. Hillary Clinton and Senator Barack Obama greeted lots of colleagues, but not each other at President Bush's State of the Union address last night, Jim.
That's right. There was a very interesting picture that was taken down in Washington at the State of the Union address. There was a moment when Hillary Clinton and Ted Kennedy shook hands. Obviously, this happened on the day that Ted Kennedy, the patriarch of the liberal wing of the Democratic Party, endorsed Barack Obama, which was a huge win for Obama in this race for Super Tuesday. And at one moment, it appeared and this is according to people who were there at the time. I wasn't there, certainly, that Barack Obama seemed to turn away from Hillary Clinton, and that they sort of missed one another, if you want to put it that way, in terms of greeting one another. So it's possible that a lot of the negative feelings that were generated down in South Carolina are still alive and well, but perhaps what happened here in New Jersey today, Bill Clinton, not really going negative, staying positive. The sunny summer Bill Clinton, as some have described it, was back in full force. So we'll see if we'll see more of that as the days move forward here, Don.
We shall see. Jim Acosta, much appreciated. And check out CNNPolitics.com today for the latest on the Florida primary from all angles and for a look ahead to Super Tuesday. It is a place to go for the freshest polls, the latest fights, the political ticker blog, and much, much more. CNN.com.
The U.S. Army launches a criminal investigation over the deaths of some captured Iraqis. Or American soldiers to blame? We're going to get the latest from our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr.
Here's what everyone wants to know. Everyone. What is the real key to staying young? Researchers say they have found the answer, and you might be surprised by what they discovered.
Whiskey.
All right, 16 past. Coming up about 2 seconds. There we go. 16 past the hour. 3 of the stories we're working on for you in the CNN newsroom. This is a scene across the West right now. Heavy rain, heavy snow, I should say, is triggering avalanches, collapsing roofs, and causing car wrecks. Searchers are looking for 3 snowmobilers missing in Colorado in the mountains there. U.S. and UN officials trying to keep Kenya from spiraling completely out of control. The killing of an opposition lawmaker is inflaming the already fierce protest over last month's presidential election. Former UN Chief Kofi Annan is talking with Kenyan leaders while the U.S. is calling for calm. Well, she was a singer, an actress, a writer, and the only child of President Harry Truman. Margaret Truman died today in Chicago. She was 83 years old. Recalling her time in the White House, which began while she was in college, she once said, quote, "Some of it was fun, but most of it was not."
It's one of the most dangerous jobs for U.S. troops in Iraq, going into the field to hunt for bad guys. The Army is now investigating allegations that American soldiers killed Iraqis captured in the field last year. Barbara Starr is at the Pentagon with the latest. Barbara, what'd you find out?
Well, Kara, all of this is, as you say, allegations only, but the Army has opened a criminal investigation into whether members of the 1st Infantry Division last year killed Iraqis they had captured and detained. All of this being very cautiously discussed here at the Pentagon. Very few details are available. Army officials we have spoken to are indicating that this happened last year when this unit of the 1st ID was on their deployment in the Baghdad area, and it is believed that the information is just coming to light because a soldier tipped the Army off that some misconduct may have occurred. Earlier today, the Pentagon spokesman Jeff Morrell spoke about it with great caution.
We, of course, take seriously any credible allegation of abuse or mistreatment of detainees. And so I think the Army Criminal Investigation Command has now opened an investigation into this matter. I think they've even requested assistance from other soldiers who may have been in this unit at that time.
Indeed, what Mr. Morrell is saying there, in fact, the Army has put out a statement asking anybody who has any information about this alleged incident to come forward and report to Army investigators. That's a fairly unusual step for them to take in how they announced all of this. A press release put on their website last Friday night at 9 o'clock, just noticed today. Kara.
Barbara Starr from the Pentagon, thanks.
What's the real key to staying young? What researchers have just found might surprise you. Listen up, all you vain people, even not so vain people. Forget about the Botox. Put down those supplements and get off that couch. Researchers say they've discovered the real key to staying young. Is this a fountain of youth? Elizabeth Cohen joins us now to tell us all about it. It is a new study. Can we call it the Fountain of Youth study?
You sort of could call it the Fountain of Youth study because the secret, drum roll please, to staying young is
exercise, right, exactly. And that kind of YMC, right, exactly,
Well,
the whole thing, right, the whole thing.
I wasn't doing the YMC, I was just kind of doing a jumping jack there, all right. Don't start stuff now, go ahead.
What the study found is if you do the YMCA dance, no, I'm just kidding, if you do exercise, it has a real profound effect on how your body ages. And I don't just mean you look better, I mean when they get down to the cellular level, when they look at the cells, they can see a difference. So let's take a look at this study. It was really fascinating how they did it, different from other studies that have had similar conclusions. Let's say you have twins. Start out as babies, but they end up growing up. One is a couch potato, just hangs out, doesn't do anything, and the other is active. When researchers actually looked at the cells of the active twin, the cells looked 9 years younger. So again, they weren't just looking at, gee, who had more lines on their face. This was much more scientific than that.
This is the inside. This is what your body looks like. Okay. So how much exercise? Is it a particular kind of exercise? You know what I've noticed lately, because every once in a while, you know, us vain people, we do trainers and that kind of thing. Less weightlifting and more sort of calisthenics to get your heart rate up and get you moving.
That's the key.
Is
the
that
heart
it?
rate up is the key. People did all sorts of things.
Yep.
They ran, they jumped rope, they did swimming, they did all sorts of stuff, but it wasn't just a walk around the block. They really had to get their heart rate going. And one of the things that's great about this is that they found a benefit even when you were splitting it up. So let's take a look at the actual time. What they found was that folks who did 3 hours a week got great results, and people who did about even just 1.5 hours a week, that is not much, got pretty good results. They were better off than the couch potatoes. And some of these folks split it up. So they might do 15 minutes of jump rope on Monday and then 20 minutes of biking on Tuesday. It didn't have to be in 1 hour segments. You could do all sorts of different things for different lengths of time.
Ah, okay, very interesting. So what do you mean? Someone, I don't even get this, and you know, I'm sort of in the business. You look at someone's cells. What is that? Do you take a microscope? Do you take a picture? I mean, is
microscopes were used.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can tell you that. Microscopes were used, and what they did was they actually looked at people's cells, and they looked at the telomeres. This may not be a word that you use in conversation every day, so I'll explain it to you. All cells have tails. You can see here, the tail here actually is at the top of these cells. The one on the left has a long cell. That means that it is younger. The one on the left, you can see it has a short little tail, a short little telomere, and that means that it's older. So those tails can tell you a lot. And so what they found is that the more exercise people did, the longer the tails, so the younger the cells.
So it's like roots. When you look at that thing, it's like
it does
the
look
longer,
like that, right?
Long root that's dug in, even though it's older, it's sturdier.
Right,
it's kind of what it's
longer's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You are so welcome.
Well, a happy ending or perhaps a new beginning to a story CNN brought you last year. I need a kidney. That's what Butch Morgan told the world on a billboard in Houston. Well, just last week he got one, courtesy of Thomas Reardon of Chicago. Reardon decided to donate one of his kidneys after seeing Butch's story on CNN. Both are doing fine, actually more than fine.
I would say, you know, I mean, Tom was an angel sent, a God sent to me. That I would tell him I'll love him for the rest of my life. If I don't ever get to see him again the rest of my life, he will always be in my prayers, in my family and my prayers. You know, and I know we will stay in touch, but I definitely, you know, I love this guy. He's a blood brother to me now.
It's a good feeling that you could, you know, extend somebody's life. That's actually what the doctor told me down there. He goes, you put 20 years on this man's life. So for me to spend, you know, a week or two on the bench doesn't really hurt me.
Well, if you want more information on how to become an organ donor, you can go to organdonor.gov. Once again, that's organdonor.gov.
Well, the next time weather messes up your travel plans, think of this. See all those people? Hundreds of thousands of people stranded across China, and not just for one day. Hello, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Kira Phillips. You're live in the CNN Newsroom. Blizzards, bitter cold and dangerous winds dangerous winds all over the place. Chad Myers, it's a wicked weather right now, that's for sure.
Kira, you know what? I lived in the Midwest for a very long time, and I saw these big cold fronts coming, and you just have to know they're on their way before you even drive to work in the morning. Milwaukee right now, 45. Minneapolis, 1 degree below zero. That's not the wind chill. That's the real air temp at this point in time. Fargo's 13 below. Well, this air rolled through Iowa this morning. It was pretty nice in Iowa early during the day or in the morning when all the superintendents were sending the kids to school. Well, now it's not so nice, and we have a actually live phone interview with Jenna Ellis. She's up in Mason City. Is that right, Jenna? What are you seeing?
That's correct. We're seeing a lot of whiteout conditions. In town, we're fine, but once we get outside of town, out into the country and the rural roads, visibility is very, very poor. Down to zero, pulling off to the side of the road until the wind subsides so we can get going again.
Well, that may be till Thursday, so at least the snow is going to subside. Really, not much snow is still coming down, but this is what we call a ground blizzard. Tell us what you know about the schools. What are they doing with the kids?
You know, a lot of the schools, I checked online to see what was happening, and a lot of the schools are canceling. They're sending children home, but a lot of the rural schools are actually holding the children there at the schools until the buses can get to them and get them home safely.
Are you on the road right now, or are you finally home?
Oh, no, we're on the road. It's going to be a long drive home.
And what does it look like? You can't see like the front of the car?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Just barely to the front of the truck, and that's it.
No way. And now, did you know this was coming? Did you watch local TV and say, yeah, knew this?
Well, we knew that there was going to be some wind coming and some cold temperatures. We didn't really expect the winds to be this high and the conditions to be like this.
Yeah. Well, 32 miles per hour is what I have right over Mason City right now, and maybe even higher gusts than that, taking that very light, fluffy snow. And Kira, here's part of the problem. Thank you, Jenna, so much. Be careful out there. It's going to be a long drive, slow drive home. Not much more snow, but visibility is not going to get much better for a while until all that snow gets in the ditches and then it doesn't blow around as much or gets in the hedgerows. We have very, very dry air. The temperatures are near zero, so the snow was very light. This very light snow is being blown around. Like if you get a nice snow at 33, 32 degrees, that's good snowpack and snowball snow. That doesn't turn into a blizzard usually. It just kind of sticks there to the ground. Well, this is light snow that's just blowing everywhere. To the east, we're going to have severe weather with tornadoes. To the southwest, fire danger over Texas. And then to the north, that's where the blizzard is right now. Dangerous conditions from Michigan right through Wisconsin into Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and even the northwest parts of Missouri for today. Kind of an ugly day there in the Midwest.
All right, but the good part, because you and I both grew up there, it was listening to that radio as a kid, keeping your fingers crossed that school was closed.
Yeah, well, right. But the school wasn't closed this morning. They didn't close a lot of them, and the kids are at school stuck there now because the buses can't get there. Today is one of those days in the Midwest where you just can't leave the house unless your tank is more than half full because you don't know how long you're going to be stuck in something, and you don't want to leave the house at all if you don't have to.
Yeah, good advice. Thanks, Chad.
All right. Yeah, and that bad weather is not only happening here, it's happening in other parts of the world. Deadly and paralyzing. The worst winter storms in half a century, Kieran, Chad, have brought much of China to a standstill. Hundreds of thousands of people are stranded in airports and train stations. Power's out. In many places, dozens of people sadly have died from this. This couldn't happen at a worse time, too. Next week is a Chinese New Year, and millions of people are trying to make it home for the holiday. Later on, right here in the CNN Newsroom, a look inside one of those packed train stations with CNN's Hugh Remington. He's also going to take us inside of this story. Take a look at this. Among those waiting and hoping to get moving is CNN reporter Sam Dalili. He took this photo while stuck on a plane for 4 hours at a snowed-in airport in Nanjing. Now, Kelly Duvall is a U.S. citizen. She is living there. She says her husband's stuck at the office and no way to get home. He can't get home. She said she and the kids have been making the best of it, playing in the snow and building igloos. Imagine it's so cold you can build an igloo. If you want to share all of your photos and your videos, just go to CNN.com/iReport.
Well, millions of Americans are living without health insurance. Some are taking desperate measures to get it and save their lives. CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Sanjay Gupta has been looking at the health care crisis for his upcoming Broken Government special, and he has an extreme example to share with us.
It was so wonderful.
you can just shoot all day, you know? Taking pictures makes me a happy man.
A happy, uninsured man. When Mark Windsor was just 27 years old, doctors removed a large cancerous tumor from his neck. Windsor thought he was cured and left a job with company-paid health insurance to become a photographer.
I had gone a few years without recurrent, and I just felt confident that, you know, I just couldn't let that dictate my life.
But the cancer returned. In the beginning, Windsor was lucky. He found a hospital and surgeons who agreed to remove the tumors at no charge. But there were limits.
You knew that you weren't going to get anything extra. You're just going to get this tumor out of your body.
Nearly 50 million Americans have no health insurance. The American Cancer Society says patients without private insurance are 60% more likely to die within 5 years of their diagnosis. Tumors were growing again in Mark Windsor's neck. The surgeon who had donated his services was gone. He couldn't afford radiation treatment. So he made a desperate decision. He married a good friend, and she put him on her health insurance.
People get married, obviously, because they fall in love.
I don't think I want to answer that.
Can I ask you, did you get married because of health care insurance?
Well, some, yes.
That's what is that where we've arrived at?
That's where we've arrived.
You had to get married to get health care insurance.
Well, I didn't have to. I could have just, the tumor was getting so bad I would have been dead by now.
Windsor now has insurance and care, but unfortunately a wedding, a wife, and a new chance at life didn't stop the cancer from spreading. Now it may be too late. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN, Atlanta.
And you can join Sanjay for Broken Government Health Care Critical Condition Thursday night, 11 Eastern, right after the CNN presidential debate.
No matter how many troops the U.S. keeps in Iraq for no matter how long, one thing is certainly for sure, the ground rules will change. We'll look at how and when, and who'll decide that. All right, here's a question that no one can seem to answer lately. How long will the U.S. be in Iraq? If anyone could answer that, I'm sure that would be the million-dollar question. Assuming it's quite a while longer, what will the mission be? Who'll call the shots? Talk about loaded questions there. Right now, U.S. forces operate under a UN mandate, but Washington and Baghdad are about to open talks on a long-term military relationship, which may or may not amount to a treaty. The details are controversial and complicated, and the terminology, of course, certainly matters. CNN's Arwa Damon joins us now from Iraq, from the capital there. She has been covering this story since the very beginning, and she's going to walk us through this. What do you know, Arwa?
Well, Don, let's go back a bit. As you just mentioned there, the UN treaty under which U.S. forces operate here that pretty much gives them a carte blanche to do whatever they want does expire in December of 2008. Well before that takes place, by the end of July, both U.S. and Iraqi officials are hoping to have a bilateral agreement in place that will define America's role in Iraq moving forward. Now, there have been allegations from individuals who oppose President Bush's current plan here in Iraq that this will only further bog down U.S. troops, that it will lead perhaps to some permanent bases. But Iraqi officials here are assuring us that it will, in fact, be quite the opposite.
There will be a major drop in the number of the presence of the American troops here. It will reach to the actual number which is needed for training and equipping and supporting also, supporting for Iraqi national security forces.
Quite simply, the Iraqi security forces at this point in time are not capable of securing Iraq on their own. They lack the military power, they lack the air power to try to continue to be able to maintain on their own the security gains that the U.S. military has made thus far. Also falling into this bilateral agreement will be some economic efforts, but again, the terminology of it is still just in the beginning stages of being debated, Don.
All right, so Arwa, talk to us about some of the central issues that both sides in this will be focusing on.
Well, Don, it's going to be issues such as the authority, the freedom of which the U.S. military has to conduct combat operations. Do they need to consult the Iraqi government every single time they're sending a patrol out? It'll be issues such as detainees. Will U.S. forces continue to have the right to detain individuals based on intelligence? Some of it will just be legal language. It will also deal with hot-button issues like contractor immunity. And as we were talking about, it will also deal with some economic issues. There will be economic incentives. What we are hearing from both sides is that there really is this push to have this agreement set into place. There are concerns on the U.S. military side that because of the political campaigning, the political speak that we're hearing back in the United States, there might be a push for a premature U.S. withdrawal. That greatly concerns Iraqi leaders here who are fully aware that should U.S. forces withdraw prematurely, it could lead to al-Qaeda being able to regroup, restrike once again. It could reignite sectarian violence, and Iraqi security forces, quite frankly, could crumble. So this is a very vital and crucial agreement, one that not only the Iraqi government, but senior U.S. military leadership here is trying to highlight as well.
We'll be paying close attention to it. Arwa Damon in Baghdad. Thank you, Arwa.
Well, we've been talking about the long haul in Iraq and the role of U.S. troops. Bill Delahunt is a Democratic congressman from Massachusetts who serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He has some pretty strong reservations about what may come out of talks between Washington and Baghdad. Congressman, good to see you. You know, all the reading that I've been doing, I've read about this U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles. I've read that they say it's a treaty, a security pact, a status of forces agreement. What is being discussed?
Well, nothing is being discussed, Kara, with the United States Congress. And that really contradicts the Department of State's own rules and regulations that indicate whenever a significant international agreement is being negotiated, it is incumbent on the administration to consult with the U.S. Congress.
But how do you define significant international agreement? I mean, that would be a treaty, correct? But
well,
if indeed this is just a declaration of principles, then there needs to be no discussion with Congress. Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
Because the Declaration of Principles is simply that. It's a declaration of principles, indicating that there will be in the future an agreement reached. And it's the position of many of us in Congress, but that requires inputs from the Congress, both the House and the Senate. And the point person for the administration in this agreement is General Lute, who has publicly stated in response to a question at a press conference that he did not anticipate formal consultations or formal inputs from Congress.
But
now,
he calls it a status of forces agreement. Correct?
You know, status of forces agreement is something entirely different than what is countenanced by the Declaration of Principles. In the Declaration of Principles, you have a commitment or a purported commitment by the United States to defend Iraq from foreign aggression, and most significantly, I've never heard of this before, a commitment to defend Iraq from internal aggression. Who defines what internal aggression is?
Okay, well then let me stop here for a second. So so we know that there was this U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles that was discussed between Maliki and the U.S. Okay, we've seen that in writing. We know that exists. The Bush administration admits that. Okay.
Correct.
Then there's General Lute saying, well, no, this is a status of forces agreement, which once again is something totally different. And then I'm hearing from other members of Congress, oh no, they're discussing a treaty. So still I want to ask you again, what the heck is being discussed between the U.S. administration and Iraq about how long U.S. forces are going to be there? Because this is a difference of a couple years versus decades.
The short answer is we do not know. And that is particularly troublesome to both branches of the U.S. Congress. It's inconceivable to me that I extended an invitation to representatives of the administration to come before my committee and explain what was being discussed. We haven't heard a single word. And I've discussed it with the Speaker. I've discussed it with the legislative leadership. There hasn't been a word as to what is being discussed. This is not the way to go about reaching an agreement that has profound consequences possibly far into the future for the American people.
And when we talk about profound consequences, obviously, we're talking about long-term stay in Iraq. And number two, just to follow up on the U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles, this is exactly what it says. Supporting the Republic of Iraq in defending its democratic system against internal and external threats. That basically means U.S. troops getting involved in civil war situations, correct? Am I reading that correctly?
That's my interpretation.
Okay.
Involved in those Declaration of Principles, there is an implicit potential for the United States military forces years from now being involved in a full-blown civil war in Iraq. And I don't believe that's where the American people want us, and I don't think that's in the best interest of our national security.
Well, Congressman Bill Delahunt, I appreciate your time. I'd ask you to stay with us and stay on your IFB. I want you to hear the next part of this discussion because we couldn't get the two of you to come on together, obviously for political reasons, but we're not finished yet. Congressman, thank you. Right after the break, we're going to talk with one of Delahunt's Republican colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike Pence of Indiana. He has a different take on this.
CNN tonight beginning at 6. No delegates up for grabs for the Democrats in Florida. Wolf explores just what that means and what happens next. At 7, a Republican frontrunner could be solidified in Florida today, but has party maneuvering on the Democratic side made the state irrelevant? And at 8, the Florida primary, a crucial contest expected to shape the Republican race. The best political team on television has instant updates live from the CNN Election Center. Tonight, only on CNN.
All right, some breaking news into the CNN newsroom. Of course, this has been the war of endorsement, and we are just learning now that California Congresswoman, and note this, a key member of the Congressional Black Caucus, endorsing Senator Clinton today in her bid for the presidency. CNN has confirmed this. The endorsement is being announced, or was announced during a campaign conference call that took part just a short time ago. Some are saying, some political pundits we're hearing, and we want to talk a little bit more about this as the day progresses, that this could actually translate into more actual votes being swayed than Senator Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama yesterday. We're going to clarify that for you and bring it to you a little bit later on the CNN newsroom. But again, Maxine Waters endorsing Senator Clinton in her bid for the presidency.
More now on what the future may hold for U.S. forces in Iraq. We've heard from CNN's Arwa Damon on upcoming talks to map out a long-term military relationship. And we've just heard from a Democratic lawmaker who fears the Bush administration may try to cut Congress out of the process. We're joined now by a Republican member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike Pence of Indiana. Great to have you, Congressman.
Thanks, Kira.
Let me get your response. You heard the conversation I had with Congressman Delahunt. What is it that is being talked about? Is it a U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles? Is it a treaty? Is it a forces or a status of forces agreement? Because all of these have different implications, obviously.
Well, Kira, they really do. And I think our information is that because the UN Security Council's resolution that defines the relationship between Iraq and the United States of America lapses in 11 months, that this is just a very ordinary process toward normalization of our relationship with Iraq. It is, as you suggested, it is a status of forces agreement. We have agreements like this that are not treaties with about 80 countries in the world, including many in the region where Iraq is located. So, you know, there's really nothing out of the ordinary here. And frankly, it is a result of the fact that the surge is working, that stability is taking hold in Iraq, and this is just the natural next step for us to negotiate the parameters of a long-term mutual security arrangement.
Okay, so long-term mutual security arrangement. Are we talking having a presence in Iraq for decades, or are we talking about a couple of years here?
Well, I think a status of forces agreement, you know, it's a two-way street, Kira. You know, whether it's our relationship with South Korea or Germany or Japan, it's the mutual consent of both countries on an ongoing basis, and I think it would be determined by the needs and the capabilities that the Iraqi people would determine.
So you're telling me
over
a
the course
treaty?
of time.
This is not a treaty. A treaty is not being discussed.
No, my understanding as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee is that this doesn't rise to the level of a treaty. The status of forces agreements that we have in some 80 countries are not treaties. They were not confirmed
by the United States Senate. And, you know, I'll leave out for the moment, with respect to my colleague, Chairman Delahunt, that, you know, if it was a treaty, the Senate would be considering it and providing the oversight and the approval. Not the House of Representatives, Kira, actually doesn't have a role in approving or overseeing treaty negotiations.
But he's saying that whether it's a treaty or a status of forces agreement or a U.S.-Iraq declaration of principles, that Congress should be involved in some type of international security discussion.
Well, look, I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I've been to Iraq a half a dozen times and planning to go back in the near future. I think we have an oversight role. But a status of forces agreement, the working out of a relationship between our military and the military of an ally, that has traditionally been the purview of the executive branch. And I want to be very deferential to what has been our practice and custom in this area. But I also want to say, Kira, this is all happening because Iraq is becoming a widening American success. I can't help but feel that for some in Congress, creating some angst over the status of forces agreement is in an effort to distract attention away from what is a growing success on the ground.
All right, I'll let you make that point, although I think that there'd be a number of people that would disagree that Iraq has been a successful war. Although there are success stories, but if you look at the overall...
Kira, the surge is really working. I mean, December was the second lowest month for U.S. casualties since the very beginning of hostilities more than 4 years ago. We're seeing the de-Ba'athification agreement. There's been extraordinary progress on the ground. This status of forces agreement is the natural byproduct of normalization of our relationship with an ally.
Well, let me ask this. You're saying it's a status of forces agreement. Okay, so the U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles, is that the same thing? Because that's what was discussed with the administration with Maliki, and in that it states supporting the Republic of Iraq and defending its democratic system against internal and external threats, which means U.S. troops would get involved in civil war situations.
Well, I want to recognize the fact that because we went to war against the prior government of Iraq, and that we have been in the process, however imperfectly, with plenty of errors along the way, of standing up the internal security apparatus within Iraq, that our relationship there, you know, may be transitional with regard to not only external threats, but internal threats. I expect the same was true in Germany, the same was true in Japan, the same was true in South Korea. And but
so you're comparing those situations to Iraq. When we define long haul, we are talking bases, we are talking decades of existence in the country of Iraq.
Well, you know, I hope not. I would hope that our military bases in the region would be located in some adjoining countries. I think the American people would see you know, more comfort, more strategic interest in maybe having a long-term base presence in Kuwait or expanding our presence at CENTCOM. You know, but that all needs to be worked out on a mutual agreement basis between two sovereign countries, and that's the process that you see beginning here with the status of forces agreement.
Well, we'll follow it. Congressman Mike Pence, appreciate your time and your response to Congressman Bill Delahunt.
Thank you, Kira.
More from the CNN Newsroom straight ahead. Snowstorms, thunderstorms, brutal winds, and bitter cold east of the plains and west of the Appalachians. It's a great day to stay indoors.
Our severe weather guy, Chad Myers, is watching this latest blast of winter, and he shows you what you can expect. It doesn't appear to be good. Hello, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Kira Phillips. You're live in the CNN Newsroom.
Oh, and that is our top story. At 2 o'clock Eastern, blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds happening all over the place. Chad Myers, one wicked winter. I know you have some pictures from Iowa, but I'm just sort of monitoring what we're covering here. Even upstate New York, all over, bad pictures. Right. Sliding, slipping, and sliding all over.
Upstate New York was a completely different situation today. They actually had a warm front go through them, but the ground was below 32. So when the warm air tried to come in, it stuck to the ground, and it made black ice everywhere, and cars were crashing into each other all over Syracuse, all over upstate New York there today. I'll show you that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We actually did get some video in from Syracuse. We had some pictures in from our iReporter that we had last half hour, and she was up here up in Mason City, where the winds are blowing 32 miles per hour right now. with light snow on the ground, but this is what it looked like outside of her windshield. Not good. Visibility there probably, I don't know, 100 feet or less. It's not fog. This is just light snow getting blown horizontally. Now, if you could go up probably 30 or 40 feet, visibility would be perfect. Well, obviously that's not perfect. Getting better though, as the thing is too, I think though, if you do get stuck in your car, you need to stay in that car. You don't want to be outside with wind chills like we're seeing here in Iowa. Extreme fire danger in Dallas today. Heavy showers and storms into Memphis. I'll take you to two different tower cams. We'll start with Memphis because I know we're ready with that one. Rain on the lens here. You can't see very far. It's been raining in Memphis for most of the morning into the afternoon. WMC in Memphis. Now we'll flip on over to a very shaky cam from WFAA. That's the problem here in Dallas. Winds gusting 30, 40 miles per hour and extremely high fire danger out there today. This has gone far and away past the red flag warning. This is just one of the worst days of the year for fire danger across parts of Oklahoma and Texas. And then the severe weather here and the blizzard to the north. A vigorous system, one that we expect this time of year. A lot of cold to the north. Temperatures very cold. I mean, we're dropping temperatures across the north here as this cold air comes in. See the direction of the wind? It's pointing to the wind. That is coming from the north and from the northwest. So what do you get? Can you find a cold front when you go from 45 Milwaukee, 48 in Chicago, and then 9 in Des Moines? It's easy to find there, cutting right through the Midwest, and it is moving to the east. It is not stopping. It's not nothing there to stop it. It's going to be all the way down through Oklahoma and probably even to Tennessee later on today, and that's going to cause more severe weather. A tornado watch is in effect. So far, no warnings.
Oh, goodness. And, you know, I saw those, that shot of WFAA was at Dallas, that wind there.
Yeah.
I immediately saw those construction cranes. Not good. You see that?
Yeah, would you want to be up there?
When the wind is that high.
You want to be up there 40 stories high?
Oof.
Think not.
All right. Thank you, Chad.
You're welcome.
Now imagine half the people in the United States trying to get home for the holidays and getting nowhere. That's just what's happening in China, where the worst winter storms in 50 years have stranded hundreds of thousands of passengers and left millions more waiting for the weather to clear. An inside look now from CNN's Hugh Remington.
In the major southern Chinese city of Guangzhou, people were continuing to arrive late in the night looking for places on trains that are simply not leaving this city to make the trip north, particularly to the capital, Beijing. People are crowding in still, even though some have been waiting here for 6 days for trains that are simply not moving. This has become a major public health issue. There are no toilets here. There are shelters nearby that have been opened up, but they are overflowing. People are sleeping rough. They want to try to make it home for the Chinese New Year, the time of the year when it is an obligation on people to try to get back to their families for a few precious days out of the year. It is because of the emotions being drawn by these problems at the moment that there has been an extraordinary direct personal apology offered by the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao.
I apologize to you all. We're currently trying our best to repair the system. First, we'll fix the electric grid. After that's fixed, the trains will run again. We don't need a lot of time. Then all of you can go home for Chinese New Year.
And the bad news is that there is no immediate end in sight to this. It's going to take some days for essential supplies to get through. There are shortages of coal. There are shortages of food in many of the cities. And the forecast is for continued bad weather for some days to come. Hugh Remington, CNN, Guangzhou, China.
Well, the House is poised to vote on the economic stimulus package pushed by President Bush, but senators, well, they're taking a second look and threatening to tack on billions in extra spending, which President warns could derail the whole thing. We'll tell you about the results of the House vote just as soon as that vote happens. Bringing home the bacon, historically, a top priority of lawmakers of both parties accomplished by attacking pet projects called earmarks, attaching pet projects called earmarks to spending bills. Presidents hate them. In his final State of the Union speech last night, President Bush issued a warning to Congress.
If you send me an appropriations bill that does not cut the number and cost of earmarks in half, I'll send it back to you with my veto.
Mr. Bush is scheduled to sign an executive order targeting earmarks at 3:45 Eastern. We'll have that coverage live from the White House.
When a president takes the stage for his final State of the Union speech, well, he's there to prove the curtain hasn't come down yet on his term in office. And last night, President Bush made that point to Congress and the nation, albeit in a subdued way. Here's CNN White House correspondent Ed Henry.
Madam
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
In his final State of the Union, a president who previously used this stage to build the case for war in Iraq and launched dramatic domestic initiatives like Social Security reform, this time offered little that was new or bold, a nod to the fact his own megaphone is not so loud, as candidates for his job like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton have seized the attention. So Mr. Bush began a little wistful.
7 years have passed since I first stood before you at this rostrum. In that time, our country has been tested in ways none of us could have imagined.
Then the president turned to the two issues that will define his legacy: Iraq overseas and the economy at home, trying to make the case he can work with Democrats to prevent America from sliding into recession.
In this election year, let us show our fellow Americans that we recognize our responsibilities and are determined to meet them.
But Mr. Bush also had a warning for Democrats. They need to move quickly to complete action on a $150 billion plan to stimulate the economy and resist the temptation to load it up with extra provisions.
That would delay it or derail it, and neither option is acceptable. This is a good agreement that will keep our economy growing and our people working, and this Congress must pass it as soon as possible.
In the Democratic response, Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius said the stimulus package should just be a starting point to deal with the credit crisis.
Our struggling economy requires urgent and immediate action, and then sustained attention. Families can't pay their bills.
On Iraq, Mr. Bush noted in last year's speech he was defending a controversial surge policy. But this year, there are security gains, and 20,000 U.S. troops are coming home.
Some may deny the surge is working, but among the terrorists, there is no doubt. Al-Qaeda is on the run in Iraq, and this enemy will be defeated.
But Senate Democratic leader Harry Reid pointed out there has been little political progress by the Iraqi government, and even with these troop cuts, there will still be about 140,000 U.S. troops still on the ground in Iraq. A reminder, this part of the president's legacy still up for grabs. Ed Henry, CNN, the White House.
Well, they were lucky enough to survive one of the most devastating storms in U.S. history. But 2.5 years later, some people who chose to stay on the Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina could be facing a man-made danger. CNN's Sean Caleb has the latest on those trailers provided by the government.
Remember this? Miles of house trailers rushed to the Gulf after Hurricane Katrina. 120,000 in all that cost FEMA $1.8 billion. The agency bought way too many, so FEMA unloaded 10,000 trailers at bargain rates, 40 cents on the dollar. So wait, back up. The trailers are going back to FEMA. Keeping them honest, we wondered, what's going on? Wanda Phillips in Purvis, Mississippi knows she and her husband bought one.
We thought it was great. Smelled all new.
That wasn't a new smell. Tests show high levels of formaldehyde, a solution used to preserve wood. The government now admits that formaldehyde could be at unacceptably high levels, basically poisoning people. So FEMA is offering to buy back all 10,000 plus trailers for the full price of the sale.
We replaced the tabletop, new cushions.
FEMA won't pay those costs or reimburse travel expenses. Here's the deal. People have 60 days to return the trailers to giant lots like this one, which FEMA rents at a cost to taxpayers of $860,000 a year. The lot also happens to be right across the street from Wanda Phillips.
You can hear how hoarse I am.
Apparently, the collection of trailers concentrated formaldehyde in the air. She's had tests done and has documents that show small levels of the toxin in the air. Keep in mind, FEMA tells its employees, because of the potential danger of formaldehyde, don't enter trailers when it's sunny.
They're out of control. They're ungoverned. They're doing exactly what they want to do without a care in the world to what happens to the people.
FEMA wouldn't talk on camera, but said all information pertaining to the buyback program and formaldehyde has been posted on its website. FEMA says more than 40,000 people are still living in trailers.
People don't realize how agonizing it's been and what all we've been through.
Phillips is selling her trailer back, and that will solve one problem. But with thousands of others selling theirs as well, she expects another line of traffic in front of her home.
I felt cheated. I felt like my government, they're there to take care of us, and they didn't take care of me.
And Phillips says they still aren't.
One question, how much can these people go through? And the other question, was FEMA suppressing this information about formaldehyde? Oh, Sean Calebs is here. He's going to keep him honest. Sean, don't answer that question. We'll do it right after the break. Now back to our investigation about those FEMA trailers for Hurricane Katrina survivors that are shown to have formaldehyde in them. It would be worse than we thought. From Congress, allegations that FEMA kept another government agency from looking into and exposing the problem. Our Sean Calebs joins us now here in the CNN newsroom. We asked a question, Sean, before the break. Did they suppress the information about formaldehyde?
The heat is up on FEMA right now. That is the accusation that is coming from some congressional investigators. What they're concerned about is FEMA went to an entity within the CDC to do a study, because FEMA knew back in 2006 formaldehyde is in these trailers and in high levels that are a concern. Now, they asked the CDC to do a very short-term study, and that's the big concern. We had a chance to speak earlier today with Nick Lampson. He is a Texas Democrat, a congressman who was on the Committee on Science and Technology, and he has some real questions about the way FEMA does its work.
They told poor people that couldn't live elsewhere that if they were afraid of the health risks to raise the windows. You don't do that. That's not what our government has been about. We care about people. We want people to be treated like our families would be treated. Not following good science in advising people to do things as they try to recover from one tragedy is indeed a much greater tragedy. This is compounding. This appears perhaps to be the tip of an iceberg that we don't know how large could be.
That's tough stuff. And what Lampson says is FEMA said to mitigate the problem, just ventilate, open the window. And that's not going to work for people living 18 months in a travel trailer. We're not talking about a mobile home. We're talking about a travel trailer. Now, FEMA says, look, we knew about the problems. We've been very transparent with our concerns, and we're doing everything we can. But to a lot of people, this is just another glaring example of how poorly FEMA was prepared to deal with this.
Especially in the wintertime, you want to, it gets cold when you're in a trailer. It's not like being in, something that's brick and mortar. And Wanda Phillips, her voice, I mean, she says that's from, she says it's
the high levels of formaldehyde. We went in her trailer, and it had been sealed for some time. It's out in some land that she and her husband own, about 40 miles from her house. The second we went in that trailer, our eyes started watering. You could an unpleasant sensation that was almost like, a kind of a sandpaper-like feel. I mean, if you had to live in that, it'd be difficult. FEMA says it's doing everything it can, and there is a long-term study coming out, Don, next month that everybody's waiting to see, because they're talking about the possibility of toxins that could cause cancer.
And it's just amazing. If you've ever been in one of those trailers, and I went in one and I said, you've been living in this for 2.5 years. I asked the lady, she goes, oh, and this is a big one. You know what I mean?
A family of four, living in 400 square feet.
And before I let you go, real quickly, when you were telling me about this investigation, we were talking about it, you're like, you find one story in New Orleans, and that leads you to another story and to another story. Really, how much more, Sean, can these folks take? It just seems unbelievable.
It is tough. And the sad thing is, I think that to a lot of people who look and they see the BCS going great, they see the Sugar Bowl down there going great, and they know that President Bush wants to bring, a very important meeting coming there in April. But if you go just outside the French Quarter, just outside the Garden District, it looks like it did not terribly long after August 29th. And you know what? It's a trifecta of disasters, a failure on city, state, and federal government to help these people.
It's just sort of mind-boggling when you go down. And as you know, it's near to dear to my heart, and as well as Kira. She's lived there. I'm from the area, so I appreciate you bringing the story. Thank you very much.
Next time you're down there, give us a shout.
I will. Thank you very much.
An opposition lawmaker shot dead in Nairobi. Can former UN Chief Kofi Annan bring the warring sides in Kenya to the peace table?
All right, It's 20 after the hour. 3 of the stories we're working on for you right here in the CNN newsroom. Investigators in Galveston, Texas are trying to solve a tragic mystery. They suspect foul play in the death of a baby boy whose body was dumped in the area. A child safety seat was found nearby. The same police force handled the baby Grace case in which a girl's body washed up on a beach in a plastic container. We're hearing reports that police have identified a person of interest in the shooting death of a 13-month-old boy in Gary, Indiana. The boy's mother says it happened during a carjacking. She says she was also shot. No word on her condition in that. Avalanche warnings are posted across the West right now as the region gets buried in snow. It's so bad even a ski resort is shut down. Meantime, a search is underway for 3 missing snowmobilers in the mountains of Colorado.
Blunt words from Kofi Annan to Kenya's government end the violence that's killed hundreds of men, women, and children. The former UN Secretary General is trying to stem the carnage that followed last month's disputed presidential election. CNN's Zain Verji joins us now live from Nairobi. Zain, an opposition lawmaker was shot dead today. What's the reaction there, and what can you tell us about that first off?
Well, Kira, that really makes the situation worse and fuels a lot more violence and hostility than there already exists. That politician was going home and he was shot. Then crowds gathered outside his house, and then the security arrived on the scene and started firing tear gas into his home. His wife came spluttering out. She was screaming and crying, and the family was also affected by the tear gas, as well as the mourners. We've been seeing scenes of chaos and violence all across Kenya. That is something that nobody from Kenya, including myself, would ever dream of seeing images of tribe-on-tribe violence and refugees with stories of real pain and brutality to tell. Kofi Annan is here, and he did achieve something today. He brought the two sides again together for the second time. There appears to me diplomatic progress, but a lot of people here, Kira, are really pessimistic because both sides just don't see eye to eye. There's so much bitterness and bad blood. So a lot of people here are really saying that it's a heavy hand of the United States that's needed to push it forward.
Well, you've also told me about the gang violence as well. Do you think gangs are starting to take over?
Yes, they are. You know, each tribe has a different gang that runs around really terrorizing people. One name, though, Kira, in particular, really sends shivers down my spine, as well as many people in this country. The name of this gang is Mungiki. It's of a particular tribe. They are really stealth killers. They're a commando force. They're highly disciplined, and they just go into certain areas. For example, on the outskirts of Nairobi, there's a slum called Kibera, and they operate there. They kill, they behead people, and then they move on. They also extort money for people for protection and things like that. So they're in control of a lot of major towns in the Rift Valley. So that's something that's becoming increasingly worrying. Kira?
And you've grown up in Kenya. Have you ever experienced this while growing up there? And how widespread is the violence now?
Well, the violence is really centered mostly in the Rift Valley area. But the scary part, Kira, to be honest, is that it's making its way, it's inching its way closer to here, the capital city, Nairobi, where I've grown up all my life. I mean, people here are very, very concerned about that. You know, my parents, for example, will go about their day as many other people in Nairobi do, but there is a sense of unease. It is business as usual, but there is a real discomfort. And when my parents, for example, go home and they watch TV, they ask themselves, is this a dream? Is this really Kenya? Is this really happening? Because we don't feel that here in the central business district, by and large, in the nice residential areas. It really also happens on the outskirts of the slums here. Nairobi's been a very cosmopolitan city. It's a very cool city. It's a beautiful place to be. We have the only national park in the world, actually, in the city. But the ethnic groups have lived together here side by side for that reason. And the sad part is that people are now beginning to wonder, well, what tribe is he? Well, what tribe is she? And we've never really thought that before. So that's a discouraging sign. Kira?
Zain Verji, once again, great work, Zain. Thanks so much.
Florida primary happening today. So courting the Cuban-American vote. Is this traditionally a Republican stronghold up for grabs? It's a good question. Leading our political ticker today, 2 leading candidates, 2 core issues. John McCain stressing his national security credentials, and Mitt Romney's banking on his financial chops as they battle for Florida's Republican primary vote. They appear to be in a neck-and-neck race, but Rudy Giuliani's hoping to be the spoiler in the contest that could make or break his campaign. We shall see. No Democratic delegates are up at stake in Florida, so the Dems are looking ahead to next week's Super Tuesday and the 22 Democratic contest. She was picked to give the Democratic response to President Bush's State of the Union speech. Now she's picking sides in the presidential race. Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius today endorsed Barack Obama. Democrats are hoping to reclaim the state, which has consistently gone Republican since Lyndon Johnson won in 1964.
Obama's Democratic rival is also getting a high-profile endorsement today. Hillary Clinton has won the backing of California Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Waters is a leading member of the Congressional Black Caucus. She says Clinton is ready to tackle the country's economic challenges. Check out CNNPolitics.com today for the latest political news that we're covering the Florida primary from all angles and for a look ahead to Super Tuesday. It's the place to go for the freshest polls, the latest fights, the political ticker blog, and much more. And we have more news from the trail coming up in the newsroom.
If you fly, you probably know how much of your ticket goes to those special fees and surcharges. I can't always figure it out. Can you figure it out? Not really. Well, we've got a new one to tell you about, and it just beats all. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
A $300 surcharge on an airline ticket? Well, on some flights, that's what they're charging just for the fuel. Susan Lasovich at the New York Stock Exchange with that and a check of the market. Hey, Susan.
Hey, Kira. Well, stocks are airborne, I guess you could say, but they're not moving much ahead of the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision, which we'll learn about this time tomorrow. There's more debate than usual as to how much the Fed will cut, given its emergency move last week, and what the Fed will say. The small moves that we are seeing today, mostly to the upside, Alcoa and Boeing each up about 4%. On news that a report on big-ticket items was more than double Wall Street's estimates. That was a nice report we got today amid all the bad news. Checking the numbers, the Dow is up 60 points. The NASDAQ is up 2.5 points. Oil prices up slightly to just above $91 a barrel. While that's certainly well below the $100 per barrel oil we saw earlier this month, it's still at historically high levels. Airlines are feeling the impact, and so are its passengers. FareCompare.com says United is charging $300, not for the flight from LA to Tokyo, but as the fuel surcharge. The flight is another $400, so that is in addition to it. Kira.
Wow. Was it only on flights to Japan?
No, to other long-haul flights, and to use their language, a flight to Spain, for instance, adds nearly $400 for fuel, and Air New Zealand is charging $360 in fuel fees on certain flights. And to think we used to complain about no meals on flights, Kira. Flying is so much different these days.
Yes, indeed. And they last a lot longer as well when you don't have all the various distractions. All right, what about domestic flights?
Well, obviously, we'll give thanks because those flights are shorter and they're full. So the fuel charges are not quite as high, but over the weekend, most leading airlines did double their fuel surcharges for domestic flights. They used to be $20 per round-trip ticket. Now they're $40. Previous attempts to raise fuel surcharges haven't stuck as the airlines competed for customers, but this one might. The airlines are struggling, of course, to remain profitable. The airline industry just released a report saying fuel accounted for more than a quarter of the cost of a flight. That was before this month's spike in oil prices. So it just impacts everyone. Coming up, another economic stimulus package, not from Democrats or Republicans, but from a big retailer. I'll tell you what it's doing to spur consumer spending in the next hour of Newsroom. Kira, Don, back to you.
All right, Susan Lasovich, thanks so much.
Courted by candidates mobilizing in droves, Latino voters could be a driving force in Florida and across the nation. We'll take a closer look.
just into CNN, a casino fire at the Foxwoods Great Cedar Hotel in Connecticut. It's actually the Foxwoods Casino Resort, and this is the Grand Cedar Hotel. It's all connected here. We thought this was just a small fire, but we're getting word now it's a 7-alarm fire. Apparently flames were seen burning in the lounge on the 8th floor of that hotel. Not sure how many people have been affected by this. We're just getting these live pictures in from our affiliate there in Connecticut, WPRI. It says here the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors have been evacuated as a precaution. Firefighters right now ripping up the roof to make sure that they've got all of the fire. You can see the white smoke, which is good news. That means they're able to put out the flames there. But once again, this is at the Great Cedar Hotel at the Foxwoods Resort Casino. It started as a small fire on the 8th floor, turned into a 7-alarm fire. We're told that no one has been injured in this blaze. Firefighters were able to battle it within 30 minutes. We're told a security officer is the one that noticed that fire and the flames coming out of the VIP lounge on the 8th floor. We're keeping an eye on it for you.
Let's get back to politics now, where we continue to monitor that story happening in Connecticut and talk about the fight for Florida. Will the state be Rudy Giuliani's springboard or his swan song? He's hoping to be the spoiler in today's Republican presidential primary, in which Mitt Romney and John McCain appear locked in a neck-and-neck race. The Republican battle is grabbing almost all the attention. The Democratic race is in the background since no delegates are at stake there in Florida for that. Florida's Cuban Americans have long been as faithful a Republican voting bloc as you'll ever find anywhere. But CNN's John Zarrella shows us the grand old party may be losing its grip.
In Miami's Little Havana, the cup was always filled with Republican votes. But for some, it doesn't taste quite as good as it used to.
We have been made a lot of promises by the Republican Party. They come here, they say, viva la libertad, down with Fidel Castro, and then they ignore us.
These Democrats that are out there hiding because they don't want to come out, we need to bring them out.
At a Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida meeting, they talk of getting out the vote. The simple fact there's a meeting at all says a lot. Cuban Americans blamed President Kennedy and the Democrats for the failure nearly 50 years ago of the Bay of Pigs invasion aimed at overthrowing Castro. Ever since, they have voted overwhelmingly Republican. That was reinforced when Elian Gonzalez was sent back to Cuba during Bill Clinton's presidency. If you are a Cuban American, it was sacrilege to be anything but. Millie Herrera says in the past she was harassed for daring to be different.
I will not cede ground to anybody. I will not accept anybody to tell me that I am less patriotic or less beloved of Cuban American and Cuban freedom just because I'm a Democrat.
The Cuban American National Foundation, a rock-solid ally of the Republican Party since the Reagan era, is no longer handing out automatic support.
Our community have been changing our outlook toward the Republican Party because of the failure of this administration to really provide some of the promises.
For decades, nearly every Republican candidate and president played to the audience, vowing to bring a free Cuba, and for good reason. Census figures show 1.5 million Hispanic voters in Florida. 36% of them, 540,000, are Cuban American. The majority are registered Republicans, and political observers say they'll probably stick with the GOP in the general election. But Democrats sense an opening. Bottom line, if the Republican nominee wants that cup filled with votes again, he may, for the first time in 50 years, have to work for them. John Zarrella, CNN, Miami.
All right, let's talk more about the Latino factor, which Luis Clemens from the website CandidoUSA.com can talk to us about. He joins us from Plantation, Florida. We've been talking about the impact that Latino voters will have on this election, especially as it comes to Florida. But you know what, Luis, first of all, thanks for joining us. But
happy to be here.
You know what, now, it appears that the Cuban vote, not as essential as it used to be in Florida, they make up 50% of the population, or 45% of the Hispanic population there. Are we focusing on the wrong thing when we're just focusing on the Cuban vote?
Well, I think John Zarrella's piece was right to highlight that we're talking about two different steps.
Tomorrow, Cuban-American vote will be very important. And the Republican primary, it will be significant, depending on which way it goes. But come November, a lot of those Cuban-American voters could be leaning towards the Democrats.
Okay, and you saw in John's piece, he mentioned the Bay of Pigs, right? Mm-hmm. He also mentioned Elian Gonzalez. And we were talking about this. Can something really that happened 50 years ago really come into play today, 2008, when you're talking about the vote as it goes to Cuban-American voters?
Oh, sure. Clearly, when you look at the, or rather, you listen to the Spanish language radio ad that John McCain's campaign put out, it starts off in no uncertain terms stating John McCain is the only Republican candidate who was a prisoner of war in a communist nation. Mm-hmm. He made a big deal about mentioning the endorsement of a Bay of Pigs veteran, as did Governor Mitt Romney. This is still very much an issue for those older voters who are going to be voting in the primary tomorrow.
Okay, let me ask you this, because this sort of came to mind. If you're talking about the Bay of Pigs and the whole, that's the Kennedy administration, then what does this endorsement yesterday from a Kennedy brother, daughter, and nephew do to Barack Obama then?
Well, I think when it comes to Ted Kennedy's endorsement, those Cuban Americans who will be voting in tomorrow's GOP primary, it really means nothing. When you're talking about Cuban-American Democrats, when you're talking about Latinos throughout the nation, you're talking about a different sort of influence, but it's still a minor influence. Really, Teddy Kennedy, to many Latino voters, is more of a present figure because of his support of immigration reform, rather than the late President John F. Kennedy.
Okay, so those that still in their psyche still remember the Bay of Pigs and all of that history. But what about younger voters who don't necessarily remember that? And also, we're hearing that younger voters really may be less conservative than the older voters as it comes to Latino voters.
Well, it's interesting. I just saw a poll specific to Hispanic voters that was conducted over the past few days. And very clearly, when it comes to older Hispanic Republicans, John McCain had much more support. When it came to the younger Hispanic Republicans, they were more in favor of Giuliani and, to a lesser extent, Romney. On the Democratic side, where Hillary's support was highest was on those Democrats that are 45 years old and older. There was a little bit of an opening, if you will, for Barack Obama in that younger age group of 18 to 34.
Okay, and just real quickly, reading some of the research that I've been reading here, it talks about non-Cuban Latinos in Florida, and I want to talk about how the candidates are reaching out, because I said the census is saying 45% of Spanish language television viewers in the market, and also 45%, less than 50% are Cuban American voters. You're talking about Venezuelans and all different types of Latino populations, Latino Americans. So what exactly or the candidates doing? They're sort of walking a fine line here by they have to appeal to Latino voters, but they certainly don't want to seem to be pandering to them.
Well, there's been plenty of pandering, that's clear. They've gone out of their way to appeal to Latino voters here in South Florida through Spanish language advertising, through events at a whole range of different locations. But when it comes specifically to the Republican candidates appealing to non-Cuban
but voters are smart enough to know that. I mean, but they don't like it, even though candidates may be doing it, they don't want it to be that obvious.
Oh, I think they, in the case of the Cuban-American voters, yes, they want it plenty obvious. Okay. They really want it to be clear what their stance on Cuba policy is. Okay. And for the non-Cuban Hispanics, they really want to get some of that love.
All right. Thank you very much. And did I say that? Is it CandidadoUSA.com?
It sure is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luis Clemens from CandidadoUSA.com. We appreciate you joining us today on the CNN Newsroom. And right now, you can be part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian, if you're voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Send your video or pictures in an iReport to CNNPolitics.com. And don't miss big showdowns in the Wild Wild West this week. Candidates from both parties will face off in California. Last debates before Super Tuesday. The Republicans will debate tomorrow and the Democrats on Thursday. Both are at 8 p.m. Eastern, and you can see them only on CNN, which of course is your home for politics.
Breaking news out of Venezuela right now. A bit of a bizarre story. We're told that gunmen in a Venezuelan bank apparently were a part of a standoff. They have fled now in an ambulance with hostages. And here's what's interesting. This was a negotiation that went down with police, and I can tell you right now, a negotiation like that would not happen here in the United States. It's happening in Altagracia de Orituco, Venezuela. Apparently, the gunmen had held more than 30 hostages inside this Venezuelan bank for 2 days, and then they negotiated their getaway with police in an ambulance. It sped off with several captives, according to reports here, leaving the others inside. Now, under the deal with police, the 4 gunmen were permitted to leave with 5 hostages, and they slipped into this ambulance that actually backed up to the entrance of the Venezuelan bank. Here's the new video right now of that ambulance. Not quite sure what we're going to be able to see, but apparently these gunmen held up folders to block their faces. The standoff began on Monday morning. It was a botched robbery. Okay, apparently these gunmen and hostages are in this ambulance. They're speeding off right now. You can see all the people that have been watching this unfold for 2 days now. One of the captives, I'm told, is driving that ambulance. And here's another part to this situation in Venezuela. One of the gunmen who reached this agreement with police asked for a package with diapers and a bottle for a 2-week-old baby that was being held hostage in that bank. Not sure who the individuals were, who the captives were that were left there at the bank. Not sure how many were in that ambulance with the gunmen. But we're following the end of a standoff, but still gunmen on the run. A deal made with police, captives with them. Police also saying part of that deal was not to follow them. We're going to follow it. We'll keep you updated. Quick break. I need a kidney. Well, guess what? He got a kidney. You first saw this man's ultra-personal plea right here on CNN. Now we have a happy follow-up.
I'm Corrine Winter in Hollywood. The votes are still uncounted, but I've got an exclusive interview with 3 frontrunners. No, I'm not talking about the primaries. I'm talking about the Oscars. That's next in the newsroom.
It's one of our top stories. Gunmen who held more than 30 hostages inside a Venezuelan bank for 2 days negotiated their getaway in an ambulance and sped off just moments ago with several captives. We are following the story. We're going to bring you more at the top of the hour.
Absolutely. And Hollywood's awards, that season is in full swing right now, despite the writer's strike. CNN's entertainment correspondent Corrine Winter is here to tell us which award shows dodged the picket line. But first, if I got to tell you, you look great at the SAG Awards. Kira and I were just commenting. You look fantastic.
I love you both.
So who caught a break?
Thank you so much. Well, let's talk a little Grammy news, shall we? The music industry, they're breathing a big sigh of relief this morning, Don, and that's because the Writers Guild has given the Grammy Awards a waiver. That means the 50th annual Grammys on February 10th will have celebrities on the red carpet and speeches in the teleprompter instead of picket lines and protests. Waivers have been very tough to come by, but last Sunday's SAG Awards got one. And while we told you yesterday about the highlights from the big show, we didn't get a chance to show you this exclusive interview I had with 3 of the big winners, Javier Bardem, Josh Brolin, and Tommy Lee Jones. They, of course, are the stars of No Country for Old Men. Take a look.
The actor goes to No Country for Old Men.
A big night for all of you with No Country for Old Men.
The fact that we got Best Ensemble Cast is kind of funny because we never...
I don't think the Comédie Française would call this an ensemble. I don't think...
How much did you really look forward to working with the Coen brothers?
Yeah, for me it's always been kind of a dream to imagine one day working with the Coen brothers. Being a Spaniard and barely speaking the language, it was kind of a mission impossible.
Call it.
But it happened, so it was like a miracle for me. It was reason enough for me to be pinching my face the whole day, which I actually did for real once.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
You know how this is gonna turn out, don't you?
Nope.
I think you do.
Some people may have had questions regarding the ending. What was that about?
Well, because the structure is unfamiliar, you know, it doesn't pander to the audience, you know, you rape the audience of the protagonist, and that's not something that is normal, you know, so that's why people react as strongly as they react to the ending.
Talk about the Academy Awards. We're hoping that the show will be on, but 8 nominations.
Of course, you want to go there and do the red carpet, or maybe not, I don't know. But I think that's the last thing to think about. It's about people really being hired again.
I would like to see some resolution. I would like to see that resolution be equitable, and that's about all I have to say.
Well, it's a mess, ain't it, Sheriff?
If it ain't, it'll do till the mess gets here.
A brilliant film and a talented bunch. Now, despite the mess that is this year's award season, many folks are saying that this film is now the Oscar favorite, even if no one is quite sure what exactly is going to happen on Oscar night if the writers are still on strike. We'll, of course, keep you posted on that story as it continues. Also ahead on Showbiz Tonight. Coming up tonight, you have to hear this, folks, the almost unbelievable Heath Ledger scam. That's right, how a man tried to con Hollywood's biggest stars, we're talking Tom Cruise, John Travolta, to capitalize on the death of Heath Ledger. An outrageous story. You'll get to see it on TV's most provocative entertainment news show, 11 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. And Don, this one really has me shaking my head in disbelief.
I was going to say, you got to be pulling my leg. No.
I had to read it twice to really say, wow, this actually happened, so got to tune in. They'll have more on that.
Oh, awful. Karine, always a pleasure. Thank you.
You too. See ya.
Dying for insurance, a man who isn't covered and has cancer. Dr. Gupta on his desperate fight to get treated and stay alive.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And that breaking news is happening in Venezuela. The exact location, Altagracia de Orituco, Venezuela. Gunmen in a bank standoff have now fled in an ambulance with hostages. This is video that we're just getting in here. Can't quite make out exactly which ones are the hostages that have been released from that bank, but I can tell you that that's the ambulance right there being driven by one of the captives in that ambulance. 4 gunmen and 5 hostages. Apparently they had 30 hostages inside that Venezuelan bank for 2 days and then negotiated their getaway in this ambulance. They sped off with several of the captives just moments ago. Now, they made a deal with police, something that you definitely wouldn't see here in the United States, and that's police negotiating with gunmen to take off with hostages. And part of that deal, the police are not supposed to follow them. But apparently they negotiated with police. They slipped into the back of this ambulance and just backed up to the entrance of the bank. The gunmen and hostages stepped out, and they held up file folders and paper bags to conceal their faces. The gunmen were told they would not be followed. And here's another part that just adds to the drama. During the night of this 2-day standoff, a gunman had actually accepted a package with diapers and a bottle for a 2-week-old baby. We're following this situation in Venezuela, bringing more as we get it.
And we're also following the situation, Kira, that's happening in Washington. We've been talking about this economic stimulus plan that's being actually voted on now. The voting has begun, but it's going to take a while before we find out. But here's the new information in all of this. CNN is learning from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She is predicting that this planned afternoon vote on the economic stimulus package would pass with bipartisan support by an overwhelming margin. So that's good news as it comes to sort of stimulating something into the economy. It's a $150 billion bill. She does caution there that she's saying that the Senate should not load up this bill or slow its movement through the legislative process. Our Brianna Keeler is following this story as it happens there on Capitol Hill, and she's going to bring us the very latest as soon as we get some information on that and exactly where that vote is. But again, expect it to pass handily. And as soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you. The smart money is banking on another interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve. We'll know tomorrow when Chairman Ben Bernanke and his colleagues wrap up a 2-day meeting. In the meantime, CNN's Ali Velshi is at the Chicago Board of Trade, and our Susan Lasovich is at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's begin with Ali in my old stomping ground in Chicago with the very latest. Ali?
You know it, Don. This is a great town, and these folks over here are the traders. The bell is rung. Trading's done for the day. They're going to go home, get some sleep, eat their Wheaties, and come back tomorrow because it's going to be a big day. And somebody just signaled to me that 1 or 2 of them might actually get a drink. But it's going to be a big day tomorrow. Why? Because we are expecting that 2-day meeting at the end of it at 2:15 Eastern time that the Fed will announce another rate cut. There's some speculation as to whether it'll be 25 basis points. That's 1/4 percentage point or 1/2 percentage point. Now, what that's going to do is whatever the Fed cuts by, the prime rate will come down by the same amount. That's where you have got loans that are tied to the prime rate. You'll get a discount on that. Now, what happens here is this is where bonds are traded. The bonds are where is how your fixed interest rate, your fixed mortgages are determined, and usually they track each other. So when the prime rate goes down, when the Fed cuts rates, so will mortgage rates. So by this time tomorrow, we'll have heard from the major banks that they've cut after the Fed has cut. We'll also probably see mortgage rates trading lower. Right now, if you got good credit for a 30-year fixed loan, it's about 5.3%. Some people can do better than that. This may result in a lower rate. All of that is also meant to help stimulate the economy. So that's why we're keeping a close eye on it. That's why we're here in Chicago, and we will be here tomorrow when the Fed makes its announcement one way or the other on interest rates at 2:15 p.m. It's going to affect every single American with a home, with a mortgage, or some kind of loan, Don.
All right, Ali Velshi, and we know you're brown, but not that brown. Tell them to put a light on you. I love seeing you. We want to see
you. You can't put lights on.
Oh,
you can't put lights on here. That's what it is.
Yeah, okay. Now you've
explained smile so you know it's me.
Ali Velshi, you're making me blush, and I'm browner than you are. All right, thank you, sir. Our Susan Lesovich is tracking the markets. She joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange. With that, she's on the floor. Hey, Susan.
Hey, Don, and we have lots of lights on me. My hair always looks like it's on fire. It looks like it's so red when I'm on the floor. But here's the headline. We have 2 days of gains going into this Federal Reserve decision. But, you know, that's the good news. The bad news is there's not a lot of volume, which shows there's not a lot of conviction, people staying on the sidelines ahead of this important decision. And you know what? There's a lot more debate than usual as to how much the Fed will cut. As Ali said, the smart money is betting that the Fed will cut interest rates yet again, but how much it will cut and what it will say is up in the air. Three different reports on housing today. Not good news. Foreclosures up, home ownership down, home prices down. We have a couple movers I want to mention quickly. Disney shares are down 4% on a downgrade that said discretionary spending in the U.S. will decline, and that would hurt its theme parks. On the other hand, we have Boeing and Alcoa each up 4% on a surprisingly good report on big ticket items. We have some life at the NASDAQ as well, so let's take the #2 train uptown to Times Square. That's where Poppy Harlow is standing by at the NASDAQ market site. Poppy.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. You know, we're posting just modest gains here, up about 0.3% at the NASDAQ. But investors, like you said, sitting tight till we hear from the Fed. Interesting story over here at the NASDAQ. It is the battle of the billionaires. The chief executives over at Liberty Media and IAC Corp, two huge online media companies, battling it out in court. IAC owns things like the Home Shopping Network and Ticketmaster, Expedia.com. Diller wants to break that company up. The head of Liberty Media doesn't want him to. He has a big share in that company. He's taken him to court. These guys used to be friends, so very interesting. Both stocks, though, on the rise on that news. Meantime, some great news out of JetBlue. That stock up more than 20%. It reported a narrower than expected loss in the last quarter. Also, it reported its first full-year profit in 3 years. You remember all of that drama with JetBlue leaving planes on the runway for hours and hours last winter? Well, this is some good news for JetBlue. Finally, I'll wrap it up with we are watching Yahoo very closely. Earnings coming out from Yahoo right after the bell in just an hour or so today. Susan?
Yeah, Poppy, so lots of earnings reports. We also get the first look at the fourth quarter GDP out before the opening bell tomorrow. That's the broadest look at the economy, and everybody wants to see what happened in the fourth quarter. We're expecting a big decline from the third quarter, but not an outright contraction, and that'll be yet another thing that the Fed will consider before it makes its move tomorrow afternoon. And with that, I'll be back in just a few minutes, Don and Kara, with another look at what's going on here.
Yeah, don't forget the closing bell, just under an hour.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be back twice, I think.
Okay. Can't get enough of you, so we love it. Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Leading our political ticker today, two leading candidates, two core issues. John McCain stressing his national security credentials and Mitt Romney's banking on his financial chops as they battle for Florida's Republican primary vote. They appear to be in a neck-and-neck race, but Rudy Giuliani's hoping to be the spoiler in a contest that could make or break his campaign. No Democratic delegates are at stake in Florida, so the Dems are looking ahead to next week's Super Tuesday and the 22 Democratic contests. She was picked to give the Democratic response to President Bush's State of the Union speech. Now she's picking sides in the presidential race. Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius today endorsed Barack Obama. Democrats are hoping to reclaim the state, which has consistently gone Republican since Lyndon Johnson won in 1964. Obama's Democratic rival is also getting a high-profile endorsement today. Hillary Clinton has won the backing of California Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Waters is a leading member of the Congressional Black Caucus. She says Clinton is ready to tackle the country's economic challenges.
Taking sides can be tricky, as Senator Edward Kennedy is finding out. The New York State chapter of the National Organization for Women calls Kennedy's backing of Barack Obama an ultimate betrayal. The NOW chapter says Kennedy has, quote, joined the list of progressive white men who can't or won't handle the prospect of a woman president, who is Hillary Clinton. Kennedy says his Obama endorsement wasn't meant as a rejection of Clinton, whom he says he respects. It was chilly in the House chamber before President Bush's State of the Union speech last night, and we're not talking temperature. Barack Obama gave Hillary Clinton the cold shoulder. When Obama backer Ted Kennedy spoke with Clinton, Obama turned away. Do we know if that's the truth, or is that how we're perceiving it? Neither Clinton nor Obama acknowledged each other after all last night. Right now, you can be part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Send your video or pictures in an iReport to CNNPolitics.com.
Blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds. They're all over the place. Chad Myers, it's a wicked winter.
It is. It depends on what side of this storm you're on, though. I mean, because it's going to be a wicked spring-like event for places like Memphis and St. Louis. Here's a live shot from Memphis, really seeing just kind of gray clouds, some light rain, and no real impressive weather just yet. But it is going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better for you. Severe weather popping up there. Blizzard conditions across parts of Iowa, and extreme fire danger across Dallas and all the way back into western Texas. We have some iReports. I want to take you to Idaho, because rarely do I ever get a chance to talk about Idaho, because, well, you know, we just don't get kind of great pictures. But look at these from Rachel Nordgarden. Now, this is like near Sandpoint or Schweitzer Mountain, and I have friends that live in Hope, which is just right around the other side of the lake, and they said pick 2 feet over the weekend. And guess what, Rachel? You got another 1.5 feet coming tomorrow night. So it is time to dig out. Look, you can barely even see the front of the house. And there's one of the car, too. We're shoveling out from the car. Now, Schweitzer Mountain is a great little ski resort if you've never been up there. Powder is phenomenal, and the lift lines are non-existent. But now that I've told everybody that, they probably will get longer. Anyway, thank you to Rachel up there in Idaho. And where the snow is going to go for the rest of the day and the rest of the week, from Seattle eastward through Salt Lake City, all these areas that turn purple, and even up into Ontario too. That's a foot of snow or more. So let's zoom in to the northwest for just kind of look at this. From Seattle, not down to the Sound, but close, and then you get up into the passes for sure. All those dark purple spots, that's 20 inches of snow or more in the next 48 hours. And so, yeah, we're getting kind of in and out of some of this weather. It's kind of coming, kind of going. Chicago, 45 degrees this afternoon. Two for a morning low tonight. Did you say you had the Memphis Tower Cam? Is that which one, Katie? Is that what you said? Okay, let's put her in. There you go. WMC from our affiliate in Memphis, Tennessee. Looked a lot uglier than that about an hour ago as the rain came in, and you think, oh, we're all done because the rain's already over. No, there could be much more severe weather behind what you have now because of this. 45 to 2. When you get that cold air close to you, some of these storms could be strong. Back to you guys.
Okay. Chad Myers, thanks so much.
And Chad, there's some severe weather in China, too. Some of the worst they've seen there. Look at these pictures. It's deadly and it's paralyzing. The worst winter storms in half a century have brought much of China to a complete standstill. Hundreds of thousands, that's right, hundreds of thousands of people are stranded in airports and train stations. Power's out in many places. Dozens of people, sadly, have died. Now, this couldn't have happened at a worse time. Next week is a Chinese New Year, and millions of people are trying to make it home for the holiday. Later on, right here in the CNN newsroom, a look inside one packed train station, and CNN's Hugh Remington will take us inside of that train station and inside of this very sad story happening there. Among those waiting and hoping to get moving is a CNN reporter, Sam DeLeely. Now, he took this photo while stuck on a plane for 4 hours at the Snowden Airport in Nanjing. Kelly Duvall is a U.S. citizen. She lives there as well. She says her husband is stuck at the office with no way to get home. She and the kids are trying to make the best of it. They're playing in the snow and building igloos. Building an igloo, I still can't get over that. If you want to share your pictures or your video with us, just go to CNN.com/iReport.
Well, it's passed. We just got the word, the $146 billion economic aid package. Brianna Keeler is following it for us. Brianna, bring us up to date.
Well, Kira,
there's some bipartisanship, obviously, in the House. We've seen that they have overwhelmingly passed their plan for an economic stimulus, but that bipartisanship that we've been seeing also at the same time could be collapsing in the Senate. That's because Senate Democrats, as well as at least one moderate Republican, are weighing over a very different proposal from the House plan. This is one being floated by Senate Finance Committee Chairman Max Baucus, and what it would do is extend unemployment benefits, something the House plan doesn't do, but it would also change the tax rebate structure. It would be a flat $500 tax rebate for all income tax filers who make more than $3,000. And unlike the House plan, it would include senior citizens who are on Social Security, and there's no salary cap. So that means that Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, they would also get this $500 tax rebate. Total price tag for this package is $155 to $160 billion. That's about $5 to $10 billion more than the House plan. And this is going to be very difficult for Democrats in the Senate to pass, because just a short time ago, Republican leadership in the Senate announced that they just want to take the House bill, that one that just passed overwhelmingly. They want to take it clean and run it through the Senate. Even a GOP leadership aide telling us Republicans may filibuster any attempts to make changes to that House plan. So it's going to be difficult for Democrats, Kira.
Well, we'll follow it. Brianna Keeler there live on Capitol Hill. Thanks, Brianna. Dying for insurance, a man who isn't covered and has cancer. Dr. Gupta on his desperate fight to get treated and stay alive.
Past the hour, 3 of the stories we're working on for you right here in the CNN newsroom. This is a scene across the West right now where heavy snow is triggering avalanches, collapsing roofs, and causing car wrecks. Searchers are looking for 3 snowmobilers missing in the Colorado mountains. U.S. and UN officials trying to keep Kenya from spiraling completely out of control. The killing of an opposition lawmaker is inflaming the already fierce protests over last month's presidential election. Former UN Chief Kofi Annan is talking with Kenyan leaders while the U.S. is calling for calm. She was a singer, an actress, a writer, and the only child of President Truman. Margaret Truman died today in Chicago at 83. Recalling her time in the White House, which began while she was in college, she once said, quote, "Some of it was fun, but most of it was not."
Millions of Americans are living without health insurance. Some are taking desperate measures even to get it and save their lives. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, has been looking at the health care crisis for his upcoming Broken Government special. He's got an extreme example to share with us.
Digital is so wonderful. You can just shoot all day, you know? Taking pictures makes me a happy man.
A happy, uninsured man. When Mark Windsor was just 27 years old, doctors removed a large cancerous tumor from his neck. Windsor thought he was cured and left a job with company-paid health insurance to become a photographer.
I had gone a few years without recurrent, and I just felt confident that, you know, I just couldn't let that dictate my life.
But the cancer returned. In the beginning, Windsor was lucky. He found a hospital and surgeons who agreed to remove the tumors at no charge. But there were limits.
You knew that you weren't going to get anything extra. You're just going to get this tumor out of your body.
Nearly 50 million Americans have no health insurance. The American Cancer Society says patients without private insurance are 60% more likely to die within 5 years of their diagnosis. Tumors were growing again in Mark Windsor's neck. The surgeon who had donated his services was gone. He couldn't afford radiation treatment. So he made a desperate decision. He married a good friend, and she put him on her health insurance.
People get married, obviously, because they fall in love.
I don't think I want to answer that.
Can I ask you, did you get married because of health care insurance?
Well, some, yes.
That's what is that where we've arrived at?
That's where we've arrived.
You had to get married to get health care insurance.
Well, I didn't have to. I could have just, the tumor was getting so bad I would have been dead by now.
Windsor now has insurance and care, but unfortunately a wedding, a wife, and a new chance at life didn't stop the cancer from spreading. Now it may be too late.
I can tell you as well that he has just had another operation a couple of weeks ago. He has this disease now spread to his lungs, Kira. His doctors are confident that he will have an abbreviated life because of all that's happened to him or not happened to him in terms of the treatment that he hasn't received.
So his life could have been saved if he had insurance.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting with this particular type of cancer, there was a treatment that was available that would have actually cured him of this particular cancer, but it was too expensive back then.
How much would it cost?
Maybe $100,000. I mean, it wasn't cheap by any means.
Right, but it would have saved his life.
His life, years of treatments that he's gotten after that, all the cost of that probably way more than that single radiation treatment.
So now doctors are giving him what, a year?
Well, I think they're reluctant to put any kind of time frame on this, but they're saying that his life will probably be abbreviated because of this metastatic disease.
It's hard to think that a hospital or that doctors or that our system would do this and just leave a cancer patient to die.
I know, you know, it's complicated, to be fair. I mean, he went to a hospital, they gave him free care for a while, the doctor was charitable, the hospital was charitable, but then that doctor went away. He did go to other hospitals. A lot of times he'd go for a visit that he'd get a bill for thousands of dollars, which he couldn't pay, or he'd wait 12 hours and get referrals. Felt like he was really getting shuffled around until he was able to get insured again by getting married.
So what should uninsured cancer patients do?
Being uninsured is a difficult problem. I mean, we've been investigating this for months, and I mean, maybe that's sort of obvious, but I think the reality is for people, if you don't have insurance, some pharmaceutical companies will offer prescription drug plans, but that's for tens of thousands as opposed to tens of millions. There are some free clinics out there, but again, that's more for preventive services, not for something like Mark Windsor had. And there are some other options in terms of trying to get, if you qualify in terms of low salary, Medicaid for the poor, for example. But again, these are tough options, and he sort of fell through the cracks, which is why I thought his story was so important.
Yeah, it breaks your heart. Sanjay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
You can definitely see Sanjay for his special Broken Government Healthcare Critical Condition Thursday night, 11 Eastern, right after the CNN presidential debate.
I want to tell you about a happy ending or perhaps a new beginning to a story CNN brought you last year. I need a kidney. That's what Butch Morgan told the world on a billboard in Houston. Well, just last week, he got one, courtesy of Thomas Reardon of Chicago. Reardon decided to donate one of his kidneys after seeing the CNN story. Both are doing fine, actually more than fine.
I would say, you know, I mean, Tom was an angel sent, God sent to me. That I would tell him I'll love him for the rest of my life. If I don't ever get to see him again the rest of my life, he will always be in my prayers, in my family and my prayers. You know, and I know we will stay in touch, but I definitely, you know, I love this guy. He's a blood brother to me now.
It's a good feeling that you could, you know, extend somebody's life. That's actually what the doctor told me down there. He goes, you put 20 years on this man's life. So for me to spend, you know, a week or two on the bench doesn't really hurt me.
If you want more information on how to become an organ donor, go to organdonor.gov.
The Republicans are waiting for the Florida primary results, but for the Democrats, there are no delegates, no real stakes, so they're looking ahead. We're going to look too.
The economic stimulus package was passed by the House this hour. Brianna Keeler broke that news for us. And a congressional committee is meeting to discuss how best to combat the fallout from the subprime mess. They got their work cut out for them, Susan Lasovich. She's at the New York Stock Exchange to tell us about that and a check on the market.
That's right. Lots of news on Wall Street and in Washington. I'll talk about Wall Street first. Stocks are moving higher ahead of tomorrow's Fed decision. If the Dow ends up more than 100 points today, it will be the third triple-digit gain in the last 4 sessions. Checking the numbers right now, the Dow Industrials are up 113 points at 12,496. Walmart shares are up 0.75%. The world's biggest retailer announced its own economic stimulus plan today. It says it's rolling back prices up to 30% this week on thousands of items right in time for the Super Bowl. The NASDAQ Composite, meanwhile, is up about 0.5%. Of course, in Washington, they're talking stimulus as well, which includes taxpayer rebates passed through the House with bipartisan support. Speaker Nancy Pelosi warning the Senate not to add any additional items that could delay the process, even if they are ideas she supports. Of course, all of these efforts are to reduce the fallout from the wave of foreclosed homes, which soared last year. 405,000 families were forced from their homes last year, and the foreclosure wave threatens to grow in the coming months. The problems are so deep that one prominent Democrat says the stimulus package of this size probably won't help very much.
A stimulus package is like taking a garden hose to a 10-alarm fire and wondering why we aren't winning the battle.
Some critics are calling for laws which would allow bankruptcy judges to impose rates instead. Don.
All right, and is that a plan that is gaining steam, Susan?
Well, not yet. The Mortgage Bankers Association, Don, is against it, and so are some of the lawmakers meeting today. One Republican says that move would dry up credit. He says the solution to the current situation can be summed up in 3 words: liquidity, liquidity, liquidity.
To chill lending is precisely the opposite of what the market needs. It is the economic equivalent of throwing cold water on a freezing man. It will undercut the Paulson plan. It will undercut the stimulus package. It will undercut FHA reform. It will undercut our economy.
So the debate will continue, and so will the worries here on Wall Street. Coming up, how do you feel about the place where you work? Not the people, but the building itself. Some common complaints when I return for the closing bell. Don and Kira, I'm sure you'll have your 2 cents as well.
I didn't realize I was on. That little smirk. We love it. The set, too.
Of course we love it.
Set.
But we work in a newsroom.
Yeah, of course. All right, Susan,
and they're typically sloppy.
And don't forget, 30 minutes away, the closing bell. We want to see what happens there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Super Week is unfolding for an American airman and his family. We're going to tell you about his trip from Iraq to the Super Bowl.
Well, the fight for Florida. Will the state be Rudy Giuliani's springboard or his swan song? He's hoping to be the spoiler in today's Republican primary, in which Mitt Romney and John McCain appear locked in a neck-and-neck race. The Republican battle is grabbing almost all the attention, and the Democratic race is in the background since no Democratic delegates are at stake there. State by state, the candidates campaign. State by state, the voters vote. And everybody keeps track of which candidates win which states. But it's really all about delegates. Just as the Electoral College picks presidents, delegates pick nominees. CNN's Tom Foreman takes a look.
And if you want to be the Democratic nominee for president, you need just over 2,000 delegates to support you at the convention. And Obama has won the most so far through the primaries and caucuses. He has 63, Clinton has 48, Edwards has 26, and that's why Super Tuesday matters so very much. Almost 1,700 Democratic delegates will be divided on that day, and it's tricky because depending on local rules, strange things can happen. The candidate that wins a state may not win the most delegates from that state. For example, Clinton won the statewide popular vote in Nevada by capturing a few heavily populated urban areas like Las Vegas. But Obama did better in a good number of rural areas throughout the state, so he actually got 1 more delegate than she did. But don't feel bad about that. The Democrats also have something called super delegates. These are party leaders who vote at the conventions, and right now, even though Obama has actually won more delegates nationally, Clinton has more support from these super delegates. So she is winning the overall delegate race. It's terribly confusing, and it is much more straightforward on the Republican side. They have fewer delegates, and you need about 1,200 to be nominated. Romney is leading there. He's got 67. McCain has 38, and Huckabee 26, and the rest trail behind them. But they're also scrapping it out district by district for approximately 1,000 Super Tuesday delegates, knowing that in a race this tight, the wrong move in the wrong place can cost you delegates, and that can cost you the nomination.
All right, Tom Foreman, thank you very much, sir. Right now, you can be part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Is that how you get to be? We could be on the best political team on TV.
That's right. We just send in our iReports.
Just send in our iReports. CNN. So what is it? Pictures to iReport to CNN Politics CNN.com.
All right, we've been talking about the blizzards, the bitter cold, the dangerous winds, 2 degrees in parts of the country. Chad Myers, man, oh man.
Temperatures have just plummeted across parts of the upper Midwest, and that air is not stopping. It's going to continue all the way down south through Kentucky, Tennessee, into Georgia as well, probably even to northern Florida. Blizzard conditions, Iowa, parts of Missouri, and also even up into Minnesota. Some of these blizzard conditions are part of the wind, part of the cold air coming in, and man, is it cold behind it. Can you find a cold front? Okay, it's 48 in Chicago, it's 3 degrees below zero in Minneapolis, and it's 12 below in Fargo. I think it's easy to find right there between the purple and the green. And that cold air is just going to race right on through, keep right on going, and change your forecast. Pretty much almost the entire eastern half of the United States is going to be different tomorrow than it is today. And there's also the chance of severe weather. That severe weather could come in where the cold and the warm clash. There's a jet stream up here, and if you're flying from, let's say New York City to Dallas today, it's going to take you probably another 45 minutes in the air than if you're going the other direction. The jet stream right through here is 150 miles per hour. Now, why does that matter? Well, that's just energy. That's something we call shear, speed shear. It enhances the severe thunderstorm activity. Even though it's not 75 or 80 degrees out there, you don't need it to be that hot to get severe weather in the springtime, or for this matter, obviously, clearly here in the wintertime. A lot more snow coming down in the Pacific Northwest, all the way into Montana, Wyoming, and even into Salt Lake City. We had some ice this morning in Syracuse. This was an interesting situation. And we expected this to happen across parts of the upper Midwest over the weekend. Didn't really turn out this way. Warm, moist air came up from the south. Syracuse was over 40 degrees a couple hours ago. Well, when that warm, moist air hit the ground that was still 15 degrees, there was a black ice event without any rain really falling from the sky. It was mist, drizzle, and fog, and it landed on the ground, and you can see just the sheer shine there, or sheen, of that roadway, how slippery that was in Syracuse and a lot of upstate New York this morning because of warm air rather than cold air. Isn't that kind of odd? Back to you guys.
Odd indeed.
Yeah.
Chad, that's why you make sense of everything for us, so it doesn't look so
Come
odd.
the wrong way.
There you go.
Okay.
Thanks, Chad.
Well, Mexico has joined the hunt for the U.S. Marine suspected of killing his pregnant colleague. The U.S. Embassy says the Mexican government has issued an arrest warrant for Corporal Cesar Lauren. A cousin says Lauren visited family near Guadalajara 2 weeks ago, but left without saying where he was headed. Lauren is charged in last month's killing of Marine Lance Corporal Maria Lauterbach, who'd accused him of rape months earlier. Outrage in Gary, Indiana this hour. Police say a 13-month-old boy was shot to death in what his mother described as a carjacking. Quana Shaw was driving with her son Joshua last night when a man forced his way into the car. A coroner says Joshua died of 2 gunshot wounds. The mother was shot several times and is in critical condition.
It takes a very low individual to do something like that. To take any life is terrible, but then to shoot a child kicks it up even worse.
Police say they have arrested a person of interest in that shooting.
Another gruesome case for police who handled the Baby Grace case. A couple in Galveston discovered the body of an infant today. Authorities say that at first the couple thought that they had found a doll, but it was a baby boy, believed to be 6 months old. Investigators are trying to determine how that baby boy died. They suspect foul play. Authorities say that the baby, who was partially clothed, had been dumped in that area, possibly overnight. Something new from our friends at CNN.com and True TV. They've teamed up to bring you the best crime coverage on the web. You can go behind the police tape and into the courtroom like never before. You just go to CNN.com/crime.
On call to see the worst imaginable.
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell.
A doctor who's kept his oath in the midst of war.
Talks aimed at ending weeks of deadly violence in Kenya opened today in Nairobi. That didn't stop looters or more violence, though. An opposition lawmaker was shot dead outside his home near the capital, and police say his death was not politically motivated. But it comes after hundreds of Kenyans have died in ethnic violence triggered by last month's presidential election. Former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is mediating the peace talks. He's calling on the warring factions to do whatever possible to, in his words, stop the downward slide into chaos.
Concern over kidnapped American leads to a rare sight in Afghanistan. Some 500 Afghan women, many wearing burqas, gathered in a wedding hall in Kandahar. They called on Sid Melzar captors to release her immediately. It may seem like a small protest compared to mass demonstrations in the West, but today's rally was rare for women in this conservative region. One woman says she got permission from her husband to attend. Mizell and her driver were kidnapped Saturday. No one has claimed responsibility, and Kandahar's governor says there are no suspects in the case. Mizell has worked for an aid agency for 3 years. She's been focusing on projects to help women and families learn to make money.
It's one of the Baghdad's best, but a relatively well-off Iraqi hospital shows why that country's healthcare system is still in critical condition. Here's CNN's Arwa Damon.
Just a few months ago, the bulk of Baghdad's casualties came through the doors of the emergency ward at Yarmouk Hospital. A time when those saving lives risked losing theirs.
Many times, wounded military people or militias come in here with guns, and they threaten us or they abuse us verbally or physically. And we are sometimes some doctors have been shot at.
The majority of Iraq's doctors fled the violence, but Dr. Mohammed stayed, fulfilling the dream of his childhood.
It was the image of the doctor that I liked when I was a child, as in white coat. And I used to go to a pediatrician when I was a child. He always gave me a lollipop when he finished examining me. But I like this idea very much.
As always, here in Baghdad, with the good comes the bad.
I see some improvements, but the government has many issues, so I think they put us on the last of the list.
Even by Baghdad standards, this hospital ranks among the best. Electricity isn't an issue, thanks to a dedicated line from the power plant. And if that fails, there are 6 generators. But it's medical equipment and supplies that are lacking. And the water quality leaves much to be desired.
Security, although much better, still does remain a problem. Things like roadside bombs can shut the streets down for hours. For example, this is our second attempt to try to get here. On the first one, quite simply, the roads were all blocked off, and to try to get patients to the hospital, emergency staff had to walk 500 meters down the road with stretchers to bring them in.
The hospital director, Dr. Haqqi, says the health ministry is trying to deal with problems it can control, but wants improvements faster.
Still, we always tell our people that you must be always ready to any flare-up of the situation.
The memory of hardships the hospital once endured are still very fresh.
Did you ever imagine when you were going through medical school that you would see everything you've seen over the last few years?
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell. So I didn't imagine. I didn't imagine that, ever.
Arwa Damon, CNN, Baghdad.
Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's how Chadwick McDaniel describes his all-expense-paid trip to Phoenix to watch Sunday's Super Bowl. A 21-year-old airman first class arrived yesterday from Iraq, and his mother and 14-year-old brother were waiting for him. They hadn't seen each other since McDaniel went off to war 4 months ago. He won the trip from the nonprofit group Packages from Home.
I just appreciate everything, and I'm just so happy to be reunited with my mom and my brother.
McDaniel and his brother will be in the stands when the New York Giants take on the New England Patriots Sunday. I should have done that in my announcer's voice. Back the prompter up a little bit. Back it up to where I said. McDaniel and his brother will be in the stands when the New York Giants and the New England Patriots take on each other on Sunday. He's due to fly back to Iraq the next day. He deserved that. Congratulations to him.
Well, the president's signing an executive order restricting earmarks, as mentioned in the State of the Union address. We're going to take a quick break. We're expecting that to happen in less than 2 minutes. And I'll see your celebrity, and I'll raise you mine.
Now that Sylvester Stallone has endorsed me, I'm sending over to take care of Chuck Norris right away.
Raising the stakes in the presidential endorsement game.
Welcome to Progressive.com. Did you find your policy okay?
I did. Saved over $350.
We have a savings of $350. A savings of $350. You know, that comes with concierge claim service, local response claim service, and 24/7 live support, all at no extra charge.
Wow.
Wow, I know. I say it louder. Have a great day.
Lots of extra features that don't cost you extra. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
President now signing that executive order restricting earmarks, as he mentioned, the State of the Union. Let's take it.
Be assured of the incentives necessary to make investments. Anyway, I do want to thank the Speaker and Leader Boehner for working quickly and working in a bipartisan fashion. This was a very good start. And now I'm going to sign this executive order. Last night I said that it's very important for Congress to earn the trust of the American taxpayer, and one way they should do so is to end the practice of earmarks. Now, I said last year that they should voluntarily cut the number in half, not only the number but the amount of earmarks in half. They chose not to do so. And so last night I told the Congress that I would veto any bill, appropriations bills, that did not cut the number and the amount of earmarks in half. Secondly, there's a practice here in Washington, I'm not sure many of our citizens understand it takes place, where members just put in special spending projects into what's called report language. That means that these projects never were voted on and never really saw the light of day. And this executive order says that any such earmarks this year and into the future will be ignored by this administration and hopefully future administrations unless those spending projects were voted on by the Congress. American people expect there to be transparency in the process. They expect people to be here in Washington to be wise about how they spend their money, and this executive order will go a long way toward sending that signal to the Congress and at the same time earning the trust of the American peoples. Mr. Director, thank you for your leadership on this issue. It's the right course of action to take, and I'm proud to have signed the executive order. Thank you.
And hopefully protecting American taxpayers from government spending on wasteful earmarks. More from the CNN newsroom straight ahead.
Time to check what's clicking on CNN.com. Among some of our most viewed videos, she had one, or was it two, or maybe a few for the road. A Wisconsin driver dials 911 to say she may be too tipsy to be behind the wheel. In India, I should say, police uncover a worldwide ring dealing in, get this, human organs. This man says he was promised a job, then forcibly taken to a clinic. When he woke up, he was missing a kidney. That was going around the internet a while back.
I thought that was a myth.
Yeah, it was a myth, but I guess it's happening in India. And calls for Kenya to stop what one diplomat sees as its downward spiral into chaos. Hundreds of Kenyans have been killed in ethnic violence triggered by last month's disputed elections. Check this story out, all these stories and much, much more right at your fingertips, CNN.com.
Time now to check out CNN's Wolf Blitzer.
Yep. He's standing by in the Situation Room to tell us what's coming up at the top of the hour. Hello there, Wolf.
Hi, guys. Thanks. A lot's coming up. It's the biggest primary so far, and polls begin closing in just 3 hours. The Florida governor, Charlie Crist, is joining us live right here in the Situation Room. He'll tell us why he's supporting John McCain. Remember, it's winner take all in Florida for the Republicans. But a big group with access to the airwaves, they say they actually hate John McCain. You're going to hear from a conservative radio talk show host about why he and some of his colleagues are so passionate about it. Plus, we're about an hour away from the first exit poll results. And who voted in Florida? What's the most important issues on the agenda? We're going to bring you those numbers as they come in live right here in the Situation Room. All that coming up. Kira and Don?
Yep, Wolf with a new and improved big board behind him, big monitor.
You like that?
I like that.
Pretty cool, isn't it?
It's giant.
Wolf's big enough. He doesn't need a big board. He stands on his own.
I'm out.
A fabulous set here.
I'm out of this conversation. You two continue.
You're going to want to stay out of this next one, too. A cubicle mate with a stinky lunch, a slow computer. What's your biggest complaint about the office? Definitely not Wolf Blitzer, but see how your answer compares to a national survey of teed-off employees just like you.
We've got a stinky luncher somewhere around here.
Closing bell about to ring on Wall Street.
Susan LaSilva standing by with a final look at this trading day. Hello, Susan.
Hello, Don and Kara. So there's a national poll from office workers on how their office itself affects their motivation, productivity, and attitude. The most common complaint from office workers is the temperature itself, too hot or too cold, but way up there as well is...
Kira and I complain all the time. Can you open the vent, please? We're sweating.
I have a special relationship with the facilities guys.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
And me as well here at the NYSE. The noise level, of course, is just huge. But, okay, understocked restrooms, unexplained odors or foul air, rodents and insects. A fifth of the respondents said that. Theft or crime and leaky ceilings and windows. The vast majority say it affects the productivity. But guess what? Fourth quarter GDP. See you tomorrow, guys. Big day tomorrow.
All right, Susan. See you tomorrow.
Susan never gets on our nerves, by the way. She's the best. Someone else who never gets on our nerves either.
Wolf Blitzer, maybe?
You know it. Take it away, Wolf.
Happening now, primary day. Huge numbers of people are voting in Florida, and the race between John McCain and Mitt Romney couldn't get much tighter. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton continue their battle, but as one racks up another endorsement, the other may claim victory in what some people consider simply to be a beauty contest tonight. And it's your money. Now President Bush has just done something to try to help keep it from being wasted. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center, and you're in the Situation Room. Right now, an intense political opera is nearing its final act. Amid a chorus of insults and accusations, people are voting in Florida's primaries. What happens there should matter to you. On the Republican side, this is the biggest contest so far, with the winner snatching all 57 Florida delegates. Winner take all for the Republicans in Florida tonight. And whoever wins could get a full head of political steam heading into Super Tuesday next Tuesday. Polls show a tight race between John McCain and Mitt Romney. Let's go there. CNN's Dana Bash is in Miami. She's watching all of this for us. The candidates making their final pitches, Dana, right now.
They are, but at this point, as you know, Wolf, it's not so much about the candidate's pitch. It's their campaign's organization getting out every last vote they think is going to go for them. But with a race this tight, it is these candidates going neck and neck, going at it, vying for every last vote and going at it until the bitter end.
At a polling station in St. Petersburg, one last chance for John McCain to convince Florida Republicans their security matters most, and Mitt Romney's not their man.
The real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there.
Thank you. In nearby Tampa, Romney said the struggling economy trumps all else, closing the deal as the businessman who can help, warning McCain cannot.
One of the candidates out there running for president said that the economy is not his strong suit. Well, it's my strong suit.
The biting personal jabs, evidence of Florida's high stakes. The winner, likely the GOP frontrunner. But for voters asked to choose between one candidate for the economy and another on national security, it's not that simple.
For myself, it's the economics. I do believe the war is also a deep consideration. Our boys over there and women and families, what they're giving up.
Cue Rudy Giuliani.
I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis.
But after putting all his eggs in Florida's basket, he sat with a bowl of Raisin Bran and deflected questions about whether a dismal finish will bring his demise.
We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today.
As for Mike Huckabee, he isn't expecting a strong Florida showing, yet used a voter handing him a golf club to take a primary day swing at a rich rival.
I wouldn't know what. I wish, let's see, you hold this in. It'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right?
But the race for momentum out of Florida really is between Mitt Romney and John McCain. For John McCain, a prize here in a Republican-only primary could put to rest questions about his appeal among conservatives. And for Mitt Romney, Wolf, it could reset the race for him once again and clearly give him the lead in terms of the delegates needed to win the Republican nomination. Wolf.
Dana, thanks very much. Most of the polls in Florida close at 7 p.m. Eastern. All of them will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're counting down to 8 p.m. Eastern. Soon we'll have our first set of exit polls gauging issues important to Florida voters. That's coming up. We'll share the exit poll numbers with you as we get them. Also coming up, our special coverage of the Florida primary. I'll be here with the best political team on television. Our coverage begins when all of the polls close in Florida. That would be at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. On the Democratic side, Barack Obama is in the Midwest right now, where he's picking up another endorsement. Let's go out there. Suzanne Malveaux is standing by in Kansas City, Missouri. Missouri being one of those Super Tuesday states. Suzanne, what's going on with Barack Obama today?
Well, another big endorsement coming from the governor of Kansas. He is in Kansas, obviously, to show that he can campaign and win some support in a Republican-dominated state. He needs the support to pick up delegates wherever he can. But Wolf, have to tell you, the headline seems to be everybody's eyes were on State of the Union, looking at tone, body language, but it wasn't of the president. It was of Barack Obama and Senator Hillary Clinton. How were they going to interact after that big endorsement from Senator Ted Kennedy? Well, take a look.
The headline was all about the so-called snub. This picture of Senator Barack Obama turning away from Senator Clinton as Ted Kennedy, Obama's new best friend and key endorser, extended his hand. The moment captured and dissected, reflecting the atmosphere of high tension and drama in the campaign. Today, Obama denied any slight, saying he was distracted by another senator.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
Out of Washington and on the road, his first stop his grandfather's hometown of El Dorado, Kansas, where he picked up a key endorsement from its governor.
We're among friends here. We're family.
And Wolf, as I mentioned before, it is not just a kind of a trip down memory lane when it comes to that key stop in Kansas, but it really is about trying to prove that he can make some inroads where other Democrats have failed. Barack Obama also in his plane dismissing Senator Hillary Clinton's her last stop that she's going to make in Florida after the primary for Democrats. Obviously, we know the delegates don't count in that state. Barack Obama simply dismissing it as a beauty contest. Wolf?
It may be a beauty contest, but a lot of Floridians, a lot of Democrats will be voting throughout today. They've already voted, a lot of them absentee ballots and into the night. And a lot of the Florida Democrats take this race very, very seriously. It's a lot different than it was in Michigan, which was also penalized by the Democratic National Committee for moving up their primary, because in Michigan, only Hillary Clinton and Dennis Kucinich, their names were on the ballot together with uncommitted. In Florida, on the other hand, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, John Edwards, their names are on the ballot, so a lot of Florida Democrats are taking this vote very seriously. Candy Crowley standing by. We're going to be talking to her about this throughout the course of the Situation Room. Another person reportedly praising Barack Obama, that would be really California Republican Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. He isn't endorsing Obama, but he does tell the San Francisco Chronicle Obama's message of bringing people together is a good one. Schwarzenegger also says that he likes John McCain without actually endorsing him either. Governor Schwarzenegger, by the way, will be my guest here in the Situation Room tomorrow. Meanwhile, CNN will be a guest in his state. It's for two presidential debates. The Republican presidential debate tomorrow night in Simi Valley at the Reagan Library. The Democrats have their debate at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles Thursday night. Both of the presidential debates, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. Let's go to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file.
Did you have lunch with anybody important today?
No, just the staff.
He was at the White House yesterday.
That was
lunch with the president.
Food was much better there.
Yeah, no, if you ate here, it's better.
Very good, very
better
good.
Almost anywhere. Yeah. Senator Edward Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama yesterday got a lot of people talking about what effect the backing of one of the Senate's most senior Democrats will have on Obama's campaign. Will the young senator from Illinois inherit the Kennedy mystique that was the late president's? It's also worth noting Kennedy's far from the only member of the Democratic establishment who has decided to support Obama instead of Hillary Clinton. The list is pretty impressive. These are powerful names: Senators John Kerry, Patrick Leahy, Kent Conrad, former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, California Congressman George Miller. It's interesting that they would turn their backs on Hillary, the wife of one of the party's most popular figures and a key player in the party herself. But a piece in the Politico today describes how Washington's liberal establishment has joined together around the view that former President Bill Clinton is tarnishing his legacy and hurting his wife's presidential chances in the process. It points out how Clinton spends so much time as the dominant personality in the Democratic Party that it makes it easy to forget that a lot of Democrats never liked him all that much to begin with. And it seems like a lot of this anti-Clinton sentiment has now resurfaced in Washington, where some see Clinton's campaigning to be inappropriate and even offensive. So here's the question. Why are so many powerful Democratic leaders turning their backs on Hillary Clinton and instead endorsing Barack Obama? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty File. You can post a comment there on my blog.
I got one too, by the way.
I know you do.
I got a little entry at CNNpolitics.com.
What did you write today about?
I wrote about the excellent staff we have and what it takes to get me on the air.
That's probably a short article. Did you write about anything else?
No, it takes a village, by the way, to get you and me on the air, as you and I know.
That's true.
All right, it's an election where the candidates are not necessarily campaigning and there's no major prize at stake, especially the delegates. So why is Florida so important for the Democrats today? Candy Crowley is watching that story. Hillary Clinton gets ready for a party, but after you hear what they'll be celebrating, you might wonder why the big fuss. And none of us wants to see our money wasted. Now President Bush does something to try to help stop that from happening. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. It's primary day in the state of Florida. Right now we're counting down to when the polls close. But as the Republican candidates spend some of the day campaigning, the Democrats are doing something very, very different. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider. He's watching this story for us. So what are the Democrats doing?
They're doing something very unusual. They're having an election where the candidates didn't campaign, and the results may not even count. Florida Democratic voters are doing something amazing. They are having a spontaneous primary.
This is all a grassroots effort, and it is fabulous. I've actually heard some comments where people said, you know, isn't this what campaigning is supposed to be about? It's about talking to our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues at work. It's about us taking the initiative to say why we are for somebody.
The National Democratic Party says Florida's votes won't count because the state is holding its primary too early. The Democratic candidates agreed not to campaign in Florida. How can you have an election where the candidates don't campaign?
Our voters in Florida have been innovative. They have been out here with their cardboard cutouts. They have been doing debate parties. They've been having their teas. They've been doing the campaign themselves.
Like Democrats around the country, Florida voters are excited about the campaign.
This election is about Hillary Clinton, and she stands for what I care about.
Barack Obama.
And why did you vote for him?
Because I think he has the vision, the curiosity, the intellect, the capability, the everything to lead this country in a new direction.
They want to be heard.
I hope we still vote for something, not for nothing.
Are they disgruntled?
We have tripled the amount of absentee ballots that we've had since 2004. That's huge. That's not disgruntledness.
Florida Democrats are confident that whoever the Democratic nominee is, he or she will not want to lock Florida out of the party.
We are going to go all the way to the convention to make sure that our voices are heard loud and clear on that convention floor.
Without a campaign, who wins? Well, Hillary Clinton expects to as the best-known contender. She'll even be in Florida tonight to collect her prize, which is what? Momentum, she hopes, heading into Super Tuesday.
All right, we'll see what happens. We'll be watching every step of the way tonight in our coverage. So what are the big issues important to voters in Florida? Coming up, we'll have the first set of exit polls. They're just coming in. Bill Schneider is going to have a chance to go through them. You're going to want to hear what people were thinking after they voted. And Walmart brags its prices are always low. Now the retail giant does something to slash its prices even more. How might you save? Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. As Bill Schneider just reported, Hillary Clinton will arrive in Florida tonight after the polls have closed. All the polls will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. She says it won't violate the pledge she and other Democratic presidential candidates took not to campaign in Florida. Let's get some perspective on this extremely unusual situation. We're joined by our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley. What's going on in Florida right now? Because it's hard to understand. A lot of people, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of Democrats will vote, but the Democratic Party has told them it really doesn't mean much in terms of delegates to the convention in Denver.
Well, look, here is the argument from the Clinton campaign. They say there'll probably be record turnout on the Democratic side. They believe those voices should be heard. They also believe that many of these voters don't know that there will be no delegates from Florida seated at the National Convention in Denver. So what they've done here is they've had Hillary Clinton come down here for a victory speech. Certainly all the polls indicate she'll have a major victory here tonight. And even though there are no delegates at stake, what the Clinton campaign argues is that eventually these delegates are going to be seated, that the widespread participation in Florida, in fact, demands that these, quote, these voices be heard. Now, of course, the Obama campaign is looking at this and saying, wait a minute, what you're trying to do here is too cute by half. Obviously, Hillary Clinton has not had a good week. She got shellacked in South Carolina. She lost a very important endorsement from Ted Kennedy, which was very high profile. And so obviously the Barack Obama people say this is just an attempt to grab a headline to try to change the conversation and break Barack Obama's momentum or start some momentum for Hillary Clinton as she moves into these February 5th states.
There was a similar situation in Michigan, which moved up its primary ahead of the schedule. They were penalized. Their delegates, won't be seated supposedly at the convention either. But in Michigan, only Hillary Clinton's name and Dennis Kucinich's name were on the ballot, and then there was uncommitted. I take it in Florida, all three Democratic presidential candidates, their names are actually on the ballot.
Actually, more than the three. Most of the Democratic candidates, even those that have dropped out, are on this ballot here. And the Clinton campaign says, well, that's the difference. That's why we didn't go right before the Michigan primary and say that we want those delegates seated. But remember the timing of this. On the eve of the South Carolina primary, on Friday, Hillary Clinton announced that she would direct her delegates to vote to seat the Florida primary delegates. And again, the timing certainly looks like it is swayed to kind of campaign in Florida without campaigning in Florida. So obviously this is symbolic here. What exactly it means depends on which campaign you talk to.
All right, and we talk to all the campaigns. Candy, thanks very much for that. Let's check in with Carol Costello. She's monitoring some other important stories incoming to the Situation Room right now. Carol, I assume you followed all that stuff on the Democrats in Florida.
Absolutely, every single word. Thanks, Wolf. In the news this afternoon, new figures show that 2007 saw the biggest one-year drop in home ownership on record. The Federal Census Bureau reports that the fourth quarter of last year, just under 68% of Americans owned the homes they lived in. That's down more than a full percent from a year earlier. Home ownership levels hit their all-time highs in 2004. And Walmart says it's discounting many items in an effort to keep cash-strapped Americans in the mood to spend money. The world's largest retailer announced today that it will cut prices on groceries, electronics, and other home-related items from 10 to 30% this week. Retail analysts say the timing of the move is likely related to the upcoming Super Bowl weekend, traditionally a busy time for sales of electronics and consumable items like potato chips and such. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, Carol, thanks very much for that. We'll check back with you shortly. Republican presidential candidate John McCain scored a major last-minute endorsement in Florida. I'll be joined by the state's most high-profile McCain supporter. That would be the governor, Charlie Crist. He'll join me live. I'll ask him why he picked McCain over Giuliani or the other Republicans. And YouTube, Born Again. There's a new spin-off of the popular online video site with a Christian slant, though, this time. We're going to tell you about it. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Happening now, Republican presidential candidate John McCain has been stressing his conservative credentials out on the campaign trail. So why is a big part of the Republican base so skeptical about him? I'll speak with conservative radio talk show host, the author and blogger Hugh Hewitt. That's coming up in our next hour. Also in the next hour, a first look at which way today's high-stakes Republican primary in Florida may be breaking. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, will start delving into the exit polls of voters. And on the Democratic side, is Barack Obama changing his position on an important issue to try to lure Latino voters? I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. In last night's State of the Union address, President Bush announced he's going on the offensive against so-called congressional earmarks. Those special projects slipped into spending bills very often at the last minute with no scrutiny whatsoever. Today, the president moved to try to rein in the practice. Let's get a breakdown of the political climate in Washington on this, the day after the State of the Union. We'll go there. Our White House correspondent, Ed Henry, is looking into this part of the story. The president just signed an executive order. Ed, tell us about it.
Well, Wolf, that's right. The national debt, as you know, has reached a staggering number of $9 trillion on his watch. The president clearly trying to say that he wants to do something and actually following through with this executive order today to do something to rein in federal spending. Last night, as you noted, he talked about vetoing any individual spending bill that does not cut in half earmarks based on last year's numbers. These are these pet projects put in by lawmakers at the last minute many times. In the Oval Office just moments ago, he went a step further by signing a specific executive order saying that his federal agencies would not fund any of these projects if they're slipped in at the last minute and not put in there in the light of day.
And this executive order says that any such earmarks this year and into the future will be ignored by this administration and hopefully future administrations unless those spending projects were voted on by the Congress.
Now, Democrats on Capitol Hill today firing back that they believe Mr. Bush is doing this a bit late in his presidency, that in fact about roughly half of the earmarks are sponsored by Republicans on Capitol Hill. And in fact, yesterday, the conservative Wall Street Journal editorial page wrapped Senate Republicans saying that they have to break their habit of using these special pet projects as a way to get reelected. So this is a problem for both sides on Capitol Hill. The president now trying to push back against even his own party on this, Wolf.
Ed Henry at the White House. We're going to have a lot more on this story coming up, a very important part of the story. Ed, thanks very much. Let's get back to the big story, though, today. The Republican primary in Florida. Florida's big primary nearing its final act right now. Many voters are going to the polls to voice their picks among the presidential candidates. My next guest has certainly made up his mind in a very public way. Charlie Crist is Florida's governor. He's joining us now from St. Petersburg. Governor Crist, thanks very much for coming in.
Wolf, great to be with you, as always. Thank you.
Tell us what the differences were on the issues that you decided to support John McCain, for example, over Rudy Giuliani or Mitt Romney. Specifically, what issues influenced your high-profile decision?
Well, trust, integrity, his statesmanship, his integrity. I mean, the fact that he has been so long a true statesman, a great patriot, a great American hero, all of those things really come to mind when you talk about who you want to be your public servant, your next president. And it really came down to trust. I mean, I had to go through the, very personal decision of who I'm going to vote for during the past week. And when I came to that decision, John McCain was my choice, and I decided to share that with the people of Florida. I think it's important to do so.
Was his stance, though, on the domestic economic issues, the money-related issues, or national security that was more important, that you liked where he stood as opposed to the other Republican candidates?
Well, both national security, certainly. I mean, it's hard to have the kind of credentials that John McCain does as it relates to safety and security, and his strength, really, as it relates to that. But also economic issues. I mean, having served as chairman of the Commerce Committee, working for years on trying to cut taxes, supporting the president's initiative to make permanent the tax cuts, all of those, I think, are incredibly important when you come to a decision like this. And then there's a gut feel, too, Wolf. I mean, I just like the guy. I think he's a good man. I know he's a good man. I know he'll be a great president, and that led me to my decision.
He wants to make those Bush tax cuts that were implemented in 2001, 2003 permanent. They're set to expire in the year 2010, but he was one of only 2 Republicans who voted against those tax cuts based back in 2001. Do you have a problem with that actual vote as opposed to what he's saying right now?
Well, not when it's balanced with the rationale behind it, that he wanted to have reduced spending, reductions in our spending. That's very important. As a governor, I understand how important that is because we had to reduce spending here in the Sunshine State. You have to be responsible. You have to prioritize your spending, just like families have to do every single day. John McCain understands that, and that's why I have such enormous respect for him.
But that was only part of his rationale in voting against those tax cuts. He also didn't like the fact that the rich were going to get the tax cuts as opposed to the middle class or the poor. I'll read to you what he said on the Senate floor on May 21st, 2001. The principle that guides my judgment of a tax reconciliation bill is tax relief for those who need it the most, lower and middle income working families. And then a few days later, on May 26th, he said, I cannot in good conscience support a tax cut in which so many of the benefits go to the most fortunate among us at the expense of middle-class Americans who most need tax relief. Now, to a lot of observers out there, that sounds like the same argument the Democrats were making against the Bush tax cuts. You have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with standing up for the common man and the common woman. I think it's awfully important that anybody who aspires to public service understands the wants, the needs, the desires, and the challenges that everyday people have to live with. We understand that here in the Sunshine State, and that's why I think Senator McCain's going to do very, very well tonight.
Rudy Giuliani supported what you really want in the state of Florida, given its history of hurricanes, a federal disaster fund to come in and help the people of Florida and elsewhere around the country deal with natural emergencies. Rudy Giuliani supports it. Does John McCain support such a federal disaster fund?
Well, he supports it more on a regional basis, which I can understand and I certainly respect. I mean, the Gulf states have had a lot to deal with hurricanes of late, and I think he understands that it's important to take a progressional step towards trying to have more help for more people in a way that's responsible, prudent, and makes common sense. I respect that. And as Ronald Reagan used to say, Wolf, if you agree with me 80% of the time, you're probably my friend. I trust this man. He's not going to say things just to appease me. He's going to say the things that are in his heart. And I think that's exactly what the American people want and deserve.
As you know, Governor, there's a lot of buzz out there, especially in your home state of Florida, that which is a critical state, as all of us know, in the contest in November, that you could potentially be a vice presidential running mate. Is that something you've been thinking about?
No, it's not. I mean, it's very flattering to hear that kind of talk, but my focus is Florida. Florida is what I care about. The people of this state have been very, very kind to me. I want to honor their public trust and their confidence, do everything I can to fight for them every single day. That's what my focus is. That's what the focus is today, to reduce their property taxes, to elect a great guy who's going to be a great president in John McCain. These are the kinds of things that Floridians care about. That's what I'm focused on, the things I'm sure your mother cares deeply about in South Florida.
A lot of mothers living in Florida care about all those things as well. Governor, thanks very much. Senator McCain is a very fortunate guy to have a good friend and supporter like you down in Florida on this crucial day. Appreciate your joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Wolf, as always, and I'm pleased to have a friend like John McCain and you.
All right, thank you very much, Governor Charlie Crist of Florida. It's a crucial contest expected to shape the Republican race. Tonight, you can join me and the best political team on television for instant primary results. Our coverage will start when all the polls in Florida are closed. That would be at 8 p.m. Eastern. You'll want to stay with CNN throughout the night. President Bush says he's going after those special pet projects members of Congress slip into the federal budget. So why are more than 11,000 of those so-called earmarks exempt from his new executive order? We're watching this story. And in the Republican presidential race, all eyes are on Florida. We'll have a first look at which way today's primary may be breaking when we check some of the numbers from our exit polls. Those numbers just coming in right now. Bill Schneider reviewing them. All that and a lot more coming up right here in the Situation Room. Many Americans are asking exactly what kind of pet projects will be affected by President Bush's new executive order and how quickly the spending will be reined in. Let's get a little factual reality check right now, seeing as Drew Griffin has been looking into these questions. He's joining us with more. What have you found, Drew?
Well, Wolf, the president's executive order today and his tough talk on earmarks last night, it only applies to future spending, next year's budget, a budget that's going to be implemented basically without him. Critics, especially fiscally conservative watchdog groups, say the president has essentially dumped the earmark problem on his successor.
The people's trust in their government is undermined by congressional earmarks.
The problem is the government, and most in this room last night are also addicted to earmarks. These are the people that brought you 11,700 earmarks in this spending cycle. And this is the president who signed them all into law. The president's threat to veto spending bills packed with pork and his executive order to ignore other earmark requests only applies to next year. This year's nearly $17 billion in earmarks are a done deal. Like what? Airports were big this year, just not big airports. The two senators from Massachusetts got about $8 million in upgrades for the small airports near their vacation homes on Cape Cod and Nantucket. Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska, who didn't get his bridge to nowhere, did get an airport in nowhere. Actually, Akutan, Alaska, the site of a major seafood processing plant whose owner gives money to Senator Stevens' campaign. There's money for a museum run by a congressman's wife. There's money for a museum for a mule. There's money for a museum shuttered all but 2 days a year. Must not be too busy if you can park your truck here, huh?
No, they got a tour once a year in there.
So last night, the president, who oversaw the largest run-up in earmarks in history, scolded Congress, saying, next year, you need to do better. And Wolf, the watchdog groups I've been talking with today say all the president's really doing is kicking this can down the road. Democrats can literally just stall next year's spending bill until Bush is out of office. And keep in mind, Wolf, even though the Republicans were standing up and cheering last night, as Ed Henry already reported, they are just as addicted to these earmarks as any Democrat in that chamber who didn't stand up and applaud.
Drew Griffin doing an excellent fact check for us. Drew, thanks very much. He's been watching this story for some time. Another issue emphasized by the president last night, the importance of quickly passing a new economic stimulus package. The House of Representatives responded by approving the legislation just a short while ago. Let's go to CNN's Brianna Keeler. She's covering the story for us. Brianna's up on Capitol Hill right now. So what are you hearing about the fate of this stimulus package when it now goes over to the Senate?
Well, Wolf, even though the House passed this plan for an economic stimulus package so overwhelmingly, that bipartisanship appears to be collapsing in the Senate. Senate Republicans saying they want to take this House plan and they want to push it through the Senate with no changes.
This is not a time to get into some kind of testing of wills between the two congressional bodies. This is a time to show that we can rise above partisanship, do something important, and do it quickly.
And a GOP leadership aide is telling CNN that Republicans will filibuster to get their way. Meanwhile, Democrats are looking at a different proposal that would extend unemployment benefits and would also extend the tax rebates in the House plan to include 15 million more senior citizens who are on Social Security. However, it would also give tax rebates to the super rich. Think Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, folks like that. And that is not sitting well with some Democrats, that there is no income cap on this.
To take off the caps causes me to want to gag, okay? But other than that, I like it. No, I can't. I think it would send the wrong message that we would spend an extra $5 billion to give me a rebate.
Now, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid says, though, Democrats are going to try to win over as many Republicans as they can to make those changes. But the question now, Wolf, how long will that take?
All right, Brianna, thanks very much. Good question. We'll see. In our strategy session, the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, he says he remains upbeat about today's Republican primary.
We're going to win. We are going to win today. That's our answer. We're going to win today. That's our objective. And we're headed to California tomorrow to continue the campaign.
But will Florida voters make Giuliani the latest comeback kid, or will they send him back to New York City? And Democratic voters will turn out for today's primary. They're turning out in huge numbers, but will they have any say in who the party nominee eventually will become? Donna Brazil and Rich Galen, they're standing by for our strategy session right here in the Situation Room. There's a great deal at stake for all the Republican candidates in today's Florida primary. The voting continues right now. Polls close. All of the state polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern. But for the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, the results could make or break his campaign. Let's get some analysis in today's strategy session. Joining us, our CNN contributor and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile and Republican strategist Rich Galen. Guys, thanks very much for coming in. This could be a long night, Rich. Let me pick your brain first. The polls going in, no, I don't know anything about the exit polls, but at least in the last few days showed an incredibly tight race between Mitt Romney and John McCain. So, you know, that we may have to wait for hours and hours before we know who wins in Florida. And this is a lot at stake because in Florida for the Republicans, it's winner take all.
Right, but it may well be that we have to wait until the absentee ballots are counted. And my sense is that the two campaigns that had active absentee ballot programs, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of absentee and early voting ballots, were Giuliani and Romney. Romney because he could afford it, Giuliani because he wasn't doing anything else. But at the time when John McCain's campaign needed to have been doing their absentee ballot stuff, I don't think they had the money to do it. So it may well be that once those absentees are counted, it shifts pretty quickly in one direction or another.
Donna, we're talking about the Democrats in Florida in a moment, but what do you see happening on the Republican side? Because, as I said, this could be a long night, assuming those earlier polls were accurate.
Well, if McCain wins the race tonight, he'll mop it up on Super Tuesday, and you can crown him the nominee tonight. If Romney wins, this race will go on like the Democratic race, a protracted battle for another couple of months. If Giuliani comes in third or fourth place, I think it will be very difficult for him to raise money. Perhaps he'll participate in the debate, but clearly his campaign will lose any momentum that they may have, and he's probably out of the race in a few days. Some
experts, Rich, have suggested that Giuliani takes votes potentially away more from McCain than he does Romney, that if Romney winds up winning tonight, he can in part at least thank Giuliani for being in the contest. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, I do. I think that's the conventional wisdom that when you get into the southern part of Florida, largely Northerners, snowbirds, whatever, that Giuliani's name ID and the fact that he's been there make much more of a difference than in the northern half of Florida, which oxymoronically is the southern part of Florida. It's where Southerners actually live.
They say the further south you go in Florida, the more north you are. All right, let's talk about the Democrats, Donna, because you know, there are a lot of Democrats, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, are voting today. Many of them don't have a clue that their vote isn't going to count as far as the delegate process at the convention in Denver is concerned. Should that change? Should these voters, these Democrats in Florida who showed up today, should they really have a say, even though their leaders decided to move up their primary against the wishes of the DNC?
I don't know if they'll have a say in terms of what happens tonight, but clearly the Florida Democratic Party can put together an alternative process in March or April and still elect delegates to attend the convention. Look, all of the leading candidates, including Senator Clinton and as well as Senator Obama, signed a pledge to the four earlier states saying that they would not campaign there. They understood the process. That, coupled with the fact that we're really still trying to work with the Florida Democratic Party to ensure that there will be delegates at the convention. Let me also say that there's another reason why turnout is very high, in addition to the enthusiasm that Democrats have about the process. But there's a proposition, number one, on the ballot. It's a constitutional amendment that would hike up, public services. People are very afraid that this will cut public services, cut back education. So the Florida Education Association and all of the unions are spending millions of dollars to get voters to turn out. So if you're a Democrat in Florida, there's a reason to go out and vote today. You may not get a delegate, but you sure need to go out and vote against Proposition 1.
You know, some Democrats in Florida, Rich, are concerned that the Republicans are going to benefit from what the DNC did in alienating Democratic voters who may simply decide, you know what, I'm going to become a Republican. Do you see it unfolding like that?
Probably not. I think going all the way back to 2000, I think those lines were drawn and they haven't softened at all. But, you know, Candy Crowley made the point a little bit ago, I thought an excellent point, that moving forward, the fact that Senator Clinton signed a pledge not to campaign in Florida and then just decided to ignore the pledge that she had signed and is there hoping that she can
But she's coming in tonight. She's coming in tonight after the polls close.
Yeah, well, but she was there raising money over the weekend. Remember,
But I think haven't all the candidates, Donna, been in Florida at private fundraisers in Palm Beach and elsewhere?
This was a very public private fundraising.
There was no prohibition against raising money in Florida. It was just campaigning. So that's a prohibition. And Wolf, let me just say that Florida officials moved their date up in violation of the rules on both sides. Republicans will only get half their delegates. On the Democratic side, no delegates. So let's see what happens. But the Florida officials violated the rules, not the DNC.
But the DNC decided to strip completely Florida Democrats of their delegates, while the RNC decided simply to take half of the delegates away from the states that moved up their primary.
We also stripped Michigan, and at the time, if you recall, we had to send a signal to the other states not to leapfrog and try to hold their contest before February 5th.
So with hindsight, Donna, you think it was a good idea?
Yes, sir, because I believe that once you set the rules, everyone should follow the rules. Otherwise, we would have chaos in the process, and there's been a lot of chaos already.
You want to predict?
I stand by my decision to back those rules.
You want to tell us who you think is going to win tonight on the Republican side?
Yeah, I suspect that Romney's going to win. I think those absentee votes are going to be determinative.
What do you think, Donna?
I don't know. I'm not a Republican, but my hunch is that McCain, with the strong support of Governor Senator Martinez and some of the Congress people, he might just come from behind and win.
All right, well, I know we're going to be watching it very, very closely. Guys, thanks to both of you for coming in.
Good night.
Thank you.
Right now, you too could be part of the best political team on television. If you're in Florida, we want to know what it's like. Send us your videos, your pictures in these final hours. You can send them to CNNPolitics.com. We'll feature some of your eye reports in our election coverage tonight. And remember, our coverage begins when the polls close in Florida, 8 p.m. Eastern. Winning contest has its rewards. John McCain is getting more cash after some key wins. The campaign is considering a major move now regarding its finances. But what will it be? Will it be worth it? And soon we'll have the first set of exit poll results in Florida, gauging issues important to Florida voters and issues likely important to you as well. We'll be right back. In our political ticker today, fallout from Senator Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Senator Barack Obama. The New York State chapter of the National Organization for Women likens it to a slap in the face. In a statement, the group calls it, and I'm quoting now, the ultimate betrayal, saying women have stood by Kennedy over the years. The group suggests Kennedy can't handle the idea of a female president. Meanwhile, the national chapter of NOW is distancing itself from those comments from its New York chapter. Hillary Clinton has earned the endorsement of an influential member of the Congressional Black Caucus. Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California says Senator Clinton is ready to tackle the nation's problems. Waters' district is in California, a state holding a major primary on Super Tuesday. It's a week from today. We'll be speaking with Congresswoman Waters tomorrow here in the Situation Room. And now that John McCain is taking in more cash after some key wins, he's considering backing out of public financing. But that might not be all that easy. That's because of a political battle that's crippled the agency that oversees federal election laws. It gets arcane and difficult, but the lawyers will look at it. Remember, for the latest political news at any time, you can check out CNNPolitics.com. You can read my latest ticker item there as well about the excellent staff that helps us prepare for these election nights. Jack Cafferty knows about that excellent staff. We have an excellent staff.
Well, you have a big staff. I have like 2 people. I got Sarah and Sam.
I need a lot more help. Trust me, I need a lot of help.
But I mean, you're a big guy. You're a big, important guy. You had lunch with the president yesterday. I just saw Ms. Schlemiel that goes around and does these questions.
The vice president was at that luncheon too, you know.
He was?
Yeah.
Did he eat?
Yes.
Okay. Question this hour is, why are so many powerful Democratic leaders turning their backs on Hillary Clinton and endorsing Barack Obama? Kim writes, I hope they're supporting him because they're finally beginning to act like leaders and do what's right for the people of this country. Senator Obama's our best chance to make real change in the way Washington operates. Barbara writes, it's obvious to most of us that Bill is backdooring his way into terms 3 and 4. There's no way he can ever step aside in the West Wing and allow his wife to lead. His ego is too big, and women are a toy for him, even his wife. He is, after all, Slick Willie. Mary writes, gee, Jack, you failed to mention all the senators who have endorsed Hillary, but that's par for the course. Perhaps that's why Obama's getting endorsements from big Democrats. Media bias. Dems see that Obama's the media darling and want to join in the love fest. And I think resentment toward Bill has had an impact. After all, he led us for 8 years to prosperity and relative peace. Go figure. Candy writes it's not necessarily turning their backs on Hillary. We have two very interesting choices, one who has been entrenched in the national political scene for a long time, and the other a newbie. One's a policy wonk, the other a visionary. It's amazing we actually have a real choice. That is far different than turning their backs on one or the other. It's exercising their choice. Fred writes, the best thing that could happen in this campaign would be for you to just shut up. When you learn to report the facts instead of nitpicking to arouse people, we will always. And Ron says, I asked my wife your question. She says it's because Hillary's a ninny. Trust me, my wife is always right.
Wolf, what is a ninny?
It's what the man's wife thinks Hillary is.
But what is a ninny?
I don't know.
Can we look that up in the dictionary?
I'll get my staff right on it. I have two.
Get one of them. We don't need both of them. One will do.
Okay.
Jack, thanks very much. And to our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. It's winner take all in Florida, where feuding frontrunners John McCain and Mitt Romney appear to be in a very close race in the Republican primary. It may be do or die for the man who gambled his political future on Florida, but Rudy Giuliani is still betting he could pull it off. And the right wing, the conservative base of the Republican Party views John McCain's recent success, at least some of them do, with dismay. Why does one radio talk show host call Senator McCain the anti-conservative? I'll ask that radio talk show host, the author, Hugh Hewitt. And President Bush says addiction is hard to overcome and makes it clear he's speaking from personal experience. Some very frank comments about his days as a drinker. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. You're in the Situation Room. It's going down to the wire for Republicans in Florida less than 3 hours from now. The last ballots will be cast, and we can start bringing you the results. But just minutes from now, we'll bring you the first exit poll numbers, giving us a good sense of just what issues are driving the voters in Florida on this day. Meantime, it's been a hotly contested battle between Republican frontrunners in Florida, John McCain and Mitt Romney. And McCain did some venting about that today.
Governor Romney has attacked literally all of us. Mayor Giuliani and I haven't attacked each other. Governor Huckabee and I haven't attacked each other. Fred Thompson and I didn't attack each other. Ron Paul and I haven't attacked each other. It's only been Governor Romney who decides to attack opponents when he thinks that they are moving up and succeeding. I mean, that's just the way he campaigns. It's just a matter of record.
Maybe a make or break day for the man who was the front runner for a while. That would be Rudy Giuliani, but he's still betting his gamble on Florida will pay off.
We are concentrated on today alone. We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today. That's our answer. We're going to win today. That's our objective. And we're headed to California tomorrow to continue the campaign.
Mitt Romney has only one rival, though, on his mind on this Florida primary day, John McCain, who's been attacking Romney for changing positions on key issues. Listen to how Romney is now firing back.
That's just the way he campaigns, so we have to respond. That was his time yesterday, I guess.
All right, that was not Romney. That was John McCain. We apologize for that. Let's go straight to CNN's Mary Snow. She's in St. Petersburg, Florida right now. There's been a lot of sniping back and forth, Mary, between Romney and McCain. What's the latest?
Well, Wolf, you know, Mitt Romney has been trying to make the point he did again today that he took a jab at Senator McCain saying, look, the country needs a president who's familiar with the economy, and he's trying to make the case that he's that candidate. All this fighting, who will it hurt? It doesn't hurt anybody. To the extent that it takes the focus away from economic issues, that could hurt Mitt Romney because the economy has really been seen as his strong point here in Florida. But inside the Romney camp, they say that this could hurt McCain because they believe that some of the comments that he's made in recent days, particularly about the troop withdrawal over the weekend, they believe that that will come back to haunt him. But I just asked one of the chairs of the Florida campaign here how he's feeling a couple of hours before the polls close, and he said anxious. This is expected to be a nail-biter to the end. Everybody predicting a very close race and not predicting a victor. But I talked to one of the advisors to Mitt Romney. He says going forward, he's looking forward to what he's calling a two-man race between Mitt Romney and John McCain, saying he believes that Mitt Romney will do better on a smaller stage going forward. But certainly he's pressing ahead and heading to California after today. Wolf?
contest today. Mary's on the scene for us in St. Petersburg. All right, we have that clip of Mitt Romney speaking out earlier in the day. I want to play it right now.
Anybody who doesn't learn from their life experience should be fired. They'd be too stubborn to possibly consider for a position of leadership. For instance, in the past, I was in favor of getting rid of the Department of Education. And that's the way most conservatives feel, but I frankly concluded that it makes sense to have a Department of Education. And there are other issues as well that are not terribly helpful to me. One is my health care plan. I know a lot of conservatives don't like it, but I think it's the ultimate conservative answer, and I'm happy to campaign on that. I think it's too bad that Senator McCain is obviously so desperate in this last moment. He's campaigned for so long to be president that he levels these kind of personal attacks. It's been an interesting week as he's gone after me personally on one thing after the other. And of course, Senator McCain, you know, he was against the Bush tax cuts. Now he's for making them permanent. He was for McCain-Kennedy. Now he's for a new program for immigration. He's changed his view on issue after issue.
All right, that was Governor Romney actually speaking last night to our own Anderson Cooper here on CNN. Rudy Giuliani is laying it all on the line in Florida. The former frontrunner has spent most of his time there, most of his resources there. But guess what? He may end up with nothing to show for it. Let's go to CNN's Dan Lothian. He's in Orlando following the Giuliani campaign. He's got a lot riding on what happens today, Dan.
He really does. You know, he was the national Republican frontrunner. Now he's the underdog. But today, Giuliani was still talking about winning. Sounding confident and upbeat, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani shook hands and rallied supporters at his Broward County headquarters.
Get on the phone, get out the vote, and we will win. We will win.
With so much at stake in Florida, the cornerstone of his presidential campaign, Giuliani got on the phone himself to try and win some last-minute votes.
Lisa, this is Rudy Giuliani. It is. I'm calling from headquarters. Javier asked me to call. And I would like you to see if you would go out and vote for me today. You will? All right.
Still sticking to his themes of national security and tax cuts as he dashed around Florida, Giuliani also touted the fact that he's been running a positive campaign, above the fray as the two GOP frontrunners, Senator John McCain and Governor Mitt Romney, duked it out. Over breakfast at a diner in Miami Beach, Giuliani made his final pitch and warned reporters not to put too much weight on the polls that show him trailing his Republican opponents.
What I have to say about it is the poll in New Hampshire had Barack Obama beating Hillary Clinton. It turned out the other way.
And he's defending the strategy that many have questioned of passing up early contest states and placing all his chips on Florida.
We believe that was the right strategy for us. We believe we're going to win here. And again, the major message I have for today is get out and vote, and you'll make that strategy correct.
Giuliani was asked several times by reporters today as to whether or not he would drop out of the race if he had a dismal showing here tonight. And all he answered was, I don't deal in hypothetical situations.
Well, maybe he'll surprise all the pollsters, all the pundits, and we'll see. That's right. What makes life interesting in these elections, Dan. Thanks very much. Florida Democrats are turning out in the polls in very large numbers today, but their votes won't count for much. The National Democratic Party actually stripped Florida of its 210 convention delegates as a penalty for scheduling its primary so early in the season. Although the Democratic presidential candidates are not formally campaigning in Florida, polls do indicate that Senator Hillary Clinton is headed for an easy win. She's made a point of fundraising in Florida, expected to visit supporters in the state tonight once the polls in Florida close. Let's go back to Jack. He's got the Cafferty file.
Didn't they agree not to campaign in Florida?
They agreed not to campaign. They didn't agree. They couldn't raise money. They couldn't fundraise. You know, there's a lot of money in Florida, places like Palm Beach, elsewhere.
Let me ask just a rhetorical question.
Yes.
How do you go to Florida to raise money without campaigning?
They do it in private, you know, in somebody's house in a living room. They don't actually go out there, big public events. I guess that there's a technical definition that they've come up with.
Yeah. And in Michigan, Obama had his name taken off the ballot, but Hillary left her name on the ballot.
That's correct.
It's another state where the delegates don't.
They were stripped of their delegates because they moved it up too.
All right. He hasn't won anything yet, and his showing in some cases has been downright dismal. But John Edwards is showing no signs of getting out of the race. Maybe he doesn't have anything else to do. Who knows? His campaign says Edwards will stay in it until the convention, and they're hopeful that he can still win it. One top official put it this way: there are numerous scenarios that lead us to being nominated. Right, like if Obama and Clinton both drop out, for example. But this same official points out it's essentially impossible for one of those two to get a majority of delegates with 3 candidates in the race. And that's because the Democrats allot all their delegates proportionally. There's no winner take all. And so far, Clinton and Obama have pretty much been splitting the lion's share of the delegates. Even if he doesn't win, and he won't, Edwards could still play a role if the nomination ends up being decided by a brokered convention. That's a long shot, too. Anyway, in such a scenario, Edwards could use his delegates, potentially hundreds of them, to promote his own platform, to act as a power broker. One political analyst says, quote, "It's obvious what he has in mind. If you can't be the king, then be the king or queen maker," unquote. And by staying in the game, Edwards can also influence the race in different states. For example, he could divide the white vote with Hillary Clinton like he did in South Carolina, which helped Barack Obama. Or Edwards could attract some of the voters seeking change, which could hurt Barack Obama. So here's the question. If the Democrats wind up with a brokered convention, what role will John Edwards play? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty File, where you can post a comment on my blog. Or go to Wolf's blog and read about his staff. A fine bunch of folks at that, and he pays some tribute to them today in a very nice article.
CNNpolitics.com on the political ticker.
Sucking up to the staff.
I need them.
I
need all the help I can get.
Okay.
It's a lonely business here at the top. Thanks very much, Jack. Is there a kinder, gentler Bill Clinton out on the campaign trail?
No matter who you elect president, they are responsible for whether positive changes are made in other people's lives. And this is really what this election's about.
Has Hillary Clinton changed her strategy by reining in her husband? We'll take you out on the campaign trail to see if the former president's changing his tune. Plus, we're just getting the first exit poll results in Florida. Bill Schneider is going through them. We're going to have a glance at what's driving the voters. And John McCain, he's been the Republican frontrunner, at least a little bit the frontrunner, arguably at least. But he's also facing enemies from within his own party. We're going to speak with radio talk show host Hugh Hewitt and ask him how far the conservative base of the Republican Party is willing to go to keep John McCain out of the White House. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. We know that Democrats will get no delegates in Florida because the party is punishing the state for moving up its primary. So the candidates are moving on, looking ahead to Super Tuesday. That's 1 week from today. But in Kansas right now, Barack Obama seemed to be looking ahead to November. Listen to this.
This election is our chance, our moment. To restore the simple dream of those who came before us for another generation of Americans. But only if we can come together like previous generations did. And close that divide between a people and its leaders in Washington. Because in the end, the choice in this election is not between regions or religions or genders. It's not between rich versus poor. It's not young versus old. It's not black versus white. It's about the future versus the past.
Bill Clinton kicked up a lot of controversy in South Carolina with some sharp comments about Senator Barack Obama. Critics say he may have only hurt his wife, Hillary Clinton, in the process, but the former president is out back on the campaign trail today, this time in New Jersey, which is a Super Tuesday state. Jim Acosta is there as well. Are we seeing a kinder, gentler Bill Clinton today, Jim?
Yes, Wolf, we are. This was not the Bill Clinton who was on the attack in South Carolina. He was back, just not with a vengeance. The offensive was all charm. There were no jabs at Barack Obama in front of this community college crowd in the Super Tuesday state of New Jersey.
We have to send a different message to the world, and she is uniquely qualified to do it. And the message goes like this: we're back.
Instead, Bill Clinton stuck to the bread-and-butter domestic issues that defined much of his presidency, and now his wife's campaign for the Oval Office: health care, the economy, and the deficit.
Is there anything Hillary is more conservative on than President Bush? And I have to answer honestly that there is one thing: the budget. She liked it when we were paying down the debt.
The former president steered clear of the radioactive rhetoric generated by the South Carolina primary.
Jesse Jackson won South Carolina twice, in '84 and '88. And he ran a good campaign, and Senator Obama's run a good campaign here.
The fallout, some Democrats maintain, may have swung a plum endorsement to a rival at a critical time.
I know that he's ready to be president on day one.
The only talk of endorsements today came from New Jersey's Governor Jon Corzine, who is squarely in Clinton's camp, a camp that Corzine believes has made some adjustments.
Do you think that perhaps the Clinton campaign maybe learned a few lessons?
We all learn, day in and day out. You know, you try things, you get a sense for what is the best use of the resources you have, and you apply them to those needs. I think that probably has happened.
As for those expectations that the former president would dial back his role on the campaign, consider his schedule, which takes him to 4 battleground states, 4 big Super Tuesday states over the next few days. That includes Barack Obama's home state of Illinois. Wolf.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. Jim Acosta watching the former president for us. And this note, don't miss the last debates before Super Tuesday. You can watch as the Republican and Democratic candidates face off in California. Anderson Cooper hosts the Republican presidential debate tomorrow night at the Reagan Library out in California. And please join me Thursday night when the Democrats face off at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. Let's go to Carol Costello. She's monitoring some other important stories incoming to the Situation Room right now. Carol, what's going on?
Well, Wolf, the House of Representatives has approved a $146 billion economic stimulus plan with little debate and a rare display of bipartisanship. The vote was 385 to 35. The bill would give taxpayers rebates of up to $1,200, but it faces an uncertain future in the Senate, where lawmakers want to add on provisions covering seniors and the unemployed, among others. The Associated Press has just reported that a Venezuelan hostage crisis is now over. 4 gunmen who held dozens of people inside a bank for more than a day fled earlier in an ambulance, still holding 5 captives who volunteered to leave with the gunmen. It was part of a deal with police to end the bank standoff. Now a state official is quoted as saying the ambulance was intercepted, the gunmen surrendered, and all of the hostages are safe. Middle-aged blues, they're universal, according to a new joint U.S.-British study of some 2 million people around the world. It finds the probability of depression peaks for men and women in their middle 40s, ending in their 50s. The good news is that by their 70s, most people are as happy and mentally healthy as those in their 20s. But you have to wait till you're 70, Wolf.
Carol, thank you very much for that. We're going to get back to Carol momentarily. Exit poll results from Florida coming into the Situation Room right now. You're going to find out what the voters think about all of this, what's on their minds. Plus, he's the Republican presidential candidate that some conservative commentators love to hate. What's their beef with John McCain? I'll ask Hugh Hewitt, the radio talk show host, my interview with him. That's coming up. Plus, details of some revealing new numbers showing the real effect of housing and the credit crisis. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. The number of homeowners in the United States is on the decline thanks to the troubled housing market and the credit crunch. The Census Bureau says owners accounted for 67.8% of occupied homes in the fourth quarter of 2007. That's down more than a point from the year before. Also, President Bush has signed an executive order limiting so-called earmarks, those last-minute special interest add-ons to spending bills. Mr. Bush says those add-ons won't be funded unless they were debated openly by the Congress. And large sections of China are paralyzed by some of the worst winter weather to hit the country in 50 years. Take a look at these eye reports. They're coming in. The weather is blamed for some 24 deaths and comes as tens of millions of people try to get home for the Chinese New Year. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. We'll get back to the presidential contest, the huge vote today in Florida. But first, some other important news we're following right now around the world. The violence in Kenya is turning deadly. CNN's Nick Robertson is on the scene for us right now.
Hungry, tired, angry, afraid. Kenya's newly displaced want help.
The pressure is growing. We don't have toilet facilities here. There's no water. There's no food.
Thousands are in a vacant lot behind Naivasha police station. No one knows how many. They began arriving Sunday, fleeing a brutal wave of killings. Earlier, aid officials told us they are struggling. Already 250,000 are displaced.
Now there's been new ways. People who have either had their neighborhoods attacked or are in fear of attack have moved into camp.
It was after that interview we decided to take a look for ourselves, drive the hour-and-a-half northwest to Naivasha. We've just received a phone call telling us that there are military helicopters flying over the town where we're going, and we're told they're firing rubber bullets into the crowd below. As we arrive, soldiers lift a badly wounded man from the roadside. We can feel the tension. Suddenly, women and children see us and run our way. A hotel owner, she tells us they've only just fled their houses.
We left just at 10 a.m.
3 hours ago.
And the helicopters, they are coming, throwing these things.
She is ethnic Kikuyu and says ethnic Luo started this day's violence. Kikuyu effectively dominate Naivasha, so despite being afraid, they are relatively safe and walk on. At the police station, it is different. We learn most are Luo and are too afraid to leave.
For lack of a better word, I can just say this is just ethnic cleansing, because particular communities are being targeted. They're being told to leave this town.
While we are there, the first food delivery arrives. But the aid workers who bring it tell me they already know it's not enough. Almost predictably, squabbles break out over who gets what. But even as this food is being handed out, if you look over there, you can see black smoke rising up from another part of the town. And some people here have told us that's their possessions being burned. Nothing yet is stopping the violence. Nick Robertson, CNN, Naivasha, Kenya.
What a horrible story. We'll stay on top of the tragedy that's unfolding in Kenya right now. He could be the clear Republican frontrunner coming out of today's Florida primary. Then again, maybe not. So why is John McCain such a nightmare for some conservatives?
No, the anti-conservative is John McCain. He's a phenomenally weak, sort of second coming of Bob Dole without the charisma or the affection.
The radio talk show host Hugh Hewitt, he's not holding back at all when it comes to John McCain. So who does he support? Also, Hillary Clinton leading with Latino voters right now, but Barack Obama could challenge that with one specific issue. We'll tell you what it is. Plus, President Bush speaking bluntly on a topic he rarely discusses, his battle years ago with alcohol. You're going to find out what he's saying. Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. And this just coming in here at CNN in The Situation Room. The exit poll information from Florida gives us a good sense of what matters most to the voters, what the issues are that are driving them as they cast their ballots. So let's go to our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, once again. He's joining us. Bill, what are you learning from these early exit polls that we're getting?
Well, Wolf, we've got 4 candidates in the Republican primary hotly competing in that Florida primary. And they seem to come in pairs. Take a look at the percentage of each candidate's supporters today in Florida who describe themselves as conservatives. Romney voters and Huckabee voters were clearly conservative. 3/4 of Romney voters and more than 2/3 of Huckabee voters describe themselves as conservatives. But look at Giuliani and McCain voters, just 50% describe themselves as conservatives. Looks like you got a pair of staunch conservatives and a pair of not quite as staunch conservatives in this primary. How about the abortion issue as an illustration? We'll take a look at this. Again, pairs. Huckabee voters, 81% believe abortion should be illegal in all or most cases. Romney voters, 61% believe it should be illegal. McCain and Giuliani voters, not so much. 41% of McCain voters, 31% of Giuliani voters think abortion should be illegal in all or most circumstances. Again, Huckabee and Romney on the conservative side, McCain and Giuliani competing for the more moderate vote. And finally, what were the top issues in today's Republican primary in Florida? Well, really one issue dominated the agenda, and that was the economy. Almost half the Republican voters said the economy was the #1 issue, dwarfing terrorism, illegal immigration in a state where there are a lot of immigrants and a lot of Hispanic voters, and only 13% say the war in Iraq is an important issue. So among Republicans as well as Democrats, It's all about the economy, Wolf.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. Bill's going to continue to go through these exit polls and bring us more information, what's on the mind of the voters, the Republican voters specifically, out in Florida today. The economy, as he just said, it's the top issue for Republicans as Mitt Romney and John McCain wage an increasingly bitter battle for the Republican presidential nomination. Let's go to CNN's Brian Todd. He's joining us now with more on what McCain and Romney are saying. Brian?
Some real verbal combat between them, Wolf, especially in recent days. Most of it deals with their past records on the economy. So we did a reality check on that and on how they'd move forward. Which one can get this rattled economy rolling? As on other issues, you first have to get past the insults. Mitt Romney's favorite, John McCain doesn't understand how the economy works, doesn't have Romney's real-world experience.
Being on the Commerce Committee in the Senate, that's what gives you the expertise you need to know about how the economy works. Yeah, oh yeah.
McCain's counter, Mitt Romney's a tax raiser.
As the liberal governor of the state of Massachusetts, he raised taxes by $730 million. We now have, the state of Massachusetts is now saddled with a $250 million debt over his government-mandated health care system.
The truth could be in the interpretation. Romney's camp says he never raised taxes in Massachusetts, did raise state fees to close a budget deficit, but not by nearly as much as McCain claims. Romney's aides also say that state health care system didn't cause a debt, it was an expense already budgeted for. On McCain's so-called lack of experience, his term on the Senate Commerce Committee, dealing with wide trade issues, spans more than 20 years. He voted against President Bush's tax cuts in 2001 and 2003, saying they didn't curb government spending enough. And, quote, so many of the benefits go to the most fortunate among us at the expense of middle-class Americans. Analysts say both candidates now heavily favor tax cuts for individuals and businesses. Both are small government-loving free traders. Their starkest economic difference?
I think Mitt Romney is more clearly on the tax-cutting front than is John McCain. He's somebody who would support tax cuts leading first and mention spending cuts in a second sentence. If you look at John McCain, I think you find the opposite. John McCain's career has been built on opposing pork barrel spending and earmarks and fiscal discipline. Certainly he has been for some tax cuts, although not all.
So what resonates more with Republican voters? Analysts say as much as Republicans have favored tax cuts traditionally, recent polls show a number of them have growing concern about spending. Support for Romney and McCain may be equally split depending on voters' priorities on those issues. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Brian Todd, for that. Some conservatives in the Republican Party have long been very uneasy about John McCain. The radio talk show hosts have made him a favorite target in particular. One of them has called McCain the anti-conservative. That would be Hugh Hewitt. He's also the author of a book about Mitt Romney entitled A Mormon in the White House. Hugh Hewitt is joining us now from Irvine, California. Hugh, thanks for coming in.
Good to be here, Wolf. Thanks for having me.
I want to point out, we spoke to the McCain supporter, the Governor Charlie Crist, in the last hour, so we're going to speak to somebody who's not necessarily a huge fan of John McCain right now. That would be you. What kind of problems do you have with John McCain?
Well, I think most of the talk show hosts all point to the same things, Wolf, that we don't like McCain-Feingold at all. We do not like the McCain-Kennedy immigration bill. We don't care for the McCain-Lieberman global warming, cap and trade, carbon tax.
McCain-Feingold was on campaign finance reform. Just want to alert our viewers to that.
We didn't like the Gang of 14 especially, which undid the Republican administration attempt to end judicial filibusters. We prefer to drill and explore in Anwar right now, and John McCain is opposed to that. And of course, you've got the whole snafu over Gitmo and the treatment and interrogation of terrorists, the big collision between Bill Frist and John McCain that occurred in August, September of 2006. So for a long period of time, everyone acknowledges John McCain is a great American, amazing service. We just don't like his ideas, and we just don't care for his legislative record, which we don't view as conservative at all.
Your conservative radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh said this on Monday. He said, I think that conservatives, some of them just won't vote. I don't think the McCain people understand just how deep the resentment for Senator McCain has been and is based on his time in the United States Senate. Are you going that far as well?
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, I told someone today, if John McCain's the Republican nominee, it's not about taking your ball and going home. It's about working for the next 275 days to get him elected because he understands the war and he'll keep America safe. We'll just have to put up with a lot of bad laws if John McCain's the president, but the country will be well defended. I think, though, that there's a choice right now, and I liked Romney. I like Rudy Giuliani. I think I can get a lot more of the entire conservative package. And I noted when Bill Schneider was talking, Wolf, about the issues that matter the most today in Florida, the economy's #1. I think that John McCain told the Boston Globe quite candidly in a bit of straight talk he doesn't really understand the economy. So I think that's going to resonate today, and it's going to resonate next week at Super Tuesday and beyond. The Republicans do care a lot about the economy. They care a lot about deregulation and cutting taxes. I didn't even mention that John McCain voted twice against the Bush tax cuts and used rhetoric that was sort of the class warfare rhetoric. So, no, I'm not going to abandon the Republican Party if its nominee isn't my first choice, but I sure hope it is my first choice.
He says, McCain, that Mitt Romney, his arch rival right now in Florida, is nothing but a liberal. Here's a clip of what he said on Monday.
You know, one thing I think we should really give Governor Romney credit for, he is consistent. He's consistently taken both sides of any major issue. He is consistently flip-flopped on every issue.
You agree with him on that?
Of course not, Wolf. And I think George Will wrote a column today which blasted John McCain as St. John and taking the Clintonian approach to politics. I think the negative campaigning over the last 72 hours by John McCain was a bit of desperation on his part. It's going to hurt him in this week and the week beyond because, if you recall, the big story when Romney used the contrast ad in Iowa against Mike Huckabee and won in New Hampshire against John McCain, both on immigration, that he got all the negative press for going negative. John McCain set the bar very low in the last 72 hours. Especially these robocalls, especially the unwarranted attack on Romney for a secret timetable for defeat in Iraq. And Republicans are high information voters. They've been watching this stuff, and I think they're reacting very negatively today in Florida to the negative campaigning by John McCain, and I suspect that's going to continue through next Tuesday.
So you have a serious problem with John McCain, not with Mitt Romney. I take it not with Mike Huckabee either?
Well, my preference is Rudy Giuliani or Mitt Romney because I care a lot about the war, and I think Mike Huckabee's got a bigger learning curve on that one. But yeah, Mike Huckabee is very sound on judges. He's pro-life. He's pro-traditional marriage. I think he can bring a lot of people around. But I think after tonight, it's a two-person race, Wolf. Don't you agree with that? It's going to be a McCain-Romney race.
Well, we'll see what the polls, we'll see what the actual voters in Florida say. Then we got a week from today, we got Super Tuesday, including where you are in California. Well, let me pick your brain. What do you think is going to happen on the Republican side in California next Tuesday?
It's fascinating. I'll be up at the Reagan Library with CNN tomorrow night watching the debate, broadcasting from there. And I think that you've got a very scattered electorate. Clearly in Orange County, San Diego County, Inland Empire, Mitt Romney is ahead. John McCain has a tremendous amount of residents in Northern California among the liberal Republicans. So it's going to be, it's not a winner-take-all state. It's by congressional district with some at-large. It's going to be late in the night next week before we get a result out of California, Wolf.
I think it's going to be late in the night tonight as well until we get a result out of Florida. If Giuliani comes in a distant third tonight, should he stay in the race? Or should he just take his bags and come back here to New York City?
No, absolutely. I had the mayor on yesterday, Wolf, and I took the opportunity to urge him to stay in because a brokered convention's a reality here. He should go to Connecticut, New Jersey, New York and campaign for a few hundred delegates and make sure that his very purposeful stance on international security and terrorism is well communicated to the Republican Party. I think he had a bad strategy for the first month, but hey, this is 2008. Anything can change and will.
I think that's fair enough. Hugh Hewitt, thanks for coming in.
Wolf, my pleasure. Thank you.
We'll see you out in Los Angeles and California. I'm heading out there myself. We got a Democratic presidential debate Thursday night, a Republican debate tomorrow night. Thank you, Hugh. Hillary Clinton has many of them. Barack Obama wants more of them. That would be Latino voters. We're going to show you the one issue where he could gain some critical ground. Plus, President Bush makes a rare and candid reference to his own battle with addiction a long time ago. You're going to find out what he's saying. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. Latino voters could make the difference for Democratic presidential candidates on Super Tuesday. Hillary Clinton has the advantage, at least right now, but Barack Obama could gain some important ground on one controversial issue. Let's go to Carol Costello. She's watching this story for us. What's going on, Carol?
Well, that controversial issue is really controversial. That would be the driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. Obama's stand on the issue could certainly catch much-needed attention in the Hispanic community. The only problem, it could hurt him, too.
Talk about your hot-button issues. Driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. It literally drives some off the deep end, like Lou Dobbs.
I mean, you have illegal aliens in this country demanding the rights, privileges of citizenship. It is the most, to me, arrogant thing they could possibly do.
And most Americans agree. According to a CNN Opinion Research Corporation poll in October, a whopping 76% do not think undocumented immigrants ought to have driver's licenses. Senator Barack Obama, though, is not among them. In a November CNN debate, Wolf pushed for an answer about whether or not he supports driver's licenses in this situation.
Senator Obama, yes or no?
Yes.
Asked a day later if he ever waffled on the idea, he bristled.
Well, no, it's just I had answered the question 2 weeks ago, so I'd assumed that I was already on record and saying that this is something that I support if we continue to make progress on comprehensive reform.
It's a controversial stand that may cost him politically later, but could help him right now with Hispanics.
He can say, look, I'm standing here on principle, supporting this thing, even though it could hurt me with other voters. That's, I think, a very powerful message, but again, only if he could get it out to Latino voters.
And it could help Obama chip away at Hillary Clinton's lead among Hispanic voters. An October Pew Research nationwide poll of Hispanic voters showed Clinton leading by a whopping 59% to 15% for Obama. But don't think she's not vulnerable. The very issue that may hurt Obama in the long run could hurt Clinton in the short term. Voters remember waffling.
I just want to add, I did not say that it should be done, but I certainly recognize why Governor Spitzer is trying to do it, and we have failed. We have failed.
No. You said yes.
No.
You thought it made sense to do it.
No, I didn't, Chris.
Senator Clinton now says we need immigration reform. Some in the Latino community say if Obama can communicate that to Hispanic voters, he'll win more support.
There's no question that the Hispanic community still doesn't know Senator Barack Obama, and that his agenda and the platform of issues and the positions that he's taken would be of great appeal to the Hispanic community.
But again, by spotlighting an issue that minority groups like and the majority doesn't, well, it might help get Obama what he needs to win the nomination, but it may wound him deeply in the general election.
Now, Obama is also promising to deal with immigration in his first term, and he'll reach out to Hispanics with his own personal story. His father, as you know, was Kenyan, his mother American, but it'll be a tough road. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton especially, is beloved in the Hispanic community, and Hillary Clinton has been working at wrapping up pretty much every major endorsement to keep her commanding lead among Latinos. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Carol Costello, reporting for us. About 50,000 Latinos in the United States turn 18 each month. One group online is working hard to make sure young Latinos are registered to vote. Let's go back to our internet reporter, Abby Tatton. She's here. Abby, how are they doing this?
Well, this nonpartisan organization says their goal is to identify where these young Latinos communicate and then go after the man. What does that mean? It means online. This is myspace.com, the page for Voter Latino, which is doing this registration effort right now. It's been going on for a couple of years, but they have a special attention now running up to this Super Tuesday, especially here in January. They're doing it in some creative ways. They've got text message campaigns to young Latinos and this new telenovela-style video which they've just posted online, a tongue-in-cheek look at voter registration. They know also they have to take this offline as well, so they're working with Latino DJs in various states. They're taking the message to concerts as well. And even though this has been going on for a little while, the push is right now in January. The executive director of the group saying that through these inexpensive and viral methods, they've registered almost 6,000 young Latinos to vote in this election. Wolf?
Thanks very much for that, Abby Tatton. President Bush says addiction is very hard to overcome, and he makes it clear he's speaking from personal experience. The president makes some very frank comments about his days many years ago as a drinker. And Florida's Governor Charlie Crist gives a late boost to John McCain. I'll ask him why he made the endorsement. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. President Bush today spoke bluntly about his one-time battle with alcohol, calling his experience, I'm quoting now, an addiction. Picking up where he left off in his State of the Union address, the president made another pitch for programs focused on faith. Listen to this.
Addiction is hard to overcome. As you might remember, I drank too much at one time in my life. I understand faith-based programs. understand that sometimes you can find the inspiration from a higher power to solve an addiction problem.
The president spoke during a visit to a Baltimore center which helps former prisoners. Let's go back to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file. Jack.
Wolf, this hour's question: if the Democrats wind up with a brokered convention, and they might, what role would John Edwards then play? Michael writes, if the Democrats wind up with a brokered convention, Edwards will use his delegates to secure him the vice presidential slot by backing whomever will name him VP. Remember that Edwards has been running for president for 10 years and will happily take the VP slot for any presidential candidate with the hopes of then becoming president in 8 years. Jeanette in Hartwell, Georgia says if we're lucky, John Edwards will be the nominee. He's the best choice to lead America. And if the media, yes, that includes you, Jack, wasn't part of big business and threatened by John, he would have gotten better treatment from all you talking heads. I've been nice to John. Michael writes, his political career will be over. Democrats and voters will be so irritated with his shady politics and complete waste of their time that he will lose what little support he does have. He's obviously trying to nose his way into the White House, either as president or vice president. The man obviously has no chance, and his obstruction of the voice of the people will destroy his popularity. Michael says it's clear Edwards wants to be a kingmaker, not a queenmaker, throwing his support behind Obama. In exchange, John Edwards will be the VP, except this time, unlike in 2004, the Democratic Party led by Barack Obama will win it. And Paul writes he should be vying for Attorney General. Can you imagine having an attack dog like him running the Justice Department? Republicans would wet their pants at the thought of a trial lawyer with subpoena power. Wolf?
See you in a few moments.
I'll be here.
Thank you. Lou Dobbs, he's looking at those first exit poll results from the Florida primary. Lou's standing by. He'll be talking with me in just a moment. Plus, my interview with the Florida Governor, Charlie Crist. I'll ask him why he's decided to back John McCain. Stay with us here in The Situation Room.
And vote for John McCain for the next president of the United States.
Let's bring in Lou Dobbs. He's getting ready for his show that begins in an hour. Are you surprised when Bill Schneider reported the top issues of concern to Republican voters in Florida today in our exit polls? 47% said the economy, 19% said terrorism, 17% said illegal immigration.
No, I'm not surprised. I think that reflects what's top of mind for most Americans, whether Democrat, Republican. I think that it's interesting as well that economy has emerged to such a dominant position, and I think it is surprising.
Is the economy that bad to justify that concern?
Absolutely. The economy being bad is one way to look at it. The fact is, the American people, working men and women who are supporting a family, understand there is a great deal of uncertainty here, and there's this great disconnect with their leadership. And that only compounds that anxiety.
Because it fuels the uncertainty. Then people hold back. They don't spend the way they should if they're worried about their next paychecks.
You know, one of the poll's questions could as easily be, Wolf, in my opinion, do you trust your elected officials to represent your interest? And my guess is you would see a gigantic response in the negative.
Because historically, they say they like their own congressman, they hate the Congress, but their own individual lawmaker they like.
I think that's a function of sort of idiotic polling, if you want to know the truth. I think the real issue here is one of trust between a government, federal government that has been dysfunctional for some years now, and an electorate that is feeling disenfranchised. In Florida, they're definitely feeling disenfranchised today.
It's the Democrats, because they've been stripped of their authority to help choose delegates that will go to the convention. Who's at fault for that?
I think straightforwardly the partisan parties. You've got the Democratic Republican parties. They're acting as if they were some sort of government agency. I say a pox on both their houses. It's one of the reasons this government is not working, is because these idiotic partisan politics are being practiced by people who really should have a license, but they're simply unqualified. I mean, when you look at who's leading the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, this is...
See you in 1 hour. Lou Dobbs tonight, coming up in an hour. And happening now, primary day. Huge numbers of people are voting in Florida. John McCain and Mitt Romney have been running neck and neck. Rudy Giuliani hopes to defy what some consider long shot odds. Was it a snub or not? Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton near each other, but did not acknowledge each other. That question as Obama wins another endorsement. And Florida's governor wants John McCain to be president. Why? And would Charlie Crist consider a vice presidential bid? I'll ask him. All that, plus the best political team on television. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. You're in The Situation Room. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. It's the biggest day so far in the race for the Republican presidential nomination. In just 1 hour, most of the polls in Florida will close, and the winner of this race could become the GOP frontrunner. This is a primary where the winner takes all among the Republicans. All the polls in Florida will be closed by 8 p.m. Eastern in 2 hours. We have the best political team on television standing by live across the country. Let's begin, though, in Miami with CNN's Dana Bash. Dana, by all accounts, this is going to be a close one.
Very close, Wolf, and with 57 delegates at stake here, it is the biggest prize so far. That is why on TV, on radio, and in sometimes negative calls to voters, the two men vying for the top spot have been going at it until the bitter end.
At a polling station in St. Petersburg, one last chance for John McCain to convince Florida Republicans their security matters most, and Mitt Romney's not their man.
The real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there.
Thank you. In nearby Tampa, Romney said the struggling economy trumps all else, closing the deal as the businessman who can help, warning McCain cannot.
One of the candidates out there running for president said that the economy is not his strong suit. Well, it's my strong suit.
The biting personal jabs, evidence of Florida's high stakes. The winner, likely the GOP frontrunner. But for voters asked to choose between one candidate for the economy and another on national security, it's not that simple.
For myself, it's the economics. I do believe the war is also a deep consideration.
Cue Rudy Giuliani.
I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis.
But after putting all his eggs in Florida's basket, he sat with a bowl of Raisin Bran and deflected questions about whether a dismal finish will bring his demise.
We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today.
As for Mike Huckabee, he isn't expecting a strong Florida showing, yet used a voter handing him a golf club to take a primary day swing at a rich rival.
I wouldn't know which, let's see, you hold this end? It'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right?
But the battle for first place here really does seem to be between Mitt Romney and John McCain. They're the two men who are hoping to get momentum out of the state of Florida. And Wolf, for John McCain, since this is just Republicans who can vote in Florida, this is a chance for him to prove he can do well among conservatives. And for Mitt Romney, it is also a prize, if he gets it, that will help reset the race for him one more time. And it would also put him way ahead so far in the delegate count. The delegate count, of course, that each of these men need in order to get the nomination.
Dana, thanks very much. Dana Bash is going to have a long night tonight. We all will, maybe. As the Republican candidates spend time campaigning, the Democrats are doing something very different. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is joining us now with more on this part of the story. Bill, what are the Florida Democrats doing?
Wolf, they're doing something very unusual. They're having an election where the candidates did not campaign, and the results may not even count. Florida Democratic voters are doing something amazing. They are having a spontaneous primary.
This is all a grassroots effort, and it is fabulous. I've actually heard some comments where people said, you know, isn't this what campaigning is supposed to be about? It's about talking to our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues at work. It's about us taking the initiative to say why we are for somebody.
The National Democratic Party says Florida's votes won't count because the state is holding its primary too early. The Democratic candidates agreed not to campaign in Florida. How can you have an election where the candidates don't campaign?
Our voters in Florida have been innovative. They have been out here with their cardboard cutouts. They have been doing debate parties. They've been having their teas. They've been doing the campaign themselves.
Like Democrats around the country, Florida voters are excited about the campaign.
This election is about Hillary Clinton, and she stands for what I care about.
Barack Obama.
And why did you vote for him?
Because I think he has the vision, the curiosity, the intellect, the capability, the everything to lead this country in a new direction.
They want to be heard.
I hope we still vote for something, not for nothing.
Are they disgruntled?
We have tripled the amount of absentee ballots that we've had since 2004. That's huge. That's not disgruntledness.
Florida Democrats are confident that whoever the Democratic nominee is, he or she will not want to lock Florida out of the party.
We are going to go all the way to the convention to make sure that our voices are heard loud and clear on that convention floor.
Without a campaign, who wins? Hillary Clinton expects to as the best-known contender. She'll even be in Florida tonight to collect her prize, which is what? That's momentum, she hopes, heading into Super Tuesday. Wolf?
1 week from today, Bill. Thanks very much. Bill Clinton was back on the campaign trail today. His earlier efforts in South Carolina featured some sharp attacks on Barack Obama, which critics say did little to help Hillary Clinton's campaign. But in New Jersey today, the former president showed a kinder, gentler side and stuck to the issues. He said his wife wants Americans to be able to help themselves by helping their community.
She wants to do something that we have not done in a very long time. She wants to say, if you borrow money for a college education and later you go into public service, if you become a teacher, a nurse, a police officer, a fireman, a mental health worker, even if you're a doctor and you go out someplace that has no medical care, the service itself will be loan repayment. And every year you serve, you will get your loan knocked down.
Barack Obama, meanwhile, visited the Midwest where he picked up yet another endorsement, but it comes as some people are talking about what happened between him and his chief rival, Senator Hillary Clinton, last night back in Washington. Let's go to CNN's Suzanne Malveaux. She's in Kansas City, Missouri right now following the story. You've been looking at those pictures. What are you coming up with? What are you seeing, Suzanne?
Wolf, it really is amazing. It's all the buzz. The Obama campaign, of course, trying to keep the focus and build the momentum on the Kennedy endorsements. They just released an ad, a TV ad today featuring Caroline Kennedy comparing Barack Obama to her father, late John F. Kennedy. But everybody, the buzz seems to be about what happened last night at the State of the Union between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton.
The headline was all about the so-called snub. This picture of Senator Barack Obama turning away from Senator Clinton as Ted Kennedy, Obama's new best friend and key endorser, extended his hand. The moment captured and dissected, reflecting the atmosphere of high tension and drama in the campaign. Today, Obama denied any slight, saying he was distracted by another senator.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
It was not a snub. I had a ringside seat. It was one of those accidents that just happened and that caught on film. And it's frankly, you know, everybody's spoiling for a fight.
Out of Washington and on the road, his first stop, his grandfather's hometown of El Dorado, Kansas, where he picked up a key endorsement from its governor.
We're among friends here. We're family.
Not just a trip down memory lane, but for strategy. Kansas is one of several Republican-dominated states he's targeting to convince Democrats he can compete where others have traditionally failed.
We're going to have to bring not just Democrats, but independents and some Republicans together into a working majority.
Obama dismissed Senator Clinton's strategy of recognizing Tuesday's Florida primary, where delegates won't count.
It's a beauty contest. It's similar to a poll in terms of where people currently are at in Florida.
And Wolf, later tomorrow, Barack Obama will head to Colorado as well as Arizona to campaign, obviously trying to win over those independents, those Republicans, to build not only the base of young voters, but new voters before he heads Thursday for the CNN debate in California. Wolf?
Thanks very much for that, Suzanne. Let's go back to Jack. He's got the Cafferty file.
All right, Wolf, thank you. The race between the two Republican frontrunners, Mitt Romney, John McCain's getting ugly. The stakes in today's primary are huge in Florida. The winner there might well wind up as the Republican nominee. And reflecting the pressure, and like two kids in a schoolyard, they have resorted now to calling each other names. You're a liberal. You're a liberal. That's not a word you hear among Republicans very often. Romney went after McCain for some of his liberal answers to the country's problems, including campaign finance reform, his view on illegal immigration, and his support of an energy bill that Romney says would raise costs for consumers. McCain shot right back, accused Romney of wholesale deception of voters and flip-flopping on the issues. McCain says Romney was a liberal governor of Massachusetts who raised taxes, worked with Ted Kennedy on a massive government-mandated health program, and did a poor job managing his state's economy. The angry tone between these two has spread onto the airwaves in Florida. McCain launched a new negative radio ad mocking Romney's economic record as governor and questioning his electability. The Romney campaign said of the new ad, "This is the McCain way, sinking to a lower level when a race is close." Here's the question: what does it mean when the two frontrunners for the Republican nomination, Mitt Romney and John McCain, are calling each other liberals? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty File, where you can post a comment on my blog. There's a new surprise in this thing every day.
Here's what it means. Anderson Cooper, when he moderates the Republican debate tomorrow night, he's going to have his hands full.
Yes, he will.
That's what it means.
I wonder if Giuliani's going to be there.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. He says he's going to be there, but we'll find out fairly soon.
Yeah. Right.
Thanks, Jack, very much. A late boost from Florida's governor isn't enough, though, to push John McCain over the top. I'll ask Governor Charlie Crist what's behind his endorsement. Also, we're going to bring you the latest exit polling numbers that are coming in right now from Florida. It'll show you what's on the minds of voters as they cast their ballots. Bill Schneider crunching the numbers right now. And winter storms knock out power in parts of China, stranding hundreds of thousands of holiday travelers. It's a major embarrassment for the country's leaders. Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. We're counting down to poll closings for Florida's primary right now. Voters are making their picks among the presidential candidates, that is. And my next guest certainly has already made up his mind. Charlie Crist is Florida's governor. He's joining us now from St. Petersburg. Governor Crist, thanks very much for coming in.
Well, great to be with you, as always. Thank you.
Tell us what the differences were on the issues that you decided to support John McCain, for example, over Rudy Giuliani or Mitt Romney. Specifically, what issues influenced your high-profile decision?
Well, trust, integrity, his statesmanship, his integrity. I mean, the fact that he has been so long a true statesman, a great patriot, a great American hero, all of those things really come to mind when you talk about who you want to be your public servant, your next president. And it really came down to trust. I mean, I had to go through the, very personal decision of who I'm going to vote for during the past week. And when I came to that decision, John McCain was my choice, and I decided to share that with the people of Florida. I think it's important to do so.
Was his stance, though, on the domestic economic issues, the money-related issues, or national security that was more important, that you liked where he stood as opposed to the other Republican candidates?
Well, both national security, certainly. I mean, it's hard to have the kind of credentials that John McCain does as it relates to safety and security, and his strength, really, as it relates to that, but also economic issues. I mean, having served as chairman of the Commerce Committee, working for years on trying to cut taxes, supporting the president's initiative to make permanent the tax cuts, all of those, I think, are incredibly important when you come to a decision like this. And then there's a gut feel, too, Wolf. I mean, I just like the guy. I think he's a good man. I know he's a good man. I know he'll be a great president, and that led me to my decision.
He wants to make those Bush tax cuts that were implemented in 2001, 2003 permanent. They're set to expire in the year 2010, but he was one of only two Republicans who voted against those tax cuts based back in 2001. Do you have a problem with that actual vote as opposed to what he's saying right now?
Well, not when it's balanced with the rationale behind it, that he wanted to have reduced spending, reductions in our spending. That's very important. As a governor, I understand how important that is, because we had to reduce spending here in the Sunshine State. You have to be responsible. You have to prioritize your spending, just like families have to do every single day. John McCain understands that, and that's why I have such enormous respect for him.
But that was only part of his rationale in voting against those tax cuts. He also didn't like the fact that the rich were going to get the tax cuts as opposed to the middle class or the poor. I'll read to you what he said on the Senate floor on May 21st, 2001. The principle that guides my judgment of a tax reconciliation bill is tax relief for those who need it the most, lower and middle income working families. And then a few days later, on May 26th, he said, I cannot in good conscience support a tax cut in which so many of the benefits go to the most fortunate among us at the expense of middle-class Americans who most need tax relief. Now, to a lot of observers out there, that sounds like the same argument the Democrats were making against the Bush tax cuts. You have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with standing up for the common man and the common woman. I think it's awfully important that anybody who aspires to public service understands the wants, the needs, the desires, and the challenges that everyday people have to live with. We understand that here in the Sunshine State, and that's why I think Senator McCain's going to do very, very well tonight.
Rudy Giuliani supported what you really want in the state of Florida, given its history of hurricanes, a federal disaster fund to come in and help the people of Florida and elsewhere around the country deal with natural emergencies. Rudy Giuliani supports it. Does John McCain support such a federal disaster fund?
Well, he supports it more on a regional basis, which I can understand and I certainly respect. I mean, the Gulf states have had a lot to deal with hurricanes of late, and I think he understands that it's important to take a progressional step towards trying to have more help for more people in a way that's responsible, prudent, and makes common sense. I respect that. And as Ronald Reagan used to say, Wolf, if you agree with me 80% of the time, you're probably my friend. I trust this man. He's not going to say things just to appease me. He's going to say the things that are in his heart. And I think that's exactly what the American people want and deserve.
As you know, Governor, there's a lot of buzz out there, especially in your home state of Florida, that which is a critical state, as all of us know, in the contest in November, that you could potentially be a vice presidential running mate. Is that something you've been thinking about?
No, it's not. I mean, it's very flattering to hear that kind of talk, but my focus is Florida. Florida is what I care about. The people of this state have been very, very kind to me. I want to honor their public trust and their confidence, do everything I can to fight for them every single day. That's what my focus is. That's what the focus is today, to reduce their property taxes, to elect a great guy who's going to be a great president in John McCain. These are the kinds of things that Floridians care about. That's what I'm focused on, the things I'm sure your mother cares deeply about in South Florida.
Now, a lot of mothers living in Florida care about all those things as well. Governor, thanks very much. I appreciate your joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Wolf, as always.
President Bush has just signed an executive order designed to rein in pork barrel spending. So what's going to happen to the thousands of pet projects in the massive spending bill he signed last month? You might be surprised by the answer. And polls are still open in Florida's high-stakes Republican primary, but they're going to be closing all of them in the state at 8 p.m. Eastern. An hour and 40 minutes from now or so, we're going to give you the first peek at what some of the voters are thinking. Bill Schneider starts breaking down the exit polls. That's coming up right here in the Situation Room. News on the subprime mortgage crisis coming into the Situation Room right now. Let's go to Carol Costello. She's monitoring this story. Some other important news as well. What do we know, Carol?
Yeah, Wolf, we're just getting word the FBI is investigating a slew of investors for fraud or insider trading violations in connection with subprime mortgages. You know, lending people money who can't afford it. The why they did it, agents say it was simply greed. They've come up with a top 10 mortgage fraud hotspot list. Michigan, California, Ohio, Florida among those states. As promised in his State of the Union speech last night, President Bush is taking action to curtail congressional pork barrel spending. Today, the president signed an executive order directing federal agencies to ignore so-called earmarks or pet projects inserted into legislation after it's been voted on. The order will not apply to the thousands of earmarks contained in a massive spending bill signed into law last month. In China, winter storms are knocking out power in many regions, stranding hundreds of thousands of people trying to get home for the Lunar New Year and leaving top political leaders red-faced. The country's prime minister used a bullhorn to apologize to travelers stranded at a train station in Hunan province, and the country's president convened an emergency meeting of the policymaking Politburo to address the electricity and transportation problems. And former United Nations Secretary Kofi Annan is calling for urgent action to halt what he's calling a downward spiral into chaos in Kenya. He made the appeal to legislators in Nairobi before entering talks with the country's president and his main political rival. Kenya has been racked by political and ethnic violence that erupted after last month's disputed election. And just a short time ago, the House approved a $146 billion economic stimulus package. The centerpiece of the bill involves one-time tax rebates for many low and middle-income Americans. Now, the bill was passed with broad bipartisan support, and House leaders are urging the Senate to approve it quickly without making substantial changes. But we'll see. Back to you, Wolf.
We'll see what the Senate does. Thanks very much, Carol, for that. The latest exit poll results coming in from Florida right now. We're about to show you what matters most to the voters as they cast their ballots. Guess where the economy ranks. Also, when the results start coming in about an hour and a half or so from now, the best political team on television will show you just what to look for. And from YouTube to GodTube, a presidential candidate finds a new forum online. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. The first exit poll is now coming in from the Florida primary. They're giving us an inside look at what's on the minds of voters there. But there are no delegates at stake for Florida's Democrats. They're being punished by the National Democratic Party for moving up their primary without permission. So is the primary anything more than a beauty contest for the Democratic candidates? Plus, John McCain's conservative gap. You're going to find out what he's been saying about taxes that makes some Republicans so angry at him. All of this, plus the best political team on television. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. We've been getting some exit poll information coming in from the voters in Florida, and it gives us a good sense of just who is voting, what's important to them as they cast their ballots. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is going through the numbers right now. Bill, what are you learning?
Well, you know, Florida is having an early primary because they claim they're more diverse than Iowa and New Hampshire. How diverse are those Florida primary voters? Let's take a look first at the Republicans. They are very heavily seniors. Florida, no surprise here. Half of the Republican voters are 60 years old and older. White evangelicals, born-again Protestants, almost a third of the Republican voters are born-again Protestants. 28% are veterans. They have served in the military, a constituency that John McCain paid a lot of attention to. And among Republicans, 13%, that's about 13% of them were Latino voters, and most of the Latino Republican voters are, in fact, Cuban Americans. Now, let's take a look at the Democratic voters, also a claim for diversity. Almost as many are seniors, 44% age 60 and over. 18% of the Democratic voters are African American, 12% are Latino, but only 3% of those Latinos are, in fact, Cuban Americans. So most of the other Latino voters in Florida are voting in the Democratic primary, and 9% of the Democratic voters are Jewish. So it does indeed represent a highly diverse electorate in both political parties. Now, the top issue to both Republicans and Democrats, the economy. And what is their judgment? Actually quite similar. Take a look at the Republicans. 63% of the Republicans say the nation's economy is not good or poor. It's an overwhelming negative judgment. What about the Democrats? How do they feel about the nation's economy? For them, it's the #1 issue. 91%, almost unanimously, the Democrats say the nation's economy is bad. So on this point, there is no party division. Republicans and Democrats agree the economy is lousy. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Bill Schneider. It's a crucial contest expected to shape the Republican race. What's about to happen in Florida? Let's get some analysis from the best political team on television. Our coverage, by the way, of the actual voting starts at 8 p.m. Eastern later tonight. The polls close a little bit less than an hour and a half from now. All of the polls, most of the polls, by the way, in Florida close at the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Eastern. All of them will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. With no delegates at stake for the Democrats in Florida, will tonight's results, though, make any difference in that contest? Let's talk about that and more with our senior analyst, Jeff Toobin, our own Jack Cafferty. They're here in New York, as well as our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley. She's out on the campaign trail in Davie, Florida, right now. They are all part of the best political team on television. Let me just pick your brain, Jack. What are you looking for? Obviously, we're all looking to see who's going to win in Florida on the Republican side, but is there any other nuggets that you're really interested in?
Yeah, well, I think with McCain and Romney calling each other liberals, it'll be interesting to see who the conservatives, the right wing of the Republican Party, support in the election. And the other thing that was interesting, based on Bill Schneider's exit polling there, 91% of the Democrats, and I forget the percentage of Republicans, it's the economy, stupid. I would think that might augur well in Florida for Hillary Clinton and Mitt Romney. Hillary because her husband had some success managing the economy when he was president, and Mitt Romney because of his business experience, which he touts at every opportunity. Couple thoughts.
Some are accusing Hillary Clinton, Candy, of sort of playing hanky-panky with the agreement not to campaign in Florida, even though, you know, a lot of Floridians, a lot of Democrats down there, they went in good faith to vote today.
Absolutely, and the fact is she's not going to be here at this victory rally until after the polls close. As you know, there are no delegates at stake here tonight. The Democratic Party stripped Florida of its delegates in a primary calendar dispute. So what is happening here and what the other campaigns say is, listen, this is a beauty contest. The delegates are zero, so this is an attempt by the Clinton campaign to kind of gain some traction in the headlines.
What do you think, Jeff, about this maneuver?
Well, it's certainly gamesmanship on the part of the Clinton campaign, because remember, the whole reason they didn't campaign in Florida was to try to ingratiate themselves with the voters of New Hampshire. They kept saying to New Hampshire, oh, no, we're going to respect you being first and the schedule as it was, so we agree not to campaign in Florida. Now Hillary Clinton knows that she's probably, or at least she thinks she's going to win tonight, so she's going to try to take advantage of that. Frankly, I don't think it's going to have a great deal of significance. Michigan, which was a similar situation, didn't have much significance. So, you know, I can't blame the Clinton campaign for looking for some advantage, but I don't think they'll find much.
Well, the difference, Jack, between Michigan and Florida for the Democrats was that in Michigan, only Hillary Clinton's name and Dennis Kucinich's name were on the ballot. There was an uncommitted. There was no Barack Obama on the ballot. There was no John Edwards on the ballot. In Florida, all of these three Democrats, their names, and some other Democrats, their names are actually on the ballot as Democrats have been going in large numbers to the polls today.
Well, I would think, too, depending on how this stuff plays out in the weeks ahead, or even in the week ahead, Super Tuesday, there's going to be some pressure put on Michigan and Florida to reinstitute these delegates at some point. If the race is close and there's 300 or 400 delegates out there that would rightfully belong to Florida and Michigan, somebody is going to start squawking to, look, let's change the rule, let's reinstate these delegates so that they can be part of this process. And I suppose that that's fair in terms of the people in Florida. I mean, they're going to the polls in good faith. Their vote ought to count for something.
And there's no doubt, Candy, that when you take a look at the general election in November 4th, these two states, Michigan and Florida, are about as important as it comes for the Democrats.
Absolutely, and you know, it's really up to a committee, the DNC and the convention, to decide whether to seat these delegates. But you have two scenarios here. If you have a nominee that comes in and they're the certain nominee, that nominee's going to say, let's seat them, because why would you want to take off Florida and Michigan? If they come in and they're very close and there's no certain nominee, there is going to be a brawl over whether to seat these delegates.
Absolutely, and another thing to keep an eye on is turnout tonight, because the Democrats have literally not campaigned one day in Florida, yet it appears a lot of them are voting, which is consistent with what we've seen in primary after primary this season, which is enormous Democratic turnout, and that may even happen here with literally no campaign.
Yeah, the Democrats, the Democratic base out there, Jack, they are energized in all these states. As Jeff accurately points out, they've come out in almost record numbers in state after state after state. The Republicans seem to be somewhat demoralized.
Well, that has, I think, a lot to do with the situation the country's in. People feel the economy's in trouble. People are opposed to the war in Iraq. And the polls that have been done over the last couple of years, 2/3 to 3/4 of the country say we're headed in the wrong direction. They want change. They want something different. And so the Democrats feel like perhaps they, by winning the White House, can bring that change to the country. And the Democratic voters seem ready to, you know, go out in huge numbers and try to get that done.
Well, let me just quickly ask Candy, because then we're going to take a break. Have you felt that energy on the part of those Democrats? Because you've been all over the campaign trail.
Oh, Oh, absolutely. I mean, you see it not just in the crowds and not just in the numbers who come to the polls, but you see it in the money race. I mean, the Democrats are raising a lot more money than Republicans. And I will tell you that the Clinton campaign and, in fact, the Obama campaign as well say, listen, this has already been a national race. I mean, I think we see that in our ratings numbers whenever we have, you know, an election night or a ballot bowl or whatever it is. So we see, and they think that these voters in Florida, regardless of whether they've had a campaign, have been paying attention.
All right, guys, stand by. We had a lot more to talk about, including this, the Republican candidate. Some conservatives say they love to hate. What's their beef with John McCain? Plus, Mitt Romney and John McCain are calling each other liberals. What does that mean? Jack Cafferty with your email. A lot more coming up right here in The Situation. Some conservatives call him too liberal. That would be John McCain. He's a favorite target of some Republican commentators, including radio talk show hosts Rush Limbaugh and Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt was a guest here in the Situation Room in the last hour. We're back now with the best political team on television. You understand, Jack, why these conservatives, they really don't like John McCain, I think because he's worked with Democrats on some sensitive issues.
Well, it's not only that. He voted against the tax cuts twice, and now he says he's in favor of making the tax cuts permanent. And he has to say that because if he says, I'm in favor of letting those tax cuts that I voted against expire in 2010, I'll get more votes than he will. So he's got to flip-flop on that issue, plus immigration, plus health care, plus campaign finance reform. It's easy to see how the conservatives and the Republican Party think this guy is riding something besides the Straight Talk Express.
What do you think, Jeff?
Well, I just think the Republican Party has changed so much. You know, it used to be that there was such a thing as a Rockefeller Republican, a liberal Republican. That was a big part of the party. And you had senators like Everett Dirksen in Illinois and Hugh Scott in Pennsylvania, and they were for civil rights and for the environment. And now you have largely a Southern and Western party that is very much more conservative than it used to be. And liberal has become a swear word in that party.
Well, they don't say liberal Republicans, but Candy, there are some moderate Republicans out there, and I guess you could include John McCain in that category. Certainly Rudy Giuliani on some of the social issues in that category. Olympia Snowe, Susan Collins. You've covered them on the Hill. Are they making a comeback of sorts within the Republican Party to the irritation of the hardline conservatives, shall we say?
Well, I mean, we'll see, but John McCain has sort of a special problem with conservatives, and it hasn't been so much the fiscal conservatives, but across the board, he's been too much of a maverick for them. They don't quite believe him when he says things. There's nobody more socially conservative in this race than John McCain is. But what did he do? He joined that gang of 15 that made it harder to filibuster judges. This is huge in the conservative wing of the Republican Party. Campaign finance reform. They thought that shut down their voice in the conservative wing of the party. So it was those things. And now sort of add on top of that Romney's bringing up the Bush tax cuts, to which McCain says, listen, they weren't offset. I mean, nobody has been more forceful in the pork barrel spending than John McCain has. So I think his problem predates all of the things that you're hearing about now. They just don't trust him to stay kind of true to the Republican line.
Well, Wolf, there's also a personal dimension to this. John McCain has horrible personal dealings for many years with people like Ralph Reed and Jerry Falwell. You know, he made up to a certain extent, but his contempt for them and the fight in the 2000 primaries in South Carolina was very bitter. So, you know, the religious right and John McCain, it's not just about policy. A lot of these people simply can't stand them, and vice versa. At least that used to be the case, and I think that has a lingering influence.
Jack, you live up here in the New York City area. You've been here a long time. You go back to local television. You've been a Rudy Giuliani watcher for a long time. I wonder if you could just share your thoughts right now. What happened?
Well, I think he made a big miscalculation. You know, everybody said that it was a gamble to take those first 4, 5, 6 states and not aggressively campaign, and to go down to Florida and set up shop and say, well, I'll ambush everybody else in Florida.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second, Jack, because he did campaign in New Hampshire and Iowa, but it really wasn't working for him. At that point, he picked up his bags and left.
And he made it very clear that he had less than a burning interest in those states, and they got, frankly, a little steamed about it. What did he get, 4% of the vote in New Hampshire? You can't be president of 44 states. You got to be president of all 50 states, and you got to make people feel like they're included. And I just think it was a gamble that didn't pay off. The big mantra from Rudy is 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. He was a good mayor of New York City. Whether he's got the tools to be president of the United States, I certainly don't know, but he was kind of a one-trick pony when it came to his campaign. And I think the miscalculation with the early states is caught up with him, and it's going to bite him big time tonight.
Candy, what do you think?
Well, I think they took a look at this election. They thought it was different. You know, he sort of dabbled in Iowa. He sort of dabbled in New Hampshire. He knew that his particular brand of republicanism, particularly on the social issues, was not playing in those states. There are still hardcore conservatives inside the Republican Party in New Hampshire and Iowa. So they took a look and they figured, boy, if we could just make it, you know, sort of bounce off Florida to Super Tuesday, we go to all these states where Republicans are more moderate. But he took himself out of the conversation. He became like the asterisk. Everybody was talking about Romney and McCain's comeback and Mike Huckabee's boom. So there was no place for Rudy Giuliani in the news, and he just sort of faded down here in Florida.
Well, guys, hold on, Jeff. We got to run, but you know, you're not leaving because you're going to be with us all night. Could be a long night for all we know. Candy's certainly not leaving. Jack's got the Cafferty file coming up. All right, guys, thanks very much. Let's check in with Lou to see what's coming up right at the top of the hour. Lou?
Well, thank you. Much more, of course, on the Florida Republican primary and those Democratic votes as well. Most polling places in Florida will close at the top of the hour. The first results out shortly afterward. We'll have live coverage for you from Florida. All the results, reaction from the campaigns, of course, and the best political analysis anywhere. Also tonight, the FBI investigating 14 companies for fraud in the mortgage crisis. Did some of those companies use inside information to profit from this crisis that's devastating working men and women across this country? We'll have that special report. And a Chicago church is at it again, offering sanctuary to another illegal alien fugitive. The church once again defying courts and our laws with the full support of the pro-amnesty lobby and socio-ethnocentric interest groups. Of course, there may be something of an agenda here that is not being reported in the press, perhaps something like a left-wing radical agenda. We'll have that report, all of that, all the day's news, and much more. 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. Join us at the top of the hour, please. Wolf, back to you.
This will be a wild night. Exciting times for all of us who are political news junkies. Lou, thanks very much. You've probably heard of YouTube, but now one presidential candidate is taking advantage of a new site called GodTube. We're going to show you what's happening. Plus, the insider chit-chat you didn't hear at the State of the Union speech. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Today in our political ticker, the presidential candidates are no strangers to the online video site YouTube. But now one presidential candidate is taking advantage of another site called GodTube. Let's go to our internet reporter, Abby Tatton. She's here. So what is GodTube all about?
Wolf, this is video sharing, but with a Christian message. So what you find is popular on GodTube is very different than what you find, for example, on YouTube. This is the most popular video online on GodTube. It's a 4-year-old reciting "The Lord is my shepherd" by heart to the camera. This is a website that launched last year. It claims 3 million visitors to the site every single month, and vying for their attention with a new video is presidential hopeful Mike Huckabee, Republican candidate, former Baptist preacher who taped this message for the site saying that there should be more organized activity, Christian activity in politics. He's kind of preaching to the choir on this website. GodTube recently polled all their users to find out which presidential candidates they like. Huckabee was way out and ahead, but I talked to the founder of the site who pointed out that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton found support on the website as well, and he'd like all the candidates this cycle to be playing on the site. Wolf?
Abby, thanks very much. Let's come back to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file.
Question this hour, Wolf, is what does it mean when the two front-runners for the Republican nomination, Mitt Romney and John McCain, are calling each other liberals? Mike writes, what does it mean? It's the first truthful thing that either one of these bought and paid for government mules have ever said. Truth is, they're all big government liberals. There's only one true conservative, that's Ron Paul. Chris in Las Vegas, why are the Republican candidates doing the Democrats' dirty work for them? The Republicans need to stop beating up on each other and start putting forth a strong, consistent conservative agenda for the future of our country. Gio writes, the only thing liberal about these two jokers are their liberal use of insults. Franny says it means they are not aware that many of us realize we're never going to find a candidate we agree with on every single issue, and we're just looking for one who doesn't make himself look like an idiot with no manners. Roxy writes it means at a time when this nation most needs a rational-minded adult leader, we're made increasingly aware that we have neither adult nor rational-minded candidates. Ruth writes, McCain and Romney calling each other liberal reminds me of a 5-year-old who drops the F-bomb in front of his parents. He's not real sure what it means, but he loves the attention he gets from it. And Jim writes from Wisconsin, what does it mean when the Republicans call each other liberal? Simply this, Ronald Reagan is rolling over in his grave.
Wolf. Thanks very much, Jack Cafferty. Behind the scenes at the State of the Union address, a most unusual look coming up next. President Bush seemed to be having a pretty good time at the State of the Union address last night, but was everyone happy on the Democrat side of the aisle? CNN's Jeannie Most has a most unusual look behind the scenes.
Celebrate or mourn.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
It's the last time you'll see this guy making this entrance, rubbing bald spots, signing copies of his speech.
It's about the third one I've signed for him.
Do not expect the next president to greet lawmakers like this.
You're an awesome dude, man. Thank you.
But already the spotlight was shifting to the new dude and his rival. Oh, they were friendly, just not to each other. But was it a snub? The same day Senator Ted Kennedy endorsed Barack Obama, Senator Kennedy and Hillary nevertheless managed to shake hands before taking their seats. But look who's not looking. Obama denies giving Hillary his back, saying he was just distracted.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
One of our favorite things to do at State of the Union is to eavesdrop, to listen in on the chit-chat between well-wishers and the president as the president leaves the chamber. President Bush loves using nicknames.
Bad news, how are you?
You gonna come back next year?
I doubt it.
There was chatter about weddings.
How's the little bride doing?
That would be planning for the wedding of Jenna Bush, seen here in black at the State of the Union.
Mr. President,
how you doing, buddy?
my sister, Sarah Tucker.
Yeah, I do.
The president also joshed around with openly gay Congressman Barney Frank after Frank brought up his boyfriend.
I'm sure you'd appreciate it. Absolutely.
All this touchy-feely stuff. Next thing you know, a guy will be kissing President Bush. Whoa, did you see that? Republican Congressman Christopher Shays gave the prez a peck. The last time something similar happened, Senator Joe Lieberman's opponents used it against him. And already, Shays' opponent has posted the kiss to YouTube as if it's the kiss of death. Forget the State of the Union. It's the state of their union and their union that seduces the press. Jeannie Most, CNN, New York.
Must be something about those Connecticut lawmakers, Chris Shays, Joe Lieberman, and the kiss with the president. Only Jeannie Most has these reports, and we feature her here in the Situation Room. You've helped, by the way, make our politics podcast one of the most popular on iTunes. To get the best political team to go, subscribe at cnnpolitics.com. I write a little column there as well. You can go to cnnpolitics.com and read what I have to say and offer me a comment of what you think as well. Remember, cnnpolitics.com, and please be sure to join us 1 hour from now when our special coverage of the Florida primary begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when we'll be back with our special coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. Up next, Lou Dobbs Tonight. Lou?
Thank you, Wolf. Tonight, most polling places in Florida have just closed in the high-stakes primary election there. All polling places will be closed within the hour. We'll have results for you coming up. We'll be live at all the candidates' headquarters. The latest on the Democratic presidential campaign, all the day's news, and much more straight ahead here tonight.
This is Lou Dobbs Tonight. News, debate, and opinion for Tuesday, January 29th. Live from New York, Lou Dobbs.
Good evening, everybody. Voters in Florida turning out in huge numbers for what is likely to be a turning point in at least the Republican presidential race. Senator John McCain and former Governor Mitt Romney spent the day fighting for last-minute votes in the primary. The winner of today's primary goes into next week's so-called Super Tuesday contest as the front-runner of the party. Meanwhile, Rudy Giuliani tonight is fighting for survival in his presidential campaign bid. Giuliani staking virtually his entire campaign on Florida's primary, but opinion polls suggesting Giuliani has virtually no chance of winning. We'll have complete coverage of that, as well as the latest on the Democratic presidential campaign. Is President Bill Clinton toning down the rhetoric? Did Senator Obama snub Senator Clinton? We begin tonight with Dana Bash in Miami covering the Republican primary. Dana.
Lou, there are 57 delegates at stake here tonight, by far the biggest prize so far in the Republican race, and that is why on TV, on radio, and in negative calls to voters, the two men vying for the top spot have been fighting it out to the bitter end.
At a polling station in St. Petersburg, one last chance for John McCain to convince Florida Republicans their security matters most, and Mitt Romney's not their man.
The real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there.
Thank you. In nearby Tampa, Romney said the struggling economy trumps all else, closing the deal as the businessman who can help, warning McCain cannot.
One of the candidates out there running for president said that the economy is not his strong suit. Well, it's my strong suit.
The biting personal jabs, evidence of Florida's high stakes. The winner, likely the GOP frontrunner. But for voters asked to choose between one candidate for the economy and another on national security, it's not that simple.
For myself, it's the economics. I do believe the war is also a deep consideration.
Cue Rudy Giuliani.
I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis.
But after putting all his eggs in Florida's basket, he sat with a bowl of Raisin Bran and deflected questions about whether a dismal finish will bring his demise.
We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today.
As for Mike Huckabee, he isn't expecting a strong Florida showing, yet used a voter handing him a golf club to take a primary day swing at a rich rival.
I wouldn't know what. Now, let's see, you hold this in? It'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right?
But the fight for momentum out of Florida really is between Mitt Romney and John McCain. And for John McCain, if he does well here, if he wins here, not only would perhaps make him the front runner, it also could put to rest some of the questions about whether or not he really does have appeal among conservatives in his own party. And if Mitt Romney wins here, it could reset the race for him, but also make it clear that he has by far the most delegates so far. And of course, that is what you need to get the Republican nomination. Lou?
Dana, thank you very much. Dana Bash. As Florida voters went to the polls, Mitt Romney accused John McCain of supporting policies that are neither conservative nor Republican. Mary Snow with the Romney campaign now reports from St. Petersburg. Mary, what is the mood tonight in the Romney camp?
Anxious, Lou. You definitely get the feeling that it's going to be a nail-biter, and the only predictions being made here is that it's going to be a very close race. Mitt Romney's campaign believes if he can win here, they believe he could be the nominee. But there's a plan B. They say if he does not win, they believe that he'll have a strong enough showing here in order to go on to other states. But the Romney camp believes that the economy helped Mitt Romney's candidacy here. They said he picked up momentum, but they believe, in their view, that it was hurt in the past couple of days by this bitter fighting with Senator John McCain. Lou?
The bitter fighting, it's becoming sort of the characteristic of both campaigns, Democrat and Republican. Anything particularly unique about the, as you described it, the bitterness in the Republican contest between Romney and McCain?
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, Lou, but because the crowds are winding up here. But in terms of that bitterness, the Romney camp believes that, yes, it could hurt him because it took his message of the economy off track. Instead, the fighting what became the centerpiece in these last couple of days.
Mary, thank you very much. Mary Snow reporting from St. Petersburg. We'll be hearing more from her and Dana Bash throughout not only this broadcast, the evening. Rudy Giuliani tonight is optimistic about his prospects in Florida, despite some opinion polls that show he's lagging far behind both Romney and McCain. Dan Lothian, following the Giuliani campaign, reports now from Orlando. Dan, the Giuliani campaign, the optimism is strong this evening as we approach the total closing of all polls in Florida, as it was earlier in the day?
Yes, Lou, they do remain optimistic. In fact, all they've been talking about all day long and into the evening is winning, winning, winning. And whenever he is pressed about the poll numbers, he points to New Hampshire and he says, look, going into New Hampshire, everyone thought that Obama was going to win. He was way ahead of Hillary Clinton there. And then look what happened. He's also hoping for that big surprise here. So he's not pulling back. He's not talking about stepping down out of this race. He really believes that he can win. And he's even talking about moving forward, going to California, taking part in the Republican debate there, Lou.
All right, Dan. Thank you very much. Dan Lothian with the Giuliani campaign. Democratic presidential candidates in Florida are taking part in what some commentators are calling a beauty contest. That's because the Democratic Party is holding a primary without the blessings of the National Democratic Party, and the Democratic National Committee says those votes simply won't count. State Democrats defied the national Democratic leadership and advanced the date of their primary. Senator Clinton is, however, expecting to win this primary, and she'll be in Florida tonight, hoping to boost her national campaign with a victory celebration. Senator Barack Obama today dismissed reports he deliberately last night snubbed Senator Clinton. Obama's remarks follow pictures that show Obama with his back turned toward Clinton just before President Bush's State of the Union address. Tonight, Senator Obama is in Kansas, where he picked up another key endorsement. Suzanne Malveaux reports now from Kansas City.
Well, hey, Lou, obviously the Obama camp is really trying to build on the momentum from the Kennedy endorsements. There's a new ad that's been released today, all the major cities, New York, as well as Los Angeles, and all of those cities obviously trying to gain the momentum and the attention of the Kennedys. But all the buzz is about what happened last night.
The headline was all about the so-called snub. This picture of Senator Barack Obama turning away from Senator Clinton as Ted Kennedy, Obama's new best friend and key endorser, extended his hand. The moment captured and dissected, reflecting the atmosphere of high tension and drama in the campaign. Today, Obama denied any slight, saying he was distracted by another senator.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
It was not a snub. I had a ringside seat. It was one of those accidents that just happened and that caught on film. And it's frankly, you know, everybody's spoiling for a fight.
Out of Washington and on the road, his first stop, his grandfather's hometown of El Dorado, Kansas, where he picked up a key endorsement from its governor.
We're among friends here. We're family.
Not just a trip down memory lane, but for strategy. Kansas is one of several Republican-dominated states he's targeting to convince Democrats he can compete where others have traditionally failed.
We're going to have to bring not just Democrats, but independents and some Republicans together into a working majority.
Obama dismissed Senator Clinton's strategy of recognizing Tuesday's Florida primary, where delegates won't count.
It's a beauty contest. It's similar to a poll in terms of where people currently are at in Florida.
And Lou, Obama is going to be heading to Colorado as well as Arizona, really trying to build support beyond his base, going to new voters, independents, Republicans. That's why you'll see him hitting some of the states with the smaller delegates. They realize that every single delegate is really going to count when it comes to this, and clearly this is going to go on for months. That is the assumption here. Also wanted to mention as well, Caroline Kennedy, that ad being released, a television ad, major cities across the country obviously trying to capitalize off of the kind of Kennedy and the Camelot and all the excitement from yesterday. Lou?
And any word from the Obama campaign on whether or not they would like to push for Florida's delegates to be awarded on the basis of tonight's vote?
Well, we were certainly asked them about that earlier today. They say they're sticking with their position that those delegates numbers will not count out of Florida until, of course, after the nominee is chosen. So they're going to stick with that position. Obviously, it's one that would benefit them if Obama does not win in Florida. which is expected. Lou?
Thank you very much, Suzanne Malveaux with the Obama campaign. Coming up here next, more on the Florida primary results beginning to come in. We're live at the campaign headquarters of Mitt Romney and the other Republican candidates. We're expecting first results soon. Also charges of outright corruption and criminal behavior in the mortgage crisis that's devastating working men and their families across the country. Christine Romans will have our report. Christine.
The FBI has opened criminal investigations into 14 companies for potential subprime mortgage fraud, probing insider trading and accounting fraud. Lou?
Thank you, Christine. Christine will have that report upcoming. And a Chicago church, again, breaking immigration laws, giving another fugitive illegal alien sanctuary. We'll have that special report, tell you what the government is doing or not doing. Stay with us. We're coming right back with the latest for you from Florida. A Chicago church is once again projecting itself into the center of the national debate on illegal immigration, defying federal law, giving sanctuary to yet another fugitive illegal alien. This is the same church that gave sanctuary to illegal alien Elvira Arellano, who lived there for a year with her American-born son. Casey Wyan has our report.
6 months ago, criminal illegal alien Elvira Arellano was arrested and deported after publicly claiming sanctuary in Chicago's Adalberto United Methodist Church for a year. Now the same church is offering sanctuary to another fugitive illegal alien, a friend of Arellano's, Flor Crisostomo.
I believe with all my heart that Mexico and the United States need to change the system.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement says Crisostomo left her children in Mexico and illegally entered the United States to work in 2000. She was arrested in 2006, along with more than 1,100 other illegal aliens during ICE raids at 40 IFCO systems plants that make pallets.
She's a single mom here without her children, and you think that she wants to leave them behind? She's here because she wants to support her children.
An immigration judge allowed Crisostomo to voluntarily leave the United States by January 2007. She filed an appeal which was denied, and she was ordered to surrender by Monday for deportation. Instead, she sought sanctuary in the church, a concept not recognized by U.S. law. ICE said in a statement that Ms. Crisostomo will be taken into custody at an appropriate time and place, with consideration given to the safety of all involved.
No one should think that Flor came here for an adventure and came all the way to Chicago because she likes the climate. She came to feed her family.
Lozano's husband, Walter Coleman, is pastor of the church. An ICE spokeswoman said the couple may face consequences as well because it is a federal crime to harbor a fugitive illegal alien. We asked ICE if they now plan to go after church officials and activists who harbor illegal aliens. A spokeswoman would not comment other than to say that ICE prioritizes its enforcement actions based on national security and public safety. Lou?
You know, well, one, I think, could easily make the case that ICE, rather readily and convincingly could make the case that ICE simply lacks the manpower and the resources to do its job properly. It works hard at what it can. And is handled, I mean, they handled the Elvira Arellano case, I thought, perfectly. There were no difficult scenes. There were, you know, she sort of resolved it herself, if you will. This is, frankly, a publicity stunt, is it not?
Absolutely, it's a publicity stunt. These supporters of illegal aliens and the illegal alien herself, they're basically daring ICE to come into this church and arrest them. They know that the public spectacle might win them some sympathy in some quarters, as you saw with that state lawmaker who's perfectly willing to accept the law breaking of these people, Lou.
Yeah, and the reality is that this church has become something of a signpost for radicalism of its own, and you know the consequences, I think, should be carefully judged by ICE on this. As I say, I think they've done a tremendous job in handling a difficult situation, and I really believe that every American who watches this spectacle understands all the more clearly these issues and the motivations of the people involved. So to that end, I think we got to give the government in this case very high marks for constraint and reason.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Casey Wyan. Since her deportation, you might be wondering, Elvira Arellano continues to push for amnesty for illegal aliens in this country. Arellano went on a hunger strike in Mexico City last November, trying to bring attention to her demand for amnesty for millions of illegal aliens in the United States. She also joined a pre-Christmas protest at the border with the United States, where she and others prayed for amnesty. Arellano told a Mexican newspaper she would attend a May Day amnesty march in Washington, D.C. It is certainly not clear by any means how, as a deported felon, Arellano would plan to re-enter the United States without arrest. It turned out to be certainly a bad day for a group of suspected illegal aliens who were making their way through Phoenix today after being smuggled across the border. The minivan in which the 11 illegal aliens were riding rear-ended two vehicles on Interstate 10 in Phoenix, and one of the vehicles hit. The one it hit, in fact, directly in front of it, carried officers of the Federal Protective Services, an arm of the Department of Homeland Security. An Immigration and Customs spokesman tells us the FPS officer checking for injuries became suspicious when 11 people were in the van, and he called for assistance. Maricopa County officers and ICE agents responded. The 11 suspected illegal aliens taken into custody. They're being held and processed for removal from the United States. Talk about bad luck. Next, we'll bring you initial results from today's Florida primary. That's coming up here in just a few minutes. The FBI has opened a criminal investigation into 14 companies who have a role in our mortgage crisis. We'll have the latest for you, and the criticism may have hit home. Was it a kinder and gentler President Bill Clinton on the campaign trail today, or was it very good politics? Or both? We'll have the story and more. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Well, we are starting to get some results in as the polls are closing now in Florida. Now, we're going to show you some early results that are it represents less than 1% of the vote, but it may in fact be indicating to all of us what we have in store for us throughout the evening. Right now, again, with less than 1% of the votes in, Senator John McCain with 29% of the vote, and former Governor Mitt Romney with 28%. And talk about separation. The fact is that Rudy Giuliani is holding with 18%, and Mike Huckabee also with 18%. Again, very early numbers. But it could be interesting and instructive about what we have in store for us throughout this evening. And over on the Democratic side, where no delegates are at stake, but which it looks pretty interesting, at least in terms of the early results here. 58% of the vote, again, with less than 1% for Senator Clinton, and 21% for Senator Obama. So that is shaping up as sort of an interesting race, and it certainly explains why some of these other folks are calling that a beauty contest, and Senator Clinton is preparing to celebrate a victory in Florida tonight. And we will keep you up to date on that. Wolf Blitz, our entire election team, standing by to bring us the very latest throughout the rest of this broadcast and certainly throughout the rest of this evening. The FBI today opened a criminal investigation into companies involved in our subprime mortgage crisis. The Federal Bureau of Investigation now looking into more than a dozen companies accused of accounting fraud and other possible wrongdoing. Christine Romans has now our report. Christine?
Lou, some 14 companies in the crosshairs tonight of an FBI investigation into mortgage fraud, an investigation that includes insider trading and accounting fraud, suggesting companies profited from the mess that has already led to more than 2 million foreclosures in this country.
As foreclosures spread across the country, mortgage fraud complaints are skyrocketing. A result, one FBI official says, of, quote, good old-fashioned greed. The Bureau is conducting criminal investigations into 14 companies and fielding more complaints than ever before. Suspicious activity complaints have soared from 3,000 4 years ago to 48,000 last year, and already this year on track for 60,000 complaints. FBI investigations into mortgage fraud are up 50% over the past year. The FBI only investigates fraud involving $500,000 or more.
This foreclosure crisis really isn't wasn't a crisis of individuals taking advantage of the lenders, but really an industry that was so poorly regulated that it really allowed greed to just get completely out of hand.
The FBI says California, Texas, Florida, Georgia, and Ohio are among the mortgage fraud hotspots, but the problem is spreading nationwide.
Let's not forget the average American homeowner who's really getting caught in this squeeze here, that they potentially, who are caught in this fraudulent schemes, have potentially no recourse if these companies have gone out of business or basically don't have enough capital on hand.
The FBI is not naming the companies under investigation, but this investigation suggests fraud pervaded the subprime crisis.
Either when a loan was written or later when homeowners fell victim to so-called foreclosure rescue scams, and now by companies themselves profiting potentially through accounting fraud and even insider trading, Lou, as some of these company executives knew that the subprime loans that they held were almost worthless, and so we're trading on that information. The FBI is investigating whether that happened.
Well, the FBI has got a large project in front of it because the scope of the criminality here is extraordinary by any historical standard that we've experienced. But it's good they have begun the process.
Indeed.
Christine, thank you. Christine Romans. New reports tonight confirm what many middle-class Americans already know. American homeowners are deeply in trouble. Home ownership dropped by record numbers last year. The proportion of households that own homes fell to 67%, down more than a percentage point from the previous year. And foreclosures soared last year, up more than 75%. More than 400,000 families lost their homes last year. 2 million are at risk this year. In California alone, 66,000 people lost their homes to foreclosure. The House of Representatives today passed that $146 billion economic stimulus package. The legislation with strong bipartisan support, approved less than a day after the president called for quick action. Most taxpayers will be receiving rebates of $600 to $1,200 once the Senate approves it and the president signs it. Well, the bill is headed to the Senate, where they are expected to refine the legislation, as they would put it. One proposal adding billions of dollars for senior citizens and the unemployed. The Senate plan would also cut the amount of those rebates and allow the nation's richest taxpayers, people such as Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, to collect the rebates as well. The House legislation barred such rebates for the rich. Up next, President Bill Clinton tries to present a kinder, gentler image on the campaign trail. We'll have that report, and Senator Hillary Clinton. She's headed to Florida. She'll be there to attend a victory celebration in the Democratic primary, a primary the party's national leadership says won't count. We'll see. And we'll have the very latest for you on the Republican primary. You're looking at Romney headquarters right now in St. Petersburg. We are looking at with less than 1% of the vote counted, and the results are starting to build, and we'll have an update for you when we come back. But showing right now, Romney and McCain locked in a tight battle in Florida, as expected. We'll be back with the best political team anywhere and a lot more. Stay with us. McCain and Romney locked in what is a tight battle in Florida tonight. Less than 1% of the vote still in. But with those early numbers, we're going to Wolf Blitzer in our election center. He's got the latest results for us. Bring us up to date, Wolf.
We're about a half an hour, a little bit less than a half an hour when all the polls, Lou, in Florida close. But let's show you what we have right now. Most of the polls in the state are closed. And right now, with about 1% of the precincts in Florida for the Republicans reporting, John McCain and Mitt Romney, they're tied right now with 30% each. And look at this battle underway for third place between Rudy Giuliani with 18%, Mike Huckabee 16%. Here are the hard numbers that are coming in as of right now. And remember, it's only 1% of the precincts. 32,600 or so for McCain, 32,400 for Romney, Giuliani with 18,800, Huckabee 16,700, Ron Paul 3,500. Very, very early, but it looks like a fight is underway if those numbers are indicative. On the Democratic side, this is not a fight for delegates because the Florida Democrats have been stripped of their delegates by the party because they moved up their primary. But right now, as expected, Hillary Clinton is way ahead with 53 33% to Barack Obama's 27%, John Edwards 16%. This with 3% of the precincts reporting. She's got nearly 50,000 votes to almost 25,000 for Obama, 15,000 for Edwards. Mike Gravel, the former Alaska senator, with 300 votes, but Hillary Clinton with 3% way ahead. We're going to stay on top of all of these numbers. Once the polls throughout the entire state, Lou, close at the top of the hour, we'll certainly have a lot more to report. But that's it for now. We'll be on top of this story for you.
I know you will. And Wolf, I have to believe that Howard Dean and the Democratic National Committee is getting agita because they're looking at Hillary Clinton. They know she's going to have a big celebration there tonight if this lead, which seems insurmountable with 1% of the vote, holds up. I mean, this is great fun.
She's coming into Florida to celebrate, even though she wasn't allowed to campaign there. The other Democratic candidates couldn't campaign. They could fundraise in Florida, and they did, but they didn't campaign. But we're going to see how those Florida voters feel about all of this over the course of the next several days and weeks.
They snuck a couple of ads in, but that really wasn't campaigning, right?
A little bit.
Well, thanks. We'll be looking forward to your reports as soon as we have some new numbers and throughout the evening here on CNN. That brings us to the subject of our poll tonight. The question is, do you believe it's appropriate that both the Republican and Democratic parties have disenfranchised their primary voters in both Michigan and Florida? The Republicans cutting the delegates by half. The Democrats saying to hell with both. In both states, to hell with the delegates and not permitting them any kind of representation. Do you like that idea? Yes or no? Cast your vote at LouDobbs.com. We'll have the results here later in the broadcast. Up next, did Barack Obama give Hillary Clinton a cold shoulder? Did he snub her at last night's State of the Union address? And as the results come in from Florida, we'll be telling you which issues are concerning voters the most in Florida. We'll hear what three of the top radio talk show hosts in the country have to say about the primaries and this campaign to date. All of that and a great deal more still ahead. Please stay with us. Votes are coming in. We're getting 3-4%, just about 4% of the precincts now reporting in, and it is tight as it can be. John McCain, 33%, Romney, 31%, and we're going to have an update for you. We're going to Wolf Blitzer in the Election Center here as we start to see any greater number of votes tallied up here. Joining me now, three of my favorite radio talk show hosts in Washington, D.C., Joe Madison, WOL Radio, XM Radio. Great to have you with us, Joe.
Thank you very much.
In Chicago, Steve Cochran, WGN in Chicago. He's on the air right now and allowing us to join him while he works double duty, if you will. Steve, great to be with you.
Well, it's good for both of us.
Absolutely. And here in New York, Mark Simone, WABC Radio. Mark, good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
Let's turn to this poll tonight. Joe Madison, the Democrats don't get to count it. They don't get any delegates down in Florida. What in the world?
You know, autocratic, and they're just setting themselves up for a fight. I was just talking to Donna Brazil and tried to get her to educate me on what do you do after Super Tuesday, after Wisconsin. And you're going to have to talk to Donna because I couldn't follow it, so I don't know. I did not.
Well, one thing you can bet, Donna has the answer.
I know she does, but it's you know what? It's autocratic. It was stupid. And they've set themselves up for a big fight in Denver, I think.
Steve Cochran, do you believe for a moment that the Democrats and the Republicans, folks from Michigan and Florida, are going to sit there in that national convention and say, you know, it's fine, just ignore us, two of the most important states in the country?
No, absolutely not, because I know a lot of pushy people in Florida and Michigan, and they're not going to put up with it. But the system's broken. It's what Joe was just talking about. You have a very small number of states who are on the verge of knocking off possibly Mayor Giuliani tonight, and a very small number making a very big decision here, and it just doesn't work. I mean, can anybody explain the delegate thing? You got to know a secret handshake. You got to know a password. It's an insane system, and it needs to be fixed.
And these parties act like they're some sort of government organizations instead of partisan entities. Mark,
the only reason you have these primaries is otherwise you'd have these smoke-filled back rooms at conventions, and the thinking is that they choose these horrible crony candidates. Of course, they chose Roosevelt. They chose some of our great presidents.
Yeah, those smoke-filled rooms did pretty well for a lot of. You're bringing up a really great point here, Mark. I mean, when you look at since 1968, depending on who you want to talk to, I'm not sure we can point with pride to great presidents that have, sort of graced the White House and the leadership of the nation. What do you think, Joe?
Oh, you know, they've had their moments, but the reality, I mean, if you're going back to the Roosevelt, I mean, I think Bush made a serious mistake yesterday in not giving us the future. You know, unemployment, more money spent to build the infrastructure in Iraq than at home, not including seniors in this. You know, you bring up Florida. Giuliani might as well now retire with other New Yorkers in Florida because he is through. So find a
Did Joe Madison just take a shot at New Yorkers here?
Yeah. I said other New Yorkers. No, although I'm for New England in the Super Bowl. But that, you know, and that's my Super Bowl analogy. What a failed strategy. How dare you not be part of the playoffs and then show up in the Florida Super Bowl of politics and think you're going to win? You just blew it.
I think that's going to be the story tonight, if in fact he is done. He had a lot of awfully smart people who should have known better, and it really has become a collection of who gets the most headlines, who creates the most buzz, and you can't run around Florida and expect, well, others are collecting the headlines, not to pay a price for that. But you got 1 million votes out there, at least, of absentee ballots and early voters, and that's going to be interesting to see where they fall.
And speaking of headlines, I mean, whoever is running Obama's campaign, they know how to bundle the headlines, man, to come out of South Carolina, then get the Kennedys to support you, bundle that at American University at a big rally. I mean, he trumped the president's State of the Union speech yesterday.
Well, you know,
yeah, he's hot.
People keep talking about these State of the Union speeches. It's like analyzing the Golden Globe Awards. I mean, who cares? It's irrelevant. I've gone back and looked at State of the Union speeches for 40 years. It's the same speech every year. We're going to get health care. We're going to end our dependency on foreign oil, and it never happens.
Well, I thought it was kind of interesting that real quickly, I thought it was interesting that the shortest speech, in addition to George W. Bush's, was his father's. I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was just going to say, for Mark, and apparently Lou, you've done this as well, analyzed a lot of State of the Union speeches. I think you both need to get out more. Maybe see a movie, maybe get out and experience other things, because it's a big world out there, fellas.
We're going to do our best to grapple with it. Joe Madison, thanks for being with us. Steve Cochran, as always.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. A reminder now, please vote in our poll tonight. The question is, do you believe it's appropriate that both the Republican and Democratic parties have disenfranchised primary voters in both the states of Michigan and Florida? Yes or no? Cast your vote at LouDobbs.com. We'll have the results here later. Up next, polls in Florida closing in 15 minutes. All of them will be closed. Most are now. We'll have for you what's on the minds of voters in that state. And with now 7% of the vote in, it is an extremely close race. We'll be looking at the importance of this primary with our panel of political analysts, the best in the country. Stay with us. We're coming right back. We'll have those results next. Well, in Florida now, 9% of the vote is in, and McCain and Romney, McCain with 34% of the vote, and Romney right behind. It looks with 30%. It looks like we're going to have a very interesting battle over this evening. I'm joined now by four of my favorite folks, political analysts and military analysts, certainly, here in New York. Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist, New York Daily News, Michael Goodwin. Michael, syndicated columnist Miguel Perez. Miguel, good to have you with us, and one of the country's most distinguished former military commanders, and Lou Dobbs tonight, military analyst, General David Grange. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Well, and in Tennessee, I just want to say, Professor Carol Swain, I'm used to counting to 3, partner, and I just got, I'm overtaxing my intellect here tonight. Professor Carol Swain at Vanderbilt University, Professor Swain, professor of law and political science, also the editor of Debating Immigration, a very important book. And Professor, it is great to have you here.
Thank you.
You know what, I'm going to try to make amends by starting with you first.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I hope it has nothing to do with my age either, Carol. But the reality is we've got a very tight race here. Do you think that do you think the voters in Florida and Michigan should be disenfranchised?
No, of course not. We know how much attention that the Democrats have spent discussing the disenfranchisement of voters in Washington, D.C., and that's one of the core issues that they talk about, voters and their right to vote and the democratic process. So you wouldn't expect them to be the party that would disenfranchise anyone.
And Rudy Giuliani has said, Professor Swain, that the winner of Florida wins the nomination. Do you agree?
No, not necessarily so.
All right. How about you, Michael?
I think she's right that it may not be determinative for the Republicans, because a close second by either McCain or Romney coming out of here keeps them both alive.
And as we look at these exit polls, one of the things that's, to me, absolutely fascinating, and I suppose expected, but also troubling, is the fact that the economy has supplanted the war in Iraq and its conduct as the #1 issue for voters in both parties. General Grange, what's your reaction?
Well, the thing about the war in regards to the economic conditions of the country is that it affects the economic conditions. I mean, war is expensive. And so you really have to tie it together. And I think it's important that the candidates talk about the war in relation to the other requirements, like a good economy, a healthy economy, and other issues.
It appears right now, Miguel, that John Edwards is going to run third with a significant victory for Senator Clinton in Florida. The import of that to the Edwards campaign, is it wise? Is it, do you think, to be expected? He will continue to be the third man in this race.
Obviously, he's hoping for a brokered convention. There's a good chance, the way things appear right now, that we might have one, and he wants to be the kingmaker. He will have a good percentage of the delegates to be able to say, okay, it'll be Hillary or it'll be Obama. So that's what he's running for now. I don't know if he's looking to be the next vice president under one of those two, but he does have that power. He could have that power.
It looks a bit like Obama has said he doesn't want to be Senator Clinton's vice president, giving her the cold shoulder at the State of the Union address last night. Nearly everyone, I'm sorry, Carol?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the strongest ticket for the Democrats would be Edwards Obama, and for the Republicans, McCain, Huckabee, McCain, but they should all just pair up.
With that, we're going to come right back, Professor, with our panel. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to have the latest on today's high-stakes Republican primary. John King is in the CNN Election Center now, and as we watch those results come in, John, what are we all looking for?
Well, Lou, let's be emphasis first on what we do know so far, and they are very early results. Let's show you up on the board here. 10% of the vote counted in Florida, most of the polls closing at 7 o'clock, of course, with 10% of the vote counted. A very close race so far. Senator McCain leading in the early results, but again, very, very early on in the night, so don't put too much stock in that. What are we looking for? Senator McCain, Lou, if he is to win, needs to do very well down here, and as you can see, this is white. Miami, Dade County area, still no results in at all. McCain has to do very well here. He needs to do very well over here in the Tampa Bay area, where you have a high percentage of military veterans, and also up here in the Pensacola area. This is where John McCain learned to fly in the Navy. He's counting on the military veterans up in that area. Those areas in blue, key to John McCain. If you're Mitt Romney, you need to win down here in Southwest Florida. You see he's already running ahead in the early returns in Naples. He's down right now in Sarasota. That would be a troubling sign for the Romney campaign if that continues, but again, it is very, very early on. And the key conservative battleground for Mitt Romney, right up here in the Jacksonville area, Lou, you see he's already winning in the very early returns right around Jacksonville, but the people live here in the center of Jacksonville. That is critical. And right here in Orlando, this is a key area for Mitt Romney. He needs to run up some numbers right in the central part of the state. Orange County here, just below Orange County, Osceola County. This will be a key county to watch, perhaps the impact of the Mel Martinez endorsement. This is your non-Cuban Latino vote is centered right here in Osceola County. That is one of the places we will watch tonight. But Lou, it is very early on, as you can see. Most of the populous areas down here in the Miami area, over here in the Tampa, in Orlando as well, have yet to report. So a long night we expect ahead, and we'll watch these key areas as all goes on. Lou?
All right, John, thank you very much. John King, he'll be following the results very carefully with analysis for us throughout the evening here. Up next, we'll be back with more from our panel. Stay with us, and we'll have the results of that poll. Stay with us. We're back with Michael Goodwin, Miguel Perez, General David Grange, Professor Carol Swain. Miguel, you've been thinking about what you watched in that State of the Union address.
I was keeping count and taking notes of all the times that there were standing ovations, people sitting down, pretending to look interested, and it was amazing how divided this Congress is, and that's why they're not able to do anything. It was very clear from that speech and watching the reaction how the Republicans were giving the president standing ovations several times, and the Democrats were trying to, look twiddling with the booklet they were handling, trying to look busy. But it was very, very obvious that they don't agree on anything.
Your reactions?
Well, I think it should be some kind of unity of purpose when you're working in a government position and you're representing the American people. There's some things people should get together on for the better of this nation.
Oh, you mean like race, gender, all of the issues that are bubbling to the surface here, in some cases doing more than bubbling to the surface?
Well, I think that's what we all hope this election will bring, an end to the divisions and partisanship in Washington. And really, traditionally, that's what...
And how would that happen?
That's what elections are supposed to do, is they're supposed to end a fresh start, and people from both sides come together. Professor
Swain?
It just seems to me that I don't have a whole lot of hope that that will happen with any of the candidates, because it's so ingrained, the types of behaviors that you can predict from Democrats and from Republicans. And it will take something to just really shake up the system, I believe, before we go beyond that. People have lost sense of a national interest and a reason to come together.
Miguel, watching the Hispanic vote issues and the Latino vote with the imprimatur of Senator Kennedy now, the impact for Obama?
I think it will have some impact, especially in California and out west with the Hispanic vote. Let's remember that the overwhelming majority of Latino elected officials have already very early on jumped on Senator Clinton's bandwagon. Right. And some of them are beginning to regret it now, because Latino voters, a lot of them are for Obama. So the leadership wants one thing, and the voters, the Latinos, a lot of Latinos are supporting Obama. So now you got Kennedy jumping in, and the Kennedys have always had a tremendous following in the Hispanic community, and I think it will help Obama.
Miguel? I'm sorry, Michael. Miguel says that it's going to have an impact. Do you agree?
I do. I think the Kennedy endorsement is important for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think the notion of the establishment getting on the Obama train now makes it more than just a youth movement, makes it more than an insurgency. It makes it something real, something big. And don't forget, how important was Kennedy? It was important enough that the Clintons wanted it and fought against it. That's how important the Clintons saw it.
And we're looking at live pictures now of Senator Obama at a campaign rally in Kansas City. Professor Swain, you just heard what Miguel and Michael said. Your thoughts?
I think that Senator Kennedy's endorsement may help him with some voters, but it will hurt him in red states. And I also believe that if Senator Obama doesn't get the nomination, that there will be a low turnout probably among blacks, young people, Hispanics, that it won't be good for the party.
And David Grange, we'll give you the last word.
Well, I would just like to see some candidate represent the United States of America where we go to new heights, get to another stage of success. It's just very disappointing.
We thank you very much, gentlemen, and I think we all agree with you. The results of our poll tonight, 80% of you responding it is not appropriate that both the Republican and Democratic parties have disenfranchised voters in both Michigan and Florida. Thanks for being with us tonight. CNN special election coverage continues right now.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. We're at the CNN Election Center. We've got an important primary underway in Florida right now. Right now, it's what, 2.5 minutes till all the polls in the state of Florida are closed. Most of them actually closed almost an hour ago at 7 p.m. Eastern. The remaining polls in the Panhandle will be closing in the next couple minutes. We're watching all of this unfold right now. We have reporters standing by throughout the state at McCain headquarters, Romney headquarters, Giuliani headquarters. We're also following the Democrats. There's a Clinton rally underway, an Obama rally. All of that is happening. We also have Anderson Cooper and the best political team on television. They're standing by at the Reagan Library out in California with Roland Martin, Gloria Borger, and Bill Bennett. Here in Washington, more of the best political team on television. In New York, that is John King, Amy Holmes, Jeff Toobin. They're here. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider, they've been going through all of the the exit polls right now. We're going to share the numbers with you, what motivated these voters on this day in Florida. Let's take a look and see what we have right now. As I said, the polls, most of the polls in Florida closed almost an hour ago. On the Republican side, and this is relatively early, with 15%, 15% of the precincts in Florida reporting there's a battle underway between John McCain and Mitt Romney. Right now, John McCain with 34% of the votes to Mitt Romney's 31%. There's a battle underway for third place between Mike Huckabee and Rudy Giuliani. 13% for Huckabee, 17% for Giuliani. Remember, 15% of the precincts have reported. If you take a look at the hard numbers, more than 177,000 so far for McCain, 157,000 for Romney. Giuliani with 89,000 or so, 66,000 for Mike Huckabee. Ron Paul, 16,628. On the Democratic side, this is a vote largely a beauty contest because the Democratic National Committee stripped Florida Democrats of any delegates that will be apportioned as a result of this vote. But still, it's a significant race. Hillary Clinton with 19% of the precincts ahead, with 48% to Barack Obama's 30%. John Edwards at third place with 14%. Mike Gravel actually has 4%, the former governor of Florida. Hillary Clinton right now with 248,900. It doesn't look like she has much of a battle underway in Florida right now. Based on the exit polls that we have, we can make a projection, first of all, that there is a battle underway, a serious battle underway among the Republicans, Mitt Romney and John McCain. Mitt Romney and John McCain are fighting for first place right now. They're competing. We cannot make a projection who will win this Republican battle based on the numbers that have come in so far or the exit polls. We can tell you this. It's not a good night for Rudy Giuliani, not a good night for Mike Huckabee. They're locked in a battle right now for third place, and that is obviously not what Rudy Giuliani specifically wanted. He hoped to win in Florida. We can project Rudy Giuliani will not win. On the Democratic side, we can project that Hillary Clinton will be the winner of the Democratic primary in Florida based on the exit polls that we have, as well as the actual numbers that have come in so far. About 15% of the precincts have actually reported, but this is a win that won't result in any delegates for Hillary Clinton. It will give her perhaps some momentum. Kenny Crowley is watching this story for us. She's at a Clinton rally. They're going to spin it, the Clinton campaign, as a huge win for Hillary Clinton in Florida. Even though none of the candidates could campaign there, they couldn't spend a whole lot of time there except to do some fundraising, but they're going to say the people of Florida have spoken, Kendi.
Absolutely right. They're going to say, I can tell you, and have already said, more people voted here in Florida than any of the other states combined, that this is the most diverse state that has voted thus far, that in fact it's important for people's voices to be heard. Now, you know, last week Hillary Clinton said that she would tell her delegates at the National Convention to go ahead and seat these Florida delegates. Obviously, they've had a bad week. You had Barack Obama's significant win in South Carolina. You had the endorsement of Teddy Kennedy. So in some ways, what they're hoping here is to kind of stop that momentum in its tracks and change the headlines, frankly, change the conversation. So they say, look, this is a very important race. It says a lot about how the country is feeling about things. And I can tell you at Camp Obama, they're saying the bottom line is this. It's a tie. 0 delegates for Hillary Clinton and 0 delegates for Barack Obama, Wolf.
To you in a second, Candy. Stand by. Suzanne Malveaux is out in Kansas City, Missouri, right? Kansas City, Missouri, at a Obama rally. What are they saying out there, Suzanne? Hillary Clinton, we project, will win the Democratic primary in Florida, even though no delegates will result for her at the convention in Denver.
Well, Wolf, sure. Barack Obama was actually asked about that earlier on the flight on the way over here. What does this mean? Should it be ignored? He said, no, it should not be ignored. But of course, they're trying to downplay this, saying that this is simply a snapshot of what Florida voters are looking at and what they know about the candidates. He called it a beauty contest. He says that, look, he hasn't been out there campaigning. He pledged not to, that he will keep that pledge. And he also said that when it comes to the general election, he cares about the people in Michigan. He cares about the people in Florida.
that's when he will outline his record to those voters. I also spoke with the communications director of the Obama campaign, who says, look, this is a fight over delegates. So the score is 0-0 tonight. Obviously trying to play this down. They do not believe, or at least they do not hope, that she gains momentum from this win. Wolf?
All right, we're going to check back with you, Susanna, as well. I want to go to Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider. They're standing by. You've been looking at the exit polls that we've been doing, Soledad, and you're looking at how Hillary Clinton managed to win tonight in Florida.
Yeah, that's the question we start out with this evening, which is really, how'd she do it? How was she able to pull it off? And I guess for that, you just go right to the exit poll numbers, which are pretty clear on why she won. Let's start with the first one. How did white voters vote?
Well, this was a very clear victory for Hillary Clinton. She dominated the vote among whites in Florida, 53. Obama got 22%, which is just about what he got among white voters in South Carolina. But white voters in Florida were 2/3 of the vote. They were less than half of the vote in South Carolina. So this clear, big lead among white voters makes it a strong state for Clinton. And Obama's share, a little less than a quarter, strong, but not enough.
African-American voters, Democratic side.
They're the Obama base, and we see here that he did very well with African-American voters. 70% Obama, 27% for Hillary Clinton. Again, she got a healthy share of the African-American vote. It isn't totally racially polarized, but in Florida, only 18% of the voters were African-American. In South Carolina, it was 55, 3 times the proportion as in Florida.
Healthy percentage, not that many actual in number.
Exactly.
When you go to the Latino voters, that really spells trouble for Barack Obama.
It does. Take a look here at the Latino voters in Florida. Now, these are Democratic voters that were mostly not Cuban Americans who tend to vote in the Republican primary. Latino voters in Florida were 2-1 for Hillary Clinton. Clinton 59, Obama 30. Now that's a problem because in some of these big Super Tuesday states coming up, you've got big proportions of Latino voters.
California, certainly.
California, Arizona, New York, a lot of Latino voters, and Obama is just getting here less than 1/3.
That's going to be a big problem for him. So as we look forward to Super Tuesday, as you analyze the numbers, especially of percentage of white voters, what does that mean?
It means that Obama's got a big problem in Super Tuesday. We did a calculation based on Obama doing what he did in South Carolina, about a quarter of the white vote, 80% of the black vote. If that continues on Super Tuesday, he doesn't get more than 1/3 of the vote in any of the Super Tuesday primaries, except for deep South states like Georgia, where he gets a bare majority based on his solid support among black voters. If he doesn't increase his share of the Latino and the white vote, he's going to have a problem.
But you're looking at numbers for Obama's support in Florida, a state where he did not campaign and he was not well known. Doesn't that kind of throw a wrench in these calculations?
Well, he did not campaign here, and that, of course, is what he's arguing. In a state where he didn't campaign, he couldn't make any inroads.
All right, well, we'll see how it turns out. Wolf, back to you.
All right, they're certainly celebrating over at Hillary Clinton at a rally in Florida for Hillary Clinton. They're making it sound like this is a huge, huge deal for her, even though no delegates, once again, no delegates will be going from Florida to the Denver convention unless the DNC decides to change all of that. I want to show you what's happening on the Republican side right now. We've projected that Hillary Clinton will win the Democratic primary in Florida. But on the Republican side right now, 22% of the precincts on the Republican side have reported, and there's a battle underway. John McCain so far has 34%, Mitt Romney 31%, Rudy Giuliani at 16%, Mike Huckabee at 14%. If you take a look at the actual numbers, and if we drill in and show you those numbers right now, McCain with about 217, almost 218,000 votes to 198,500 for Romney, 104,000 for Giuliani, Huckabee with 88,000 or so, Ron Paul 20,000. You can see 22% though, only 22% have reported, and we're going to continue to watch this very, very closely. 57 delegates are at stake in Florida on the Republican side. Let's go over to the best political team on television, get some assessment. First of all, John, on the Republican side, it's got to be a huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani. We've projected he will not win. He will not come in second. He's got a fight on his hands right now for 3rd place with Mike Huckabee.
And Wolf, he has said that he will get on a plane tomorrow and fly out to California, where CNN is hosting a Republican debate tomorrow night. But there is a serious conversation within his campaign and serious conversation among his friends here in New York City about whether Rudy Giuliani should think about getting out. He himself has on the record said it yesterday, I believe he repeated it again today, that he thinks the winner of Florida will be the Republican nominee. He is not going to be the winner of Florida tonight. He has spent more than $30 million, approaching now somewhere in the vicinity vicinity of $40 million. He will be 0 for 7 after tonight. He bet everything on Florida, everything on Florida. It is a repudiation of the Giuliani strategy. There's nothing else
huge
you can say
loss
about
for
it.
Rudy Giuliani tonight, Amy.
It's got to be a heartbreaker. And when he started this campaign, he was ahead in the national polls. He was even ahead among evangelicals early on. But, you know, all the political experts told him that if you skip those early states and you lose, it's going to be very hard to come back and win in Florida.
What happened, Jeff? Because only a few months ago, he was the front runner among the Republicans, especially in a state like Florida, where he had huge name recognition, the America's mayor after 9/11. What happened?
The more people saw of Rudy Giuliani, the less they liked him. I mean, I think it's as simple as that. He just was not a good candidate. I mean, he didn't not campaign in New Hampshire and Iowa. He actually did campaign a little bit there. He spent a good deal of money on television in those states and went down in the polls. He went to Florida and went down in the polls. It is, I mean, I think it's clear this is the worst campaign of this millennium. It may be the worst campaign of the last millennium as well at this rate.
Look, Phil Gramm ran in 1996. He spent $26 million and he got nothing. Phil Gramm was a conservative Republican. In a sense, Phil Gramm's was a bigger failure in that he fit the national profile of the base of the Republican Party. We're in New York City. We talked about this in 2006 when Chris Shays, Olympia Snowe, Susan Collins, there is a breed of Northeast Republicans viewed as the liberal or moderate Republicans that is dying. Well, that is what Rudy Giuliani is. And in New York City, tip your hat to him if you're a Republican. He was the mayor of an overwhelmingly Democratic city, and so a source of pride in the party. He is not on the issues a national Republican. This is to be the national nominee of the Republican Party.
And John and I, we were talking before the show. It was never clear to me what was Rudy Giuliani's natural constituency in Florida. He talked about those snowbirds, those New York transplants, but many of them are Democrats. We saw that back in 2000 with the whole vote recount. So, Giuliani's strategy down in Florida was always a big question mark.
Let's not lose sight, Jeff, of the competition that is going on in Florida for the first place, and that would be between John McCain and Mitt Romney right now. About 25% of the votes are in, 34% for McCain, 31% for Romney. Based on that and based on our exit polls, we at CNN cannot yet project who will emerge as the winner tonight.
I think this is the most important Republican primary so far, because if John McCain wins, he is also leading in virtually every Super Tuesday state. So a victory here would almost certainly help him in those states where he's already winning. Plus, you have the Republican Party set up, the rules such that the leader gets more than his share. It's set up to make the leader a consensus candidate. So I think if McCain hangs on to this lead, he's in very, very good shape.
It sets him up as the front runner. And also Florida will tell us where those Thompson voters went. There was a lot of discussion with the conservative Thompson voters. If they go to McCain, he's shoring up his appeal among those voters. Also, after Florida, it will tell us where the Giuliani voters go.
I want to go out to Anderson Cooper. He's got more of the best political team on television as well. Anderson, give us a little sense of what you're seeing out there. I know you're getting ready for a huge Republican debate tomorrow night.
That's right. We're actually right in front of the old Air Force One, which Ronald Reagan used to use, at a remarkable set that we've constructed here at the Ronald Reagan Library for tomorrow night. But, of course, tonight all eyes are on Florida and the panel here, eager to talk particularly about Rudy Giuliani. Bill Bennett, you were shaking your head when Jeffrey Toobin was talking.
Yeah, I was looking for the meal tray I left on Air Force One. That's right.
That's all right. Brings back old memories.
They cleaned it out. Yeah, they cleaned it out. Luckily. Yeah, we can forgive Jeff, the New Yorker, taking a shot there at Rudy's with some satisfaction. But Jeff actually makes a good point in that the campaign wasn't good. A lot of people were disposed to Giuliani, and it surprised me at the beginning how many evangelicals, how many pro-life people said they would have supported Giuliani campaign.
When you say the campaign wasn't good, you mean the candidate himself on the trail?
Wasn't good. He did not wear well. I think Jeff is right on that. And the more people saw, the less impressed they were. There were a couple other problems. I think it was too much New York. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. He needed to talk about his vision for the country, not just talk about what he did on 9/11. Then he got stuck in this business, the Bernie Kerik, the police commissioner scandal, the stuff about using city funds for the now Mrs. Giuliani. and he couldn't seem to get out of that. He seemed to get boxed in that. Then it seemed like a certain kind of interest or enthusiasm about the campaign and for the campaign just kind of dropped.
I talked to people who used to go to his rallies in New Hampshire who said he didn't seem enthusiastic.
No, he doesn't like the retail politicking. You know, he liked it in New York well enough, I guess, but not nationally. And I don't think you can win a presidential race by just dropping by sometimes.
Let me say one thing and then yield to Gloria. If Justice Holmes says one place, you got to want something fiercely and want it all the time. My sense with him was he said, well, let's give it a try. Let's see how it goes. Otherwise, I have this great business. I have this great company. He didn't seem to enter into it whole hog in the way Romney has totally entered into it. You see Romney
or McCain.
Or McCain now. Both of them. You'll see that tomorrow
and
night.
I think the big question now, though, for Giuliani is when does he get out? Does he get out before Super Tuesday, before getting annihilated, possibly, in the state of New York? Does he throw his
Which would be not only embarrassing,
McCain?
but in terms of his business would be hurtful.
Wouldn't be wise.
Yeah, sure. You know, this hasn't helped him in any way, shape, or form.
You know, I would use one word to describe the Giuliani campaign: arrogant. It is arrogant to think that somehow you can ignore early states and then decide to run in one state. That is the height of arrogance. Not only that, imagine the Patriots on Sunday saying, we're going to pull all our starters for the first 3 quarters. We're so good, we're going to come back in the 4th quarter. He had a natural lead. People did like him.
Yeah, but it looks arrogant now. You know, to you. If it had worked, though, it would have been brilliant, and everyone would have said he was
I still think it's kind of arrogant, though.
But nobody, to be fair, let's be fair, nobody thought of Mike Huckabee. Nobody had any sense that Mike Huckabee was going to come out of Iowa and that he was going to be, you know, the king for a day, and that then it was going to be so chaotic, which could have benefited Giuliani, by the way, with his strategy if he had been a better candidate.
Well, we'll say this, you know, I didn't think he was going to win Iowa, but about 11 months ago, I always said that's the guy to look for, a Southern governor from Arkansas, evangelical. And some friends reminded me of that. But again, Huckabee obviously was a key. But when you have we have a head start like that, you allow your opponents to catch up. That's what he did. He allowed them to catch up and bypass him. He did not even build upon his natural lead.
It also seems, I want to bring in New York Amy Holmes if she's standing by. There is also a certain momentum which builds up for a candidate over time as you're competing in these early states. And he seemed just never to get any lift from that. I mean, he wasn't taking part in it, so he never got any of that. And by the time Florida rolled around, he seemed kind of old news.
I think that's exactly right, Anderson. And, you know, he didn't get a good headline for months. And so where does this enthusiasm go? And we really even didn't see New Yorkers saying, you know, we want our hometown guy to win. So he was nowhere in this calculation. But in Gloria's point, also in fairness to Giuliani, he didn't expect the resurrection of John McCain coming down to Florida and really giving him now this run for the money. So he was counting on John McCain's campaign being dead, and then he'd be competing against, you know, his other competitors.
I just want to get a sense from our panel in New York and also here what Rudy Giuliani does now. I mean, does he assuming third place, does he drops out? Does he drop out tonight? Does he drop out tomorrow?
I think in their debate, that's when he does.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I think he endorses McCain.
But you think before the debate tomorrow night he will drop out?
Yes, and it'll be interesting if he endorses, how quickly he endorses McCain. If indeed he does it, I think he will.
It serves no purpose for him to debate tomorrow. It serves no purpose. And so, frankly, he will be in the way. Tomorrow night is going to be a 2-person conversation. McCain, Romney.
Well,
Is Ron Paul here?
Yes.
3-person.
Okay, well.
But I do think that you know, New York and New Jersey are 2 very important Super Tuesday states for the Republicans. They're winner take all, and Giuliani could really be a big help to John McCain.
An endorsement by Giuliani would matter for John McCain.
It would really matter.
Well, yeah, sure, yes. Yes, I mean, if McCain wins tonight, if he wins tonight, and he gets an endorsement of from Giuliani, it's going to be very hard to stop it.
John King in New York, you agree with that?
I do. And Rudy Giuliani, remember, Anderson, since day one has said if he were not running for president, he would be supporting John McCain. There is no question where his loyalty lies in this race. They're going to have a conversation with all of their key staff members, with their contributor community, with his friends here in New York City in the morning. He'll probably have some of those conversations tonight now that he has a pretty good sense of what the results are. And again, they have said publicly they are getting on the plane and going to that debate. That could be influenced by whether McCain or Romney wins in Florida tonight. Rudy Giuliani might think if Romney wins that he wants to be there to help join the anti-Romney combat, if you will. But it is a political calculation. There is no expectation. This is a man who is very proud. Most people believe he does not want to lose in his home state of New York and lose in New Jersey. So it is a matter of when, not if so much. But again, they will wait for all the results to come in tonight. We're still very early in the results there. But it is a big question. He was, as Amy said, he thought he would be the only security candidate by the time the campaign got to Florida. He thought Romney or somebody else would come out of South Carolina, not John McCain. He thought John McCain would be wounded by now. So the McCain resurgence essentially is a complicating factor for Mayor Giuliani.
Just to add to make a tactical point here, I think it would probably be better for both McCain and Giuliani if he waited a couple days to endorse, because then he could dominate the news cycle right before all those primaries. But it's a question of when, not if.
That's a very good point. And we also know from polling data that Giuliani and McCain supporters, that there's a great deal of overlap, that Giuliani supporters like McCain and vice versa. So this is a natural fit.
All right, we've got a lot more to talk about in this night, which may be a very long night indeed. These the races you can see on the board right now, very close between Senator McCain and Governor Romney. We continue to follow it. When we come back from break, John King is going to show you the state of Florida with district by district, county by county view. We'll take a quick breakdown of the numbers of where things stand. Take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Almost a third of the precincts have now reported, and it's a very close race unfolding on the Republican presidential primary between John McCain and Mitt Romney. 32%. 32% of the precincts have reported John McCain with 34% of the vote to Mitt Romney's 33%. So far, a very disappointing 15, now 16% for Rudy Giuliani, 13% for Mike Huckabee. Another percentage point has just gone up. 33% of the precincts have now reported. 322,801 votes for John McCain to 304,889 votes for Mitt Romney. Rudy Giuliani's down at 147,000. Mike Huckabee, 126,000. Ron Paul has 29,000. Once again, we cannot project a winner in the Republican presidential primary based on our exit polls or on the precincts so far reporting. We're watching this very closely. As we reported, we can't project a winner on the Democratic side. Hillary Clinton will win the Democratic presidential primary, but will get 0 delegates out of Florida. That state's Democrats were stripped of their delegates because they moved up their primary before the February 5th Super Tuesday date, and they got some punishment as a result of that. John King taking a close look at the state of Florida and this Republican fight that's underway now between Mitt Romney and John McCain.
Doesn't get much closer than this, Wolf, although McCain has opened up just a little bit. But we're looking at about 18,000 votes is the margin right now, 18,000 votes. And let's show some key areas. If you're the Romney campaign, you're looking at this. Orange County is where Orlando is, in the middle of the state. He spent a lot of time there. If you are the Romney campaign, you're looking at Orange County, and this is worrying you. Romney needed to win Orange County by a decent margin. He's essentially running in a dead heat at the moment with 91% reporting in. So that's a bit of a trouble sign for the Romney campaign right there. This is what John McCain needs, Wolf, and needs big. Miami-Dade County has just started to come in. We're only at 7% of the vote so far in Miami-Dade County. Let me block you out up here. You see John McCain, again, very early, but 44% to 12%. It is Giuliani just behind McCain down there. That is, as they say in Florida, the further south you go, the further north you are. This is where the transplants are from the north. They're more moderate Republican voters. If John McCain can keep that margin there, where I'm told turnout was quite high today, if John McCain can keep that margin, he will be happy tonight. That is worth watching as we go on. Another key area for Mitt Romney is down here in southwest Florida, Collier County, where Naples is, just above it up there. You see Governor Romney running up big margins, but 92% of the vote in already there, Wolf. The places where the vote has yet to come in, Miami-Dade is a place where you expect McCain to do well. A key area that is still white on our map, Tampa. The I-4 corridor right here is where the people are. They swing a general election. They're also very important in a Republican primary. Tampa, Hillsborough County, again, I'm told turnout was pretty good there for a Republican primary, a little more than 6% of the state population. The McCain camp believes if it wins Tampa, it wins the state. We don't know what's going on there yet. one more quick other place to look, and let's clear the screen so there's no confusion. This, again, has to be a bit of a trouble sign for the Romney campaign. This is conservative country across the panhandle, Georgia and Alabama. This is more of a southern state. Down here you have more moderate voters. This is the conservative part of Florida up here. And if you're looking at this, if you're Romney campaign, you're very happy about this. Duval County, about 5% of the state population. You're running well ahead. The suburbs around Jacksonville, Romney country right now. Clay County, a bellwether suburb. He's running well ahead there. That's a good sign if you're Mitt Romney. But out here, you see McCain's colors out here. This is conservative country out here. And this out here in Pensacola, Wolf, is where John McCain trained as a Navy pilot way back many years ago, more than 4 decades ago. If he can get the military veterans vote out there, that is the key to his performance. So as we watch the vote come in, let's come back to the full state now. Come on back out here. We're up to 33%. Again, it's a matter of a little under 20,000 votes there. But this Miami-Dade will be key, and the votes are coming in slow. Only 7% reporting. If John McCain can keep that margin, a good margin, obviously Governor Romney's placing 3rd there, but that's key to John McCain. If he keeps that as that 7 climbs up into the teens, the 20s, and the 30s, they'll be encouraged in the McCain campaign. If you're the Romney campaign, you are looking right here for more votes and right here for more votes as they count them, and you hope to best McCain out here in conservative country.
Is it too simplistic, John, to say that Huckabee was challenging votes with Romney and Giuliani was challenging for votes with McCain?
No question on the latter point, that Rudy Giuliani's drop has been to McCain's benefit. Now, Giuliani was there the whole time, so it's hard to say that Giuliani is costing McCain votes. It's more that McCain is taking votes from Giuliani. But no question, if John McCain loses the state narrowly and Rudy Giuliani runs this strong down in Miami-Dade, that could be the difference. Now,
I asked the question because if Rudy Giuliani coming in, let's say a disappointing 3rd or maybe even 4th, if he were to leave, I assume that potentially nationwide would help John McCain.
Further out, although if Mitt Romney wins tonight and gets the momentum, John McCain poured a lot of money into Florida in the final days to try to keep relative parity with Mitt Romney on television. There's not a lot of money in the McCain bank account leaving Florida. He needs the win, because if Mitt Romney gets that win, he'll raise more money and he's willing to spend more of his own money.
Even if it's a very, very close outcome, this is a winner-take-all state. The Republican delegates, whoever wins, even if they win by 1 or 2 votes, even 1 vote, then that individual, whether it's Romney or McCain, it gets all the delegates.
The winner gets 57 delegates. Half of the delegates were penalized from Florida moving up, but the winner gets 57 delegates and the right to say they won the biggest, most diverse, ideological, geographical state in an all-Republican primary, which is key to John McCain. And you mentioned earlier Governor Huckabee. These are counties being won by Governor Huckabee. Again, you're just south of the Georgia border here. These are very small counties. They're rural counties. This is where you do have an evangelical vote. It'd be interesting to look at the exit polls to see who the second choice of Huckabee voters up in that area were. He could have in a very close race. Huckabee's not doing very well statewide, and he's obviously only winning those 2 very small rural counties right now. But in a very close statewide race, remember the impact Fred Thompson had in South Carolina. Governor Huckabee could have an impact up here. Mayor Giuliani down here in the South. As you watch this map, Wolf, we're up to 35%. It is up to about 20,000 votes right now. Again, if I'm the Romney campaign, I'm a little worried about this. Splitting, essentially tying with John McCain in Orlando, an area that he had hoped to win. And if you want to see the non-Cuban Latino vote is centered right here in a Republican primary. John McCain winning just a little tiny bit there. Mitt Romney had Spanish language radio ads up. Perhaps the late endorsement by Senator Mel Martinez helping John McCain, but again, relatively small amount of the population. So we have a long way to go in this count.
Our viewers, if our viewers are interested, they can go to CNNpolitics.com and they can watch this unfold county by county. These counties out in the western part of Florida, the Panhandle, they just closed. They just closed at the top of the hour, so they haven't reported yet.
These votes tend to come in a little late. They're just coming in, and that's important. And again, up here for Governor Romney, he needs to pad everything he can up here in the conservative
This is Miami-Dade County. This is Broward County. Right. I'm wondering why Palm Beach County so far hasn't reported anything. Because there's a history in Palm Beach County, John, as you were, and our viewers will remember going back to the year 2000.
We will have no hanging chads.
That's right.
Tonight. 7% of the state population. That's a big deal.
That's right.
It's a Democratic county overall, so it's a smaller vote on the Republican side. But you're right, there's no vote in yet in a close race statewide. Even these counties that are likely to be Democratic in the general election could be decisive in the Republican side. And again, this is an area where John McCain expects to do well. Over here is where this is critical to Governor Romney, and we'll wait on these counties in the middle that are still white. But John McCain running well here, and Tampa is starting to come in, Wolf. We said earlier, we were waiting for Tampa to come in. Let's take a quick look over here. See what the early margin is. Hillsborough County, it's again almost 6.5% of the population.
It's only 2% of the precincts reported.
12%.
12%, yeah.
12%. That's a little hidden. 12% in. John McCain, they wanted a little bit more of a margin in Hillsborough County, but given that's a pretty decent margin for them right there. Still a long way to go, though, Wolf.
Here's a thought, John. Here's just a thought. If it's really, really close between Romney and McCain, and winner gets all, winner take all in Florida, who knows what's going to happen if they want to recount or anything like that. We've been there before. We've done it. We'll watch in the course of this night.
A small margin. We could well have a recount, but we've got a ways to go. We'll see.
We certainly do. All right, John, we're going to be checking back with you very much. Let me show you what's going on. This is a Hillary Clinton rally that's underway in Davie, Florida right now. They're very excited there. We're expecting to hear from Hillary Clinton at some point. She'll be speaking there, and once she does, we're definitely going to want to hear what she has to say. She'll be touting this as a big win tonight. Once Hillary Clinton goes out there, we're going to see what's going on. That's a rally underway for Hillary Clinton, even though there are no delegates at stake because Florida, on the Democratic side, was stripped of any delegates because it moved up its primary, just as Michigan did, and the Democratic National Committee decided they would not be able to seat delegates at their convention at the end of the summer in Denver. So that's one of the things that's going on. Despite that, Hillary Clinton will no doubt say this is a huge win for her. In fact, here she is. She's walking out right now, getting ready to speak to her supporters in Florida. You would think that based on this rally and this excitement that they had been campaigning every single day, every single hour, but they were not allowed to actually campaign in Florida under the rules, and none of the Democratic candidates did campaign there, but they did go down there from time to time to raise some money. They could do fundraising in Florida, but they couldn't actually go out and campaign. Those were the rules. That's what they said they abided. She came to Florida after the polls closed, she said, in order to be at this rally because the earlier polls in Florida showed she was going to win this contest. You see her there right now with some members of Congress who are up on the stage, including Senator Bill Nelson, who's up there. While we wait for Hillary Clinton to speak, Anderson Cooper is out at the Ronald Reagan Library in California with some of the best political team on television. They're going to say, Anderson, and I just want to alert our viewers, you're going to hear Hillary Clinton say this is a great win for her tonight in Florida. And I don't want to belittle the Florida voters, the Democrats, by any means. They went out there, hundreds of thousands of them. They voted in good faith, and dare I say, a lot of them had no idea that the delegates would not be seated as a result of this. They wanted to vote. They went and voted, and in very, very big numbers. And clearly Hillary Clinton has won that vote in Florida.
We're certainly going to hear her take on it, her spin on it. Let's get a little bit of the take of the best political team on television. Gloria Borger, should people be taking Hillary Clinton's win seriously in Florida?
Well, I agree with Wolf that lots of Democrats turned out, which gives you some sense of the energy of the Democratic Party in this election because, of course, none of the candidates campaign there. However, this is a talking point for Hillary Clinton. This is not a huge victory. This is not going to give her tremendous momentum going into Super Tuesday. This is a talking point.
But impressions do matter, and here you have her picture in front of an adoring crowd with the sign, you know, victory in the state of Florida. And most people aren't paying attention to the details here.
Right, but it's our job to say she's doing that because she does want to have that picture as somebody, particularly after South Carolina. Now, sometime down the road, Anderson, if this is contested, she could maybe then say, these delegates are mine and you better seat them at the convention.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I've talked to folks on Democratic Party, and they said, look, forget that. We're not going to allow that to happen. And something also important. I think the people of Florida and also Michigan need to understand, their leaders failed them. Okay, everybody thought that after Iowa, New Hampshire, the race was going to be over, so everyone rushed. Obviously, we had no idea this was going to transpire. You see now why people also wait. Wouldn't it have been interesting had Florida and Michigan gone after February 5th, how amazing in terms of the competition for those delegates. But it was the legislatures in those two states and the governors of those two states, Republican in Florida and the Democrat in Michigan, they failed the people by moving those primaries up, knowing full well the party said no.
Bill Bennett, the significance of Hillary Clinton in Florida?
I'll pass on that. Could I talk about this other thing as part of 1/18 of the best political California, go California's side of the political team. This is a monumental event for John McCain. I mean, remember the old story of the lady or the tiger? You know, he opens one door, he gets the. If he wins this, he is on the road to the nomination. I think it'd be very hard to stop. But if he loses, that may be the end.
Exactly.
Although he's ahead in this polling,
just because of the money.
He doesn't have money. Doesn't have money. And then Romney can say, I told you John McCain could not win in a close primary. He doesn't have the support of enough conservatives and Republicans. But if McCain wins, he turns it around and he says, you outspent me 9-1. I was declared dead, and I've won. And then that advantage he has in those February 5th states.
And then what he reaches, does he try then to reach out to more conservatives?
Oh, you bet.
In a big
that's
way.
a big part of the story. You bet. He has to then extend the hand, and he has to hope that enough hands come back.
But doesn't he then also extend the hand, I mean, further to Democrats and independents? I mean, to win on a national race, doesn't he also have to kind of... He seems he's only got two hands.
Who, John McCain?
Yeah, John
He's
McCain.
been doing fine on the Democrats.
Right.
He's fine on Hillary Clinton, but he's terrible. He's horrible to Don Rumsfeld. Now I know Don Rumsfeld's a favorite whipping boy, but what conservatives say is, could you give some of this juice to some of the people who disagree with us on everything? The attacks always seem to be on Republicans. That's the complaint.
Anderson, if McCain does not win tonight, I think he really runs out of money and has a hard time staying in and doing well. But Romney can go on forever.
But there's running out of money, and there's running out of money.
I
mean, Mike Huckabee, seemed to run out of money a long time ago. He's still around.
And McCain will continue.
He's done. He just doesn't know he's done.
But it's very difficult for McCain.
Well, what's also interesting about this whole notion of McCain and Romney, I'm just very surprised when I hear these conservatives basking in Mitt Romney. The guy's a fake conservative. I mean, he had to spend a lot of time trying to convince people, no, I really am against abortion now. I really am against gay marriage. So I find it interesting, the biggest conservative.
How do you know he's a fake conservative? How do you know that?
Who has been conservative longer?
You can't, well, all right, longer.
And he's been consistent.
He's been very consistent about taxes. He's been very consistent on the policies that he put in place.
Okay, boys, break it up.
No, but I mean, that's, he's a fake conservative. You don't know that. People change their mind. They change their positions. He was honest about changing his positions. John McCain has changed his positions, too.
We're going to take a short break, and our coverage continues just a moment. CNNPolitics.com. You can follow online, even during commercial breaks, as the results come in. As we're watching the numbers come in, you can watch them too online, CNNPolitics.com. We'll be right back.
Clinton's about to speak at a rally in Davie, Florida. We'll go there shortly, but let's update you on what's happening in the Republican presidential primary in Florida right now. With 39% of the precincts reporting John McCain with 34% to Mitt Romney's 32%. Rudy Giuliani, for him, a very disappointing 15% so far. Mike Huckabee, 14%. Let's take a look and see how many people are voting so far. Remember, under 40% of the precincts reporting McCain with just more than 368,000 votes. Mitt Romney, just more than 342,000. Rudy Giuliani down at 164,500. Mike Huckabee, 144,600 or so. Ron Paul with 33,556 votes. Once again, 39% of the vote. 39% of the precincts in Florida have now reported. We'll update you on this. It's a close race. Let's go find out why this is emerging as such a close race on the Republican side. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider are here. We can't project a winner yet based on the exit polls that we've done or on the actual numbers that have come in, Soledad.
It is too close to call at this point. So the $64,000 question here is, well, why is it so close? And I think you can find the answer in that as you look more closely at some of these exit poll questions. So let's start first with those who said economy is their top issue. What did you see?
This was the top issue. This was what all the fighting was about. And here is an enormous surprise. Look at this. Among voters who said the top issue was the economy, McCain snatched it away from Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney always advertised himself as the better candidate on the economy. He had business experience. He had run a state. But look, it didn't pay off for him enough. McCain on managing the economy, and that was an issue McCain, by his own acknowledgement, said wasn't his specialty.
Yeah, he was sort of quoted on that, wasn't exactly where he was the most comfortable. Then you have this split, the conservative, moderate split, and that plays a role too.
Yeah, well, conservatives are the base of the Republican Party. They were a majority of the voters in Florida today, and Mitt Romney dominated that category. That's why he's doing so well. 37% for Romney. McCain does respectably 27%. Mike Huckabee, this has got to be a big disappointment because he's a true conservative on social issues and many other issues, not so much on economics, but he's doing very poorly in that conservative category. Mitt Romney is dominating it. If McCain wins the Florida primary, he will have won without carrying the base of the Republican Party, the conservative voters.
Speaking of doing poorly, let's look at Rudy Giuliani's numbers when you're talking about moderates.
Moderate Republicans, they were a good number of Florida Republican primary voters, about 40%. McCain dominated this race. Now, no Republican wants to be called a moderate. I once called a Republican candidate a moderate, and I caught the devil from him. He said, "Don't call me such things. It's a terrible word. They all want to be called conservatives." Well, this is a problem. McCain dominated the moderate category, leading Mitt Romney in that group by almost 2-1. Now, of course, Mike Huckabee is not doing very well at all. We don't show Rudy Giuliani here, but Rudy Giuliani also did poorly among the moderate Republican category, where he might have been competitive with John McCain, but McCain, whether he wanted to or not, dominated moderate Republicans.
So it's kind of a long answer, Wolf, to your question. Why is it so close? Because you have people stealing from other people's categories where they were comfortable and confident, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing.
Fascinating numbers. I know you're going through a lot more of these exit polls. Guys, thanks very much. I want to go to Davie, Florida. Hillary Clinton is now speaking to her supporters. She's won this Democratic presidential primary, even though no delegates will be accorded to her in Denver.
This has been a record turnout because Floridians wanted their voices to be heard on the great issues that affect our country and the world. I am thrilled to have had this vote of confidence that you have given me today, and I promise you I will do everything I can to make sure not only are Florida's Democratic delegates seated, but Florida is in the winning column for the Democrats in 2008. I want to thank my friends, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Congressman Alcide Hastings, Mayor Manny Diaz, and my great friend of so many years, Senator Bill Nelson. You know, this has been an intense election because people really care about what's happening to our country. So many of the people who talk to me every single day are worried about the economy. They're worried about their health care. They're worried about their college education for their children. They're worried about whether we can restore our leadership and standing in the world. Well, I am convinced that with this resounding vote, with the millions of Americans who will vote next Tuesday, we will send a clear message that America is back and we're going to take charge of our destiny again. I am so grateful to the countless Floridians who, on their own, organized, worked hard, talked to your friends and your neighbors. You made a very big difference. And we know that as we move forward in this campaign, all of your voices will go with me, because I am not only going to take my 35 years of experience to the White House. I'm going to take your voices, your concerns, your hopes, your dreams. We have a lot of tough decisions to make, but we're Americans. We can make these decisions. We can meet our challenges and seize our opportunities if we start acting like Americans again. We roll up our sleeves, we set about solving our problems, and I want to ask you, do you agree with me? Because here is what I believe. I believe everyone who works full-time in America should bring home an income that lifts that person out of poverty and gives them and their children a better chance. I believe.
All right, Hillary Clinton declaring her victory in the Democratic presidential primary in Florida, as you can see right there in Davie, Florida. She won impressively in Florida right now. Unfortunately for her, she's not going to get any delegates because the Democratic National Committee decided that because Florida had moved up its primary, they were not going to be given any delegates at the Democratic Convention in Denver at the end of the summer. But still a victory for Hillary Clinton in Florida right now. She's speaking to her supporters. We're going to be speaking, by the way, with Senator Clinton later tonight as our coverage continues. If you want to continue to watch Senator Clinton at this rally, by the way, in Davie, Florida, you can go to CNNpolitics.com, and we're streaming it live there as well. On CNNpolitics.com, you can also go county by county by county in Florida to see what the Republicans are up to right now. We cannot yet project a winner among the Republicans. There's a competition underway for first place right now between Mitt Romney and John McCain. We're watching that very closely. But I want to go to our Suzanne Malveaux. She's at an Obama rally, at least outside an Obama rally, out in Kansas City, Missouri. Missouri being one of those Super Tuesday states a week from today. What exactly are the Obama people saying about Hillary Clinton's win in Florida? Suzanne.
Well, if they're really kind of laughing at it, they are looking at the victory rally and they see that this is really a hollow victory. They also, I asked them about the numbers, the breakdown here. Obama performing very well with African Americans, but significantly not doing as well as Hillary Clinton when it comes to women, to whites, Latino community, very important voting groups that Obama needs. And Bill Burton, one of the spokesmen of the Obama camp, saying the exit polling numbers are completely meaningless. There was no campaign and no way to analyze what's inside the numbers. He said we are still winning with pledged delegates. We're campaigning for those February 5th state that will award the delegates right now. They are quite frustrated with this kind of picture of a victory here because they say, look, there really wasn't any campaign to begin with in Florida. Obviously, they are looking at those numbers, but they are saying this doesn't really mean anything because they didn't have a chance. Nobody had a chance really to present themselves. They say Hillary Clinton has name recognition that Obama doesn't have. If they had an equal shot at this, that perhaps those numbers would look different, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Suzanne. We'll be getting back with you throughout the night. At the bottom of your screen over here, you're seeing Rudy Giuliani headquarters down in Florida itself. These are not a bunch of happy campers, as you can see right now, not even all that many of them, but we're expecting to hear from Rudy Giuliani momentarily. Once he speaks to his supporters, we'll go there live. We'll hear what the former New York City mayor has to say. We're watching all of this very closely. Remember, the results are changing moment by moment on the Republican side. You can track everything what's going on. CNNpolitics.com. That's the place to go. Much more of our coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center, including Rudy Giuliani's speech. That's coming up to his supporters. We'll see what he has to say. He's not going to come in first. He's not going to come in second. Maybe he'll come in third. A very, very disappointing night for the former New York mayor. We'll be right back. Disappointing night for Rudy Giuliani. He will not win. He will not come in second in Florida. We're standing by to hear what the former New York mayor has to say. We'll go to his headquarters in Florida shortly. Let's update you on what we know right now on the Republican presidential primary, with almost half of the precincts reporting 46%, reporting John McCain maintaining his lead, 35% to Mitt Romney's 32%, Giuliani at 16%, Mike Huckabee at 13%. If you take a look at the actual numbers, the tally that's come in, 404,000 for McCain, 366,000 for Romney, 177,000 for Giuliani, Mike Huckabee, 153,000 or so, Ron Paul, 36,000. 57 delegates are at stake for the Republicans in Florida right now. This is Rudy Giuliani headquarters down in Florida right now. You see the Rudy sign up there. You see a few of his supporters, not very many, sort of not all that crowded, pretty empty, in fact, for Rudy Giuliani right now. It's a huge disappointment. He was hoping, of course, that he would win, but that is not happening. Mike Huckabee, by the way, has not done all that well in Florida either. I think he's speaking to his reporters. Let's listen in briefly.
And it's about 50-mile-an-hour winds and snow out here. I wish that I had brought the Florida weather with me today. I think we would have all enjoyed that very much. Well, I think we're all aware that the situation in Florida is that we're going to be in a position looking at either third or fourth. Now, for those of you that think that I should be discouraged, let me just remind you that going into tonight, we were second in delegate count. And more importantly, we're playing all 9 innings of this ball game. Even the Cardinals occasionally have a rough inning. But they know how to win championships. And what I want to express to you is next week, when we are going to be in Missouri and Oklahoma and Arkansas and Tennessee and Alabama and Georgia and all of these states where we're leading in the polls, and we're still going to be leading next week, we're going to have a great opportunity to start taking it all the way home to the nomination and to the White House. And it's going to happen a lot because of Missouri next week, and we appreciate the great support we're getting. I want to say thanks to the people of Florida. You know, there's going to be probably before it's over maybe up to 300,000 people down there who work their hearts out for us. And those people, I can't tell you how proud I am of them, because they had no resources. Others have spent millions and millions of dollars. We knew that we wouldn't have those kind of resources to play there. So we went out there and just worked with people who would come out, put their own signs out, buy their own T-shirts and hats. Lady in Pensacola, she and her daughter put out 700 signs, just the two of them, in one day. Unbelievable. And that's the kind of thing that's happening across this country with our campaign that a lot of people still haven't figured out. And when you look at what we have done with what we have, it's a remarkable story that is not even close to being over. In fact, we like to believe we're just really getting started. There are some great folks down there. Our chairman, Senator Daniel Webster, and our co-chairman, House Speaker Marco Rubio, and a host of great Floridians who have been extremely dedicated to our task. I don't want them to feel discouraged. I want them instead to feel very proud of their effort and be half as proud of their effort as I am of them and the wonderful work that they've done for us. I know it's a little tight in this room. We really anticipated that we might have 100 people. We thought that about half of this would be enough, and we did not expect the weather to be this bad. And I don't know if you're coming here because you're escaping the cold and the heat's out of your house, but because of the weather, we've got to get to California tonight, so our exit will be a little quicker than we had wanted it to be, and I apologize in advance for that, but I'm sure you understand that we've got to be at the Reagan Library tomorrow night, so we're flying out as soon as we leave here, headed to California, because I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow night. I'm not sure everybody's going to be there, but I will be. And I need you here in Missouri to join with us in being a part of a wonderful volunteer army across this country who believes that it would be a better America if we did not have the IRS making it tough for us. And that believe it would be a better America if we did stand up for human life and traditional marriage. And that it would be a better America if we actually sealed our borders and became energy independent within 10 years. And that it would be a better America if we had a country about Democrats versus Republicans and the left versus the right and liberals versus conservatives. It's about Americans building a better future for their kids and their grandkids and taking this country up and not down. And that's why people are with us. And across this country, we're finding homemakers and truck drivers and people who wait tables, as well as folks who work in the lines of the factories and people who run their own businesses. And I want to be the president who reminds America that that small business owner out there every day working hard and taking risk is the person that ought to believe that his government is going to be out there to undergird him, not undermine his every move. And we're going to make sure that happens in this country, and you're going to help be a part of that. I wish we had cooked food for all of you. I bet right now you're wishing it too.
Fried chicken.
Fried chicken. I gave it up a few years ago. But I do know how to eat it if I ever get it. That's right. I want to again express my thanks to Ray Wagner and all of the folks here in Missouri who have been working with us, Jeff Rowe and so many others who have just helped us have great confidence that between now and 7 days from now, there's going to be something that we'll all be shouting about. And it won't just be a Missouri victory, but also that same night, there'll be one in Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee, and there'll be one in Arkansas and Oklahoma, and maybe a few other places that people aren't even expecting it to happen. Thank you, folks, for being here. God bless every one of you. Pray hard, work hard, get the votes out. Remember this, if they're going to vote for me, make sure they come. If they're not, don't let them out of their driveway next week. Thank you, folks. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, Mike Huckabee making it clear he's not dropping out of this race by any means. He says he's in it. These are still the early innings, he says, and he's going to go all 9 innings. He'll be at the CNN debate at the Reagan Library tomorrow night. Mike Huckabee, the former Arkansas governor, he's part of this contest despite coming in perhaps 3rd or 4th, depending on the actual turnout. Let's take a look and see what we know right now. Almost 50% of the precincts have reported, 47% to be precise. McCain maintaining his lead. It's been pretty consistent for some time now, with 35% to 32% for Mitt Romney, 15% for Giuliani, 14% for Huckabee. Let's go to Anderson Cooper. He's out at the Ronald Reagan Library with the best political team on television. Huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani. We're waiting, Anderson, to hear from him shortly. He's going to be speaking to some supporters. You saw that room, though. It was not very active and certainly was not very crowded.
Yeah, certainly not the scene Rudy Giuliani had wanted when he began that campaign. Also, the question, we know Governor Huckabee is going to be here on this stage with us tomorrow night. The question is, will Rudy Giuliani? Gloria Borger, you've been making some calls. Your thoughts? What have you heard? What do you
Well, there is a Time.com report tonight that just came out that says that Rudy Giuliani could endorse John McCain as early as Wednesday. That's something we were talking about earlier. I just spoke with a senior advisor to John McCain who would not confirm that but did not deny it either, Anderson.
And Bill, I mean, that's what you guessed, basically.
That's what I guessed. That's what I think. It has to do with Giuliani's real regard for McCain, and I don't think there's really love lost between him and Romney. So to maximize it, I think he'd do it soon. Can I comment on the Obama thing? I think that you've got, I guess, Wolf moderating that debate Thursday night. That's really going to be something. Obama has shown himself, this is my opinion, shown himself to be certainly smart enough, charming enough, eloquent enough to be president. Is he tough enough? This was an ambush in Florida. This was not a competition. This was not supposed to be a competition. When I was in Texas, they had these things called Aggie jokes, and one of the Aggie jokes was Texas. All right,
Class 91.
Texas A&M. I'll flip it around. It's Longhorn jokes. Texas A&M and Texas play a football game. Texas doesn't show up, and 30 minutes later, the Aggies score a touchdown. Okay, there was no field here. There was no competition.
Right.
There were no teams. And she is declaring victory. Now he has to. I know he's got this elegant style, and it's terrific. But he is in a, I don't want to say it on TV, a match with people who play very hard ball, and he needs to show that he can stand up to it. I think even more than he did in that last debate. This was no victory, and he's got to do something more than be derisive and laugh about it.
On the story of Rudy Giuliani, let's check in with Dana Bash, who has been talking to some folks, doing some reporting. She is down in Florida. Dana, what are you hearing?
Well, what I'm told from a Republican source, Anderson, familiar with discussions, is that there are discussions, and that is the headline. There are discussions, we are told, that have been ongoing between Rick Davis, he is John McCain's campaign manager, and some people inside Rudy Giuliani's camp. Now, what I'm told by this source familiar with these discussions is that they have been ongoing, but as of about an hour ago, nothing had really gelled yet. They were hoping to get some kind of endorsement from Rudy Giuliani, perhaps as early as tomorrow tomorrow, as is being reported. But what I am told is that it's not 100% sealed yet. But the headline is, we are told that these discussions are intensely going on to try to get Rudy Giuliani's endorsement for John McCain. And as you've been talking about all night, these are two men who have been very good friends, who have known each other for quite some time. They campaigned together for George W. Bush in the last election. They campaigned for congressional candidates together. So they really are quite close and call each other friends. There have been some interesting moments that have frankly been a little bit surprising as it has gotten kind of intense, where John McCain has questioned Rudy Giuliani's experience when it comes to security. He kind of pulled back from that sort of fast. But for the most part, between these two men, even though it has been intense at times between all of these Republican rivals, they have kept a pretty good friendship. So again, we're going to wait and see what happens. Obviously, this is a very sensitive thing because of their friendship and because of, as you can imagine, the respect that John McCain wants to have for Rudy Giuliani, because it's not an easy night for Rudy Giuliani tonight, Anderson.
That is the headline from Dana Bash, that talks, discussions have been underway. I want to check in with John King. John, what will that look like beyond just an endorsement? Will Rudy Giuliani go out on the campaign trail for John McCain in the next weeks and months?
That is one of the key questions, Anderson. And let me back up Dana's reporting. She said she had a source from the McCain side of the equation. I just got off the phone with a Republican source I can identify only as very close to the Giuliani operation, someone who has been receiving information on these same conversations. So we now have it from the McCain side and the Giuliani side that these conversations are underway. This person described it to me as ongoing conversations to try to bring this about as early as tomorrow in California. Not a done deal as yet. We are expecting a conversation at some point between Senator McCain and Mayor Giuliani. And based on my last conversation just a few moments ago, and based on Dana's reporting, we don't know that conversation and do not believe that conversation has happened as yet. As Dana noted, Rudy has said from day one that if he were not running for president, he would be supporting Senator McCain. The question now is, what role would he have in the campaign? And again, we are being told, though, to look for this to happen out in California. If you look at our latest poll in California, it is McCain on top with about a 12, 13-point lead over Governor Romney. Rudy Giuliani running in third place. Both are friendly with the governor. Both Giuliani and McCain are friendly with the governor. Arnold Schwarzenegger, look for him possibly to have a role in this campaign at some point as well. But again, we should let the negotiations continue. But all indications are that the conversations are underway, and we are told they are positive, productive conversations about bringing about a Giuliani endorsement, Anderson, as early as tomorrow out where you are in California.
Well, John, let me ask you, any chance he'll do it on the stage here in the middle of our debate?
Well, and then you could turn to Governor Romney and Governor Huckabee and ask them what they think of the impact. I suspect Senator McCain would have a different answer than the two rivals. I suspect not. Our indications are that they plan to do this during the daytime. Obviously, they're very sensitive negotiations, as Dana said, so we need to keep track of them. And these things can collapse, especially when sensitive source conversations are being reported in public. So we'll have to keep track of it in the hours ahead. But all indications are that this will happen, and that it will happen sometime tomorrow in California.
Fascinating stuff. Now we're getting it from all different sides. Dana Bash is reporting, Gloria Borger and John King. John King, you're at the board right now. Looking at the board, a lot of deep red there. Why can we not call this race at this point?
Well, Anderson, if you're looking at this board and you're in the McCain campaign, you are very encouraged. If you're looking at this board and you're in the Romney camp, you are increasingly discouraged. But we cannot call it yet for a number of reasons, and let's look at them. Up here in the Jacksonville area, Duval County is one of the areas where Governor Romney is running well. Still only 24% of the vote in there, so we want more vote counts up here. We're in the conservative part up here, where the darker red, that is Governor Romney. Down here in Orlando, though, 91% reporting, essentially a tie. Romney just barely winning in Orlando. That is way below the performance levels the Romney campaign said they needed. And this is the key area right here. Governor Romney ran heavy advertising all across the state, spent about 10 times what Senator McCain spent on advertising, especially in the Orlando market and the Tampa market. But if you look into this market right here, I want to clear this out and pull this out. Hillsborough County, about 6% of the population. Senator McCain running ahead by 6 points right now with 32% reporting. If that number holds as we get up into 60 and 70%, very hard to see Governor Romney winning the state. Especially, let's come out to Pinellas County as well along the western coast. Only 18% in here, a smaller gap, but again, Senator McCain running about 6 percentage points ahead of Governor Romney. If those numbers hold as the votes come in, it gets very hard to see Governor Romney pulling it off, because Senator McCain is winning, Anderson, all across the Panhandle, which is a surprise, including out in Pensacola. That is where John McCain trained to be a Navy pilot. The first results just coming in out there. It's a very small county, but John McCain is winning it by a sizable margin so far. 15% of the vote in. So in these areas, Anderson, where we still have the preliminary votes in the teens, perhaps in the 20%, we need to look at it a little bit longer, because overall the margin is still about 50,000 votes between the two gentlemen. But the McCain lead is growing, and we are still waiting for results from where the people are. Down here in Miami-Dade, up to 60% now. Look at that. Senator McCain getting almost half of the vote in Miami-Dade County. Governor Romney running in third place. Move up a little bit to Broward County. Senator McCain getting 40% to 24%. It is actually Rudy Giuliani has slipped to third place there. And we're still waiting on Palm Beach County right here. 7% of the state population. Nothing in as yet. But if you look at the entire coast, it's a pretty safe bet, based on everything we've seen along the coast here, that too will be McCain country. So if you are Governor Romney, you need more votes to come in up in the conservative areas of the state. Let's clear that and pull this out. Up in here is where Governor Romney needs the votes to come in, and he needs to turn things around here in the Tampa area, Anderson. So we'll check back in as the vote totals mount, especially out here in Hillsborough and over here. And again, this is striking right here in the center part of the state. This was supposed to be Romney country, and you can see he's winning Orlando, but just barely. Senator McCain right now leading in Tampa, leading along the coast in St. Petersburg, leading down in Sarasota. So if these numbers hold, it looks like John McCain would win the state narrowly, but again, we need to see more votes come in those areas. But at the moment, if you're watching this from the McCain camp, you are encouraged, but still some vote counting to do, especially in these populated areas, up to 42% now, though, in Hillsborough County, Anderson.
And 2 points to make if you want to follow along at home, county by county, CNNpolitics.com, that's the site for that. Also, we are anticipating comments from Rudy Giuliani shortly. We, of course, will bring those to you live. We'll be very curious to hear what he has to say tonight. Already, based on reporting from Gloria Borger, from John King, from Dana Bash, from multiple sources, hearing that he may be endorsing John McCain as early as tomorrow. We have our eye on Giuliani headquarters. We can now project. Let's take a brief pause.
CNN is now ready to project that John McCain is the winner of the Florida Republican primary. John McCain, the war hero who spent almost 6 years, more than 5 years, as a POW in Vietnam, the longtime senator from Arizona, an important win for John McCain in Florida right now, beating Mitt Romney. John McCain needed this win badly, and he has emerged, according to our projections, based on the exit polls as well as the actual votes that have been tallied so far. More than 50% of the precincts have reported, and CNN can now project that John McCain will beat Mitt Romney, will emerge tonight as the winner of the Republican presidential primary. Let's go to Dana Bash. She's been covering this story for us. She's at the McCain headquarters. 54%, Dana, of the precincts have now reported 36% for McCain, 32% for Romney. But this is a win. This is a badly needed and impressive win for John McCain tonight. He will go forward 1 week from today, Super Tuesday, with a big win in the state of Florida.
You know, talking to John McCain's advisors before this, they said if John McCain wins, he is, quote unquote, unstoppable as he heads into the Super Tuesday primary states. And certainly you can imagine that is a thing that makes them feel incredibly good here tonight, because of the fact that they understood that they wanted to be cautious. Even though he did very well, he won New Hampshire, he won the state of South Carolina, he would not use the F word, so to speak, front runner, to describe himself, because they understood how crucial this state of Florida was for so many reasons. Obviously, just because of the numbers, 57 delegates at stake here, but because of the fact that John McCain has had to prove, even with those couple of wins, that he is somebody who doesn't just appeal to moderates, doesn't just appeal to independents. He had to prove that he can do well in a very diverse state like the state of Florida among just Republicans, and that's what this win here in Florida gives John McCain. And I can tell you, it didn't come easy, Wolf. As you know, he and Mitt Romney have been at each other for the past 48 hours or even more in a very intense, very personal way. Not just what we saw on the stump. I can tell you that, you know, talk about some negative campaigning. John McCain's campaign, they approved and paid for some phone calls to go to voters about Mitt Romney's record, saying that he supported taxpayer-funded abortion. We know that he had some pretty tough radio ads just in the past couple of days about Mitt Romney on the economy. So this was this was a hard-fought win. The McCain campaign does not have a lot of money, but they spent a lot of money, and it seems to have paid off here in the state of Florida.
And there's no doubt a win in Florida. This win will certainly help John McCain. Looking ahead to next Tuesday, Super Tuesday, as it's called, he'll get some money as a result of this. The fundraisers will be active. Dana, stand by as soon as we hear from Senator McCain. I assume at one point he'll be walking out there. We'll bring those remarks live to our viewers. Let's bring in Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider. You're looking at the exit polls. Tell us how John McCain did it tonight. We project John McCain beats Mitt Romney, Rudy Giuliani, and Mike Huckabee, and he will capture the Republican presidential primary in Florida.
You can look more closely at the exit polls to really figure out where his support was. Why did he win? Why was he able to pull it off? So let's go first and foremost to where he had a lot of support, and that was seniors helped him out in a big, big way.
He is a senior. They his peeps. He is over 70 years old, and the vote, that's a big part of the vote in the Republican primary in Florida. It's about half the voters. Take a look at this. He dominated the senior vote. Voters 65 and older, 38% for McCain, 31% for Romney, with Giuliani trailing.
Cubanos went for John McCain.
Cubans, just 7% of the Republican primary, but they're a very influential group, and they voted very strongly for John McCain. He was endorsed by Mel Martinez, Cuban-American senator, by 3 Cuban-American members of Congress. And look at this. John McCain clearly dominated the Cuban-American vote by a big margin, 50% for McCain, 34% for Giuliani. Romney came in terribly among Cuban Americans, just 10%. Could be the flip-flop on abortion. We don't know.
Yeah, I think that actually might have a lot to do with it. If you look at veterans, where I would have thought McCain would be way out in front, the numbers are actually kind of close.
They are kind of close. The veterans vote, which McCain tried to appeal to very, very strongly, went for McCain, but by a narrow margin. McCain 40, Romney 35, with Giuliani trailing. This was a McCain vote, but it wasn't as big as he might have expected. A couple of things about McCain's vote, though, that were really very striking. One is, as in other states, McCain's vote was personal. The voters said they were voting for him personally. It wasn't values, it wasn't issues. And this is yet another state that McCain has won without carrying conservatives, without carrying the Republican Party's base. That's very important for him as he goes along the road trying to get to that nomination.
Bill Bennett said tomorrow he starts reaching out the hand, and as Anderson said, well, he's only got 2 hands. He's got to start handing them out and really reaching out to get conservatives.
He hasn't carried conservatives yet.
Well, if the other side of that question is, why did Giuliani fail? We're going to take a look at that a little bit later.
All right, good tease, and we'll get back to you. I know you're crunching all the numbers, Soledad and Bill. Thanks very, very much. Once again, CNN has projected that John McCain, the senator from Arizona, the winner tonight in the Republican presidential primary, with 58% of the actual votes now recorded. The precincts recorded 36% for McCain, 32% for Romney, 15% for Giuliani, 13% for Huckabee. But a win is a win is a win, and congratulations to John McCain for a win tonight. Anderson Cooper is watching all of this together with some of the best political team on television. I think he can breathe a little bit, he can breathe a lot easier right now that he's captured the Republican primary in Florida.
And what an extraordinary win when you consider a couple of months ago he was walking through the airport carrying his own bags after, you know, his campaign had financially at least imploded. A remarkable night.
Well, he almost died in a prison camp in Hanoi.
It's all relative.
So this was nothing, you know. No, but he was described as politically dead, and he came back from a dogged determination. He said, "We just keep going, we just keep plowing ahead." But look at the big numbers. He has won in the competitive states: South Carolina, New Hampshire, Florida. He has got the most delegates. He goes in with lead in Super Tuesday. This is the most important event in the political primaries for Republicans. He is likely on his way to the nomination. But he has got, back to the 2 hands you and Soledad were talking about, he has got to mend his fences with conservatives, because now you do not want a convention where there are a lot of unhappy people. He's really got to reach out, and then he can do fine in the general, since 6 or 7 or 8 of his issues are not part of the conservative.
Amazing, Gloria Borsch, when you look at some of those exit polls, that on the economy, McCain got more voters than Mitt Romney.
You know, it's interesting. That's right. It's interesting about John McCain. His support is about his character. His support is personal. His support is about who John McCain is. And remember, long ago, in 2000, he was the original maverick. Then he became the establishment candidate of the Republican Party. That didn't work out so well for him. So he went back to being the maverick. That did work. And now, of course, he's on his way to being the establishment again. But this is a fellow, while he's changed in that sense, his ideals have always been solid. This notion, he always polls well. When you ask voters, do you believe what he says? This is the candidate in the Republican field who always does the best on that question.
Just want to tell our viewers, we're showing you on the right side of the screen there on the big board, Rudy Giuliani. We will bring you his comments. Let's listen in.
Thank you. I think that comes from the great American philosopher Yogi Berra, right? It's not over until it's over. Well, thank you all for your hard work, your spirit, and your support. A New York Republican named Teddy Roosevelt once said, "Aggressive fighting for the right is the noblest sport the world affords. Like most Americans, I love competition. I don't back down from a principled fight, but there must always be a larger purpose. Justice for an individual, hope for a city, a better future for our country." Elections are about a lot more than just candidates. Elections are about fighting for a cause larger than ourselves. They're about identifying the great challenges of our time and proposing new solutions. Most of all, they're about handing our nation to the next generation better than it was handed to us. This is our opportunity, and this is our obligation as American citizens. So, you've participated in that process, particularly the young people that are here. And you should be very proud of your participation in that process. You're making your state and your country better. I want to congratulate each of my opponents on a hard-fought campaign here in Florida. I want to congratulate Senator McCain, who I believe has been declared the winner. I spoke to Mitt Romney and told him my regard for him as well. These are honorable people. They're accomplished public servants, and they're good men. And we should, as well as Mike Huckabee. So let's applaud them all. They're our opponents, and Ron Paul, who won all the debates. On that thing where you call in all the time. I used to watch it afterwards at night when I'd go back to my room, and Ron Paul would win all the debates. But they are truly all honorable people, honorable men who are fighting for what they believe in. They have different strengths. They have different things to contribute, like I do. And I believe that our party will be stronger as a result of the competition that we're going through. But win or lose, our work is not done. Because leaders dream of a better future, and then they help to bring it into reality. The responsibility of leadership doesn't end with a single campaign. If you believe in a cause, it goes on, and you continue to fight for it, and we will. I'm proud that we chose to stay positive and to run a campaign of ideas in an era of personal attacks, negative ads, and cynical spin. We ran a campaign that was uplifting. You don't always win, but you can always try to do it right. And you did. That's what the American people deserve. A return to honesty and substance in our political discussion. I believe that the ideas of our campaign, the 12 commitments that we made to the American people, Wayne, in New Hampshire, first, clearly identify the great challenges of our time. First, America needs to stay on offense to win the terrorist war on us. It's not optional. We can't wish it away. We can't hope it away. It's there. It's a reality. And America must always remember that the best way to achieve peace is through overwhelming strength. America also needs to stay on offense to achieve economic security. We need to embrace the global economy, not shrink away from its challenges, but turn them to our advantage. We can compete and we can win through a commitment to pro-growth policies like lower taxes, less government spending, reasonable regulations, and less lawsuits. Please, less lawsuits. Thank you. You sound like my mother. If she were here. If we unleash the genius of America's free market economy, if we encourage the entrepreneurial spirit, we can create not just a growth economy, but a growth society. I said it many times during the campaign. America has to be a country in which young people can look up to the sky and they can say, the sky is the limit. There is no end to what we can accomplish. I hope Congress passes our tax bill that was introduced already by David Dreyer and by Senator Kit Bond. It would be the largest tax decrease, tax reduction in American history, and it would be a one-page optional tax form. Wouldn't that be great to be able to fill it out on one page? Just think of how that would, about how that would stimulate our economy. We have got to strive for energy independence. We have to strive for health care through private options. You know the 12 commitments. I think they outline the challenges for America for the next 4, 8, and 10 years. And I'm very proud that we conducted our campaign around them and around ideas, and ideas that will enliven America and that will make America stronger. Finally, we need to reestablish very, very clearly the idea that the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln and the party of Reagan and the party of Bush, that the Republican Party is a party that is and has been from the beginning, when we do it right, when we are on our game, when we're making our contribution, when we're being our contributor to America, we are the party of freedom. We are the party of the people. And we're a big party. We're a big party. And we're getting bigger. I'm even in this party. This is a big party. We understand that America is not great because of our centralized government. America is great because of self-government. It's great because of you, the people. And we believe government works best when it empowers people to take responsibility for their own lives. These are great ideas. whether it's moving people from welfare to work or something that I think our party should be dedicated to. I think our party should be dedicated to having parents decide the school that their child goes to. You want to reach out for votes in urban America? You want to reach out for votes across all kinds of lines of different kinds, ethnic, racial, religious? Then you have an America in which the parent decides the school the child goes to. Public, private, parochial, charter, or homeschooling. These ideas unite not just Republicans, they unite the vast majority of Americans. And they're the key to building a stronger and broader party. We must be a 50-state Republican Party. We must compete in all 50 states. We have to compete for urban, suburban, and rural votes, conservatives and moderates, men and women, all races, ethnic groups, and religions. We have answers to help each of them because our answers are not based on class distinctions or religious distinctions or ethnic or racial or religious distinctions. Our answers are to Americans, and they work for all Americans. And we have to reach out to all Americans. That's the way to break through the red state, blue state divide and win the White House and the Congress.
The former mayor of New York, speaking to his supporters, a very, very disappointing loss for him tonight. We're going to go over to Mitt Romney headquarters in Florida. He didn't win either. He came in second. Let's listen in to the former governor of Massachusetts.
Now, I just got off the phone with Senator McCain, and I offered him my congratulations. And I'm sure that you are excited here this evening, but a little disappointed as well. And you know, my guess is when you left your home this evening, you put a son or a daughter to bed, and probably that's happening across the country. Moms and dads are putting kids to bed, or already have, and they're sleeping peacefully. They're probably a bit like my grandkids, full of big dreams and plans, excited about every tomorrow. I remember when I was growing up, I always knew that America was the greatest nation on earth. First nation to the moon. Our cars and movies and technology were the envy of the entire world. And freedom and opportunity was just like the air. It was everywhere I went. I believed there was nothing I couldn't do. And I knew there was nothing that America couldn't do, because we led the world. Now, America's leadership didn't come without cost. It was won by the greatest generation in the history of the world. They defeated fascism, and they built the world's strongest economy. My mom and dad are gone, as maybe yours are as well. What they and their generation left us is the greatest nation in the history of the entire planet. And now it's our turn. What kind of nation will we leave our children and our grandchildren? We can leave future generations a nation that's even greater than that which we inherited. But to do that, we're going to have to overcome a new generation of challenges. Our world is under attack from violent radical jihadists. Our jobs are being sought by new competitors, countries like Asia and India. And here at home, our government is spending too much. We're using too much oil. Our healthcare system leaves a lot of people behind, and our schools are failing way too many. And even our values are under attack. We've looked to Washington for leadership, but Washington has failed us. We've asked them to fix illegal immigration. They haven't. We've asked them to get the tax burden off our families and businesses. They haven't. We asked them to end our dependence on foreign oil. They haven't. We asked them to maintain high ethical standards. They haven't. We asked them to fix Social Security. They haven't. We asked them to stop spending money on pork barrel projects. We asked them to balance our budget. They haven't. We asked them time and time and time again, and they just haven't gotten the job done. You see, Washington is fundamentally broken. And we're not going to change Washington by sending the same people back just to sit in different chairs. I think it's time for the politicians to leave Washington and for the citizens to take over. It is time for a change in Washington, and here's some of the things we're going to do. First, we're going to strengthen our families. We'll make sure that every citizen in our country has affordable health insurance that they can't lose. Private, free market insurance, not socialized medicine, not Hillary Care. We'll make sure our kids have great schools. We'll treat teachers like the professionals they are, and we'll put our kids first and the unions behind. And to build strong families, we'll teach our kids that before they have babies, they should get married. So we'll strengthen our families and we'll strengthen our military. We need more troops, we need better funding, we need better equipment, and we need better care for our veterans. And let's point out to all those who criticize President Bush that it's thanks to him that we've been safe these last 6 years. So strengthen our families and strengthen our military, and finally we need to strengthen our economy. I spent my entire life in the real economy. I know why jobs come, I know why they go. I've been doing business in 20 countries around the world. I've run small business and large business. The economy is in my DNA. Many of the people across our country are worried about their retirement accounts. They wonder if they can pay for the college education of their child. They see their largest asset, their home value, dropping. Some wonder if their job is going to be secure in a new global economy. Americans wonder how they can afford the rising cost of health care and gasoline and taxes. These are real challenges. At a time like this, America needs a president in the White House who has actually had a job in the real economy. You see, at a time like this, knowing how America works is more important than knowing how Washington works. The Democrats think that America's greatness flows from our government. They're wrong. The source of America's greatness is the American people. Hard-working, innovative, risk-taking, family-oriented, God-fearing, freedom-loving American people have always been the source of America's greatness, and they always will be. And so the right course for America isn't to strengthen our government, but to strengthen our people. And to do that, we're going to have to change Washington. And change will begin with us. This presidential election in November of '08 is not about yesterday. It's about tomorrow. It's not about refighting the battles of the past. It's about winning the future for our children and their children and for America. When you go home tonight and you go and kiss your son or your daughter before you go to sleep, you can promise them that this generation will meet the challenges of our time, that we'll leave them a stronger America. And you can tell them to dream big, because for the children of America, every dream will be possible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mitt Romney, the former governor of Massachusetts, coming in second in the Republican presidential primary tonight in Florida. He's making it clear, though, he's not going anywhere. He's staying in this race. He'll be at the Republican presidential debate tomorrow night that Anderson Cooper is going to be moderating together with the winner of the Republican primary in Florida, John McCain. Mike Huckabee earlier saying he's on the way as well. He's not dropping out. I assume Ron Paul won't be dropping out. But interestingly enough, from Rudy Giuliani, who did not do well, did not come in first, did not come in second in Florida. We heard him just a little while ago, and he was sort of non-committal. Didn't say he was leaving, didn't say he was coming. He was sort of up in the air right now. A huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani as we go forward. He didn't say he's suspending his campaign. He just didn't say what he's doing in the course of his remarks to his supporters, but he did speak on several occasions in the past tense about his campaign, sending perhaps a signal about his intention. He always said he was going to win Florida. He was going to devote his energies to Florida. That didn't happen. He's the loser tonight. John McCain, the big winner tonight. And remember, Florida is a state where the winner takes all. Look at this. The CNN delegate estimate for the state of Florida, 57 total delegates. That's half of what they were supposed to get, but they were stripped of half of their delegates because they moved up their primary. But all 57 of the delegates who were at stake tonight in Florida, all 57 will go to McCain, 0 to Romney, 0 to Giuliani, 0 to Huckabee. 57 delegates. That's an important pickup, a very important pickup for John McCain. We're waiting to hear from John McCain. He's going to be speaking to his supporters at McCain headquarters, a decisive win right now. We're also going to be speaking to Hillary Clinton. That's coming up here from the CNN Election Center. She won the Democratic presidential primary in Florida tonight, even though she will receive no delegates as a result of that win in Florida. Much more of our coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center right after this. And don't forget, you can always go to CNNpolitics.com for all the latest information, including live streams of all the candidates. We'll be right back. A big win for John McCain tonight in the Florida Republican primary. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Will Flitzer reporting. John McCain, the longtime senator from Arizona, decisively wins in Florida tonight. John McCain wins over Mitt Romney right now with 72% of the precincts reporting 36% for McCain. He's had a steady lead throughout this evening. Romney with 31%, a huge disappointment for Rudy Giuliani with only 15%. Mike Huckabee 14%, 72% of the precincts reporting. If you want to take a look at the actual numbers that have come in so far, a big win for John McCain, 573,000 to 497,000 or so for Mitt Romney, and Rudy Giuliani, 239,000, 212,000 for Mike Huckabee. Ron Paul, 50,000. He's walking in right now with his family, John McCain, to his headquarters down in Miami, and there he is with his wife, Cindy. They're getting ready to celebrate a win. They needed this win tonight. And there's the governor, Charlie Crist, the Senator Mel Martinez. They're all there. He got a lot of support from the establishment, the Republican establishment, including the governor, Charlie Crist, and that was critical. Senator McCain is going to speak to his supporters right now, and I want to make sure we get a chance to hear what he has to say. He needed this win tonight to go forward with some significant momentum towards next Tuesday, Super Tuesday primaries. He will get all of the 57 delegates. Here's Senator McCain.
Thank you, Florida Republicans, for bringing a former Florida resident across the finish line first. And as I have been repeatedly reminded lately, an all-Republican primary. Friends, I've always loved this beautiful state. From the time I was a young naval aviator learning my trade in Pensacola, to the time I commanded the largest air squadron in the United States Navy at Cecil Field. Most of all, I've always been indebted to Florida friends and neighbors in Orange Park for taking such good care of my family while I was away while I was away on a longer than expected tour of duty. Florida has always been a special place to me, and it is all the more so tonight. Our victory might not have reached landslide proportions, but it is sweet nonetheless. My friends, I am deeply grateful. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who worked so hard to make it happen. Time will only allow me to thank a few of our Florida supporters by name, but to everyone who, in good times and bad, devoted much time, energy, and hope to keeping our candidacy competitive, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, of course, to the great governor of Florida, Governor Charlie Crist. My dear friend, Senator Mel Martinez. Thank you, Mel. To Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, Congressman Lincoln and Mario Diaz-Balart, Representative Marcelo Llorente, Commissioner Mildred Fernandez, Representative Adam Hasner, Senator Darrell Peden. Thank you, Senator Darrell Peden. Representative Ellen Bogdanoff, and Council President Darrell Davis. And thank you so much to our tremendous statewide volunteers, leadership who stuck with us for 18 long, very long months. And as always, I want to thank my family for their extraordinary support and encouragement. My wife, Cindy, daughter, Megan, and son, Doug, and my children who are not here. It's obvious to me, as it should be to everyone, that I could not have done this without you. My friends, this was a hard-fought election and worth fighting hard for. But I've been on the other side of such contests before and experienced the disappointment. I offer my best wishes to Governor Romney and his supporters. You fought hard. You fought hard. You fought hard for your candidate, and the margin that separated us tonight surely isn't big enough for me to brag about or for you to despair. Governor Huckabee and his supporters, as always, brought to this campaign conviction and passion, and something we don't always have enough of in these contests, good humor and grace. Thank you, Governor Huckabee. And I want to thank my dear friend Rudy Giuliani, who invested his heart and soul in this primary, and who conducted himself with all the qualities of the exceptional American leader he truly is. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Rudy, for all you have added to this race and for being an inspiration to me and millions of Americans. My friends, in 1 week, we will have as close to a national primary as we've ever had in this country. I intend to win it and be the nominee of our party. I intend to do that by making it clear what I stand for. I stand for the principles and policies that first attracted me to the Republican Party when I heard in whispered conversations and tap codes about the then governor of California, who stood by me and my comrades, and who was making quite a reputation for standing by his convictions no matter the changing political winds or thought and popular culture. When I left the Navy and entered public life, I enlisted as a foot soldier in the political revolution he began. And I am as proud today to be a Republican conservative as I was then. I trust in the courage, good sense, resourcefulness, and decency of the American people, who deserve a government that trusts in their qualities as well and doesn't abrogate to itself the responsibilities to do for the people what the people can and want to do for themselves. We Republicans have always known that the first responsibility of government is to keep this country safe from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the American people, unburdened by the heavy hand of government that spends too much of their money on things they neither want nor need, while failing to do as well as we should the things none of us can do individually. Government must defend our nation's security wisely and effectively because the cost of our defense is so dear to us, measured in losses so hard to bear, in the heartbreak of so many families. Government must respect our values because they are the true source of our strength and enforce the rule of law, which distinguishes successful democracies from failed societies and is the first defense of freedom. And the judges we appoint to federal benches must understand that that is their only responsibility and leave to elected officials their responsibility to make the laws they enforce. We believe government should do only those things we cannot do individually, to tax us no more than necessary and spend no more than necessary, and then get out of the way of the most industrious, ingenious, and optimistic people in the history of the world so that they can build an even greater country than the one they inherited. My friends, as I said the other week in South Carolina, there's nothing in our country that is inevitable. We can overcome any challenge as long as we keep our courage and stand by the principles that have made our party and our country great. Our party has always been successful when we have, like Ronald Reagan, stood fast by our convictions, and we've only suffered when our allegiance to our principles has not been as steadfast as it should. I intend to make my stand on those principles, and I am confident we will succeed in this contest and in the bigger one in November against against anyone the Democratic Party nominates. Most importantly, I promise you again, I will always put America, her strength, her ideals, her future, before every other consideration. Tonight, my friends, we celebrate. Tomorrow, it's back to work. We have a ways to go, but we're getting close. And for that, you all have my profound thanks. Good night, and God bless you, and God bless America.
24 hours from now, John McCain will be on this stage here at the Ronald Reagan Library in Simi Valley, California, sitting where right now the best political team on television is sitting. Bill Bennett, as you listen to that speech, he talked about Ronald Reagan, he talked about judges, he talked about the road ahead. The work begins tomorrow. What work does John McCain now have to do to reach out to conservatives?
He has to talk to conservatives, and from the line about judges, it sounds to me as if that was an effort to begin that conversation. The anger and bitterness at John McCain is extraordinary among a lot of conservatives. There are, I think, one or two conservative talk show hosts, I'm one of them, who have said nice things and good praised John McCain, certainly where it's deserved, though noting disagreement. But many of the talk show hosts and many of the people who listen are just angry.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh famously.
Right, Rush Limbaugh, Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity has been pretty tough on him. I went an hour and 20 minutes on my talk show this morning, basically a center-right audience, before someone called and said something nice about
An hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, wow. Now he has got to, he's got to reach out. You don't want the prospect of a convention, of a convention where a lot of the conservative base is unhappy. He has to make the distinction. It's John McCain, so you know you're not going to get everything you want. But he can say, I'm willing on principle to compromise. I'm not willing to compromise on principle, but let's talk.
I also want to bring in Donna Brazile for the first time this evening. Donna, it's good to have you here. John McCain, as he considers running against Hillary Clinton or running against Barack Obama, what are the different calibrations he has to make?
Well, first of all, John McCain has to unify the Republican Party, ensure that they won't attack him for his position on immigration and perhaps his non-support of the Bush tax cuts. I think going forward, the Democrats clearly can talk about the economy, whether the party has an edge on not just the Republicans, but also Senator McCain, and whether it's Obama or Clinton. I think the Democrats are well positioned to have this fight. Look, there's no question that John McCain has a strong resume. He's seen as an effective leader. He's seen as a maverick. He's seen as someone who can draw independence. So it will be an uphill battle, but I'm convinced at the end of the day the Democrats could still carry the day.
You know, when John McCain was going through that map, what I kept looking at was coalition building. I kept saying in terms of what kind of coalition can he build in November. Absolutely, he must be able to reach out to conservatives who have a problem with him. I was getting some text messages from conservatives who said, look, tonight did not clear up that answer. But the wild card here is this. If Senator Hillary Clinton is the nominee, she serves that purpose. She serves the purpose to harden conservatives. I just think they dislike her more than they dislike McCain. Now, granted, he still must reach out to him, but conservatives also must answer a very critical question. Do you want to be so hardcore and principled that you don't hold on to the White House?
You know, this isn't a fight that just started yesterday with John McCain and conservatives. This is a fight that's sort of gone on a long time. And he's not a fellow who sort of says, okay, your way. Well, he fights his fights. And sometimes he makes people really, really angry. I mean, we noticed tonight, sitting around this table, that he didn't seem to mention Mitt Romney in that speech. And that's, unless we missed something, but that's a little bit of John McCain there. That's right. And he's got that fight in him, and you know he's going to reach out. You know he's going to try and build those bridges. But the question is, will conservatives trust him? And the other question is, of course, where do they go?
John King in New York. John, what does the road ahead for John McCain look like?
Well, Anderson, the road ahead is Super Tuesday, but I want to quickly look at the map of Florida, because to the very point you're talking tonight, there is no question John McCain faces a skeptical conservative base. But I want you to look at the sweep of his victory here tonight. These are the counties won by John McCain in Florida. Now we're at 76%. There's still some vote coming in. But many thought Governor Romney would win in here. These are swing voters, conservatives in the Republican primary, but this is the part of Florida that will settle a very close competitive election if it is a competitive election in November. John McCain did very well along the I-4 corridor, incredibly well, including winning up in the Orlando area, down through the Tampa area. This is what settles Florida in a close general election. McCain did very well. Now, you're talking about his problem with conservatives. This is not liberal country. This is just south of Georgia, just south of Alabama. John McCain is winning all the way across. Romney wins Jacksonville. McCain wins everything else all the way over to Pensacola. Those are conservative voters. They are Christian conservatives. They are evangelicals. They are rural Republicans. And so he has not completed the sale tonight. He has a great deal of skepticism to come ahead, but that is a fairly sweeping win for John McCain. And we're looking at Florida right here tonight. You're all talking about what comes next, and there it is on Super Tuesday. There are more states like Florida in terms of the composition of the Republican Party on this map than there are states that are more, say, like Georgia and Alabama, where you have a much more conservative base, fundamental conservative base. And the problem for Mitt Romney going forward, they view this, the Romney campaign views this as a two-man race now. Well, the most conservative states on this map are the states where Mike Huckabee is going to play. He was in Missouri tonight, the Right to Life movement in southern Missouri, these southern states, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. So as Romney tries to establish himself as the conservative alternative to John McCain, number one, we expect Giuliani to endorse McCain as early as tomorrow. And number two, Governor Romney, in trying to seek that conservative territory, not only will have to deal with McCain's outreach to conservatives, but will still have to deal with Governor Huckabee across the South.
Very tough for Romney, very tough.
Very tough for Romney. Bill Bennett is saying we're going to take a short break. On the other side of this break, Will Blitzer will be talking to Hillary Clinton. Interesting, she canceled a number of interviews last night, both with CNN and the other networks. Apparently tonight she feels she wants to be available, touting no doubt what she calls her big win in Florida. We'll hear from her shortly in a moment. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. We're here at the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Joining us now from Florida is Democratic Senator Hillary Clinton, the Democratic presidential candidate. She's got a big smile on her face because of Florida. Senator, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you, Wolf. It's great to talk to you.
Well, Barack Obama and a lot of other Democrats say, you know what, you won in Florida, but really it has no significance because no delegates from Florida will be going to the Democratic convention in Denver. The candidates, you yourself, you couldn't campaign there. Barack Obama couldn't. John Edwards couldn't. So why is this a big deal?
Well, it's a really big deal because Florida's a big deal, just like Michigan before. These are two states that Democrats have to try to win in November. And I am thrilled that so many Floridians came out to vote today, you know, several million apparently. And we had a tremendous turnout in the Democratic primary. Obviously, the people of Florida thought this counted. And I have said that I will do everything I can, if I'm the nominee, to make sure that the Florida delegates are seated. Because I want people in Florida to feel empowered and part of this process. We're going to need people to be excited about this election. And I'm going to do everything I can to convince my delegates and others to vote to seat the Florida delegates as well.
If it's a very close contest in Denver at the Democratic convention, a brokered convention as they call it, and those Florida and Michigan delegates could be decisive, would you go to court to get them seated?
Oh, Wolf, this is all pretty premature. We don't even know who the nominee is going to be yet, but I just want to underscore the principle here. It is both a matter of principle that we let people have their voices heard. And I think that in the case of both Michigan and now Florida, people turned out. Nobody campaigned. We didn't have the opportunity to ask for their votes, but they obviously felt so strongly about this election, and the reason is because there's so much at stake. You know, the challenges are huge, and I think we need every American to feel part of this year, because as the election moves forward, we're going to hopefully have a huge turnout in November, which will give us the support we need to make some of the tough decisions that will await the next president.
John McCain is the winner on the Republican side. You know him quite well. In fact, your husband, the former president, says if it were a contest between Hillary Clinton and John McCain, it would probably be the most cordial in history, given your very good relationship with him. The fact that you don't necessarily disagree on a lot of the substantive issues. Is Bill Clinton right about that? Do you have such a great relationship with John McCain?
Well, I have a very good one, and I look forward, if that is the case, to campaigning on the issues. There are big differences between us. Obviously, we have different approaches about what we should do here at home and around the world. But I think the American people are hungry for an election about specifics. I want to be held accountable, Wolf. That's why I talk very specifically about what I want to do when it comes to the economy and education, energy, health care, because I want people to know that when the cameras are turned off and the speeches are done, I'm going to do everything I can to deliver for the American people, to help us fix our problems, because otherwise I think we're going to continue to drift, and I don't think that's healthy for our country.
Is former President Clinton, your husband, since South Carolina, taking a sort of kinder, gentler tone now? Have we seen a shift in your strategy and his?
Well, you know, he has always been a great promoter and defender of mine, as the spouses of the other candidates are as well. And he has certainly a record that proves his commitment to civil rights and human rights and women's rights and so many of the other big issues of the last decades. I take responsibility for my campaign. If anything was said by anyone that caused any offense, you know, I certainly am sorry for that, because it was certainly not intended. But what is intended is that we stay focused on the big issues affecting the American people. You know, I think Americans remember that when Bill was in the White House, he got up every day, went to work on behalf of, you know, the people of this country. That's the kind of president that I want to be, representing everyone, you know, rolling up my sleeves, solving problems, and bringing the country together.
We heard President Bush last night tell Congress, and you were there, that the State of the Union remains strong. What is your assessment of the State of the Union right now?
Well, the State of the Union is not a speech once a year by the president. It's, you know, what's in the hearts and minds of the American people. And of course, we are a resilient country, but as I travel around talking with people in their homes and restaurants and other gathering places, I have a lot of, I hear a lot of insecurity. I hear a lot of people worried about losing their homes to foreclosure, or losing their health care, or not getting their insurance company to pay for what the doctor says they need, or after having saved, still not having enough to send their child to college. So I think that the president's view of what's happening in the country is not the one that I have. And that's why, again, in this campaign, I have talked very specifically about how we're going to get the economy going and create new jobs with rising incomes, how we're going to have health care for everybody, and a new energy policy that will make us independent and more secure and deal with global warming. And, you know, all of these matters are not ones that, I sit in a room and say, well, this is a good idea. It's what people tell me. I listen and I learn from what's going on in the lives of the American people. And I don't think that what we heard last night really reflects the real concerns that Americans have today.
All right, one final question. I know our time is brief. You're a president. Let's assume you become president of the United States. Day one in the Oval Office, what's the first thing? What's your top priority? What's the first thing you do?
Well, I've outlined, number one, I'll ask my Joint Chiefs and Secretary of Defense and security advisors to begin working immediately on a plan to bring our troops home within 60 days. I will reverse a lot of the executive orders that I think gave too much power to the presidency at the expense of the rest of our government and the rights and civil liberties of the American people. I will immediately ask the Congress to send me bills that President Bush vetoed, like the expansion of the Children's Health Insurance Program and stem cell research, and I will send a message around the world that we're going to start working to find common ground and rebuilding our relationships and alliances, and of course begin to work with the Congress on the agenda that I've put forth in this campaign that I think would make our country, safer and stronger and richer and fairer as we go forward.
Sounds like you would have a very, very busy day on that first day in the Oval Office.
I would, Wolf.
All right. Thanks very much for coming in. Congratulations on your win in Florida. Even though you don't get any delegates, we'll see what happens next Tuesday. We'll see you at the Democratic presidential debate that I'll be moderating in Los Angeles at the Kodak Theater Thursday night. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hillary Clinton, the Democratic presidential candidate, joining us. Let's get some analysis on what we just heard from another Democrat, Donna Brazile, who's joining us in Washington, the campaign manager for Al Gore back in 2000, a friend of the Clintons, friends of Barack Obama. Does Senator Clinton have a point when she says she will try to get those Democrats seated, the delegates from Michigan and Florida seated at the Democratic convention in Denver? Does she have a point? Is she on solid ground? Because you're a leader in the DNC. You basically stripped those two states of the right to seat delegates.
Well, Wolf, the two states can come to the Credentials Committee once that committee is put together to appeal to have their delegates seated. once they come up with a process to select delegates. In previous election cycles, 2000 in Washington State, they had a beauty contest, and a few weeks later they held a caucus so that they could come up with a delegate selection process. So I think Senator Clinton and others should encourage the state of Florida to comply with the rules and to go ahead and come up with a process so that we can seat those delegates come this summer. Look, the Democratic National Committee did not prohibit the candidates from campaigning in Florida. The candidates signed a pledge to the 4 early states that they would not campaign in Florida. But going forward, I do believe that the party will encourage all of the states, not just Michigan and Florida, to comply with the rules so that we can seat all of the state conventions and ensure that we'll have a unified convention and a unified party going forward.
Senator Clinton says her win in Florida is a big deal. Senator Barack Obama says it's no deal, no big deal at all because he couldn't campaign there. She didn't campaign. John Edwards didn't campaign. And they all basically got the same number of Florida delegates, which is 0. They all emerged tonight with 0 delegates in Florida. Where do you come down on this?
Well, it gives Senator Clinton bragging rights. It energizes her supporters in the states that will hold contests next Tuesday. It will help her raise money. And quite frankly, it has enabled her to get back on message. What we heard tonight was Senator Clinton's voice. She was talking about the economy. She was talking about what she would do on day one. I think that is what Senator Clinton hoped to accomplish tonight, and she did. So I think going forward, Senator Obama, Senator Edwards, and others, of course, Senator Clinton, must continue to talk about the issues, galvanize people. One other point I wanted to make, Wolf, and I haven't seen all of the turnout figures, but it appears that the Republicans had an edge tonight. 1.6 million Floridians showed up, but with no contest on the Democratic side, over 1.3 million Democrats. That's pretty impressive. That says that the Democrats are still in the game and still in the hunt for those 27 electoral votes this fall.
Our CNN analyst, Donna Brazil, a Democratic strategist. Donna, thanks very much. We'll get back with you. Once again, the big story tonight, John McCain, the winner of the Republican presidential primary, beating Mitt Romney. Rudy Giuliani coming in maybe 3rd, maybe 4th, with 80% of the precincts now reporting Rudy Giuliani still 3rd with 15%. To Mike Huckabee's 14%, but it's clear that this is a huge, huge loss for him. We're standing by to hear what he has to say. Anderson Cooper is coming up right after a quick break with the best political team on television, and we're going to take the road ahead to next Tuesday, Super Tuesday, when perhaps 50% of the country will have an opportunity to get involved in the Republican and Democratic presidential contests. Much more ahead on our special coverage right after this.
One of the many questions tonight that we are following is what happens to Rudy Giuliani. Let's check in with John King, who has some more information on that. John, what have you heard?
Well, Anderson, 2 Republican sources with direct knowledge of the discussions tell CNN that the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will endorse John McCain in California tomorrow. To do that, of course, he will end his presidential campaign and drop out of the race for the Republican nomination. Again, this information comes from 2 Republican sources who are involved and familiar with the discussions about making all this happen. You heard Mayor Giuliani tonight conceding the race in Florida. Most of his speech delivered in the past tense. He did not, though, say in that speech that he planned to end his campaign. But we are told, again, by these 2 sources, reliable sources familiar and involved in the discussions, that the arrangements have been made between the McCain campaign and the Giuliani campaign. The mayor will fly to California tomorrow, and we are told he will endorse John McCain in California. We're trying to get the exact details of the event, but obviously this would be a big boost for McCain coming off his big win in Florida tonight to get that endorsement before the big Republican debate you will be hosting out in California tomorrow night. It obviously removes Rudy Giuliani from the stage once he drops out of the race, but the McCain camp believes it will help in California, where Giuliani was running 3rd, I believe around 13% in our most recent polls, and it will give him somebody with a national profile who we are told from the McCain side of this equation is likely to campaign for McCain in the days and weeks ahead. So Senator McCain emerges from Florida, not only considered by all in his party, but also by most in the Democratic Party, as now the clear Republican frontrunner, and these sources telling us he will get a big endorsement from Mayor Giuliani tomorrow as Giuliani ends what has to be a very disappointing campaign, Anderson. At least $35 million in spending and no victories to show for it.
John King saying it removes Rudy Giuliani from the stage. Here in the Reagan Library, quite literally removes him from the stage. We have a table built for 5 candidates. Obviously, we will take one chair away. I'm not sure if we can saw off the end of the table or not, but we'll see what we can do by tomorrow night. Gloria Borger, you wanted to clarify something you said earlier?
Yes, I want to clarify something because I stand corrected. John McCain did indeed offer his best wishes to Governor Romney and his supporters. He was quite gracious about it. As you know, that's probably the last nice thing he's going to say about Governor Romney. But on the Giuliani front, those two are friends. They have liked each other. Obviously, as John was talking about, Super Tuesday, New Jersey, New York, 2 very big winner-take-all states that Giuliani can help McCain with. However, there is a little bit of a downside to this, which is what are conservatives going to think? Because Rudy Giuliani is no conservative hero, and they might say, oh, this is a great team. Rudy Giuliani and John McCain, not so much.
Let's check in with Bill Bennett.
I got to be in a radio studio 2:30 this morning, so I'll answer that question and I'll go to bed. I'll try to answer it because advice to John McCain, advice to conservatives. To John McCain, start to do the following kinds of things. Start to talk about people like Senator Coburn from Oklahoma as someone you're thinking about. Have him travel around. Very strong fiscal conservative.
As someone you're thinking about for...
Sure, for vice president. Get the word out. Go to the border. Stand there and say, I know people have disagreed with me on immigration, but we are going to seal this border. We're going to get this thing right, and then we will talk about other things to do. That's a condition of credibility. Seal the border. And then continue to say, as he's been saying, I will defend the country and win this war. And stop talking so much about Rumsfeld and talk more about Democrats who were never for this war or who wouldn't support it. To conservatives, they need to be reminded that John McCain is pro-life. He is a hawk on spending, pork barrel spending, and he is a strong defense conservative. And the other thing conservatives need to realize is he is likely to be the candidate. So they need to think hard about that, and both sides hopefully can meet in the middle.
And of course, that line in the speech when he mentioned judges. I mean, look, I know conservatives don't like the guy, but they're right now sitting 1 seat away from having a majority on the Supreme Court. And if Clinton is a nominee, or even if Obama, let's say Democrats win, the next president may very well appoint 3 choices to the Supreme Court. I just don't think conservatives are going to be that hardcore, recognizing that they could potentially lock up the Supreme Court for the next generation.
Bill Bennett's radio program is Morning in America. I know he's going to take off for that. We'll listen tomorrow morning. We'll hear from you tomorrow night after the debate here on this stage.
Roland, very good point. And notice, in his very short speech, he mentioned judges.
Right.
Roland's on to something very
judges, and a lot of talk about Ronald Reagan as well.
Right, but this is all about the way the Republican Party is changing. Here we are at the Reagan Library, but it's moving post-Reagan, and the party's not quite sure where to go, and that's what this is about.
In New York, let's bring in David Gergen, who has joined us for this hour. David, good evening to you. This is the first time we've heard from you tonight. Your thoughts?
Well, I hesitate to disagree with Bill Bennett, but I would like to make one point about John McCain. It seems to me more important than whether he makes gestures to the right or to the left is to be himself. What's really working for John McCain is he seems more authentic tonight, and I think people are looking for authenticity that makes him a stronger candidate in the fall. You know, he went off to his right at one point and seemed to be pandering to the conservatives in a variety of different ways early on in the campaign, and the campaign spiraled downward, not upward. So that in that sense, I think the notes he struck in that speech tonight were terrific for him, both with the party and with the broader electorate. You know, Churchill had this this motto: in defeat, defiance; in victory, magnanimity. And John McCain was extremely magnanimous in that speech tonight. You know, saluting Mitt Romney, saluting the others, having special words of warmth for Rudy Giuliani. And I think in that sense, what McCain is presenting himself as is a person who can be the uniter. And it was interesting tonight that Hillary Clinton, in talking to Wolf, went back to her warmer, more gracious self, because I think she now sees that contentious, combative self that says she sometimes displayed and her husband displayed is not very helpful in this kind of campaign.
At this point, though, with all that has been said between Mitt Romney and John McCain over the last several days, the battles back and forth over Iraq, their positions on that, the battles back and forth over who is a real conservative, allegations of each of them by each of them that the other is a liberal, can they go back now to a more civil tone, or is the die cast on this one for between those two?
I have to tell you, I think that for John McCain, if he thinks he has the edge in California and New York, as he probably will, and very importantly, if he can bring in the money, that's going to be the big question, because he hasn't been able to open those spigots so far, but tonight's victory should help a great deal in that. If he has the money and he has the edge, I would think that he does not want to get too down and dirty in a campaign to get, let Romney be the one who seems highly combative. He can go above it and still, and use a stiletto, not a sledgehammer when he goes after Romney.
Amy Holmes, also in New York. You agree with that, Amy?
I do agree with that, but we do know there's so much bad blood between these two candidates, and I think tomorrow night is going to be a pretty sharp discussion and sharp debate, especially that we saw that the voters in Florida thought that McCain was stronger on the economy, so we know Mitt Romney is going to try to regain that ground. But I'd also like to point out that tonight in John McCain's speech, while he was glowing with the thrill of victory, right at the very top, he took proud ownership of winning among Republicans in an all-Republican primary. That was very important for John McCain. And while we talk about his conservative outreach, his conservative appeal, he had started the process. Back in 2006, he gave the commencement address at Liberty University at Jerry Falwell's invitation. So he is trying to make those overtures. But you look at this exit polling data in Florida, and it is very interesting when you look at conservatives. We know that Romney won among conservatives. He won among evangelicals. He tied with Huckabee. Romney won the pro-lifers, even though John McCain has a 100% pro-life record. As everyone has said today, what pushed McCain over the edge was that he won big with the people who looked at personal qualities. And in that all-important area that John King was talking about before on the map, Tampa, the Tampa Tribune and the St. Pete's Times both endorsed McCain precisely because of his personal virtues.
Jeffrey Toobin, it was interesting watching Rudy Giuliani speak tonight, though it was not officially a concession speech. He has not officially announced that he is leaving the race, though reporting by John King says that he will, based on two sources close to the camps. Rudy Giuliani appeared more relaxed and having more fun than I think anyone has seen him on the campaign trail in quite some time.
Yes, I mean, this campaign was a wall-to-wall disaster for Rudy Giuliani. I mean, there was nothing good that happened to him after the fall. And he did not seem all that interested. He seemed somewhat more interested than Fred Thompson, but that's not saying much. And the campaign, was precipitous downhill all fall. And, a big problem is his Republican Party doesn't really exist anymore. There used to be pro-choice people in the Republican Party. There used to be pro-immigration rights people in the Republican Party. They're gone. This is a Southern and Western party now that has a real orthodoxy in it, and there's no room for people like Rudy Giuliani anymore.
I do have to disagree with that point about the pro-choicers. In fact, in Florida, 44% of those Republican voters were pro-choicers. They think abortion should be legal, and John McCain did very well among those voters. But, watching Giuliani tonight, it reminded me of Bob Dole back in 1996. I don't know if you remember. He went on Letterman the night after he lost to Bill Clinton, and all of a sudden he was funny, he was relaxed, he was terrific, and Letterman looked at him and said, "Why didn't you do this before?" So unfortunately for Giuliani, tonight was too little too late.
Giuliani's problem, I think, was that he had to run way to the right, and he's just not a way to the right candidate. At the end in Florida, he was running as someone who would cut your taxes more than any of the other candidates. And that's not what Rudy Giuliani's campaign was about. It was about terrorism. It was about 9/11. And that's his bond, of course, with John McCain. I think this is a fight inside the Republican Party right now that Bennett was talking about. And we're going to see it played out in this election.
And John King, just for those of us, for those viewers who may just be joining, what are you hearing from your sources about Rudy Giuliani going out on the campaign trail? Is it just going to be in the Northeast? Is it more widespread? Do we know?
Well, we know that is part of the discussions tonight, Anderson. The sources who tell us about these discussions say the endorsement will come in California tomorrow, and that in the conversations, the McCain camp is, as part of the encouragement to Giuliani, has said that Senator McCain would very much like Rudy Giuliani to become part of the campaign, to become a campaign surrogate. Where that would take place is an interesting question going forward. You've had all the conversations with Bill and Gloria and David and others about, Rudy Giuliani has appeal among voters who put terrorism first, and he has great personal appeal. He is obviously not known as a cultural conservative, a social conservative, but could he be an asset? Of course, he could be in some areas. He could also help with some fundraising. something that Senator McCain very much needs right now. So as to specifically where, we know it will begin in California, where you have a more moderate Republican Party, a strong conservative base, but also a moderate wing of the Republican Party, and then we'll see where it goes from there. And part of the calculation here is, remember, 20 states vote on February 5th, so the more high-profile surrogates you have to go to the Northeast, to go to the South, to stay out on the West Coast, the mountain states, the Southwest, and on, the more high-profile surrogates you have, the better.
Anderson, there's just
I got to take a quick break.
Okay.
We'll have more of this just after the break. CNNpolitics.com is where you can follow county by county the numbers coming in, as we are seeing the numbers coming in from the state of Florida. A lot more coverage continues. We'll be back in a moment.
Here's the big story tonight. John McCain, the big winner in the state of Florida. He captures the Republican presidential nomination with 82% of the precincts now in. McCain with 36%. It's been a steady lead for him now for several hours. 31% for Mitt Romney, 15% for Rudy Giuliani. A huge loss. He's about to drop out of this contest. And Mike Huckabee, 14%. In terms of the numbers that have come in, 646,000 for McCain to 556,000 for Romney. Only 264,900 or so for Giuliani, 242,800 for Huckabee. Ron Paul with 57,818. But here's the important number, 57. 57 Republican delegates to their convention in St. Paul at the end of the summer were up for grabs. Winner takes all. Winner takes all in the state of Florida. All 57 of those delegates will go to John McCain. 0 for Romney, 0 for Giuliani, 0 for Huckabee. John McCain, the big winner in Florida tonight. Let's go over to Abby Tatton, because she's taking a look online to see what John McCain, the big winner in Florida tonight, is saying to his supporters online.
Well, if this is what the campaign is telling them right now, thank you, Florida, but the rest of you, we need you to get into gear. Tonight, literally, they're asking for campaign donations this evening before you go to bed that can be used tomorrow. They're saying we immediately have to expand into a nationwide campaign. And you can see on the website here, it's now focused on Super Tuesday. Now, this campaign that has had limited resources has been hitting up these supporters pretty hard. We got an email after South Carolina, after the win there, saying, come, literally pack your bags, come to Florida and come and help us out. So they're asking them again for more donations. He's got the win in Florida, and to look and see how that went down. This is where all the results are coming in county by county. We've got pretty much 100% reporting across the board there at CNNpolitics.com.
Big win for John McCain. He had some significant support. The governor, specifically in Florida, Charlie Crist, supporting him. Mel Martinez, one of the Republican senators. There's a Democratic Senator, Bill Nelson, who supported Hillary Clinton, but a big win for John McCain right now. Let's go over to Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider, because they're taking a look at how he did it. I guess that's a big question that we're going to be analyzing over the course of the next days, but you've got some information.
Yeah, you know, the exit polls always really give you a lot of insight on that. You know, Hillary Clinton, when you were talking to her a moment ago, she was saying, well, now the election's moving forward. And so we wanted to look forward to and talk about opportunities and obstacles for Senator McCain. What do we learn from the exit polls about what he has to face ahead? One important question from the exit poll, in fact, was what's more important to you, personal qualities or issues? What do we see?
And the answer is, for voters who said they voted for someone on personal qualities, John McCain came out way ahead, 44-28 over Mitt Romney. David Gergen just mentioned authenticity as one of McCain's real attributes that people responded to. That was a personal quality, and that helped him win, certainly. It was a very personal vote, not issues, not ideology.
Well, here's something that needs some work, I would say. Yes. Shares my values was a question that was put to people who are voting in the exit poll. Horrible number for McCain.
Very bad, and these are values voters. It's a problem for John McCain as he goes forward. Only 20% of the values voters said they voted for John McCain. Romney and Huckabee both beat McCain in this category. He's got some work to do to shore up his support among the values voters in the Republican primaries.
He did well among people who had a negative opinion of President Bush.
You know, all the candidates are talking about change. It's the Obama theme. Hillary Clinton talks about change. Can a Republican talk about change? How about this? Among Republicans who don't like President Bush, and that's about a third of the Florida Republicans, there are a lot of Republicans who want change, too. They voted for John McCain. That could be a problem as he goes forward in the Republican primaries, because a lot of Republicans do like President Bush. But if he becomes the Republican nominee, it just might happen that he could run as a candidate of, believe it or not, change.
A guy who's been in the business for quite a while,
Yes.
a candidate change. You know, you were talking earlier about electability, who has the best chance come November, and McCain does well there.
Take a look. Among all the Florida Republican voters, we asked, who do you think has the best chance of winning in November? McCain dominated that category. That might have been Rudy Giuliani. He was supposed to be the most electable Republican.
He's at 11%.
11%. That's why he lost. McCain is beating him 4-1 when Republicans are asked, who has the best chance of winning in November? They pick McCain. They do not pick Giuliani by a clear margin.
Isn't that a contradictory number, though, when you consider that the core of the Republican core doesn't like him?
They don't like which?
Don't support John McCain. I mean, that's where his struggle is. We've seen. That's what he's got to reach out to.
Even a lot of people who don't support or agree with John McCain believe he just might be electable because he's shown so much support from independents and even some Democrats. There are some Democrats who love him, some Democrats who hate him, some Republicans who love him, and some Republicans who hate him. He's a very interesting character. And one more thing, Soledad and Wolf, here's a little reminder. The primary season actually has not yet begun. It doesn't officially begin
feel like that.
until next week. That's when the window opens. That's why the Florida primary is being penalized, because everything that's happened so far is early. It begins next week on Super Tuesday, which might be the day it ends.
Well,
it's a good point, because the Democrats stripped Florida of all the delegates. The Republicans stripped Florida of half of their delegates because they moved up before Super Tuesday next week. 21 Republican caucuses and primaries next Tuesday, 22, I think, Democratic caucuses and primaries next Tuesday. Half of the country is going to be voting. That's going to be huge. We're counting down to 1 week from today. Soledad and Bill, stand by. We're going to be getting back to you with more information. Remember, we're now reporting, thanks to our John King, that Rudy Giuliani is going to be dropping out of this race. Now there will be four Republican candidates at the Republican debate tomorrow night in Simi Valley at the Reagan Library. There you see Anderson Cooper and Gloria Borger sitting there. Roland Martin, our contributor as well, before a replica of the United States of America Air Force One, the actual plane that Ronald Reagan used to fly in when he was president of the United States. There were supposed to be 5, but now there will be 4. 4 Republican candidates left, 3 Democratic candidates left. They'll be debating the next night at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. When we come back, Anderson Cooper will pick up our coverage. Much more coming up. A big night, though, for John McCain. You can't belittle his win in Florida tonight.
And a remarkable evening of politics. We've been watching from the CNN Election Center and also here from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. If you have not been here, it is a remarkable facility, and the stage is set literally for tomorrow night's debate between well, we're not sure exactly who's going to show up. I mean, all the candidates will. Whether or not Rudy Giuliani will still be in the race at that point, it seems like he will not be, based on our reporting this evening. But of course, that remains to be seen. We will be ready for whoever it is who shows up. We do know John McCain, Ron Paul, Mike Huckabee, of course, and Governor Mitt Romney all will be here on this stage. The backdrop for it is probably one of the most remarkable backdrops of any debate so far in this election year. It is the original Air Force One jet that President Ronald Reagan used while he was in office. This hangar has been built, this facility built around it. You're looking at some shots inside the Air Force One. You're looking back at where we are sitting from inside Air Force One. Truly a remarkable room. This will be the backdrop for a entire night of debate and politics starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and 5 p.m., of course, here on the West Coast. Gloria Borger, how does the strategy change with Rudy Giuliani probably not here tomorrow night?
Well, I think
how does the debate itself change?
You know, when you think about it, it'll probably be the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so I think you'll see a love fest between John McCain and Mike Huckabee. And I think Mitt Romney will be the odd man out there. Whether McCain and Huckabee will go at it as they have in the past remains to be seen. I mean, here we are in what Bill Bennett earlier referred to this as the Vatican. You know, he said it might. Are these folks going to want to mix it up here in on this hallowed ground? We'll have to see. On the other hand, everything is at stake. at that debate. Everything is at stake for John McCain, who's going to be a conservative, I can guarantee you that, tomorrow night, and everything is at stake for
Roland Martin,
Romney.
if John McCain has received an endorsement from Rudy Giuliani before that debate, does Mitt Romney then try to use that against John McCain, saying you're not a real conservative, that you have this man who's aligned, who is, you know, to the left of conservatism, now endorsing it?
And at the moment he does that, first of all, he's going to do it. I think when McCain is going to come right back and say, and guess what? You said that you were going to be even more liberal on the whole issue of gay marriage and Ted Kennedy when you ran against him. He's going to use his own words against him. What you have here is a battle, frankly, between old GOP and new GOP. It's no different than 1992 and the Democrats, when they were a party completely confused, lost 3 consecutive presidential elections, and they were trying to break the hold of the liberals on the party. Bill Clinton comes in, Southern governor, he does that. In this case here, you have evangelicals, you have hardcore conservatives who've been really running this party, but this party right now has no leader. You don't have a VP running, and so the difficulty now is, where does the party go? I think McCain is really going to stress this inclusive message by saying, look, you might be conservative, but I'm with you. You might be fiscal conservatives, I'm with you. Yep. We need to have a coalition building. He's going to preach that issue as well.
David Gergen, we heard in John McCain's speech tonight, we heard him talk about judges, we heard him talk an awful lot about Ronald Reagan. You anticipate, obviously, he will talk about Reagan tomorrow night, but a message to try to reach out to conservatives?
I think he will try to reach out to conservatives, but not pander. I think that's really, really important that he not go too far over. But he will remember Reagan. You know, there's a wonderful book written about John McCain and some others, and it's called The Nightingale's Song, and by Bob Timberg, used to be of the Baltimore Sun. And Timberg argues that a nightingale doesn't actually sing until it hears another nightingale sing, and that's what sort of awakens it. And that was what's true of John McCain. He became, Ronald Reagan was his nightingale. He heard Reagan sing, and that lit him up. And he heard that tribute to Reagan tonight. There's a very genuine warmth in John McCain about Ronald Reagan. I think we'll hear that tomorrow night.
Amy Holmes, your anticipation for the debate tomorrow?
I think it's going to be sharp, as I said. I think that Roland's right, that McCain is going to be pointing out some of the flip-flops. We saw him doing it all week leading up to Florida. And I think you're going to hear, as others have said, that John McCain is going to try to get back to those core conservative principles. That was something that was sort of oddly missing with Giuliani when he was asked, you know, what are your core principles? And he would talk about his 12 commitments. Well, for conservatives, that's sort of meaningless. And you could hear Fred Thompson, however, speak a lot more eloquently about that. I think you're going to hear that from McCain tomorrow night. And on the Romney side, you know, as we discussed before, you're going to hear Romney trying to get back the ownership of being the economic conservative, the true conservative. You heard that in his speech tonight. He started out with this sort of homespun traditionalist, I'm a grandfather, kissing my children before they go to sleep at night, and hearkening back to the 1950s, this golden era of America's greatness, and how he wants to bring that back to our country. So he's going to make that appeal tomorrow night as well.
Anderson, you know, there's a paradox about McCain's success so far. You have what I think is an unstoppable path towards the nomination. As Dana Bash heard from a McCain staffer, I think the word unstoppable is correct. Yet at the same time, he has not won even 40% at any primary so far. Not even 40% has he won. So he has a long way to go to bring the conservatives into the fold. But to do that, he's got to go in directions that the rest of the American people don't share. He's got to deepen his already profound commitment to a very unpopular war. He's got to move right on immigration. He's got to move right on abortion. And that's a difficult thing when he's got to be thinking about the general election soon.
Well, you know, actually, I'm not so sure that he has to necessarily move right on immigration in particular. That issue was, you know, bringing down his candidacy last summer when we thought that McCain was just not going to be able to make it. He seems to have neutralized that issue by, of course, emphasizing border security. The question is, are conservatives going to believe it?
And Anderson, most Republicans, even Republicans who don't like John McCain, believe in this field, Romney, McCain, Huckabee, that McCain is by far the strongest general election candidate. Even many conservatives who say they do not like John McCain, they wish he were not on this path now, where he is clearly the front runner in the fold, believe he is a much stronger general election candidate because he holds the Republican base on security. He would have issues with conservatives when it comes to taxes and the like, but they also believe, and McCain will now make the case because of what he did in Florida, the state that made George W. Bush president, he can reach out to Democrats and independents, and Democrats and Republicans concede that, even though conservatives still don't necessarily love John McCain.
the road ahead to Super Tuesday. We're going to look at that after a short break. Lou Dobbs will also be coming on the set to carry forward our coverage. We'll be right back. CNNPolitics.com, also the site you can follow along at home during the commercial breaks. We'll be right back.
Good evening. Tonight, Senator John McCain can claim unequivocal front-runner status in the Republican race for the presidency after his win in the Florida primary. Senator Hillary Clinton certainly can claim victory. It is a victory, however, that brings few, in this case, no delegates whatsoever, but it does give her bragging rights, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from her campaign about momentum as we approach Super Tuesday. For now, Senator Clinton and Senator McCain, the winners in Florida. We're going to turn to my colleagues now, Wolf Blitzer and John King at the tally board, to bring us up to date with all of the numbers. Wolf?
Thanks
John?
very much, Lou. John and I, we're going to take a look at what's coming up 1 week, John, from today. And this is, I think it's fair to say, in terms of a primary, we've never seen anything like this before.
Never anything like this at all, Wolf. Twice as many states as you normally have had on a Super Tuesday in the past. Senator McCain called it tonight essentially a national primary, and that's what it is. And look at the sweep of it geographically. You have New York, obviously the home state of Senator Clinton, Massachusetts, the home state of Governor Romney. You come down through the south here, Tennessee and West Virginia, then to the heartland of the country, Minnesota, Missouri, then out to the west, Oklahoma, the big daddy of them all, of course, California. And so different candidates have to decide on their different strategy. Now, McCain is leading on the Republican side. McCain is leading in most of these states now, and he will try to run the board. Most of the Republican contests, winner take all. If you're Governor Huckabee, you're going to focus down here in the southern states. You're going to focus here where there's a strong anti-abortion movement, up here in Minnesota as well. Those are places to look for Governor Huckabee to be as he tries to reassert himself in this race. Governor Romney, of course, his home state is out here. He has performed well in the Mountain West area. Democratic side, again, you have Senator Clinton's home state, Senator Obama's home state, California, the biggest prize. Watch Edwards looking for congressional districts. The Democratic rules are different. 15% is viable in most states, and then you go through congressional districts. So it's much more complicated on the Democratic side because of the different rules. But essentially, with a national primary, a near-national primary, it puts an emphasis on resources, puts an emphasis on organization. That is why we will see a key test for Obama. Hillary Clinton, despite her, obviously she won tonight in Florida. It's a beauty contest. She lost South Carolina. That one matters. Institutionally and structurally, she is stronger than Obama in most of these states. The challenge is whether he can make up the ground as he has in the past when he has campaigned. Clinton and Obama both have money for television advertising. That's a key question on the Republican side. Will Romney reach into his own wallet and spend more money? The McCain camp, I'm told, raised $10 million in January. They put a lot of it into Florida in the final days, Wolf, because Romney was advertising so heavily. But they expect to raise a great deal of money, too, in, again, what is essentially a national primary. Very expensive to advertise in California, very expensive, as you know, to advertise in New York, some other big states as well, and it will be a blur of a week.
And the fact is that the number of candidates is going down and down and down, the political survivors, if you will. There's 4 Republicans left right now. They'll be on the stage at Anderson's Republican presidential debate tomorrow night at the Ronald Reagan Library. There's the winner tonight, John McCain, Mitt Romney, Mike Huckabee, and Ron Paul. And 3 Democrats are left fighting it out as well, and that's going to affect their strategy going ahead to next Tuesday.
Absolutely, and again, if you look at the polls in most of these states where there has been public polling, in most of these states, McCain and Clinton are ahead in the polls. But things will change. We'll see more polling based on South Carolina, based on the Florida results tonight. Obviously, we'll see more polling as you go, but they are ahead based on their name identification and structural advantage within the party, so they will try to take advantage of that. But it costs money, and you will see a lot less retail politics. You're not going to see as many candidates in small diners lingering and taking voter questions. They're going to be stopping at airports and doing events. And again, as you note, you will target. Again, if you're on the Republican side and you're Governor Huckabee, there are good conservative states right here. Your home state of Arkansas, the Right to Life movement started in Missouri, and you can get up into Minnesota. That's where you'll see Governor Huckabee. You'll see him out in California for the debate. There are some pockets out in California, but if you're Governor Huckabee and you're low on resources, you're going to spend most of your time right here. And if you're on the Democratic side and you're Obama, you want to play out in California. That's where all of the Democrats want to play out for the big prize in California, and then hope if you start moving the national poll numbers. Obviously, Illinois, it's much more of a national race, but the congressional district calculation on the Democratic side will be very interesting to watch. We'll be tracking radio ads in small congressional districts. You'll see candidates appearing in small little districts inland in California. You say, why are they there? Why are they not in the big cities? Because they believe they can get CDs and pick up delegates. So especially interesting to watch the impact of Senator Edwards. Very low on resources. He has to pick very carefully where to go, Wolf, but he can have an impact if he can cherry-pick congressional districts across the country as he goes.
We'll be watching it every step of the way, John. Thanks very much, Lou. And as you know very, very well, not only a week, but this specific week, it could be a political lifetime. If you're taking a look at the poll numbers today, they can change dramatically tomorrow, the day after that. So it's anyone's guess, Lou, what's going to come up next Tuesday.
You know, and I think that's exactly the thought to consider with great intensity here as John lays that out, and I thought laid it out brilliantly, what we can expect in terms of strategy and the demands that will be on each of these candidates, and now the prevailing candidates, in this case from the Florida primary tonight, Senator Clinton and Senator McCain. The dynamics start to change, as John suggested. But there are also unanticipated dynamics at work here, and as we've seen, whether it be the contest that became rather bitter, petty, and direct between Senator Clinton and Senator Obama, or whether it will be the exit of one of these candidates and the endorsement of another, and an anticipated further exit, it's going to be fascinating to watch. But one thing's for certain. Senator John McCain can now claim absolute front-runner status, and let's go to McCain headquarters and Dana Bash for the very latest. Dana?
Well, you sure can, Lou, and that is obviously the big story here at McCain headquarters. John McCain coming out and making pretty clear that he understands not only that, but he understands that he won here in Florida, and this is a primary that is just of Republican voters. No independents to push him over the line this time. This is a primary of just people in his own party, which is critical for somebody still trying to prove himself with his own party. But that is what happened today. But the big story also is what is going to happen tomorrow. And John McCain gave us a big hint in his speech tonight that it is expected tomorrow in the state of California he is going to get an endorsement from the man who is now his rival, and that's Rudy Giuliani. Listen to what McCain said earlier about him.
And I want to thank my dear friend Rudy Giuliani, who invested his heart and soul in this primary, and who conducted himself with all the qualities of the exceptional American leader he truly is. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Rudy, for all you have added to this race and for being an inspiration to me and millions of Americans.
Now, this was obviously a very hard-fought primary here in Florida. John McCain and Mitt Romney really going at it in the waning days before today's votes. But John McCain trying to make the case over and over again that he thinks the prevailing issue in this country is national security, and he is the best commander-in-chief. But, Lou, as you can imagine, it was not that simple. He also got a big, big boost from a couple of very prominent Republicans in this state, the governor and, of course, the Senator Mel Martinez. Mel Martinez told me tonight he made a lot of effort to get the people he knows to vote for John McCain. He made some taped phone calls in Spanish that helped him clearly in the Latino community here in the state of Florida. And also, you know, John McCain, they played pretty hardball here in Florida. They had some calls that they put out also to Mitt Romney, I should say to voters about Mitt Romney, making clear that they think that he switched positions on issues, that he supported taxpayer-funded abortion. So there were some tactics that perhaps John McCain had said bad things about in previous contests, but his campaign understood that this was a state that they had to win in order to be, as one official in his campaign told me earlier today, unstoppable. And they do think that he is unstoppable. They think that he's ahead in the next primary states, the Super Tuesday states. And John McCain made pretty clear today earlier, just here behind me, that he thinks that they still have a hard road ahead, but they think that they are pretty well along to the nomination. We'll see.
Certainly Dana, 57 votes, 57 delegates closer to their goal, but words like unstoppable and inevitable tend to take on something less of a luster for some reason in this particular primary election season. Let's go now to Mitt Romney, obviously the former governor, the recipient of that tough campaign by Senator John McCain, and Mary Snow at Romney headquarters. Mary.
Well, Lou, this is clearly a big disappointment for the Romney campaign, but Mitt Romney vowing to go on and trying to take the silver lining in this loss. His campaign is pointing out that they believe conservatives are starting to rally around him. Mitt Romney is also going to hit hard the theme that government is broken and that there needs to be a Washington outsider. And he's been taking aim at his chief rival now, John McCain.
You see, Washington is fundamentally broken. And we're not going to change Washington by sending the same people back just to sit in different chairs.
And the way the Romney campaign is now phrasing this is that it's a two-man race. This is something they say that they think will suit Romney because the stage is smaller. They feel he will do better. But also his main theme has been the economy. It was here in Florida, and still he didn't win. So, of course, that is now going to be a challenge. Looking ahead, his campaign says it's going to California. He's going to be targeting areas in California, also states like Colorado and some of the southern states, Tennessee, Georgia, also Missouri, are part of the strategy going ahead. And Mitt Romney has reached into his pockets. The question is, will he do so again to keep going? He made a joke here tonight as he thanked supporters. He's told them they feel like his family, but he joked to them saying, don't expect part of the inheritance. And then he said, I'm not quite sure how much of the inheritance is going to be left after this, but he's pressing ahead. And also the campaign is downplaying the Giuliani endorsement, saying it won't matter all that much in the end. It could hurt McCain by trying to underscore the fact that he's not a true conservative. But they did acknowledge that the endorsement by Governor Christ did help John McCain here in Florida and hurt Mitt Romney. Lou?
Mary, thank you very much. Mary Snow at Romney headquarters. Let's turn now to Rudy Giuliani's campaign headquarters and Dan Lothian. And Dan, obviously the Giuliani endorsement of McCain eagerly awaited by Senator McCain and his campaign.
Certainly, and the question then will be, how will this impact the McCain campaign and how involved Giuliani will actually be in that campaign. Now, this, of course, a very difficult night for Rudy Giuliani. He had been hoping that he would be the victor here in Florida, spent more than $30 million here in the state of Florida, spent almost 60 days here in the state of Florida as well, was hoping to use this state as a springboard going into Tuesday, a Super Tuesday. That, of course, did not happen. Speaking to his supporters here tonight, a small group, somber group. He thanked them for supporting him. He also said he was happy that he was able to address some of these critical issues in front of the American people. Here's a little bit about what he had to say.
The responsibility of leadership doesn't end with a single campaign. If you believe in a cause, it goes on, and you continue to fight for it, and we will. I'm proud that we chose to stay positive and to run a campaign of ideas in an era of personal attacks, negative ads, and cynical spin. We ran a campaign that was uplifting.
Lou, perhaps that last bit of sound there, a parting shot at Romney and McCain because of the contentious battle that they had been waging here in the state of Florida as he had been dealing with some of his other issues of national security. He had also been talking to the voters and saying, listen, I am the candidate who is staying positive. I am not running a negative campaign. So tonight, as he was using a lot of past tense in his final speech here to his supporters in Florida, was also sort of giving that little parting shot that he did run a negative campaign, ran a positive, rather, campaign here in Florida, but obviously not enough to help him win here in Florida. Lou?
Is there any sense among the staff there at Giuliani campaign headquarters that they wish they had been a little stronger, a little tougher, perhaps a little more negative?
Not on the negative issue, but you know what I did? I was talking to one aide, and I said this whole strategy of focusing solely on Florida and bypassing some of the other critical early states, whether or not they were rethinking, you know, whether that's what they should have done. And I was told, you know, there were a lot of unforeseen events that occurred. They didn't expect that someone like a Huckabee would have won in Iowa. They didn't expect that a Romney would have, who was behind, would have all of a sudden gone to Michigan and done well there and gotten both of them getting some momentum and essentially pushing back Rudy Giuliani. So they still felt that that was sound, that the strategy focusing on Florida was sound, but there are a lot of issues that they did not expect.
Okay, Dan Lothian at Rudy Giuliani headquarters. Thank you very much. And we're going to be coming back with our panel. We're going to be discussing what is next for former Governor Mitt Romney now and his quest to stop the front runner, Senator John McCain. What's next for McCain? What's next for two other senators of some note, Senator Hillary Clinton and Senator Barack Obama. We'll continue in one moment. Stay with us. Well, Senator John McCain is the winner in Florida. Senator Hillary Clinton. Senator Clinton, of course, not much of a surprise there. Let's turn to my colleague Wolf Blitzer to bring us the latest totals.
And actually almost all the votes have really been counted, so we can speak with real authority right now. Lou, thanks very much. So let's take a look at the numbers. A big night, as Lou just said, for John McCain, the senator from Arizona. 95% of the precincts have reported in Florida. He's got 36%. It's remained steady now for hours. Mitt Romney with 31%. Disappointment for the former governor of Massachusetts. A huge disappointment, though, for Rudy Giuliani. Only 15%. Mike Huckabee, 14%. If you take a look at the hard numbers that have actually come in, you can see how John McCain did it. Right now, he's got almost 678,000 votes to 582,000 for Romney, 275,000 or so for Giuliani, 253,000 for Mike Huckabee, Ron Paul, 60,583. But here's the most important number of the night for John McCain, 57, because he gets all the delegates, 57 delegates. It was winner take all in Florida. Romney, Giuliani, Huckabee get 0% of those delegates, 0 delegates. On the Democratic side, largely a beauty contest because the candidates promised they wouldn't campaign there. But Hillary Clinton is declaring victory, and she did get the most votes among the Democrats with 95% of the precincts in. She got 50% to 33% for Obama, 14% for Edwards. You'll take a look at the numbers and see how she did it. A lot of Democrats did turn out, even though they will not get any delegates at the Democratic convention in Denver because they moved up their primary. But Hillary Clinton came in with 835,800 or so votes. Obama, 555,000 votes. Edwards, 243,000. And Mike Gravel, the former senator from Alaska, he got 5,151 votes. But take a look at this. The delegates from Florida going to the convention in Denver, 0 for Hillary Clinton, 0 for Obama, 0 for Mike Gravel, because they're not going to be getting any of those delegates. So, Lou, I guess a lot of those voters in Florida, they went out there, they were well-intentioned. I suspect a lot of them didn't know that their vote really was going to count as far as the delegates are concerned, but that's the nature of politics. It's happened in Michigan to the Democrats, and now it's happened in Florida.
Yeah, it's the nature this year for two states of politics. It's going to be interesting to see what unfolds as we approach that convention, and of course see the further results in this primary election season, particularly next Tuesday. It might be intriguing to talk with our panel about whether or not these non-votes, non-delegate votes in Florida will stand up, or in Michigan.
You know, Lou, I just want to make one point. The Democrats had a different rule than the Republicans. The Democrats stripped Michigan and Florida of all their delegates. Right. The Republicans only took half away.
That's right. And in this case, I suppose that the Floridians and the folks in Michigan are appreciative that the Republicans were so generous as to only reduce their delegate count by 50%. My guess is you got some people who are a little peeved. What do you think, John King?
Sure, if you're in the state of Florida, especially if you're a Democrat, you're peeved. And I think, Lou, that this is likely to be resolved with this caveat. If you have a Clinton-Obama into the convention deadlocked, nobody has the delegates necessary, then there will be a huge fight over seating them, because obviously if you seat them based on the results tonight, well, Senator Clinton would get the majority of them. I haven't looked at the congressional district vote in Florida. That's the Democrats have their rules that way, but Clinton won a convincing win in Florida tonight. It is a beauty contest. This would get the lawyers involved and lawsuits involved if you had a fight about seating them. If somebody has a convincing win going into the convention, they will know that Florida is a critical state in the general election. They will say, come on in. We'll give you extra seats as long as somebody has it locked up. But if it's contentious, it will be a big fight.
Is it a fight we should look forward to, Amy Holmes?
As a Republican, yes, I would say so. I think it would be quite a lot of fun. You know, these Florida voters, they may be peeved, but they were also energized. That they would go out to the polls, pull those levers, or punch the chads, whatever they were doing down there in Florida, even knowing that their delegates had been stripped. I think that was pretty extraordinary. Donna Brazile touched on that before. But, you know, John, you said during the break that, you know, one of the caveats here is that when Obama enters the state and starts shaking hands and meeting these voters, he changes the dynamic. So this win tonight for Hillary, while it's important, it gives her momentum, it energizes her, and it gave her, you know, a spot of good news in a very bad news week. It's not necessarily going to be leading to these results be applying to future states.
So, David Gergen, this is over, huh? Obama comes into town and energizes the base, and away we go.
If it were that easy.
The reality here is that we've got a very tight race in both parties.
Both parties.
All of the professionals seem to be straining against the idea this deal ain't done and ain't likely to get done. And we are so used in this country, and so used given recent politics, to having the front runner conferred as the presumptive nominee immediately. That can't happen here, can it?
I don't think so. And I think it's worth remembering in Florida that about a week ago, 10 days ago, when John McCain didn't have much money and Mitt Romney was spending heavily, Mitt Romney was moving up on him rapidly. So one poll over the weekend, a Rasmussen poll, over the weekend had Mitt Romney up 6 points. And then Charlie Crist, the governor, came in and endorsed, and you could see the dynamics of this race changing. I think the Crist endorsement is throwing his arm around him. He's a very popular governor. It's also important to remember, a lot of people came out today, didn't vote just for these candidates. There was also a constitutional amendment on the ballot that Crist was pushing for that would limit property taxes. And there were a lot of people in the National Education Association type on the other side who were trying to get Democrats out to vote against that. Now, Crist won tonight. This was a big, big night for Charlie Crist, and a night that might put him on the ballot as a vice president.
And Crist is, as you say, he is not only a possible nominee for vice president, but he is a very popular governor. And we're going to be talking with our colleague Jeffrey Toobin about some of the implications here in just a moment when we return with our panel. And we'll also be going out to California for the latest from Roland Martin and Gloria Borger as well. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Back to winners in the Florida primary, Senator Hillary Clinton and Senator John McCain. Jeffrey Toobin, let's go to you and just see are there any surprises, not in the outcome, but that which influenced the outcome in the state of Florida?
Well, I think for the first time now, the Democratic and the Republican races look very different. The Republican race is really John McCain's to lose. It would take an earthquake at this point for John McCain winning Florida, getting Giuliani's endorsement tomorrow, Super Tuesday, just 6 days away.
We've got two of our colleagues here. Amy Holmes has been kind enough to listen attentively, but David Gergen is shaking his head, and John King is nodding his head.
Good. Well, that's we're not here for uniformity of opinion, but I think the Democratic race is truly wide open. I mean, I don't have any sense of who's ahead there, whereas John McCain is clearly well ahead now, and that's the first time the races have taken such a different, in my view, direction.
You were shaking your head, David.
I don't think you can count Romney out of this. He's got a lot of money, and money matters, and John McCain doesn't have it right now, and we've got 20, all these states to do. So there are places where Romney can spend, and if he gets the conservatives to come to him as the conservative alternative, you can't count him out of this race yet. I think John McCain is clearly the front runner. I think he's likely to win. but I don't think it's over.
And he has to consolidate a party that is very skeptical of him. And Lou, John McCain gets very crusty about this because he's a proud, stubborn man.
That's one of his charms.
He is a proud, stubborn man, and he thinks it is wrong. Yes, he doesn't lead with God and gays, but he says his voting record is 80, 90, sometimes 100%. Why do they oppose me? He says, I want spending cuts. I'm a fiscal conservative. Sure, I won't do tax cuts at the risk of a deficit, but I'm a good fiscal conservative. He thinks the critics are wrong, and he gets stubborn about it. The challenge for now is to be big and reach out, because David's right. Romney has a chance if he's willing to keep spending his money. He's spent nearly $30 million of his own money so far. If he's willing to keep spending it, he has a chance. If McCain has got 36% of the vote tonight in a one-on-one, he's got to get more than that.
Dana Rohrabacher, he sums it up this way with a little ditty. He said, if you're a conservative Republican and McCain don't fit, it's your responsibility to vote for Mitt.
Wow. I don't think that's going to do it. I don't know.
That's a long But coming from Dana Rohrabacher, I have to give pause and credence to the ditty, as it were, about Mitty. We're going to turn to our good colleague, Roland Martin, who is always capable of bringing absolute uniformity and consensus to any discussion. You're up, Roland.
First and foremost, I'm amazed when Mitt Romney sits here and blasts John McCain over the whole issue of not voting for the Bush tax cut, because McCain is a fiscal conservative, and he recognized that the deficits were so large. He's saying, wait a minute, we can't have large deficits run up by a Republican running the Congress, and then you want to give tax cuts as well. And so, Republicans got to make up their mind. Either you are, for fiscal conservatism, or you simply want tax cuts. That's one thing. But Lou, we've skipped over this issue and danced around this issue all night. This was a stunt tonight by the Hillary Clinton campaign. They are blasting out emails left and right saying, oh, we won the young vote and this vote. We're in the land of make-believe in Los Angeles. You know what this is all about? This was a make-believe election, okay? And Clinton is sitting here talking about the delegates should count, yet she told the Iowa people and the folks in New Hampshire, if they're not going to count, we're not going to campaign there. And so, I mean, stop it. There was no election here. It's ridiculous.
What do you really think?
It's not ridiculous at all. It's not. I mean, 1.5 million people voted. Their votes don't count.
No.
Come on, Roland. I mean, she didn't campaign here.
Jeffrey, I understand. Jeffrey, I understand 1.5 million people voting, but the reality is she signed a pledge along with the other candidates. But the other piece is if the people in Florida, Jeffrey, if the people in Florida and Michigan, if they really want to be upset, get mad at your governor and your state legislature, they're the ones who screwed you.
I don't care if you agree with Roland Martin or not, you're going to talk about this. You're going to get your word in on this. Please, Gloria.
Okay, I will tell you, I actually, I don't want to disenfranchise the Democrats in the state of Florida, because obviously they have every right to go to the polls, and it shows you how energized they are in the state of Florida because they had no candidates campaigning there. Having said that, I think that what Hillary Clinton got tonight was a talking point. One of her talking points is, as you heard her earlier this evening with Wolf, is that she won this tonight. It was a beauty contest. It wasn't. Nobody had campaigned in the state.
Do you think she won
they had all pledged.
Do you think she won in Michigan?
No,
I think a good case can be made that she did.
Here's the difference, Lou.
Yeah.
Lou, in Michigan, the other candidates took their names off the ballot. She left her name on the ballot.
And how did that work? How did that work out?
Voted for nobody. 40% of the voters voted for nobody.
I stand corrected.
She wins, and you have an energized Democratic Party in Florida. You have an energized party in Florida. The state party leaders told their people, get out and vote, to send a message to the national party. To your point, they're not going to disenfranchise us. But if you go back 6 months in time, Senator Clinton was ahead everywhere, including Michigan, including Florida. Any place Senator Obama has campaigned, it's been competitive. He's won some, he's lost some. So Senator Clinton has every right to claim victory tonight. There's an enthusiastic Democratic Party in Florida. That's good. What's somewhat laughable is they've put out all these memos. Look at how she did among Latinos. Look at how she did among young people. Look at how she did all these demographics. Well, they don't match up to any other state where there's actually been a competition for votes. So I think they're stretching things a bit to say this means
would do that.
Just a test.
Amy, are you shocked?
They needed to change the subject.
Gambling in Las Vegas.
Yeah, the idea, Jeffrey.
No, they needed to change the subject after. Sorry, they needed to change the subject after South Carolina, Lou. That's it.
Kennedy.
Yeah. Well, I think they've at least put enough distance behind them, between themselves and the endorsement. The Charlie Crist endorsement, as David Gergen points out, and driving on the constitutional ballot measure, played a big part in both the Republican and the Democratic turnout. We're going to see much the same interest in a number of other states across this primary season and certainly into the general election. The idea that we have now, but I hear this sort of attempt, whether voluntary or involuntary, as we look at this, to sort of coalesce around 3 U.S. senators, Obama, Clinton, and McCain as the presumptive nominees. You sorted out. The fact is, 40 senators have tried to be president, 40 senators have failed.
Well, one of these is going to succeed.
They all better hope Ted Kennedy's right and it's 1960 again.
Right. I mean, if you have 3 senators and, you know, one of these senators
if it's
become
McCain
president.
against one of the Democrats, one streak we know will be broken, which is there hasn't been a sitting senator elected president since John F. Kennedy.
Right.
But this is an unusual year in that we don't have a sitting president or vice president running, which is the first time in decades since that's
80 years,
happened.
I believe we've all learned to say.
Yes.
80 years. Well, we're going to be taking a look at what Mitt Romney can do to turn back what looks like, at least tonight, a bit of a juggernaut on the part of Senator John McCain. We're going to try to figure out what his next steps are and what the likelihoods are. The likelihood is that he can overcome that momentum. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Well, we're back, and we're going to turn to our colleagues Soledad O'Brien and Bill Snyder to give us some insight from the exit polling as to what the voters, both Democrats and Republicans, were thinking as they cast their ballots and propelled Senator John McCain to the front-runner status in the Republican Party and handed a victory, we'll define later how important, to Senator Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side. Bill, Soledad?
Well, Lou, you were asking the question right before the break, which was, what's Mitt Romney to do right now? And I think the exit polls actually give a pretty good insight into that. We looked at the exit polls to see really his strengths and weaknesses as they move forward into Super Tuesday. Let's begin with conservative support. How does it look for him?
This is the base of the party, and if you look at this, you see Romney, 37% among conservatives in Florida today. McCain only 29. McCain's problem might be diagnosed medically as weakness of the base. 29% is not very good among conservatives. Romney does better, but 37% is not exactly a wipeout. So it's going to be a race. Romney hopes to sew up that conservative base as he goes into the Super Tuesday states. He clearly wants to fight McCain by rallying conservatives. He's begun to do it in Florida, but he's going to have to do better.
When you look at the category, top issue is the economy. Those numbers there are very surprising, I thought.
Very surprising, because Mitt Romney is a former business executive. It's his issue, or it's supposed to be his issue, but look at this, my God. McCain snatched it away from him. 40% said they voted for McCain if their issue was the economy. 32% Romney. Romney has got to do something to get that issue back, because it's the top issue to the whole country right now, including Republicans.
When the issue was terror, which is really Rudy Giuliani's issue, he did not win in that category. What did you see? We saw an issue that's really up for grabs, and this could determine the results of this primary race. Take a look at this. Among those who said their top concern was terrorism, Romney actually came out slightly on top, but it looks like a three-way tie. Rudy Giuliani, this was his signature issue, 9/11. You know, someone said he can't, every sentence he utters has a noun and a verb and 9/11 in it. But he came in, it's really a three-way tie among Republican voters who said they were concerned about terrorism, which means that either McCain, who has a lot of national security credentials, or Mitt Romney, who has strong conservative ties, they could both compete to make terrorism their issue now that Rudy Giuliani is leaving the race. But remember, he's endorsing grab that percentage.
Exactly, but he's endorsing John McCain. We'll see if John McCain can adopt that issue as his.
There are hundreds of thousands of absentee voters in Florida, a huge number. How are those people reflected in an exit poll?
Well, they don't exit the polls.
Right, exactly.
They don't show up at the polls. So how did we reach them? We actually telephoned them. We asked the voters if they cast an absentee ballot. If they did, they were asked the same questions on the telephone that people were asked as they left the polling places. So those, I think about 400,000 absentee voters in the Republican primary and almost 500,000 in the Democratic primary were all included in the exit poll. The absentee voters are there.
An exit poll that shows that Mitt Romney has a little work to do before Super Tuesday.
He does.
Lou?
Thank you very much, Soledad. Bill Snyder, thanks for the insight. I suppose Mitt Romney was listening. He's ready to go with that. It occurs that there are two things happening here that sort of need a little adjustment. One is that Romney, as Amy Holmes was just saying, is running on the economy, the CEO, president, and the economy is the #1 issue. John McCain has been typically pushing his national security standing and positions. The fact is that the war in Iraq has slipped to #4, at least in Florida. This doesn't square up, does it, Amy?
Well, it doesn't, and I think the key to understanding that, again, another interesting finding was that the #1 quality for candidates that these voters looked at was shares my values, and they went for Romney, and yet he lost. I think what explains that is, as Soledad was discussing earlier, was that the voters were basically evenly split on what matters to you, issues or personal qualities. And for the personal qualities, McCain was way out ahead in that. They think that, that he's a solid, authentic, and truthful guy, and truthfulness is something that Romney's having a little trouble with voters.
Even though Romney has this very impressive business background, his proposals are not noticeably different than McCain's, at least as far as I'm aware. I mean, they both support the stimulus package, and they both want to cut taxes. But I don't think Romney has been able to say, I will do X, but McCain will do Y. He just says, I'm more knowledgeable on the subject, which is, I mean, not an extremely powerful argument, I think.
And
we've sort of done that CEO president thing.
Yes.
Sure, and I would also add, we remember in Michigan, McCain told Michigan voters, your jobs are gone, they're never coming back. That really hurt him. He didn't say that to Florida voters.
It's horrible to tell the truth to voters.
I think we still have to wait and see what the conservative community does in the next couple of days. If they really think that John McCain's about to get this and Rudy Giuliani's their last hope, and they really don't want John McCain.
You mean Mitt Romney's their last hope?
I mean, Mitt Romney's our last hope. If they organize around him and get their network going, that can be very powerful in Republican circles. I just don't know whether they're going to go there or not. I think that's his best shot. I also think tomorrow night's debate, he has to take the economic issue back from McCain.
And I don't think Roland Martin and Gloria Borgia that we can ignore the fact that the evangelicals, the Christian right, has been talking about the possibility of a third-party candidate here if they are dissatisfied with the nominee. Let's turn to you first, Roland.
Look, forget that. It's not going to be a third-party candidate, and those evangelicals need to stop that nonsense. Here's the reality. Republicans are one seat away from having the majority in the Supreme Court. Now, if Senator Hillary Clinton is a nominee, ask yourself the question, if it's Senator John McCain and Senator Clinton, and for those evangelicals, who do you want making a choice to choose 3 of the next Supreme Court justices? It's not going to be Senator Clinton. So at some point, they're going to have to suck it up and say, you know what, if he's a nominee, he's our guy. We stand a better chance at getting him as opposed to Clinton. They need to recognize the reality of politics as opposed to their hardcore principles.
Lou, what we saw in those exit polls tonight, and this goes to something that David Gergen was talking about earlier, is that people tend to vote for John McCain because they believe that he tells them the truth. They don't vote for him necessarily because they agree with him on his economic plan. Right. They may disagree with him on his immigration plan. They may disagree with him on campaign finance reform. But when they look at John McCain, what they see is an authentic guy. Now, his little tricky thing that he's got to do, and David was talking about this earlier, what he's got to do is make peace with conservatives, but not to the point where he alienates, his true supporters and where he doesn't look like he's the real deal.
And there's one more point to that, which is if he were to become the nominee, he gets to pick a vice presidential running mate, and that's another area where John McCain could, try to bridge the gap with conservatives, and particularly with evangelicals. People have been throwing around Mike Huckabee. I don't know if McCain would actually choose him, but again, it's another opportunity to reach out to those voters.
It would be interesting. I would think there might be some pressure. There might be some pressure now in the next few days on both Mike Huckabee and John Edwards on the Democratic side to drop. There are going to be strong people who would like, if you're going to, if Huckabee dropped, that presumably would help Romney. I think some of those evangelicals would come more to Romney than they would to McCain. I don't know whether he'll drop or not, but it's just like Edwards. I mean, the more Edwards stays in here, the more Obama has a hard time with it.
The pressure most likely to be persuasive, Wolf Blitzer and John King, would be money rather than probably solidarity of the party.
I think that's right.
Let's turn to you, Wolf, and to John.
McCain certainly does not necessarily have the advantage Romney does, because he can go into his pocket and get a lot of money. He's got a lot of money. He spent a lot of his own money, John, and if he sees it getting close to him, he may spend a lot more, and next Tuesday, it's going to be expensive.
Romney has spent in the ballpark of $30 million of his own money. He's also raised more than any of the other Republican candidates, to his credit. The question now is, will money come in after this loss in Florida, other people's money, and how much of his own money is he willing to spend going forward, making an investment in Super Tuesday? That is a huge calculation for the Romney campaign. As for McCain, they say they raised about $10 million in January, which for them was a pretty good, strong month. They did spend a sizable amount trying to keep up with Romney's ads, or at least keep relative parity in Florida in the last several days. So their cash on hand going into Super Tuesday is down, but they expect to be able to raise some money. And we'll, listening to that discussion, and it is the question about John McCain, is the conservative question. I want to show you a little bit of something tonight that John McCain did make progress tonight. He has a lot of questions still to answer, but Florida, if you look at the results tonight, I'm just going to show you here. These are the Romney counties. This right here, these are the counties won by Romney. Now, this is one of the more conservative places in the state up here, Duval County, where Jacksonville is. This is a pretty big win for Governor Romney. No question about it. He beats John McCain 41 to 27% there. Just south of Duval County. These are smaller counties, but you see again, this is a very conservative area. Romney is winning big. But let's shrink the map down a little bit and come up here. Down here in Orlando, look at that. That was supposed to be a Romney county. This was supposed to be a Romney county. Instead, that's a McCain county. This is a conservative place. The Republican Party in Orange County is a conservative state. A narrow win for McCain, but he beat Mitt Romney in a county Mitt Romney was supposed to win, where there are conservative votes. He also did very well across here, which is an area where the Romney campaign thought it would win here, win right through here. Out here, they knew it would be much more competitive. If you're looking ahead to a general election in a competitive race, this is where Florida is won or lost, the I-4 corridor between Orlando and Tampa. This is the case McCain will make to Republicans, saying, you might not love me on everything, I'm a competitive general election candidate. But to the point earlier, John McCain, let's look at the entire state, he's winning by about 100,000 votes. Where did they come from? They come from mostly down here, Wolf, where you have more moderate Republicans. 75,000 margin of the 100,000 comes from right down here, more moderate Republican voters. So McCain still has a lot to prove among conservatives, but he did better than you might have think. This is not liberal country up here in Florida, and John McCain did quite well.
He won all those counties in the South with heavily populated Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. He did incredibly well.
Right, and more moderate voters here, though. The fact that he won so well up here tells that he can make inroads among conservatives. Still a long way to go, though.
All right, and I know the Democrats are worried about that. They see how well he does down there. They're looking ahead to November, potentially, and that's a source of concern. All right, Lou, we're looking at the map. We're looking at a lot of stuff, but I want to go back to you.
Thank you very much, Wolf. Thank you, John. And coming up at the top of the hour, Larry King Live. That means none other than the great man himself, Larry King. Larry.
My man Lou, to share the camera with you is historic.
I feel
on this
the same
historic
way.
night. You can feel the energy.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have a bunch of top pundits. I know you love pundits, Lou.
I love pundits.
People who are who know exactly why what happened, how it happened, and what'll happen tomorrow. They know. We'll talk to them for a full hour at midnight, 9 Pacific. That's at the top of the hour. Ari Fleischer, good old Ari, will be back with us, and a whole bunch of other really good guests as we get a look at why Hillary got such a huge vote, even though those delegates aren't going to be counted. She got more votes than McCain, which I find fascinating. And, of course, the McCain victory as well. Lou, that's at midnight Eastern, 9 Pacific.
Looking forward to it, Larry. Thank you very much. Larry King Live coming up at the top of the hour. Let's go out to our colleagues at the Reagan Library, Roland Martin and Gloria Borgia. And I know that they have been chomping at the bit to straighten us out over here on the, on the right coast.
Well, you know, one thing I wanted to say, Lou, we were talking about whether this nomination of McCain looks inevitable now. I agree with David. I would have to say that it's looking really good for John McCain. But I do think that, and Super Tuesday looks really good for John McCain. If you look at the winner-take-all states, if Giuliani endorses him as expected tomorrow, New York, New Jersey are winner-take-all. Arizona is winner-take-all. Those are really good states for him. But I think what we're going to see here tomorrow night is Romney playing up his conservative credentials. And what he's going to try and do, maybe, is get under John McCain's skin, because one of John McCain's heroes in the world is Ronald Reagan. Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan. Those are his two political heroes. And so it'll be interesting here tomorrow night to see whether Romney gets to him that way by trying to say, I'm much more of a conservative than you are, and I deserve this nomination because of that.
And Lou, on that whole issue of a third-party candidate, potentially a evangelical, I want to remind those folks that Bill Clinton, the reason he became president was because you had a third-party candidate who was a fiscal conservative, who attracted all of those those people who were upset with George Bush because he raised taxes, and that's how Bill Clinton became president. That's how he had 2 terms, and so they don't want to make the mistake of running a third-party candidate and literally hand the White House to the Democrats for a second time.
So noted, and we're going to return with our panel in just one moment. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Welcome back to CNN Election Center. The Florida primary delivering front-runner status tonight to Senator John McCain and Senator Hillary Clinton. Wolf Blitzer now able to claim a victory. We can debate what kind of victory it is, since no delegates will result, at least according to the current rules of the party.
You know, the Obama campaign, their spokesman, Bill Burton, put out a statement. I'll read it to you, Lou, and to our viewers. When Senator Clinton was campaigning in Iowa and New Hampshire, she said that states like Michigan and Florida that won't award delegates, quote, don't count for anything. Now that Senator Clinton has lost badly in South Carolina, she's trying to assign meaning to a contest that awards 0 delegates and where no campaigning has occurred. Senator Clinton's own campaign has repeatedly said that this is a contest for delegates, and tonight Florida awarded 0. That's a statement
I'm a
from
little
Bill Burton.
confused. Wasn't it Senator Obama in Las Vegas in Nevada who was trying to keep the votes moving forward, and he was accusing the Clinton campaign of disenfranchising voters there?
Well, Nevada had authority to go ahead.
No, I understand
and
they had authority, but it's interesting that they're on the opposite ends of this disenfranchisement.
This is politics.
Oh, it is that. I wondered what this was.
This is all about
it's
politics.
Ugly, it's partisan, and pure.
What? That's what happens.
We're going to, our colleagues out in California have been insistent throughout this evening that left coast perspective is imperative. And let's turn to Gloria Borgia now and to Roland Martin out at the Reagan Library. Your thoughts, Gloria?
Well, look, this is something that Hillary Clinton needed to do to change the subject from South Carolina, from Ted Kennedy. The reason she canceled all of her cable interviews last night was clearly the fact that she didn't want to talk about Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama. She didn't want to answer questions about how is your husband going to campaign for you now. And this is a victory. However, my email box all evening, and I know everyone's been talking about this, has just been sort of filled with these emails from the Clinton campaign, youth vote, women vote, this vote, that, saying, look at this fabulous, wonderful, terrific victory we've had. And to say that it's an overstatement is an understatement.
You know, Lou, a couple of things. First, we have not heard from Senator Barack Obama all night, and so his campaign literally wants to give this impression that, frankly, this meant nothing. That's why you haven't heard from him. But also, I did get this email from the union leader out of New Hampshire, and they said, quote, Clinton coldly and knowingly lied to New Hampshire and Iowa. Her promise was not a vague statement. It was a signed pledge with a clear and unequivocal meaning. It later went on to say, New Hampshire voters, You were played for suckers. And so clearly they're not happy.
Well, that's a union leader, though.
Right.
That's the Manchester Union.
Right, but, you know, it's still
conservative. Yeah.
Throwing it out there. Pretty interesting.
You know, Roland, Gloria, as you say this, I'm thinking about two parties here right now that, whether it is Mitt Romney and Senator McCain in a very difficult contest, Wolf, or whether it's Senators Clinton and Obama in a very difficult contest. This is not going to be, it seems to me at this early juncture at least, this doesn't seem to me like this is going to be that easy a healing process, no matter who emerges from the conventions and these primaries, of course, as the nominees of the respective parties.
Yeah, I think there's been some real, bad blood between Romney and McCain over these past several days, and there's been some bad blood between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. You saw them both last night on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives when President Bush delivered his State of the Union address. They were very close to each other, Lou, but they didn't acknowledge each other, and I don't think that was an accident.
As you say, and the reality is here that we are being treated to a spectacle this year. We knew it'd be wide open, but I don't think anyone anticipated as we began this primary season that we would be seeing quite this ugly a contest, certainly on the Democratic side, and at best a difficult contest.
We'll see what happens tomorrow night and Thursday night at these two presidential debates.
And what network will they be on?
That will be CNN, the cable news network.
And the moderators will be
Anderson Cooper tomorrow night and me the next night.
Wolf Blitzer, all right.
And right here.
And right there.
That's right.
Right here.
And that
with
big
the plane.
707.
Right here with the plane. Right.
Absolutely. Well, it is great for everybody this evening. And up next, Larry King Live. Thanks for watching.
A huge night, I think. A huge night for John McCain in Florida. The winner of the Republican primary just edged out Mitt Romney. Rudy Giuliani came in a distant third. He's probably going to drop out. Hillary Clinton has won the Democratic primary, but no delegates are being seated from Florida. We have all the latest on this very special edition of Larry King Live. We'll have some outstanding panelists with us throughout the hour. Let's go right down to Davie, Florida, though, at Clinton headquarters, where Candy Crowley, our CNN senior political correspondent, is standing by. How are they, I'm sure they're excited about it, but how do they explain that Hillary Clinton got a larger vote than John McCain, and again, as in all other states, more Democrats turned out than Republicans?
Excitement. Look, they've been outside the White House for 8 years now, so there is a huge amount of excitement in the Democratic Party. You add to that the fact that you have the possibility of history being made, maybe the first woman to become president, maybe the first African American to become president. So you have all of these things sort of coming together, making for a lot of excitement. And in fact, that's one of the reasons, despite the fact there's no delegates here for Hillary Clinton, that they say the reason this is important is that here in Florida, more people voted, a larger, more diverse voter has voted here in Florida than any of the other caucuses or primaries that we've had so far. So they look at this on the Hillary Clinton side as very good news, and Democrats in general see, in fact, that this is just more of a sign that their voter base, and indeed beyond that, is very energized, Larry.
Also joining us, Candy will stay with us, is John King at CNN Election Center. He's our CNN national correspondent. Wolf Blitzer, who anchored the coverage tonight and will be the anchor on Thursday night of the Democratic debate out here in California. Marcos Moulitsas is in San Francisco, the founder of DailyKos.com. That's the website focusing on liberal and Democratic Party politics. And in New York, our old friend Ari Fleischer, the former White House press secretary for President George W. Bush. All right, we'll start with you, Ari, and go around. What do you make of this, before we get to McCain, of this Hillary Clinton vote with delegates that ain't going to go?
Oh, well, I think this is just the usual nonsense that sometimes comes from somebody who's running for office. It didn't count. It's like bragging about spring training. It just didn't count.
So why then did the people go and vote?
Well, I think people wanted to express their vote, but as far as does this matter for who wins the Democrat nomination, it doesn't matter. For the people of Florida, sure, they wanted to play, they wanted to show up and vote. But because the Florida Democrat Party broke the National Party's rules, it doesn't count. If it doesn't count, it's like an umpire saying the game didn't last long enough to be counted in the records. The players showed up on the field, But actually, in this case, they didn't even campaign in Florida. The voters showed up on the field, but the ump said the vote doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Wolf Blitzer, is there a possibility they could eventually be seated?
Yes, there is a possibility. Anything is possible within the rules of the Democratic Party. What we're talking about are the delegates who will go forward at the Democratic Convention at the end of the summer in Denver. Right now, the delegates from Michigan have been stripped of their authority. The delegates from Florida have been stripped because both Michigan and Florida moved up their primaries before February 5th, next Tuesday, Super Tuesday as it's called. But you know what? They could change their minds. We'll see what Howard Dean and the DNC decide to do. Hillary Clinton is certainly calling on them to do so, but then again, she won in Michigan, she won in Florida, so that's understandable. And remember, Larry, this is politics.
Well, I'll pick up on Ari's baseball example. Marcos, why would 50,000 people turn out for a game that's been rained out?
Larry, I can't tell you how excited I am, and I think that excitement is really represented in the voters, not just in Florida, but all across the country in every contest we've had so far. Republicans spent tens of millions of dollars in Florida in a contest that actually mattered, had real-world repercussions as to who would be the Republican nominee. You had the governor of Florida, Charlie Crist, who was a very popular governor, campaigning. You had Senator Martinez campaigning for McCain. They went all out, and they still couldn't match the intensity and the desire of Democrats to come out and vote in a contest that did not matter. I think that bodes very poorly for Republicans this fall.
We're going to move to the Republican side, but I got to get John King's thoughts on all of this. What do you make of this Democratic turnout, John?
Oh, there's no question, Larry. We've seen this in every contest so far, that there is more energy at the moment on the Democratic side. That is a fact. Any Republican would concede that. And to make specific note of Florida, state party leaders urged their voters to go out to send a message to the National Party, which had stripped them, as Wolf just noted, of the delegates. And it's fine for Senator Clinton to celebrate the win, but this is a back-to-the-future moment because nobody campaigned there. You have to go back in time about 6 months, where she was ahead everywhere, and that's essentially what happened in Florida. In any state where Senator Obama has gone in and campaigned, though, the race has become competitive. Some he's won, some he's lost, but it's much more competitive. So for Senator Clinton to say, I won in Florida, that's fine. It was a beauty contest. It doesn't count in the nominating contest, but they're pumping out all these memos, Larry, saying we won the youth vote, we won the Latino vote, we did this well among African Americans. That part of it simply you cannot look at and carry forward to Super Tuesday because Barack Obama did not compete, did not spend any money. So those demographic exit polls, if you will, are in my mind meaningless heading forward into Super Tuesday.
Is Chandy Crowley, is Mr. Romney finished, or has he still got a big fighting chance?
He's still got a very deep pocket, Larry. He's not finished. It depends on how big a check he wants to write himself, because obviously what happens is coming out of here, John McCain is the front runner. To the front runner go the spoils. He's going to be able to pick up some money. Mitt Romney, not so much. There comes a time with all of these candidates where they really have to stop and think, is it worth it? Is it worth it in manpower? Is it worth it in money? And particularly when they're writing their own checks, that comes into play. But he is certainly not out of it at this point, because when you are talking about more than 20 primary contests, money is really going to help, because they can't get to all these places. They can't advertise in all these states. But if you have a lot of money, then you can do that. So it's really up to Mitt Romney as to how hard he wants to play.
Wolf Blitzer will be leaving us after this segment because he's heading out to California. He'll be moderating Thursday's Democratic presidential primary debate in Los Angeles. Look forward to seeing you out here, Wolf.
I'll be flying out tomorrow morning right to L.A., Larry.
Okay, Wolf, what do you make of the victory tonight for our friend from Arizona? What do you?
I think it's a very important win for John McCain. He worked really, really hard, and let's give it some perspective and some due credit to John McCain. Remember, it's only a few months ago, that a lot of the pundits thought it was over for John McCain. He had turmoil in his staff. He was not raising the money. The money that he did raise was simply being squandered. Some of his aides were suggesting they didn't spend it the right way. He was complaining, but you know, he never gave up. He never never gave up. He fought and he fought and he fought, and tonight he won Florida. He needed Florida. This is a winner-take-all state. All of the delegates that were accorded in Florida, he will win because he won impressively against Mitt Romney, and Rudy Giuliani emerged as a big loser, and he's about to drop out of this contest, as you know, Larry. So you got to give John McCain a lot of credit for never giving up.
And before you leave us, what are your expectations for Thursday night? The hottest ticket in town.
It's a hot ticket at the Kodak Theater. It's a hot ticket tomorrow night. Anderson Cooper is going to be moderating the Republican presidential debate at the Ronald Reagan Library in front of that old Air Force One. It's really a magnificent sight, as you know, Larry. It really is. I know you've been there. But look, I suspect that both of these contests these debates will be very intense. There's a lot riding next Tuesday. Half the country about is going to be voting, and they've got a lot at stake. It's coming down to the wire, and they're going to be stressing the differences, I suspect, in where they stand. So I would expect some fireworks tomorrow night as well as Thursday night.
Fly safe, Wolf.
Thanks, Larry.
Wolf Blitzer leaves us. Ari Fleischer, Markos Moulitsas, John King, and Candy Crowley remain, and we'll be right back with more of this special edition of Larry King Live. Don't go away.
Thank you, Florida Republicans, for bringing a former Florida resident across the finish line first. And as I have been repeatedly reminded lately, an all-Republican primary.
We're back. Ari Fleischer in New York. What's your read on the Republican primary tonight?
Well, Larry, I've always been a skeptic about could John McCain do it because he has never previously done well among Republicans, among conservatives. He always relies on Democrats and independents to win. Tonight, he crossed the bridge. He won a closed Republican primary. Interesting, when you look at the numbers, he didn't cross the bridge by far. He still lost conservatives among those who call themselves Republicans. People can be Republican, but they call themselves independent. He won largely on the independents again, but it was a closed Republican primary. So those Republicans who show up in a Republican primary, Mitt Romney won. So it's an interesting dynamic where John still finally won one that is closed, but not by much among the key vote. So that's where Romney has hope for what comes February 5th. But having said that, the landscape favors John McCain on February 5th. And this is where you've got to give credit to John McCain for coming back from the dead, for running the type of race he's running. And he had the establishment in Florida, which among Republicans is crucial. He never had it before, didn't have it in 2000. He got it in Florida. That also helped put him over the top.
Markos, as a Democrat, do you fear the candidacy of John McCain?
Well, you never want to take this thing for granted. So I think it's wise for Democrats to fear any of these Republicans. But really, it's Republicans had a choice between a bunch of white old guys, and they picked the oldest one of that lot. We have young, dynamic crew of candidates that look like America. I can't believe that we have 300 million Americans and the best American, and Republicans couldn't put a single woman on that stage, not a single person of color. And really, what I see when I see the Republican field is I see the past. And I think it's very clear that the American people are looking forward, they want change, and I don't think anybody on the Republican side can offer that.
Candy Crowley, if it were a race between Hillary Clinton and John McCain, the reports are that it would be on the issue side and not very vituperative because they really like each other. True?
Well, they do like each other. I have to say a lot has been made about Bill Clinton's remark that it would be a very sort of uplifting campaign because the two of them like each other. He said it right before this Florida primary. Bill Clinton's a very smart man. I often wondered if that wasn't sort of a little push trying to get Florida not to elect John McCain in the sense that liking Hillary in the Republican Party is not a particularly good thing. They are friends. They have very, very different ideas. And I watched enough of these contests, but that the idea that it would not be hard fought and there would not be times of high tension, I think is dreamland. I think there will be some points like that. But obviously, people do want them to talk about issues, and there will be some of that as well.
John, do you expect some sort of major conservative movement next Tuesday to turn the tide here?
Well, Larry, I think you'll see a major conservative outreach by Senator McCain tomorrow night. He will be at a debate, and he could not ask for a more perfect setting. He will be at a debate at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. And if the question to John McCain is, will you do more to reach out to conservatives, that is the perfect stage on which to do it. And he will say, as he said in his speech tonight, wait a minute, why are you so skeptical of me? I was a foot soldier in the Reagan Revolution. But those questions, Larry, do continue. Let me show you quickly what happened here tonight. This is the map of Florida. McCain's margin is almost 100,000 votes. And to Ari's point about John McCain needing to do a lot more to prove among conservatives, a 100,000 vote margin, 75,000 votes in that margin came from Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and Palm Beach County. Those are moderate Republicans. Those are not rock-ribbed conservatives. And that is where most of John McCain's margin came from. But to McCain's credit, he beat Mitt Romney in Orange County, Orlando, where you have a conservative Republican base, not as conservative as the rural areas, but this was a county Mitt Romney was counting on. John McCain beat him just narrowly, but he did beat him. And Larry, we'll come back to the entire state. Here's a question mark for John McCain. From a Republican primary standpoint, his side will be very happy that he won so well up here. Mitt Romney won in the Jacksonville area, but this is not moderate Republican territory. This is closer to Alabama and Georgia than it is to Miami. So the McCain campaign will say, look, we won among conservatives in the Panhandle. That's conservative country. And the other thing the McCain campaign will say to Republicans, do you want to win in November? Well, this is where close elections are decided in Florida, right here along the I-4 corridor, from Orlando to Tampa. This was an area where Mitt Romney was supposed to perform well. John McCain beat him, Larry, all the way across. And what John McCain will say is, I got Republican votes in the primary. I can win moderates and independents and some conservative Democrats as well. So he will make the case that I am the most electable. You might want to think again before having a conservative revolt.
Thank you, John King, our CNN's chief national correspondent. Candy Crowley will be leaving us now after another able day and night of work. We always enjoy talking with Candy. By the way, one program reminder, tomorrow night, following the debate, we're going to have a very special program taped in and around the Reagan Library. It's called The Ronald Reagan I Knew. It's a special edition of Larry King Live. It'll air at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific, following the Republican debate. And we'll be right back with more. Don't go away.
Hard-working, innovative, risk-taking, family-oriented, God-fearing, freedom-loving American people have always been the source of America's greatness, and they always will be. And so the right course for America isn't to strengthen our government, but to strengthen our people. And to do that, we're going to have to change Washington. And change will begin with us.
Governor Mike Huckabee, thanks so much for joining us. What's your reaction to the results tonight in Florida?
Well, we're just pleased that we were pretty well neck and neck with Rudy, who has spent an enormous amount of time and millions of dollars in Florida. We only had a few days and a whole lot less money than everybody else. But we had a very loyal group of supporters that really worked hard. And right now, what we're looking for is this next round of major primaries on February 5th. That's where we feel like is a big time for us because of all those states that are going to be in play in the South and in the Midwest where we're leading and expect to win next week.
Do you have the financial wherewithal to go that route?
We do. I mean, we're at a point now where we made major changes and cut back as much as we can so we could save for this period of time. We've bought national television, including on your network, so we're on the air, getting our message out there. But more importantly, we're going to be traveling to 17 different cities in about 3.5 days in 7 states, rallying people and getting our message out, which is getting rid of the IRS, bringing back a solid conservative approach to government, and I think people are beginning to catch on that we really will try to be the champion for small business owners and for moms and dads out there just trying to raise their kids.
We have reports tonight that Mayor Giuliani is set to or may endorse John McCain. What do you hear and what do you think of that?
It would be logical that if he did drop out of the race, that's what he would do, because he and Senator McCain have been good friends for a long time. I've never felt that my campaign would be run so much by endorsements of others. I welcome everyone I can get. I'd like to get some more. But the biggest endorsement we still want to have are those folks out there driving trucks and homemakers and homeschool parents and school teachers and all kinds of folks across America who just want a president who understands how hard a lot of people are working, living paycheck to paycheck.
What's your assessment about Governor Romney tonight?
Well, it's you know, still one of those issues where he's had to spend an enormous amount of money, and how much can he continue to spend in order to you know, to be viable? It's not so much that he's done well, but how much he has to spend each time to get there. And I think at some point, nobody's resources are inexhaustible.
Do you think, Governor, you'll have a candidate next Tuesday?
No, I really don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think this thing is going to go longer. I think we're going to go into March, maybe as far as April. It could go to the convention, because next week, if you look at the map of where these primaries are, each of us have some strengths we're going to take into it. I came into tonight with the second most delegates. A lot of people don't realize that. We've been in play from the get-go. And we could come out next week with a sizable number. Georgia alone, for example, has more delegates at stake than Florida did.
Continued good luck, Governor. We'll be talking to you a lot down the road, as we always say.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
Hi, John King. Is Giuliani definitely going to endorse McCain tomorrow? And what else do we know?
That is what we were told, Larry. We were told he will fly to California in the morning and that he will endorse Senator McCain. They were working on the logistics of that tonight, so that would be another helpful step for John McCain. Rudy Giuliani is running third out in California right now, and so McCain would welcome that endorsement. It is from a more moderate Republican, so many will still say Rudy Giuliani could not get the votes of conservatives. What does it bring to the table? But it could help this way, Larry. Let's move on. Tonight was Florida, and one quick look here. You look, McCain, those are the counties won by McCain. He did a pretty good job all across the state, but Florida is over, and now we move on. As Governor Huckabee was just saying, here's the road ahead. Well, there's Florida flashing tonight. Just one state voting tonight. Well, here we go. Wow. Welcome to Super Tuesday. And you heard Governor Huckabee just a few moments ago. You're going to see him spending most of his time down here, Larry, a little bit up here in the Midwest, and up here where you have anti-abortion voters, some cultural conservatives in the Republican Party. That's where Governor Huckabee is going to spend most of his time as we go into Super Tuesday. And he's right. He has a fairly good chance of picking up some more delegates if he can beat Senator McCain in some of those states. Republican rules, for the most part, are winner take all. Now, where does everybody else go? With Rudy Giuliani out of the race, McCain already was leading in New York, but that's a state McCain will look at. Mitt Romney's Massachusetts is up there as well. And then, Larry, you come across the country, big industrial state of Illinois, Minnesota. This is where Romney has done well so far, in the Mountain West, so it'll be interesting to watch him target out there. Then you have across Oklahoma here, Arkansas, across into the South, and of course where you are, Larry, the big prize for both the Democrats and the Republicans is California. Proportional, so watch the Republicans. They will go mostly for the winner-take-all states. The challenge for Romney and Huckabee, if you're fighting to be the conservative alternative, is who wins this swath right across here. And then for the Democrats, Larry, on Super Tuesday, a completely different calculation because of the party rules. John Edwards will be a factor trying to get delegates. He will go in to some of these rural areas, much like South Carolina. He will be down here playing in his native South, trying to pick up delegates. But again, you have the home state of Senator Clinton, the home state of Senator Obama up here, and then again, the big prize out here. And because of the Democratic rules, Larry, advertising matters. You will see different TV ads on in different markets in California, targeting congressional districts on the Democratic side with radio advertising. But it is a giant swath of the country at play, geographically, ideologically, the economies in these places. So we are going into what is just shy of a national primary. Could put McCain over the top if he can sweep it, but that's a big open question, and the Clinton-Obama race goes into this wide open, Larry, and while Edwards is short on resources because of the Democratic rules, if you can get 15% and win in congressional districts, he can still be a factor.
Terrific work, John. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure, Larry. Thank you.
John King, as always, right on top of it. When we come back, Ari Fleischer remains, so does Marcos Moulitsas, and we'll be joined by Laura Schwartz, the Democratic strategist, Amy Holmes, the CNN analyst and former speechwriter for Bill Frist, and John Vandehei, the executive editor and co-founder of Politico. All that ahead on this special edition of Larry King Live. Stay right there.
Like most Americans, I love competition. I don't back down from a principled fight, but there must always be a larger purpose. Justice for an individual, hope for a city, a better future for our country. Elections are about a lot more than just candidates. Elections are about fighting for a cause larger than ourselves. They're about identifying the great challenges of our time and proposing new solutions. Most of all, they're about handing our nation to the next generation better than it was handed to us. This is our opportunity, and this is our obligation as American citizens.
We're back. Joining us now is Laura Schwartz, Democratic strategist, former assistant to the president and White House director of events for the Clinton administration. She's in Chicago. In New York is Amy Holmes, CNN analyst, former speechwriter for then Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist. And at the Reagan Library in Simi Valley is Jim Vandehei, the executive editor and co-founder of Politico. CNN, the LA Times, and Politico have teamed up to conduct the back-to-back presidential primary debates this week here in California. Ari, what's the endorsement of Giuliani going to mean?
Well, you know, I looked at the results in Florida on that one, Larry, and it's not what you would think. At least in Florida, the second choice of Rudy Giuliani voters was Mitt Romney, by 5 percentage points more than over John McCain. Will that carry out in other states? I don't know. But Larry, let me make one point about the landscape that lies ahead, because I took a look at the 21 states that are going to vote on Super Tuesday on the Republican side. By my count, 4 of them are solid Romney for 150 delegates of the some 1,000 that are to be decided. 5 states worth 250 delegates are solid McCain. 5 states with 339 delegates are probably a fair fight. And here's the kicker. Mike Huckabee is about to become John McCain's best friend. There are 7 states with 350 delegates, the biggest block out there, where I think Mike Huckabee is going to drain votes away from Mitt Romney, because they're predominantly southern states, and tip it to John McCain. And that's why I think this landscape actually favors John McCain when you look at it. One last detail. There are 8 open primaries to go on February 5th. 8 open. John McCain almost always does well on open primaries.
Marcos, how well do you think Obama can do on Super Tuesday?
Well, it's clear that if you look at the polls right now today, that Hillary Clinton has a fairly good lead in a lot of these states. Now, it looks like the momentum is swinging Obama's way. There was a poll today by Rasmussen in Connecticut that showed that Obama had come up even. They were tied with Hillary Clinton in Connecticut, in a state that Hillary had led by quite a bit. Now, this could be an outlier, but if it is confirmed, I think it shows that Obama is surging nationwide. And I think we're going to have a real evenly matched contest, and it's going to go way beyond Super Tuesday.
Laura Schwartz, were you surprised at the Democratic turnout in Florida?
No, I wasn't, Larry, because that's the trend that we've seen all over the country, which is so exciting for the Democrats, because it shows that there's great enthusiasm now, and especially in a state like Florida that is such a linchpin for the general election. I mean, there were no delegates allotted tonight. You know, they won't be part of the convention when it comes to delegate numbers, but this means a lot for November this coming year. So it's exciting, and I think there's a race on both sides of the aisle.
Amy Holmes, do you think we could possibly go to both conventions without a winner?
It's a possibility. My goodness, in this year, anything's possible, but I think it's less possible for Republicans. We've been talking tonight about John McCain. Is he unstoppable? I don't think any of us is going to make that prediction. We've seen how predictions turn out. He was supposed to not even be in this race as of last summer. But in terms of the brokered convention on the Democratic side, far be it from me to tell the Democrats how to run their party, but it certainly would be interesting.
And Jim Vandehei, what do you think these debates have meant?
Well, I think the debates ahead are going to mean a heck of a lot, because there's so many voters that are just starting to tune in to these races. And when you look at 20-plus states that are going to vote and the fact that we're basically down to a two-person race on both sides, you really are going to have, I think, a chance for these candidates to draw sharp contrast and show that you have different brands of politics that they're going to be choosing from. The thing I'll look for in tomorrow night's debate, the Republican debate, is does Romney continue to try to paint McCain as a liberal? Does he continue to look at his support for campaign finance reform, for an immigration bill, and say, listen, he is out of the mainstream of the Republican Party? And if you look at the results in Florida, they show once again he's not doing as well with conservatives as Romney is. So Romney, if he's going to go and spend a lot of his money, he's already spent tens of millions, if he doubles down, he has a very realistic chance to spread that message in a way that McCain can't, because he does not have those resources right now.
Ari Fleischer, does Romney take it to him tomorrow night?
Well, I think he increasingly has to. I think Jim VandeHei just hit exactly on the right split. John McCain still has a problem with conservatives. He had a nice win in Florida today. He deserves credit. But fundamentally, John McCain's vote is still coming, and the exit polls show it, from those who don't like George Bush, those who are for abortion, and those who don't like what we're doing in Iraq. John McCain's base is out of sync. Now, that makes him a stronger general election candidate, but he still has a ways to go to win. But, Larry, I think it is actually possible that Republicans are going to have their nominee, if not on February 5th, shortly thereafter, in the next week or two. Republicans have their nominee while the Democrats keep fighting. And in a very difficult environment for Republicans, where Democrats do have a lot of advantages, the mood is very foul against Republicans out there. Republicans having their nominee early, Democrats fighting, that's a good sign for Republicans. That's a ray of hope that we have.
We'll take a break and be back with lots more on this special edition of Larry King Live. Don't go away.
My friends, in 1 week, we will have as close to a national primary as we've ever had in this country. I intend to win it and be the nominee of our party.
Marcos, on the Democratic side, the New York State chapter of NOW, the National Organization of Women, says that Senator Kennedy betrayed women by endorsing Obama, accusing him of joining the list of progressive white men who can't or won't handle the prospect of a president who is Hillary Clinton. What's this? What effect is this going to have?
I don't know. I think a lot of the effect is predicated on how much attention networks like CNN and MSNBC and Fox News give it. It was a stupid thing to say, and I don't think anybody doubts that, even on the Hillary Clinton campaign. You know, it's been interesting because Hillary has been hit hard and in a lot of ways unfairly by the media, and that created a huge sympathy backlash. And I think comments like this threatened to create a huge sympathy backlash towards Obama. So some of the supporters of these candidates, I think, need to tone it down a little bit, because they're not helping their person when they say really ridiculous things like this.
So you think NOW made a big mistake?
Oh, it was ridiculous, and it was a New York chapter of NOW. I think the national chapter distanced themselves from that comment. But yeah, it was a pretty ridiculous thing to say.
Do you think the Republicans, Laura, want a Hillary candidacy?
Yes, Larry. They have been running against Hillary before she even announced that she was running for president. But I think Hillary Clinton is prepared and equipped with the strategy to knock them down if she becomes the general nominee. I think the same could go for Barack Obama candidacy. But yes, Hillary Clinton really divides the Republican Party. And it's questionable as to how many Republicans she could get to come over and vote for her in November, because really the magic formula in a general election is to get those independents and bring some Republican over. So it's going to be interesting in the next few weeks. She was very partisan at the last debate in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, on CNN. And I think she may tone down some of that partisanship just so that she can tell the Republicans, hey, I will reach out to you. I will work with the Congress and the Republicans in that Congress. So I think they are gearing up for a Hillary Clinton race, but I think it'll be interesting now that McCain is sort of a front runner over there. She's going to have to really talk about McCain on Thursday night, and Barack Obama is going to have to show his contrast with McCain on the war to make himself look tough and smart.
Amy, do you think that, as we discussed earlier, a campaign between Hillary and John McCain would be civil because they like each other?
I think it would be civil, but, you know, John McCain, he has some pretty sharp elbows, and he's been known to throw one or two. Just ask Mitt Romney. But, you know, at Laura's point, I have to disagree with her. Hillary Clinton does not divide Republicans. She unites Republicans. She divides the general voting population with her extremely high negatives. I mean, at any one point, between 49–51% of voters say they will never vote for her. If you ask a Republican, they would much rather run against Hillary Clinton than Barack Obama, who is inspirational, who does draw some Republican support and independent support. He's a far more formidable candidate for a Republican nominee coming into this next down the line.
Jim VandeHei, of all the candidates we've seen so far, and you're part of the co-sponsor of these next two debates, who's been the best debater?
You know, I don't think anyone has stood out. I mean, Huckabee early on, clearly with his folksy style, was able to connect with conservatives, and I think that really helped him do very well in Iowa. But I think Romney, when he's not under attack, does quite well. I think it is clear when people are really pounding on him and really going after his authenticity, on his conservatism, that he does get rattled a little bit and he looks a little bit defensive. McCain, I don't know that debates have ever been his strongest suit, but he can always revert to talking about his military service and his ability to prosecute the war in Iraq, and that's obviously a top issue for a lot of Republican voters.
Ari, what do you think? Who's the best debater?
Well, I kind of see it Jim's way. I think Mike Huckabee had that folksiness at the beginning, but now it's getting a little stale. People have seen it, and the campaign's in a much more serious phase. They purely want to know what you can do on the issues. I don't think any of them are all that great, and I also think debates don't necessarily drive votes. Debates are an informative part of what a voter decides upon, but it's not the be-all and end-all. If that was the case, I think John Kerry probably would have been our president, not George W. Bush. A lot of other factors come into it. And Larry, if I could, on one other issue, to me, the biggest surprise of this whole cycle is Rudy Giuliani's collapse. I mean, if you had said to me that at this stage in the campaign, Mike Huckabee would be in, Rudy Giuliani out, to use a New York word, I'd have said that's mashugana. No one could have predicted this, and I think it's astounding. There's going to be a lot of studies about what Rudy did wrong, why, and how, and that's going to be something everybody needs to take a look at.
Yeah, people forget he was ahead nationally in all the polls, right, when you did it nationally.
Ahead, well-liked, famous, 911 hero, and something really went wrong, and I think probably it was tactics more than anything else, because I think he really could have and should have played more in New Hampshire, campaigned differently in New Hampshire. He never should have gone to Iowa for anything, and he could have done better if he had had a better earlier showing.
And don't forget, he was also well-liked. He was ahead among evangelicals, so that he squandered, you know, that goodwill during this campaign is really astonishing.
Let me get a break, and we'll be back with more. Don't go away.
I think that comes from the great American philosopher Yogi Berra, right? It's not over until it's over.
We're playing all 9 innings of this ball game.
Our victory might not have reached landslide proportions, but it is sweet nonetheless.
Jim VandeHei of Politico, you'll be one of the questioners tomorrow night at the Republican debate that Anderson Cooper will moderate. Janet Hook of the LA Times is the other. What are you expecting?
Well, it'll be interesting because we're going to have the whole Reagan setting, and I wonder if the candidates are going to be a little reluctant to really draw those sharp contrasts that we were talking about earlier. But I think Mitt Romney's really going to view this as maybe his last great stand to make his case to a huge audience that, in fact, he is the authentic conservative. He's really trying to make this a race about ideology because he's looking at the same poll numbers we are, and he sees that conservative continue to favor him over McCain. And he knows that if you look at that map on February 5th, that there's a lot of areas where he could do tremendously well if conservatives turn out in big numbers for him. The big question, though, is what I'd love to do is get inside his head and find out what is he going to do with all that money. The guy's worth a ton. He's already invested, by some estimates, $40 million. If he doubles down, that is a tremendous asset and one that John McCain does not have access to.
Yeah. And apparently there'll only be 3 in that debate, right?
Well, there'll be the four, because Ron Paul will be in the debate.
Oh, Ron Paul
the
continue.
debate, not to do a CNN commercial, but the setting for this debate is magnificent. David Borman from your shop has put together this amazing scene where you have Air Force One in the backdrop, and you have all these candidates sitting there knowing this might be as close as they're ever going to get to it.
Yeah.
And it's a nice plane, Larry. That's the small one. That's the old one. The new one's a 747. They're all nice.
I think Bill Clinton was the first one to get a 747. This is a DC-8.
Right. Yep, it was great.
And it's, we were there Sunday for do wraparounds for our special. It's coming up tomorrow night at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific on the Ronald Reagan I Knew, and you see a lot of that library at the special. So Ari, where Ari? Give me some focus here. Does it look like Clinton, McCain?
I don't think anybody should make guesses like that because this has been such a volatile season. What you can expect in the next week is an increased tempo, an increased pace, a lot more sharp elbows, especially thrown by Mitt Romney, because he needs to now. The end could be in sight for him, so he's going to have to really sharpen those elbows. The debate could be more important than a typical debate because I think it is Mitt Romney's last chance to make a big impression on viewers as they increasingly tune in. But especially on the Democrat side, Larry, I think this thing is just going to go down, down, down to the wire. Republicans are much more tidy. I think we'll settle this in the month of February, maybe earlier than later February. Democrats, I think they keep going.
Well, and we
what
know
about Senate? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that on the Republican side, you have more states that are winner takes all. The Democratic side is a lot more messy. And I think we can expect tomorrow night that Mitt Romney's going to hit McCain hard on immigration. He was doing that down in Florida. And conversely, John McCain is going to be hitting Mitt Romney. You've heard him on the trust issue. You know, we've all seen the internal polling data that shows that that's one of Mitt Romney's weak points, one of his soft spots, his vulnerabilities. And I think you're going to hear McCain hit that time and time again.
I think you'll also hear John McCain tomorrow in Ronald Reagan's library talk about Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment, thou shalt not speak ill of other Republicans, as a way to kind of brush Mitt back.
Marcos, what about Senator Edwards?
Senator Edwards is, I think right now is actually helping Obama. I think his voice is a good one, should stay in a race. I hope he's around for a while. I think he brings a viewpoint that isn't heard as much. Ultimately, what's really, you know, I know Ari's talking about how the Democrats are going to be divided maybe longer. Difference is that Democrats are united in their vision and their philosophy and their values and what they see as the Democratic Party's role in people's lives. Republicans are in civil war mode right now, trying to figure out if the theocons versus the neocons versus the corporate cons. There's this entire civil war over who runs the party. Democrats may be divided in which personality they want to lead the party, but they're united in what the Democratic Party should do and what it should look like and what it should do to help this country.
We'll be back with our remaining moments of this special edition of Larry King Live right after this. I want to tell you about Friday's show. It's a wild one. Snoop Dogg is here, and boy, does he have a lot to say about everything, including politics. What do you make emotionally as a black man about the Obama-Clinton race?
To me, I feel like they both are great candidates because they both have strong situations to support him. As far as Clinton, her husband was in office, and when he was in office, we had a great time, and she was his backbone. Anybody knows that every strong man needs a woman to be his backbone, so she basically probably was the mind and soul behind him being the president.
Don't you emotionally, though, have a tie to Barack Obama?
I do, because I am a black man in America, and I know that he relates to everything that I'm going through. But, you know, politically correct, I just want to see somebody win that's in the best interest of America, whether it be him, a black man, whether it be Hillary or a woman. Either one, to me, is a great move for America because we need change. We need somebody in there that's going to be about listening to the people and representing the people, and I feel like both of those candidates will do that.
That's Snoop Dogg and me, quite a pair, Friday night on Larry King Live. Laura Schwartz, What do you expect in the Democratic debate? Are we going to have another ruckus like we did in the last one?
No, I think they both learned their lessons because both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton dropped a few points. John Edwards gained a few points. I think you're going to see a much more pointed debate to the issues. I think Barack Obama's going to try to put some more meat on his message and really, again, draw that contrast with Hillary Clinton when it comes to John McCain. Barack Obama did not support the war. Hillary and John McCain both supported and voted for the war. I think that's a contrast right there. Right there, I think Hillary Clinton will try to stick to the issues more than personal attacks. She's going to try to leave her husband out of it until she talks about the economy, because the Clinton years were great years for the largest economic expansion in peacetime history, 20 million jobs created. She's going to want to focus on that since the economy has become the #1 issue of this campaign.
Amy, what do you expect?
Among the Democrats, I think Laura is right, and I think that Hillary did learn her lesson, from the tone that she took in South Carolina. I mean, she lost by 28 points. It was quite, and then you saw Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama this week, in part because of the Clintons' behavior towards Barack Obama in South Carolina. Something that was interesting that was reported this week, I think it's kind of dangerous for Barack to be attempting, but that he might try to draw a distinction with Hillary on driver's licenses for illegal immigrants, that he's losing badly to Hillary among Hispanics in California, 3-1, and he thinks this is an issue that could help him. It may help him in a Democratic primary, but it certainly wouldn't in a general election where this issue is deeply unpopular with American voters.
Thank you all very much. And Jim Vanderhyde, good luck. You'll be one of the panel asking questions tomorrow night in that wonderful setting at the Reagan Library. Thanks for being with us, Jim, and good luck tomorrow night. Larry. And don't miss tomorrow's show. It's a Larry King special called The Reagan I Knew. It's at 11 o'clock. Eastern, not at 8 Pacific. We've got quite a lineup of guests, including Nancy Reagan, the president's sons, and candidates, and they'll talk about the 40th president's influence and impact then and now. It airs right after the GOP debate from the Reagan Library, Wednesday, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific on CNN.